Kang Jai, who had dropped several places, has risen to second place again and is now charging towards first place. Meanwhile, everyone watching from the sidelines was shocked by Kang Ji's strength. To everyone's surprise, Kang Jai not only didn't fall to fourth place, but actually broke into the top 3. Currently, Kang Jai and the top 3 seeds firmly occupy the top 4 positions. Their rankings kept fluctuating. One moment Kang Jai was first, the next Zhengxu was first, then Ji Tangxia was first, and then Feng Bui was first. The 4 fought fiercely, vying for the prize. This left outsiders completely stunned. No one expected that Kang Jai would be a dark horse. Not only did he not show any signs of decline, but he also made great strides and seemed poised to take the top spot again. Impossible. There's absolutely no way this kid could take first place. The gamblers who didn't bet on Kang Ji's number 1 pick started shouting wildly. That's right. It's only a core formation realm battle right now, and he's only so arrogant because of his magical flames. When nascent soul realm faces off, he will be no match for those 3. That's right. The nascent soul realm is all about the number of law inscriptions you've comprehended. It's only been a short time, and this kid has already broken through to the nascent soul realm. He's incredibly lucky. Comprehending law inscriptions isn't that simple. There's no way he could have comprehended more law inscriptions than those 3. Everyone chimed in, as if this would give them a sense of justification. Some people want Kang Jai to lose, and naturally others want Kang Jai to win. Those who bet on Kang Jai to be number 1 are all praying that Kang Jai can win number 1 again. Kang family and others were so nervous they were at a loss for what to do. If Kang Jai wins, they will receive a 4 trillion Dragon Country currency. What an enormous fortune this is. Even at the height of the Kang family's success, they might not have been able to come up with this much money. Just when everyone was on edge, Kang Jai finally made it into the nascent soul realm assessment with the highest score. At this realm, the competition comes down to the number of law inscriptions each person has come up with. Kang Jai has now comprehended 16 law inscriptions. Devouring, fusion, yin and yang, life, soul, pill Dao, array Dao, karma, immortal Dao, divine Dao, martial Dao, evolution, combat, chaos, and contract, totaling 16 law inscriptions. Kang Jai believes that at this stage, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to have more law inscriptions than him. In fact, no one has grasped more law inscriptions than Kang Jai. That's why, after arriving at nascent soul realm, Kang Jai has been far ahead at a speed that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. This is impossible. They've already reached the nascent soul realm. How can Kang Jai still maintain such an advantage? How did he do it? Countless people were puzzled, and they simply couldn't believe that Kang Jai had mastered more laws than those powerful families' seed players. Even the bigwigs of the major powerful families and the central cabinet looked at each other in bewilderment. Mr. Zhuge, can you tell what's going on? The Grand Secretary couldn't help but ask. Zhuge Shunshin stared wide-eyed at Kang Jai on the screen, his face full of disbelief, and did not answer. At this moment, Kang Jai was suppressing a powerful otherworldly creature. Now, Kang Jai is in the 3rd level of nascent soul realm. This means that Kang Jai has grasped at least 3 law inscriptions. How is this possible? Even among the major families, very few have grasped the 3 types of law inscriptions. After all, from the time it takes to awaken talent to the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, there is still too little time. The time given to these candidates to cultivate their talents is too short, and the time to comprehend the law inscriptions is even shorter. To be able to comprehend a law inscription and break through to the nascent soul realm in such a short time is already the mark of a genius among geniuses. Even with the aid of the medicinal pill, these geniuses can only comprehend 2 or 3 law inscriptions. Kang Ji's current performance is something only top-tier professionals among all powerful families can achieve. However, that's not all. Those powerful families, even if Prodigy reaches the level of nascent soul realm, he can't dominate otherworldly creatures like Kang Ji does. When it came to the nascent soul realm assessment, almost every candidate felt immense pressure. Even the 3 top-seeded players lost their previous dominance when facing nascent soul realms, otherworldly creatures. At this level, the advantages that their talents can bring are far less than before. Moreover, none of them had broken through to the nascent soul level, above 9 heavens. This means that they received absolutely no power boost during the nascent soul realm assessment. These otherworldly creatures are basically all capable of fighting opponents of higher levels. This also renders the advantages of almost all seeded players completely negated in this level of assessment. Only Kang Ji, although he only comprehended 16 law inscriptions, still received a 70% bonus. In addition, his powerful Dancian True Fire allowed him to overpower the otherworldly creatures. However, others were unaware of Kang Ji's situation. In their view, it was impossible for Kang Ji to comprehend a large number of law inscriptions in such a short period of time, because that was unscientific. Zhu Shunshan also did not believe that Kang Ji could comprehend more than 9 law inscriptions. But if it weren't for the sheer number of law inscriptions, could Kang Ji really overpower otherworldly creatures with just its flames? Zhu Shunshan felt that this was equally unlikely. But if not, then what is the reason? For a moment, Zhu Shunshan also felt somewhat lost. Currently, Kang Ji is undergoing assessments at the Tower of Babel, making it impossible to deduce any specific information about him. Based on his experience, he really couldn't figure out why Kang Ji was so fierce. After a long while, Zhu Shunshan shook his head. I really can't figure out what's wrong with this kid. After a pause, Zhu Shunshan continued. But this is also a good thing for us. The world is about to change, and our dragon kingdom has gained another prodigy. This is a fortunate event. The Grand Secretary nodded in agreement. The strength this young man has displayed has far exceeded our expectations. I believe we should directly give him a place for training. What do you all think? Your Excellency, wasn't it said that only those who reach the top 10 in virtual battles would receive it? Someone said somewhat reluctantly. The Grand Secretary snorted coldly. Isn't the special talent that Kang Ji has shown worthy of a training quota? Don't forget, the world he was testing in was only a nascent soul-level world where the time flow was only 5 times faster. His weakness was too obvious compared to the offspring of those powerful families. Given his current achievements, I ask you, if you put the children of your families or children of other families in his situation, could they achieve the same level of success? Faced with the Grand Secretary's questioning, everyone fell silent. They certainly understood how strong Kang Ji's attitude was. However, the number of spots is limited, and once one is used, the one less available, so naturally some people will be unwilling. Seeing this, the Grand Secretary tapped the table and said in a deep voice, "Since there are differing opinions, let's vote by raising our hands." The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment. As the Grand Secretary was the first to raise his hand, others followed suit. Soon after a minute, about 80% of the people in the room had chosen to agree. Seeing this, the remaining 20% of people also raised their hands. Given the prevailing trend, they were unwilling to continue to sing a different tune, otherwise they would not only be remembered, but also easily offend a genius. Seeing that everyone had raised their hands, the Grand Secretary finally made the final decision. Since no one objects, then this spot belongs to Kang Jai. No matter what his performance is afterward, no one shall have any further objections. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. In fact, even if Kang Jai were to stop here, they wouldn't think that Kang Jai lacked talent. In such a short time, Kang Jai has reached such a level that he can no longer be described as an ordinary genius. While everyone was discussing, Kang Jai defeated his opponent once again and faced otherworldly creatures from the 4th level of Nascent Soul. Nascent Soul, 4th level. Surely Kang Jai is no match for him? The gap between the 3rd heaven and the 4th heaven is quite large, and the difficulty of comprehending law inscriptions will increase it significantly. Kang Ji's ability to reach the 3rd level of Nascent Soul was already far beyond everyone's expectations. However, facing Nascent Soul's 4th level, everyone still felt that his chances of winning were slim. Unfortunately, Kang Jai proved everyone wrong once again. Kang Jai did not linger on this level for long, and continued to advance to the next level of challenge with unstoppable momentum. As a result, a strange phenomenon occurred during the entire assessment. Kang Jai took the lead and charged ahead. His ranking has never dropped since he entered Nascent Soul Realm. In contrast, the 3 top-seeded players have been fluctuating between 2nd and 4th place. 1 minute someone is 2nd, the next minute someone else is 2nd. But no one has managed to break into 1st place and surpass Kang Jai. Such a bizarre scene truly stunned all the viewers. At this moment, fewer and fewer people are discussing Kang Jai, and even online, the number of people discussing him is gradually decreasing. Everyone was glued to the live stream, their eyes fixed on Kang Ji's assessment. They are waiting, hoping for a miracle. For some reason, everyone's reason told them that Kang Jai could not win the championship. Perhaps in the next level of challenge, Kang Jai will perish on the spot and stagnate, but they also had a sliver of hope, or rather a delusion, in their hearts. Just what if Kang Jai won the championship again? As if they were hoping for a miracle, they quietly began to anticipate an almost impossible miracle, whether they had bet on Kang Jai or not. 5th floor. Nascent Soul. 5th floor. Keep it up! Countless people clenched their fists, secretly cheering for Kang Jai. Kang Jai did not disappoint. Facing the otherworldly creatures on the 5th floor, Kang Jai still crushed his opponent. Soon, Kang Jai defeated otherworldly creatures on the 5th floor and entered the challenge of the 6th floor of Nascent Soul Realm. This time, more people began to concentrate and watch Kang Ji's battle in silence. He didn't stop. His fighting style remains overwhelming. Everyone clenched their fists tightly as if they were fighting otherworldly creatures, even more nervous than Kang Jai. Kang Jai did not disappoint. After a fierce battle, Kang Jai broke through the barrier again and entered the 7th level of the Nascent Soul assessment. At this point, someone shouted, "Nascent Soul, 7th floor. That should be a sure thing for us in the top 100. Everyone was shocked and exclaimed, "Yes, the 7th level of the Nascent Soul assessment. There shouldn't be many people who can reach this level, right? A spot in the top 100 is practically guaranteed, and a top 50 is even possible." Everyone was shocked once again, stunned by Kang Ji's strength. It's unbelievable that someone with so little background and resources has managed to get to this point. It's simply incredible. It's more than unbelievable. Don't forget, Kang Ji's talent is only a white-level soul clone. These talents provide almost no boost to his combat power. Yet, with such talent, he has reached this point, which is simply unbelievable. At this moment, countless people's attitudes toward Kang Ji changed. If before everyone was only shocked by Kang Ji's prowess, at this moment, everyone felt a touch more admiration for Kang Ji. It is truly admirable that they have managed to reach this point, despite the decline of their family and their near-common status. Charge, charge, charge. We must charge down, someone shouted. With that shout, more people began yell, charge. Charge, charge. Charge, charge, charge. Charge, charge. Charge. Countless people began to shout spontaneously, not only in real life, but also online. In an instant, countless people across Dragon Kingdom were shouting and screaming. Such a commotion not only alarmed the Dragon Kingdom's government, but also alerted various powerful families and the central cabinet. Someone cautiously asked Dao, "Should we get involved in this?" The Grand Secretary glared at the other man. "What's it to you? The people just shouted a couple of times. Is that any of your business?" The person who had spoken immediately shrank back and dared not utter another word. "I know you're worried this will tarnish the powerful families, but so what? It's their own fault for not competing and losing to Kang Ji." The Grand Secretary smiled as he said this. Although the powerful families have been relatively cooperative over the years, due to the existence of the Demon Cave, but he knew very well that the longer the powerful families existed, the more arrogant they became. Especially among the younger generation of family members, many have become arrogant and domineering, believing that the world is protected by their families and that it is only natural for them to enjoy special privileges. This phenomenon has become increasingly common over time. Some powerful family elders even cover for those misbehaving family members. If this continues, the cohesion of the people of Dragon Kingdom will inevitably decrease. The real disaster will be when the people lose faith in Dragon Kingdom. The Grand Secretary was well aware that if this phenomenon was not curbed, Dragon Kingdom would only go downhill. If it weren't for the three old ancestors keeping order, and the Dragon Kingdom's official presence of the Tower of Babel and the Demon Suppression Tower, two national treasures of the divine artifacts, the younger generation of the powerful families would likely be even more arrogant and domineering. They enjoy more cultivate resources, but look down on ordinary cultivates, considering themselves noble and superior as bloodline. Furthermore, relying on the achievements of their elders, they felt superior and believed that ordinary people should serve them. The Grand Secretaries had long been disgusted by this phenomenon, but they want to manage it, yet they lack the power to do so. The number of top-tier powerhouses in powerful families far exceeds the number officially recognized. Even the three strongest individuals in the Dragon Kingdom are members of the three great families. The only saving grace is that the three great families have relatively strict rules, and there are relatively few misbehaving generations. Otherwise, they will only have more headaches. The rise of Kang Ji has given these powerful families a good slap in the face, which, in the eyes of the Grand Secretary, is a good thing. Kang Ji has a unique background, possessing both a background in powerful families and real-life experiences of ordinary people. Such a person is easily accepted by the common people and tolerated by the powerful families. Using Kang Ji as a breakthrough point allows the public to vent their emotions without completely jeopardizing the powerful family's reputation. Of course, powerful families was proven wrong, that much is certain. But since Kang Ji is the grandson of the Feng family, Even if some people are unhappy, they have to consider the relationship with the Feng family. As the people of Dragon Kingdom were in an uproar, the faces of all the powerful families were not looking good. But they were helpless about it, not to mention that they couldn't possibly silence all the people. Even when faced with Kang Jai, they could only swallow their anger and suffer in silence. Amidst the cheers of countless civilians shouting "Charge! Charge!" Kang Jai once again defeated otherworldly creatures and entered the 8th level of the nascent soul realm assessment. We're in! We're in! We've entered the 8th level of nascent soul realm. Countless people cheered wildly, their excitement reaching a fever pitch, as if Kang Jai were creating a miracle for them. He actually broke through the 7th level of nascent soul realm. Does he intend to break the historical record? The powerful families looked grim as they gazed at Kang Jai, who had entered the 8th level of the assessment, their expressions shifting between anger and uncertainty. For a century, the strongest virtual competitors in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination have only reached the level of breakthrough in nascent soul realm. The score was 9th level without breaking the 10th level, and thus received a perfect score. In other words, no one has ever achieved a perfect score on a second National Higher Education Entrance Examination since its inception. Even those prodigies who reached the 9th level, even a genius at the 7th level, cannot achieve the same ease and grace as Kang Jai, nor can they use it in as little time. Kang Jai's performance has far exceeded the expectations of all powerful families. At this moment, they all had some doubts. Could Kang Jai Nandao create another miracle, becoming the first person to achieve a perfect score in only the 2nd exam in the history of the National Higher Education Entrance Examination? At this moment, even the bigwigs in the Central Cabinet were starting to look forward to it. As Kang Jai once again crushed his opponent, the shouts of the people in major cities became even more frenzied. The shouts of "Charge! Charge! Charge!" grew louder and louder, shaking the air. Even the white clouds in the sky and the strange beasts outside the city kept their distance, as if they were intimidated by this aura. Inside the examination hall, Kang Jai was also feeling somewhat tired. After so many battles, he hadn't had a moment to recover, which made him feel a bit tired. But Kang Jai, unwilling to stop, because they knew that their opponents were very strong. They may not have as many law inscriptions as I have, but they are definitely better than me at using spiritual QE. All along, I've relied on the divine sense for assistance, and haven't learned any techniques or cultivation skills for controlling spiritual ki. Now that divine sense has been sealed away, he has immediately lost in controlling spiritual ki. The reason why it can consistently outperform otherworldly creatures is entirely due to the high quality of Danchin True Fire. Kang Jai, however, was unaware of the situation of the others or what their trump cards were. Kang Jai can only fight without stopping, striving to be the first to pass all the tests. Little did he know that Dao's performance had already shocked everyone. Even the 3 top tenders are still stuck at the 6th level of the nascent soul realm assessment. Although they had passed the 6th level of the test, they did not immediately proceed to the 7th level. Instead, they were all meditating and adjusting themselves to their optimal state. They were well aware that the 7th level of nascent soul realm represented a significant compared to the 6th level. At this level, none of them were absolutely certain of victory. For this reason, all 3 of them chose to adjust their breathing without hesitation. Although they could not see each other, they were in perfect sync. Only Kang Jai, like a fool, did not stop fighting even though he was already exhausted. Under his relentless attacks, Kang Jai once again killed otherworldly creatures, and Kang Jai also gained entry into nascent soul. Eligibility for 9th level assessment. Countless people cheered, were excited and discussed. It's fantastic. That's fantastic. As long as we clear the 9th level, Kang Jai will erase the historical record. This is a miracle. Countless people were excitedly discussing and venting their emotions. Even Zhen Zhen and others couldn't help but start discussing it. Just as everyone was excitedly discussing it, someone exclaimed, "How come Kang Jai has already reached the 9th level? Doesn't he need to regulate his breathing?" Everyone thought Kang Jai would stay on the 8th floor to recuperate. That's why everyone was discussing it so freely. But no one expected that Kang Jai, who was already showing signs of fatigue, would enter the next level without even taking a moment to recover. How foolish. This. In an instant, countless people beat their chests in frustration, regretting Kang Jai's irrationality. Even the bigwigs in the central cabinet looked anxious. This child, how could he be so irrational? Yes, if we take a break to adjust our breathing and get into the best state, it's not impossible to pass the 9th level. As long as I clear the 9th level, top 10 finish is guaranteed. I might even reach the top 5, but now, everyone felt sorry for Kang Jai, while the powerful families on the other side burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This kid is truly ignorant of his own limitations. He doesn't even bother to adjust his breathing before daring to challenge the next level. He's truly fearless because he's ignorant. Hey, it looks like we're going to have to hand over our top 5 spots to someone else now. Ha ha ha, isn't this great? Let this kid be arrogant and show off. Let's see how cocky he can be now. Just as everyone was discussing this, Kang Jai also met his opponent this time. Mechanical mother insect. A special creature that resembles a water bear. She possesses characteristics of both mechanical life and insectoid life. Like mechanical life forms, they can produce countless mechanical armies with just enough resources. At the same time, she also possesses the characteristics of a mother insect, devouring various living beings and resources, thereby fusion with the characteristics and even abilities of living beings, giving birth to all kinds of insectoid armies. The combination of these two elements makes the mechanical mother insect even more terrifying. Given enough resources, she can devour anything, whether it's lifeless or the corpses of various creatures. After being devoured, she can combine machinery and living beings to create a special life that is both mechanical and biological, possessing both mechanical and biological characteristics. The most useless tactic against mechanical mother insect of overwhelming numbers. Even special classes like summoners, divine card masters, puppet masters, mechanists, beast tamers, and even necromancers, who command armies of thousands, will have no advantage when facing the mechanic mother insect. Given the opportunity, she can grow stronger by devouring your personal army, thus achieving a counterattack against you. The more armies you summon, the more advantageous it is for her. Unless you can kill her in one blow, as long as you give her a chance, it will only be the opponent who fails. When Kang Jai saw that her opponent in 9th level was Mechanical Mother Insect, her heart skipped a beat. Nascent Soul Realm, the 9th level Mechanical Mother Insect, is no longer an object that Kang Jai can kill with a single blow. As long as it cannot kill the insect with a single blow, the Mechanical Mother Insect can continuously produce offspring. Even if it's just swallowing soil, the Mechanical Mother Insect can create offspring. Mechanical Mother Insect has an even more troublesome ability. It can drill holes. Yes, as a Zerg, The mechanical mother insect can also burrow, and as a cyborg life form, its burrowing ability is particularly strong. Once the opponent burrows underground, killing them will become extremely difficult. The audience outside the venue also understood this principle. And at this moment, they also difficulty of Kang Jai. What do? We absolutely cannot let it hide underground. Kang Jai hardened his heart. In this way, his only option was to ignite the Earth's ley lines to suppress the mechanical mother insect's ability to burrow underground. Only in this way can we force it to stay on the ground and fight us. However, this would be extremely taxing on him, and even if he won, the next assessment would be much more difficult. Unless I'm willing to start recuperating after this assessment, what if the other players catch up? A moment of hesitation passed through her mind, but the next second, Kang Jai made her decision. Let's get through this hurdle first. With a thought, the Danchin true fire within him surged from the soles of his feet, heading straight for the earth. Upon seeing Kang Jai's actions, the mechanical mother insect opposite her narrowed its pupils, thinking that Kang Jai was planning to ambush her from underground, and its eyes were filled with vigilance as it looked at Kang Jai. Hiss, hiss. The mechanical mother insect emitted a sound like it was sticking out its tongue. The next second, its forelimbs began to dig rapidly into the soil. In just a moment, the mechanical mother insect had burrowed into the mud. Seeing the speed of the mechanical mother insect, Kang Jai narrowed her eyes, her vigilance towards it intensifying. After the Danchin true fire entered the underground, the heavenly thunder earth fire within it immediately stirred up the underground magma. The raging flames and lava surged upwards, creating a scene of earth-shattering chaos. The mechanical mother insect, which was drilling downwards, was also taken aback by the changes underground. Just as she hesitated, magma mixed with Kang Jai's Danchin true fire surged upwards from the ground. Hiss! Sensing the threat of the flames on the magma, the mechanical mother insect did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards the ground. Above ground, Kang Jai narrowed his eyes, sensing the situation of the underground flames, while staring intently at the hole that mechanical mother insect had just created. Just as Kang Jai was staring intently at the cave entrance, his slightly narrowed eyes snapped open, and he darted away to the side in a flash. Good heavens! They even knew Dao was going to ambush them. Kang Jai unleashed a punch, heading straight for the mechanical mother insect that had emerged from the ground. Mechanical mother insect flashed, simultaneously spewing out a large number of mechanical offspring from its tail. These are all offspring created by the mechanical mother insect from the soil it has just swallowed. However, due to materials, these mechanical insects are not very powerful. Kang Jai didn't move, but with a wave of his hand, a large amount of flames rushed towards the worm. On the other side, after its first attack failed, the mechanical mother insect began to devour everything in sight on the ground. The battlefield where Kang Jai was located was a hilly area with varying heights. After its first attack failed, the mechanical mother insect immediately charged toward the hill, devouring all the soil in its path. As the soil entered its belly, countless larvae spewed out from its tail, fearlessly charging towards Kang Jai. Kang Jai calmly watched the approaching larvae and simply burned them with Danchin true fire. Kang Jai did not pursue the mechanical mother insect. He was waiting for the flames to erupt from the ground. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, the earth cracked open and endless lava mixed with flames gushed out. The entire battlefield was shrouded in lava and flames. Kang Jai walked on the lava, each step accompanied by leaping flames, as if welcoming their king. Kang Jai walked step by step toward the mechanical mother insect. At this moment, The mechanical mother insect was hiding on a hill, looking at Kang Jai with a solemn expression. It kept circling back and forth on the hill, wanting to rush down and fight Kang Jai, sensing the flames on the surface of the magma. The mechanical mother insect that these flames could cause her fatal damage. But if we stay on the hill, what difference is there between that and waiting to die? In an instant, mechanical mother insect became increasingly agitated. As her agitation grew, her pupils gradually turned blackish red, and her body became increasingly uncontrollable, wanting to rush down and fight Kang Jai to the death. As Kang Jai sensed the changes in the mechanical mother insect, a smile crept onto her face. Although this time the cost to the mechanical mother insect was enormous, it also pushed the mechanical mother insect to the brink of despair. Fortunately, I'm not a summoner or a divine card master. Otherwise, I would be even more passive against this mechanical mother insect. Although it also consumed a lot of energy, it also completely suppressed the mechanical mother insect. The changes on the battlefield left all the viewers speechless. The entire battlefield was transformed into a sea of fire. And it wasn't just any ordinary sea of fire. It should be noted that Dao, the mechanical mother insect, can easily devour ordinary fires and even lava. Not only can it devour flames and lava, the mechanical mother insect can also convert them into its own energy, producing even more powerful offspring. However, judging from the reaction of the mechanical mother insect, the layer of flames floating above the magma is clearly not an ordinary flame. Even the mechanical mother insect dared not devour this flame, nor even touch it. This shocked everyone. What drove them even crazier was that Kang Jai had turned the entire battlefield into a sea of fire. That's the most terrifying thing. Although the virtual assessment battlefield is not as terrifying or vast as the real-world testing ground, the virtual assessment battlefield expands in size as the realm of the challenge increases. For example, the examination venue for Kang Jai this time was tens of thousands of acres in size. But this vast battlefield has now been completely transformed into Kang Jai's fiery arena, leaving mechanical mother insect with nowhere to even land. Such terrifying fire manipulation ability truly shocked everyone. Not to mention, Kang Jai can also draw upon underground magma and turn it into his own weapons, something no one has ever seen before. They had never heard of any strange fire that could ignite such a large area of underground magma. Even a special kind of strange fire like earth magma red flame, which is related to underground magma, cannot trigger such a large-scale underground magma eruption in a realm like Kang Jai. But Kang Jai did it. Could this not be shocking? As Kang Jai slowly walked toward the mechanical mother insect, everyone realized at that moment that Kang Jai's power seemed to have far exceeded their imagination. It was at this moment that they truly recognized Kang Jai's prodigy, regarding him as someone who could rival the 3 top-seeded players. Even though Kang Jai's overall strength is currently inferior to the 3 seeded players, in their eyes, he is still Kang Jai. Cultivate only has a short duration. They believe that given time, Kang Jai will eventually be able to compete with the 3 top players. Kang Jai was unaware of what the people outside were thinking. Looking at the increasingly agitated mechanical mother insect, Kang Jai felt a slight pang of regret. Kang Jai regretful, because the mechanical mother insect was merely another worldly creation, simulated by the Tower of Babel. If only this were a real mechanical mother insect, uncorrupted by ghoul realm power. If I could contract a mechanical mother insect, then I would essentially possess countless mechanical insectoids. These special life forms, which are half mechanical and half biological, are simply the perfect cannon fodder. Unfortunately, the mechanical mother insect before us is merely a virtual creature simulated by the Tower of Babel, and we cannot form a contract with it. Endless flames surged, and lava eroded the hill where the mechanical mother insect was located. Finally, the mechanical mother insect's eyes turned black and red, revealing a look of madness. With a screech, the mechanical mother insect charged madly toward Kang Jai. Faced with the mechanical mother insect rushing towards him, Kang Jai finally smiled. Maintaining such a massive flame was also very difficult for Kang Jai. Even though her Danchin true fire could draw on the heat from the magma, Kang Jai still felt like she was about to collapse. Now that the mechanical mother insect has finally gone berserk, he can also rein in the flames. As the flames contracted towards him, the pressure on Kang Jai decreased instantly. As the Danchin true fire contracted, the surrounding magma ceased its violent outburst and receded into the ground. Taking a deep breath, Kang Jai's eyes narrowed as she looked at the mechanical mother insect rushing towards her. Thump! Kang Jai stepped onto the ground, and suddenly the earth cracked open. A torrent of magma, mixed with Danchin true fire, erupted and struck the mechanical mother insect, which had already lost its mind. The mechanical mother insect's forward momentum was halted, and it wobbled as it tried to continue its advance. But at that moment, a large amount of magma and flames erupted from the ground again, enveloping the mechanical mother insect and pulling it toward the underground crack. The mechanical mother insect struggled and roared, spewing out countless offspring from its tail. Unfortunately, these larvae were burned to ashes by the lava and flames as soon as they were ejected. Kang Jai leaped up and landed on top of mechanical mother insect. Thump! With another stomp, it stomped hard on the head of the mechanical mother insect. The Danchin true fire within her body surged forth, forming a siege with the underground flames, and crashed into the mechanical mother insect with a deafening roar. Two flames, one above and one below, relentlessly crushed the mechanical mother insect like a millstone. Under its relentless crushing pressure, the mechanical mother insect struggled less and less. Gradually, large amounts of black smoke began to emerge from the mechanical mother insect, and its body began to melt. Kang Jai did not let her guard down until all the bodies of the mechanical mother insect had turned to ashes, and the Tower of Babel indicated that the battle was over. Only then did Kang Jai remove all the flames. After the flames were extinguished, the entire battlefield was a scene of devastation. There wasn't a single intact spot on the entire battlefield, so Kang Jai could only find a small, remaining hill to sit on. Phew, this time the consumption was really too great. It will probably take a lot of time to fully recover. In virtual battles, the use of mental pills and one's own weapons is not allowed. Therefore, if Kang Jai wants to recover, the only way is through meditation to recover naturally. However, the time required for natural recovery is naturally much longer, and Kang Jai is worried that someone might surpass her while she is resting. Without recuperating, Kang Jai is not confident of winning the final battle. Is there any way to speed up the recovery of my cultivation level? Kang Jai stared at the ravaged land and muttered to himself. Just then, Kang Jai saw a red light flashing from the place where the battle had just taken place. The crack where the mechanical mother insect had fallen. Seeing this red light was like a bolt of lightning exploding in Kang Jai's mind. With one step, Kang Jai appeared at the edge of the crack. Looking at the enormous crack that stretched all the way to the ground, Kang Jai's eyes gleamed with excitement. While medicinal pills cannot be used for recovery, it doesn't mean we can't rely on the help of the exam hall. The examination hall not only contains heaven and earth's spiritual key, but also the power of the earth's veins deep underground. Tower of Babel perfectly replicates everything in the real world, which greatly facilitates Kang Jai. His Danshin true fire contains heavenly thunder earth fire, which allows him to use the earth's fire to connect with the ley lines and draw upon their power to help him restore his cultivation. Without hesitation, Kang Jai followed the crack and headed underground. Upon reaching the depths of the earth, Kang Jai briefly sensed the earth's ley lines and nodded in satisfaction. This place not only possesses the power of the earth's veins, but also abundant firepower, and even the heaven and earth spiritual key is not lacking. The only problem is that the heaven and earth spiritual key or he here is slightly more violent than the surface due to the underground magma and flames. But this is nothing to Kang Jai. What kind of ferocious heaven and earth spiritual key could remain after being refined by my Danshin true fire? Taking a deep breath, Kang Jai found a place to sit down slowly and began to recover his cultivation. When Kang Jai recovered, the outside world was in an uproar. Ninth level cleared. Kang Jai created a miracle. He even broke the record. Although Kang Jai has not completed the 10th level, he has completed the 9th level in the shortest time ever. Throughout history, while many people have reached the 9th level, no one has ever reached the 10th level. Among all the candidates who passed the 9th level, Kang Jai took the shortest time. In other words, if no other candidate passes the 10th level this year, Kang Jai will not only be the first in the virtual duel battle this year, but will also break the historical record. How could this not be exciting? They witnessed history. They witnessed a miracle. Everyone cheered, hugged, and went wild. The Kang family members were so excited they didn't know what to do. As long as no one clears the 10th level, they will win 4 trillion dragon currency. What an enormous fortune. It's so exciting to think about. When Kang Jai insisted on building a new city, the family members were somewhat displeased. If it weren't for little grand uncle keeping them in check, they would have long been dissatisfied with Kang Jai, the new head of the family. But now, Kang Jai has managed to earn enough money for the family to build a new city all by herself. With such ability and such aptitude, how could they not be convinced? If Kang Jai were to make any further suggestions at this point, no one would object. This is the benefit that strength and honor bring. Not only Kang family members, but now no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom dares to underestimate Kang Jai. Even the mighty 3 great families had taken Kang Jai seriously at this point, and even considered trying to win him over. Especially the Feng family. Kang Jai is the Feng family's grandson. And now that Kang Jai has shown such a prodigy attitude, how could they be willing to give him up? While the outside world was buzzing with discussion, Kang Jai spent half an hour finally adjusting himself to his best condition. Stepping into the 10th level battlefield, Kang Jai was somewhat worried, wondering if anyone had gotten ahead of him at this moment. Little did he know that Ji Tianxia, who was ranked 2nd at the time, had only just entered the 8th level of the assessment. However, he had already entered the 10th level assessment. With a sense of unease, Kang Jai looked at his opponent, but upon looking at it, Kang Jai was stunned. Because there was nothing in front of him, Kang Jai instantly became alert. He didn't believe that there were no opponents in the 10th level assessment. If he couldn't see any opponents, there was only one possibility: that his opponents were special beings. Just as Kang Jai was about to unleash the Danshin true fire to protect herself, a wave of cold power invaded her body. Before Kang Jai could react, it rushed straight towards its nascent soul. Huh? Soul attack! Kang Jai was startled, and then his expression became somewhat strange. Why attack your own nascent soul of all things? Isn't that just courting death? Kang Jai knows very well how terrifying his nascent soul is. Needless to say, both your own soul and nascent soul come with Dantian true fire. Even without Kang Ji's intervention, this Dao, when soul attacked and approached the nascent soul's lair, a ball of flame appeared, instantly burning the power into nothingness. After dealing with the Dao's chilling power, Kang Jai did not take any further action. With divine sense, I can't find the other party at all. According to Kang Ji's perception, the entire battlefield was empty, with no trace of the enemy. In this situation, to deal with the opponent, you either need to lure them out and then kill them. Alternatively, turn the entire battlefield into a sea of fire, leaving them nowhere to hide. However, at the 10th level, the battlefield area increased again, reaching as high as 100,000 acres. Such a massive battlefield. Even if Kang Jai could turn the entire land into a sea of fire, what about the sky? Kang Jai doesn't have the ability to turn the entire void realm into a sea of fire. This is not the Three Kingdoms world. You can connect with heavenly Dao and descend upon the lightning tribulation. This is the Tower of Babel, and the Tower of Babel certainly doesn't sell its face. If the void realm cannot be turned into a sea of fire, the opponent will have a place to hide. Therefore, it is obviously unrealistic to try to kill the other party using this method. Since this method is not effective against the other party, the only option is to find a way to lure them closer. Kang Jai stood quietly, as if she were being controlled by the other party. However, after waiting for a long time, the opponent still did not appear. Kang Jai stood there, even closing his eyes, focusing his attention on his surroundings, confronting the other party. After an unknown amount of time, another surge of icy power entered Kang Ji's body, heading straight for nascent soul. This time, Kang Jai sensed a slight clue. The other party was very cautious and kept a great distance from me, so I couldn't touch them at all. The chilling power entered his body, but Kang Jai did not immediately eliminate it this time. Sensing the characteristics of this chilling power, Kang Jai split off a Dao soul clone. Suppressing the urge to unleash Dantian true fire, uses this chilling power to contact the Dao. Soul clone. The chilling power merged into soul clone, and the next second, soul clone instinctively unleashed Dantian true fire, instantly burning away the chilling power. Kang Jai was not disappointed as he watched the cold, yin energy disappear. Just now he suddenly thought of a way to deal with the enemy. Since the opponent is skilled in soul attacks, they must also be related to soul. Ironically, his own talent lies in soul clone. I have always placed soul clone into the prehistoric world reincarnation. I almost forgot that soul clone has other uses. For example, soul clone can hide, explore, and sense other soul life forms, etc. Just because you can't sense the other person doesn't mean your soul clone can't sense them either. Furthermore, his soul clone possesses the Dantian Trier property, which naturally counters various evil creatures. Once you find this otherworldly creature, your soul clone will surely be able to suppress it. If one doesn't work, then two. If two don't work, then 3, 4, or even hundreds or thousands. I may not have much else, but I have a lot of clone brothers. Having made up his mind, Kang Ji immediately took control of the Dao. Soul clone departed from the underground and approached the otherworldly creatures. Although Kang Jai couldn't find the other party, he still managed to pinpoint their approximate location based on the direction of the attack from the chilling power. As Soul Clone drew closer, Kang Ji indeed found the other person. However, just as Kang Jai found the other party also sensed Kang Ji's Soul Clone. To Kang Ji's surprise, the other party fled into the distance without the slightest hesitation. not even considering fighting Soul Clone. Holy crap! Is this still otherworldly creatures? Why is it so cowardly? The Soul Clone that I just split off was only used the power of yin and cold, so it is not powerful. Even with such a weak Soul Clone, the other party still tried to escape, leaving Kang Jai speechless. Kang Jai cursed under his breath, feeling somewhat helpless. These otherworldly creatures were all incredibly shrewd before they were provoked. Fortunately, they generally do not give up on their prey. Once they have their eye on them, they will almost never give up until they kill them. Kang Jai knew that this otherworldly creatures must still be nearby. With a thought, Kang Jai split into 10 more soul clones. This time, the soul clone that Kang Jai split off from is much stronger than before. Currently, his strongest ability is to split into entities equivalent to the nascent soul realm. Cultivator soul clone of soul strength. Of course, nascent soul realm cultivator, the soul clone's soul strength, does not mean that Kang Jai's soul clone is comparable to nascent soul realm cultivator can be used with nascent soul realm cultivator battle. In fact, nascent soul realm a cultivator's soul strength is only slightly greater than that of an ordinary person, even less than that of a foundation establishment realm. Even cultivator can't beat it. Of course, once the nascent soul emerges from its cocoon and transforms into the primordial spirit, the scene will be entirely different. Even so, due to the uniqueness of Kang Jai's soul, which fused with Danshin True Fire, it is incomparable to ordinary soul, especially when facing soul-type creatures. Kang Jai's soul clone is fully capable of fighting realm. 10 soul clones set off in all directions, searching for traces of the enemy. A short while later, Kang Jai finally found the other party, but as soon as the other person saw his soul clone, he ran away without saying a word. The opponent's speed was actually much faster than his soul clone. Helpless, Kang Jai had no choice but to continue splitting soul clone. Fortunately, his soul is strong enough that even if it splits in 100 or 200 more, it won't matter. If the medicinal pill weren't unavailable in the virtual battlefield, Kang Jai could have replenished his soul power by absorbing the primordial clone, and then continued to split the soul clone. However, even if that's not possible, with soul's current capabilities, with the main body's strength, splitting into 100 or 200 soul clones wouldn't be a problem. Without hesitation, Kang Jai unleashed 100 soul clones from his body, beginning to search for and surround this otherworldly creature. With Kang Jai's intervention, the opponent finally had no way to escape. Just as Kang Jai was about to make a move, the other party suddenly pulled out something. Kang Jai's pupils shrank when he saw what the other party was holding. What is this thing? Why is my soul feeling a tremor? Kang Jai stared intently at the lotus-shaped object in the other person's hand, which looked like a magic treasure, but didn't quite resemble one, and a storm raged in her heart. Because what the other person held was the only thing that had ever made his soul stir. What puzzled Kang Jai was how a virtual, otherworldly creatures could produce something like this. 6 chapters today. Thank you all for your support. I will continue to work hard. Staring intently at the item in the other person's hand, Kang Jai didn't dare to make a move. Opposite them was a humanoid creature, with a monkey tail, sharp claws, and an indistinct face, a creature Kang Jai had never even seen in a book. The lotus-shaped object in the other person's hand gave Kang Jai a very peculiar feeling. The information passed to him by the soul clone reveals that the soul clones are extremely wary of that thing. At the same time, the soul clones are extremely craving that thing. It seems that the transparent lotus flower is very beneficial to them. However, what truly made Kang Jai hesitant to act that this was a virtual combat assessment. And how could such a bizarre exist in the hands of the virtual otherworldly creatures? Wasn't it said that both sides were using ordinary weapons provided by the Tower of Babel? Puzzled, Kang Jai simply asked Dao, "Senior Tongqin Tower, what's going on? Why does the other side have a special weapon?" Kang Ji's voice was transmitted through the live broadcast, immediately causing an uproar among the viewers. What is Kang Jai talking about? What kind of creature is his opponent? We can't see anything about him. It's not surprising that we can't see anything. Some special creatures can indeed hide their forms. And since this is a live broadcast, we can't use divine ability to investigate. We can only watch the scene through the live broadcast. Naturally, we can't see anything. But what does Kang Jai mean by that? Isn't the National Higher Education Entrance Examination supposed to be fair? How come Kang Jai doesn't allow the use of special weapons, but the other side can? Most people can't answer this question, but some people do know the situation. Kid, even if you have doubts, don't ask them on the spot. Some powerful families who understood what was going on immediately felt somewhat dissatisfied. This is a secret they keep by default, and have not let the world know. This is the opportunity that the Tower of Babel offers to the world. Naturally, the fewer people who know about Dao, the better. But now that Kang Jai has openly asked about this, their secret will surely be exposed, and their little advantage will be completely lost. As expected, when Kang Jai raised her question, Tower of Babel provided the answer directly. This is a hidden assessment mechanism. Only by breaking through to the nascent soul realm within 6 hours can one succeed. Only 10th level candidates have the opportunity to trigger this mechanism, and you are the first candidate in history to trigger it. Once this mechanism is triggered, the assessment creature you face will be replaced by an otherworldly creature that corresponds to your talent category, and this creature will come with a special item that can both counter your talent and benefit your talent. If you can defeat this creature and pass this test, the special items it carries will become your reward for completing the 10th level. Please note that this item is closely related to the candidate's talent and offers significant benefits. Please treat it with utmost care. Finally, Tower of Babel gave Kang Jai some final advice, which surprised her somewhat. Looking at the items in otherworldly creatures' hands, Kang Jai frowned and asked Dao, "What if other examinees enter here within 6 hours? Can Dao exchange them for other special items?" Tower of Babel remained unmoved. Dao, "Yes, the test creatures and special items are generated based on the candidate's talent. If other talented individuals enter here, the otherworldly creatures and special items they face will be changed to those corresponding to their talent category." Hiss. Kang Jie gasped. Tongqin's move is truly grand. At the same time, Kang Jai felt a slight sense of relief. He learned from Tower of Babel that he was the first person to enter the 10th level assessment, which put his mind at ease. But when Kang Jai looked at otherworldly creatures not far away, she felt a headache coming on. Because the other party had an extra special item, Kang Jai was somewhat wary. Just then, Tower of Babel's voice rang out again. "Attention test takers, just a reminder. The first place winner in the virtual battle will be granted unlimited shopping privileges. Since you have already activated this permission, if you win first place again, you can change the reward to something roughly equivalent. Please consider this carefully." Tower of Babel paused after speaking, as if giving Kang Jai time to digest the information. After a few breaths, Tower of Babel continued speaking. In addition, the first candidate to pass all the stages of the second test will receive an extra gift. Please keep up the good work. You are the first candidate to get close to success. I wish you a great victory." After saying this, Tower of Babel's voice immediately disappeared. However, Kang Ji's heart remained unsettled for a long time. Kang Ji never expected that 10th level would have so many hidden benefits. By defeating this otherworldly creature, you will not only obtain the mysterious lotus-shaped treasure. After winning first place again, you will receive a reward equivalent to unlimited shopping privileges. You should know how much benefit Dao received from the unlimited shopping privileges he gained in his first written exam. The amount of source coins earned from Tower of Babel alone, over 1.2 billion. This doesn't even include the various magical items he'll be buying next. In Kang Ji's view, this kind of hidden benefit is immeasurable. If I get placed in the second assessment, I will receive an equal reward. How could this not tempt him? Not to mention, if I could become the first person in history to pass the second test, what a surprise the reward would be. Pressing her hand against her rapidly beating heart, Kang Ji looked at otherworldly creatures with eyes full of longing. This is like giving yourself a huge experience boost. Just as Kang Ji was pondering how to kill this otherworldly creatures, the outside world was already in an uproar. Tower of Babel's words completely stunned everyone. No one expected that the National Higher Education Entrance Examination would hide so many benefits. If Kang Ji hadn't asked, Tower of Babel would have replied that they had no idea. That's why everyone was talking about the rewards Tower of Babel was talking about, with all sorts of speculation flying around, as if they themselves were the ones who were about to receive them. However, the expressions on the faces of the people in powerful families were not very good. Because of Kang Ji's actions, Tower of Babel's various hidden benefits were exposed, which eliminated their initial advantage. Everyone knows that Dao, the first place winner in each assessment, will receive a special reward. Even in the second assessment, the 10th level, treasures related to talent will appear. If obtained, it would be of great benefit to the test takers. Those who are unaware of Dao's secrets will surely try to get first place in an exam in the future. The competition, which was not fierce to begin with, will become even fiercer. Even the younger families would do everything they could to get a reward. This is really unfriendly to the few families who know the secret. Not to mention, if Kang Ji passes the second test this time, they will lose the biggest reward. That is the mysterious gift that Tower of Babel mentioned. This is a gift that all powerful families have been longing for. But now it's going to fall into the hands of little Kang Ji. How can they be willing to accept that? Kang Ji was unaware of these things. At this moment, he was intently staring at otherworldly creatures not far away. Through clone, Kang Ji could sense that this otherworldly creatures seemed to be quite wary of his soul clone. Both sides were wary of each other, and therefore dared not make any rash moves. But Kang Ji couldn't wait. He was worried that someone else would catch up, clear the path for him. In that case, his losses would be enormous. We can't wait any longer. Let Soul Clone test the waters first. A thought arises, a Dao Soul Clone rushes to otherworldly creatures. This time, otherworldly creatures did not dodge the oncoming Soul Clone. He tossed the lotus-shaped treasure in his hand toward Void Realm, which then pressed down on Soul Clone. With a thought, Kang Ji unleashed a punch from Soul Clone, igniting Dantian and True Fire with soul power, which crashed into the lotus-shaped treasure. However, when the flames struck the lotus-shaped treasure, they did not cause any ripples. The treasure continued to hurtle towards Soul Clone. Caught off guard, Soul Clone was caught off guard. In an instant, Kang Ji felt immense pain from Soul Clone. A burst of soul power shot out from Soul Clone's mouth, and Soul Clone immediately slumped down. Kang Ji immediately controlled Soul Clone to retreat. But then the lotus-shaped treasure persisted, crashing into Clone once more. Feeling the pain and weakness emanating from her Soul Clone, Kang Ji understood that if she were hit a few more times, her Tao would be in serious trouble. Soul Clone is doomed. With a thought, the other Soul Clone members made their move. They'd not attack the lotus-shaped treasure because Kang Ji knew that they had no way to deal with it. But they were not without means of rescue. Dozens of Soul Clones rushed directly towards otherworldly creatures. If he can't handle the lotus-shaped treasure, surely he can handle this otherworldly creature? Dozens of DOS unleashed Danchin fire, fueled by the power of soul, towards otherworldly creatures whose expressions changed. He sensed an intense sense of crisis emanating from those flames. With a wave of his hand, the lotus-shaped treasure that was heading straight for Clone instantly appeared above otherworldly creature's head. Immediately, dozens of Dao flames struck otherworldly creatures. However, to Kang Ji's dismay, the flames did not actually strike otherworldly creatures. Above its head, a lotus-shaped treasure was radiating a special energy, protecting otherworldly creatures within it. Faced with this situation, Kang Ji frowned slightly. However, that wasn't all. The lotus-shaped treasure spun around and split into dozens or even hundreds of smaller lotus-shaped treasures, which then crashed into Kang Ji and the other Soul Clones. Kang Ji's expression changed, and he immediately controlled Soul Clone to retreat, dodging the attacks of these lotus flowers. After their initial attack failed, the lotus flowers returned to the top of otherworldly creatures. Kang Ji felt a headache coming on as he watched the lotus-shaped treasure spinning around and guarding otherworldly creatures. This thing is really too weird. Not only can it directly damage your Soul Clone, it can also defend against soul attacks. What should we do? This thing seems to really suppress Soul Clone. Kang Ji, the main body, stands not far away, staring at otherworldly creatures with a troubled expression. With his mind racing, Kang Ji tried to deduce the opponent's weaknesses. Try again. Undeterred, Kang Ji decided to join forces this time. Hundreds of Dao Soul Clone launches another attack on otherworldly creatures. In response to Soul Clone's attack, otherworldly creatures erected a lotus-shaped treasure. Undeterred, Kang Ji unleashed another punch, transforming the immense spiritual ki into a fist imprint that hurtled towards otherworldly creatures. I thought otherworldly creatures would still use lotus-shaped artifacts to protect themselves. To Kang Ji's surprise, otherworldly creatures chose to dodge a punch from its own main body. Something's not right. Kang Ji narrowed his eyes and stared intently at otherworldly creatures. Otherworldly creatures has no face, so you can't see his expression or judge his inner thoughts at this moment. Kang Ji gritted her teeth and said, "Let's do it again." Kang Ji made another move, but this time, before Kang Ji, when the spiritual ki fist imprinted out, the otherworldly creatures actually chose to flee. Trying to run? Not so easy. Kang Ji vaguely grasped something, and her suspicions grew stronger. Dozens or hundreds of Dao Soul Clone gave chase, attempting to leave otherworldly creatures behind. Faced with the Soul Clone's encirclement, otherworldly creatures showed no mercy and attacked directly with lotus-shaped treasures. Kang Ji gritted her teeth, controlling Soul Clone to withstand the opponent's attacks. Although Soul Clone was sent flying backwards, it spat out soul power. But Kang Ji didn't dodge. Instead, she controlled more Soul Clones to surround and block the other party. And Kang Ji, the main body, quickly approached the opponent and threw another punch. Upon seeing this, otherworldly creatures immediately dodged away. Kang Ji's eyes lit up, and a surge of joy welled up in her heart. It turns out I'm not afraid of soul attacks, but I am afraid of spiritual attacks. Or rather, that magic treasure is better suited for defending against soul attacks, but not for defending against physical attacks. With this thought in mind, Kang Ji unleashed punch after punch. This time, Kang Ji used the spiritual power within his body to ignite the Danshin True Fire and blast it towards his opponent. Similarly, when faced with Kang Ji's attack, otherworldly creatures dodged without hesitation. Really, Kang Ji was secretly delighted, finally finding a way to control otherworldly creatures. Seeing the otherworldly creatures trying to escape, Kang Ji simply ordered all the Soul Clone members to attack. Although Soul Clone's attacks are not very effective against otherworldly creatures, however, the flames emitted by Soul Clone were able to prevent otherworldly creatures from escaping, fixing them firmly in place. Kang Ji unleashed a punch, his immense spiritual power, mixed with Danshin True Fire, hurtling towards otherworldly creatures. Otherworldly creatures tried to hide, but their bodies were attacked by hundreds of bullets. Soul Clone is in control. The smaller lotus flowers split off and attacked Soul Clone, but Soul Clone ignored them. With the combined efforts of Kang Ji and Clone, the magic treasure atop otherworldly creatures' heads teetered precariously. Kang Ji took a step and appeared directly in front of otherworldly creatures, grabbing at the top of otherworldly creatures' head. Otherworldly creatures extended their claws to grab Kang Ji, but were blocked by Kang Ji's flames. Otherworldly creatures' claws were scorched by flames, causing them to howl in pain. Watching the faceless otherworldly creature scream in agony, Kang Ji was very curious. Where exactly was its voice coming from? Regardless of where the voice came from, Kang Ji grabbed the magic treasure on the other person's head and yanked it off. This time, however, otherworldly creatures let out an even more agonizing scream. Heh, you don't deserve to have something this good. Kang Ji let out a cold snort, and flames enveloped the lotus-shaped treasure with a pop as if something had been cut. Otherworldly creatures spat out a large mouthful of soul power. Hey, sorry, this is mine now. You can go. Dozens of Dao flames surged forth, igniting otherworldly creatures. Without the protection of magic treasure, otherworldly creatures didn't even let out a scream this time, turning into a cloud of black smoke and disappearing without a trace. Phew! We finally succeeded, Jay exclaimed joyfully. But the next second, the lotus-shaped treasure that Kang Ji had been holding disappeared. Kang Ji's eyes widened as she stared at her empty right hand. I finally obtained the treasure. How could it just disappear like that? Before Kang Ji could even lash out, he had already disappeared from the 10th level exam room. With Kang Ji's disappearance, the outside world has once again been in an uproar. Although they could only see Kang Ji throwing punches and breathing fire, and couldn't see the enemy at all, they knew that Kang Ji was fighting. To their shock, Kang Ji had barely made a few moves before he vanished completely. Did win or lose? Someone asked Dao, puzzled. However, no one answered his question because they couldn't see the full battle situation, so they didn't know what was going on. There are only two possibilities for Kang Ji's disappearance. Either Kang Ji won and was taken away by the Tower of Babel. The other possibility is that if Kang Ji loses, he will naturally disappear from the battlefield. Just wait. Win or lose, the results should come out soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Ji's name appeared on the big screen. First place, Kang Ji, ID 3,129 and 10,000 points in virtual battle assessment. perfect score. Absolutely perfect score. Kang Jai really won. We won. We actually won. We've cleared the game. My God. Kang Jai has created miracle. Make the record. Great! Brother won. Great! Great! Patriarch won. We won. We've struck it rich this time. Countless people were going crazy, shouting, venting. At this moment, everyone's emotions were ignited by the miracle created by Kang Jai. They were excited, frantic, especially those who won money. They were so excited they didn't know what to do. After all, they had won 300 times their initial investment in prize money. How could they not be excited? Just then, someone asked, "What kind of reward do you think Kang Jai will receive?" Upon hearing this, everyone began to speculate about what reward Kang Jai would receive. At this moment, Kang Jai is in a special space. Tower of Babel's voice rang out, "Little one, congratulations. You not only won first place in the second exam, but you've also broken the historical record since the National Higher Education Entrance Examination began. Next, I will award you all the prizes. Do you agree?" Kang Jai had no reason to disagree and quickly nodded. Agreed. Agreed. Then, as if remembering something, he quickly added, "Wait, Senior Tongqin Tower, what happened to the magic treasure I just obtained? Where did it go? Wasn't it supposed to be mine after killing that strange creature?" Tower of Babel replied calmly, "Don't worry, the magic treasure is still yours. However, the magic treasure you just fought was merely a projection. Once the battle is over, it will naturally disappear." Kang Ji gasped in shock. It was just a projection. Just how powerful is this magic treasure? Before Kang Jai could ask, Tower of Babel explained to Dao, "This magic treasure is not something you can use right now, so I'm helping you seal it. After sealing, it will unlock different levels of your abilities based on your cultivation level. Only then will you be qualified to use it. Hiss. Hiss. It requires seal to use. Then, magic treasure." Kang Jai was a little hesitant to think about it. After all, even a top-tier magic treasure like the 7 treasure furnace, which is below immortal rank, doesn't require seal to be used. Magic treasures that require seal are at least at the immortal artifact level. In other words, the lotus-shaped magic treasure I am about to obtain is at least an immortal artifact level magic treasure. Realizing this, Kang Jai no longer urged him and nodded to Void Realm, saying, "Then thank you so much, Senior Tongqin Tower." Tower of Babel hummed in agreement before continuing with Dao. "Now, let's talk about the other rewards. First of all, the original reward for first place in the second round of assessment was unlimited shopping privileges, but you already obtained that in the first round. Therefore, you can now make a request of roughly the same value to replace the original reward." Kang Jai scratched his head. This stumped him. Unrestricted shopping privileges. How should he measure the value of this item? Kang Jai voiced her doubts. Tower of Babel simply replied to Dao, "You can state your needs, and I will make my own judgment. You can then adjust accordingly based on the value of your needs." Tower of Babel's answer truly astonished Kang Jai. Could really be done? Isn't this just making things difficult for him? However, reality is beyond human control. Tower of Babel is now in charge, and he can only cooperate. After much thought, Kang Jai suddenly thought of something. Mechanical mother insect. In the 9th battle, he was extremely envious of the mechanical mother insect. I originally intended to cultivate beast taming techniques, and the mechanical mother insect is perfectly worthy of becoming my second pet. If you have a mechanical mother insect, you won't to worry about encountering gang-up opponents in the future. After all, there are still many professions in this world that are extremely unethical. For example, a summoner can summon thousands of troops to serve them. Any creature they summon can live in their summoning space and be summoned by them at any time. Furthermore, they can temporarily summon creatures from other worlds to serve them without taking up their summoning slots. Besides summoners, there are also divine card masters, puppet masters, mechanics, necromancers, and so on, all of which are gang-up-oriented classes. Divine card masters seal the faith creature within their cards, while puppet masters create various puppets, which can be mechanical or biological. Mechanics are similar to a robot army. They are a special profession derived from artifact refining and technology. The necromancer is easier to understand. He can build his own undead army. Besides these professions, there are many other professions that can create a situation where one person can lead an entire army. Facing such an enemy, it would be very disadvantageous to fight alone. However, if one were to supplement their training with beast-taming cultivation technique, and then form a contract with mechanical mother insect, such concerns would no longer exist. Beast Tamer can contract many pets, and as long as the mental energy is strong enough, it can contract pets without limit. Of course, most beast tamers are limited by mental energy, and can only contract a dozen or so pets in their lifetime. After all, the stronger a pet's cultivation level, the more mental energy it needs. However, if you contract a Zerg-type mother Zerg, things will be different. The mother insect can continuously produce offspring, forming a large army, and it does not consume the master's mental energy. Mechanical mother insect is one of the best among them. This special life form, which is both mechanical and biological, has the advantages of both mechanical and biological life forms, making it the perfect pet. Having made up her mind, Kang Ji immediately said to Dao, "I want to contract a mechanical mother insect." Mechanical mother insect is possible. After a pause, Tower of Babel continued, "You can only contract one god transformational level mechanical mother insect at most, which is still a bit lacking compared to the original. Reward. What should we do then?" Kang Jai asked Dao. Tower of Babel replied to Dao, "There are two options. One is that you can let me modify the mechanical mother insect you want to contract, helping it evolve to a value sufficient. Another option is to directly compensate you with source coins. If you want source coin, I can give you 100 million source coin." 100 million source coins? Kang Jai thought about it for a moment, and then decisively rejected the suggestion. Although source coins are precious, they are easy for him to obtain now. Compared to source coin, Kang Jai prefers to help mechanical mother insect evolve. "I choose the first option," Kang Jai said decisively. Tower of Babel was not surprised and asked Dao again, "Then tell me your requirements." Kang Jai thought for a moment. "Could I fuse my Dantian Truefire with this mechanical mother insect so that it also has the ability to control Dantian Truefire?" Kang unleashed his Dantian Truefire to question Dao. Tower of Babel did not respond immediately this time, and it is unclear whether it was because it could not do it or because it was calculating the success rate. After a long silence, Tower of Babel finally spoke. "Your request can be fulfilled, but in doing so, I must return the mechanical mother insect to the primordial embryonic stage for fusion. Therefore, you can only contract unborn mechanical mother insect egg. Are you willing?" "Insect eggs?" Kang Jai frowned. If that was the case, this mechanical mother insect would probably be of little use to him in the upcoming practical assessment. After a moment of inner turmoil, Kang Jai'd her teeth and nodded. "I agree," Tower of Babel chuckled. "A wise choice. This way, you can make another request." Can I make another request? Kang Ji's eyes widened. Tower of Babel replied to Dao. Since all we gave you were insect eggs, you can make one request that isn't too unreasonable. Kang Ji's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected it to be like this. After thinking for a moment, Kang Ji asked, then could we give this mechanical mother insect the ability to purify realm power? Purify Ghoul realm power, that's a good idea. Since the conditions you proposed are beneficial to both this tower and Blue Star, I can help you upgrade them. Kang Ji was taken aback. It could actually upgrade on its own. Kang Ji is somewhat looking forward to it, wondering how high Tower of Babel will help him level up. Tower of Babel then said, I can inscribe the purification law into the genes of the mechanical mother insect. No matter what kind of offspring this mechanical mother insect produces in the future, these offspring will all have their own purification capabilities. However, the purification ability of both the mother insect and the offspring insects is closely related to their cultivation level. The stronger their cultivation level, the stronger their purification ability will be. Are you comfortable with that? Kang Ji nodded hastily. With such a significant upgrade, how could he possibly refuse? With such powerful mechanical mother insect, once the mother insect grows up, he dares to venture into the demon's lair. Seeing that Kang Ji agreed, Tower of Babel hummed in agreement, then said, give me one of your Danchin True Fire flowers. Without hesitation, Kang Ji immediately unleashed his Danchin True Fire. Concerned about not having enough pill fires, Kang Ji deliberately released more. Tower of Babel's voice rang out. That's enough. That's sufficient. Tower of Babel took a wisp of Danchin True Fire, and Kang Ji immediately retracted the rest into her body. Then Tower of Babel's voice rang out again. Next, let's talk about the second reward, the reward for being the first person to get a perfect score. Kang Ji stood up straight, as if listening attentively. He knew very well that this reward would not be simple. After all, this is the first time in a century that a perfect score has been achieved. The rewards offered by Tower of Babel are anything but simple. Sure enough, all I heard was the Tower of Babel Dao. This reward is divided into 3 parts. There are 3 parts to the reward. Kang Ji's heart burned with excitement. Tower of Babel ignored Kang Ji's excitement and continued. First reward, 100 million source coins. It's only 100 million source coins. Kang Ji seemed slightly disappointed. In the past, Kang Ji would have been overjoyed. After all, this was 100 million source coins. Converted to Dragon Country currency, that's 100 billion Dragon Country currency, enough to excite a small family for a long time. After all, the entire Kang family could only raise 30 million source coins previously. It's easy to imagine how enormous a fortune 100 million source coins is, but for Kang Ji now, what can he do with this little bit of money? One copy of 10,000 Beasts Spirit Control Art costs 100 million source coins. A 100-gram serving of 9 Heavens Breathing Earth costs 100 million source coins. The Space-Time Divinity Shard requires 10 billion source coins. For what Kang Ji wants to buy, 100 million source coins are really nothing. It seems that Dao Kang Ji's disappointment was met with a chuckle from Tower of Babel. Dao, little guy, not everyone is as prodigy as you. For anyone else, acquiring such a large sum of money would be enough to further enhance their power. Kang Ji didn't refute this. All that can be said is that he's been spoiled by his own actions. She's too good at making money. She doesn't even care about this little bit. Tower of Babel didn't continue to persuade him, but simply added, as for the second reward. Tower of Babel paused deliberately, and seeing Ji perk up her ears again, she chuckled and said, The second reward is that you can choose any item from a list of goods that are only available since taking the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. Huh? Kang Jai almost thought. She had misheard, unsure of Dao's answer. You mean any product? Including those products worth billions of source coins? Kang Ji's heart was pounding wildly. If that were true, he would save 10 billion source coins. Tower of Babel's cheerful voice rang out again. You're right, you can even choose items worth 10 billion source coins. This? Kang Ji's eyes widened, his joy overflowing. Suddenly, Kang Jai bowed deeply. Thank you for your generosity, senior. If it weren't for her inability to let go of her pride, Kang Jai would have loved to recede Lu's wise saying. Tower of Babel really nailed this. That's 10 billion source coins. And this is only the second reward. Everyone knows that in Dao, the rewards become more valuable as you progress. The second reward is already worth billions of source coins. So what will the third reward be? Just as Kang Jai was getting excited, the voice of Tower of Babel drifted over. Little guy, you should be glad. In the past 100 years of virtual battle assessment, you are the first person to achieve a perfect score. That's why you received so many awards, far exceeding those for top scorers in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. Kang Ji understood perfectly. After all, there are champions in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination every year. But a perfect score in a virtual battle is the first in a century. With so many rewards, it makes sense. Ignoring Kang Ji's excited yet conflicted feelings, Tower of Babel directly asked Dao, Little guy, are there any items you've selected on the list? The list, which was only open to students taking the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, reappeared before Kang Jai. Looking at the list in front of him, Kang Jai replied to Dao without hesitation. I choose the space-time divinity shard. This thing is rare and hard to come by. In Kang Ji's opinion, neither the unknown Buddha relic containing the destiny law nor the Kuyi Yun dragon pearl from the unknown world can compare to it. Of course, this is only true for Kang Ji. Perhaps for others, the other two things are more important. Upon hearing Kang Ji's choice, Tower of Babel made no comment. Instead, a void realm flashed, and a grain the size of sand appeared in front of Kang Jai. Seeing this tiny particle that sometimes reveals its vibrant colors and sometimes disappears completely, leaving no trace, Kang Ji understood that this was the space-time divinity shard. He reached out and grabbed it in his hand. With a thought, Kang Jai wanted to put it into the 10 directions sealing heaven ring. To Kang Ji's surprise, the immortal artifact, level 10 direction sealing heaven ring, couldn't contain this space-time divinity shard. At this moment, the voice of Tower of Babel rang out. The space-time divinity shard is special and cannot be contained by ordinary space magic treasure. You can either find a way to absorb it or carry it with you directly. Tower of Babel's explanation made Kang Jai frown slightly. The fact that the magic treasure couldn't be stored inside made him somewhat worried. What if someone steals something so precious that I'm carrying it around? Humans on Earth possess a wide variety of talents, and there are quite a few who have the talent of a master thief. It's really not safe to carry it around like that, but now he has no choice. He doesn't have the magic treasure to collect the space-time divinity shard. He can only put it in a small cloth bag and hang it around his neck. After all this was done, Tower of Babel's voice rang out again. Alright, next is the third reward. You can choose to use this reward yourself or sell it to those powerful families. Sold to powerful families? Kang Jai narrowed her eyes slightly, a bad feeling creeping into her heart. Tower of Babel's voice was much more serious this time as he explained to Dao. This reward was actually prepared for those powerful families. However, no one expected that you, little guy, would be the first to get a perfect score in the second assessment. If you can't keep this reward, I advise you to sell the items to those powerful families. If you agree, I can vouch for you, at least ensuring they don't mistreat you. Kang Jai frowned. From Tower of Babel's words, he understood one thing. It seemed that all the powerful families wanted this reward. Taking a deep breath, Kang Jai still asked Dao, "What is this third reward?" Tower of Babel did not answer. Instead, a flash of light appeared, and a small tower-shaped object appeared in front of Kang Jai. Looking at the small tower in front of him, with a puzzled expression, before Kang Jai could ask him questions, the voice of Tower of Babel rang out. "This is my sub-tower, Pagoda of the Firmament." Sub-tower? Pagoda of the Firmament sub-tower? Kang Jai screamed in disbelief. At that moment, he finally understood why the Tower of Babel was that kind of language. Even if the purpose of this secondary tower is not yet clear, the mere title of Pagoda of the Firmament sub-tower is enough to drive people crazy. It's no wonder that the Tower of Babel suggested selling it to powerful families. This thing is not something an ordinary person can control. But now that it has been acquired by myself, then Kang Ji's expression turned serious, but he was unwilling to give up the reward just like that. Looking up at the Void Realm, Kang Jai asked Dao, "Senior, could you please explain the function of this secondary tower?" Tower of Babel paused for a moment, then finally sighed. "It seems you're unwilling to accept this." After a pause, Tower of Babel continued, "Then I'll introduce its various functions to you. You can decide how to choose. If you want to sell it, I promise you won't lose out." Kang Jai nodded his thanks, and Tower of Babel then continued. "Judging from the name, you should be able to guess that this secondary tower split off from my main body. To fully utilize the secondary tower, you first need to solve two problems." Kang Jai answered at the opportune moment. "Which two questions?" "First, how should the secondary tower be installed? Second, how should we use the secondary tower's functions to refine enough Tongqin finger rings?" "Tongqin finger ring?" Kang Ji asked, somewhat puzzled. "Yes, Tongqin finger ring, similar to a personal bracelet on your wrist. Through the Tongqin finger ring, the cultivator can mentally connect with the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower or the main tower, thereby using the various abilities of the Tower of Babel." Kang Jai nodded. "So, this Tongqin finger ring is like a software app." Tower of Babel continued. "Of course, all of this is on the premise that you have properly placed the secondary tower. Generally speaking, in order to maximize the role of the secondary tower, each powerful family places it in the other world under their control. So far, there are only 3 super elite families and 12 first-rate families with secondary towers. My main body previously spawned 15 secondary towers, and with yours, there are now a total of 16. Hiss. Kang Ji gasped in surprise. He hadn't expected the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower to be so valuable. No wonder the Tower of Babel suggested he sell it to those powerful families. Just as Kang Jai was sighing, the voice of Tower of Babel continued. "If you place the secondary tower in another world, my power will also radiate to that other world. Even if you are in another world, you can still use all the functions of Tower of Babel. Of course, this is on the premise that you possess the Tongqin finger ring. Only those bound to the Tongqin finger ring can use the various functions of the Tower of Babel through a mental link." Kang Jai took a deep breath. It turns out that using the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower isn't so easy. You have to first forge the Tongqin finger ring. As for the alternate world to be set up in, Kang-ji immediately thought of the prehistoric world and the Three Kingdoms world. However, the prehistoric world only flashed through Kang-ji's mind for a moment before being immediately dismissed. Kang-ji doesn't want to die yet. It's no wonder that something as extraordinary as the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower, appearing in the prehistoric world, would attract the attention of heavenly Tao. It would be truly tragic if the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower hadn't even been used yet, and the powerful beings of the prehistoric world had already found Blue Star World through it. Aside from the prehistoric world, the only other place Kang-ji could think of to house the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower was the Three Kingdoms world. If the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower placed in the Three Kingdoms world, just as Kang-ji was lost in thought, Tower of Babel continued to explain Tao. Once you have installed the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower and crafted the Tongtian finger ring, you can truly use the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower. The pagoda of the firmament sub-tower has 4 main functions. First, it is a Tower of Babel. The area covered by the main body and the secondary tower can communicate with each other through the Tongtian finger ring, which is much stronger than the communication signal deployed by the dragon kingdom. Even in different worlds, as long as both worlds possess the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower, 2 people with the Tongtian finger ring can communicate through the ring. Secondly, owning a Tongtian finger ring is equivalent to having a personal account in Tower of Babel. Those who own this account can purchase various goods sold in Tower of Babel through their personal account. Or they can open their own personal shop in Tower of Babel to sell their own goods. Whether users want to buy or sell items, they can trade through the built-in space of the Tongtian finger ring without needing additional shipping. Hiss. Kang-ji gasped again. He never expected that the Tongtian finger ring's abilities would be so abnormal. Doesn't that mean that as long as you're within Tower of Babel's coverage area, you can shop or sell anytime, anywhere? Moreover, this type of trade does not require logistics and delivery. It can be done directly using the space within the Tongtian finger ring. This is practically a 6-fold increase. Even Kang-ji was tempted. However, that wasn't all. Tower of Babel continued. As for the third function, it is to open up a virtual battlefield. Unlike my main body, the secondary tower doesn't allow candidates to enter the virtual battlefield with a physical body. However, the secondary tower can create an almost identical virtual physical body for users to exercise by connecting to the Tongtian finger ring via mental energy. The reason it is said to be almost the same is because users can hide or adjust some of their own capabilities when the Tongtian finger ring scans their data, according to their own needs. The virtual physical body generated by the scan can be trained in the virtual battlefield created by the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower. Pagoda of the firmament sub-tower can generate various battle scenarios based on user needs, allowing users to hone their combat skills through these virtual scenarios. Even if you die in the virtual battlefield, it will not have any effect on the main body. Of course, using the virtual battlefield feature requires pagoda of the firmament sub-tower energy, so is recommended that you charge an appropriate fee. As for how much to charge, that's up to you. Tower of Babel's words shocked Kang-ji once again. Doesn't this mean I can also make money through pagoda of the firmament sub-tower? No wonder all the major powerful families are eyeing this thing so covetously. It's practically a golden goose. Just as Kang-ji was lost in thought, the voice of Tower of Babel rang out again. As for the fourth function, it is the 9-layered small world. Although the secondary tower is not as capable of creating infinite realms as the main body. However, The secondary tower comes with 9 smaller worlds, which the owner can arrange according to their needs. These smaller worlds can be used for planting spirit medicine, raising spirit beasts, raising believers, housing humans, and so on. If there are enough resources, the small world space can be upgraded to make it larger and the spiritual key more abundant. In short, while the secondary tower may not be as powerful as my main body in some aspects, and it cannot capture otherworldly creatures from the mystic domain world, its overall capabilities are still the envy of all powerful families. If you're unsure, I can help you contact various powerful families to sell it. I guarantee they'll give you a fair price and won't cause you any trouble afterward. Kang Ji's eyes flickered in response to Tower of Babel's persuasion. In the end, Kang Ji shook her head. Senior, I still want to try owning it. Tower of Babel fell silent for a moment. Then Dao said with a touch of emotion, now that you've made your choice, stick with it, and I hope you can make the most of it. Kang Ji nodded, then asked Dao, Senior, do I need to refine it? Of Babel's voice rang out, just drip a drop of your blood onto it, and you can refine it slowly when you have time later. Without hesitation, Kang Ji immediately squeezed out a drop of blood and dripped it onto the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower. Immediately, a mysterious connection appeared between him and the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower, and Kang Ji immediately understood the various functions and uses of the sub-tower. At the same time, Kang Ji also saw the mountain of source coins piled up in the secondary tower's small world. The first reward of 100 million source coins, which I have also placed in the secondary tower's small world, is also given to you. Tower of Babel's voice rang out at the right time. Kang Ji nodded, unsurprised. With a thought, Kang Ji tried using pagoda of the firmament sub-tower to retrieve the space-time divinity shard hanging around her neck. To Kang Ji's surprise, pagoda of the firmament sub-tower actually retrieved the space-time divinity shard. However, the moment the space-time divinity shard appeared, pagoda of the firmament sub-tower felt a strong urge to have Kang Ji absorb it. If this space-time divinity shard can be absorbed, the 9-layered microcosm will undergo earth-shattering changes. However, Kang Ji refused pagoda of the firmament sub-tower's request. The space-time divinity shard was still of great use to him, so why would he give it to the sub-tower to absorb? At this moment, the voice of Tower of Babel rang out. Even if the secondary tower can temporarily store the space-time divinity shard, it cannot be preserved for long. If you don't want it absorbed, it's best to remove it for 1 day every month. This can relieve pressure on the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower. Kang Ji nodded in agreement. He felt the pressure from the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower. That was the pressure that the space-time divinity shard brought to the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower, like the feeling of being overeaten but unable to digest. At this moment, Kang Ji flashed with light again, and 2 items appeared in front of him. This is how you killed 10th level, the complete form of the treasure obtained after otherworldly creatures. 9th grade Soul Lotus. I have sealed it for you. This seal will gradually unlock as your cultivation level increases, so you don't need to worry. A transparent lotus flower appeared before Kang Ji. Looking at this lotus flower, Kang Ji's soul, the main body of the body, began to throb. Actually, this 9th grade Soul Lotus is still not its complete form. This magic treasure has been damaged by Dao, and its original grade should have been higher than it is now. If you have the opportunity to fix it, you'll likely acquire a terrifying being no less powerful than myself. Hiss! Kang Ji's heart skipped a beat. Tower of Babel's high praise for the 9th grade's Soul Lotus immediately piqued Kang Ji's interest in the magic treasure. At this moment, Tower of Babel's voice continued. The 9th grade soul lotus needs the power of the soul to refine it. After you imprint it, you can place it deep within the soul to nurture it. Without hesitation, Kangji imprinted his soul mark onto the 9th grade soul lotus, and then nurtured it deep within his soul. After Kangji doing all this, the Tower of Babel moved the last item in front of Kangji. This is the evolved mechanical mother insect egg. You should form a contract with it first. Seeing the fiery red insect eggs with a metallic sheen, Kangji did not hesitate and immediately entered into a contract. As soon as the contract was formed, Kangji immediately sensed the small life form that was growing inside the insect egg. At this point, Tower of Babel said, "If you want to unleash the full potential and power of the mechanical mother insect, it would be best to study beast taming cultivation as a secondary course." Kangji nodded, thought for a moment, and with a wave of his hand, withdrew 100 million source course coins from the pagoda of the Ferment Subtower. "Senior, I'd like to buy the book 10,000 Beasts Spirit Control Art. Is that all right?" "Yes," Tower of Babel's voice rang out. Immediately, 100 million source course coins disappeared, and a jade slip appeared in front of Kangji. Without hesitation, Kangji immediately placed the jade slip between her eyebrows, and a surge of information flowed into the sea of a consciousness, which was quickly received by Kangji. After absorbing the information from 10,000 Beasts Spirit Control Art, Kangji frowned instead. This cultivation technique is so peculiar that even Kangji was unsure of what to do with it for a while. This cultivation technique is both difficult and easy, depending entirely on Kangji's choices. Looking at this cultivation technique, the conditions for cultivate left Kangji stumped for a moment. If this cultivation technique is used well, it is in no way inferior to the cultivation method, descended by Star Heavenly Dao cult and technique. Although this cultivation technique, the conditions for cultivate are much more difficult than those for the regular beast taming cultivation technique. But it shouldn't be a problem for you. Even the unique spirit beast and 10,000 beasts blood soul grand formation, which are unique to this cultivation technique, should not be difficult for you to solve. Although the 10,000 beasts blood soul grand formation is complex, you can forge a perfect quality enlightenment pill, so comprehending this formation is only a matter of time. As for the spirit beast, the unique element of this cultivation technique, your mechanical mother insect should be more than capable. What else could you possibly be hesitating about? Seeing Kangji's furrowed brows and troubled expression, Tower of Babel couldn't help but ask. Kangji chuckled awkwardly. As Tower of Babel said, although the conditions for creating 10,000 Beasts Spirit Control Art were difficult, it was actually nothing to him. What truly troubled him was the choice of his birthplace, Spirit Beast. Like other beast taming techniques, 10,000 Beast Spirit Control Art requires creating a spirit realm space for the contracted beast. To open up the spirit realm space, one must refine the spirit realm seed. Unlike other cultivation techniques, the spirit realm seeds crafted by 10,000 beasts Spirit Control Art require 10,000 beasts blood soul grand formation and the spirit beast of your destiny. This is the core of the spirit realm seed in 10,000 Beasts Spirit Control Art. With the 10,000 Beasts Blood Soul Grand Formation, contracted beasts can continuously evolve autonomously, which is the most terrifying aspect. 10,000 Beasts Spirit Control Art. To set up the 10,000 Beasts Blood Soul Grand Formation, you must have a spirit beast as the core of the formation. The greater the potential of the spirit beast, the greater the power that the 10,000 beasts blood soul gore formation can unleash. The more mysterious the spirit realm space becomes, the greater the benefits it will bring to other contracted beasts in the future. What's troubling Kang Jae is which pet she should choose as her spirit beasts. Devil Vine? Six-headed turtle cub Xiaokai? Or mechanical mother insect? Or perhaps we'll have the chance to capture a more powerful Yao beast from the priest world and form a contract with it later. This is what troubles Kang Jae the most. In terms of potential, Yao beast from prehistoric world definitely has greater potential, especially those ancient Yao beasts. Even if you can't catch the top-tier Yao beasts, the next level is probably stronger than things like the mechanical mother insect. Seeing that Kang Jae remained silent, Tower of Babel asked Dao, I sense the aura of 3 contracted beasts from you. Are you perhaps troubled by this? Kang Jae didn't hide anything and simply brought out Devil Vine, Xiaokai, and mechanical mother insect. Upon seeing Kang Jae's 3 contracted beasts, Tower of Babel let out a soft exclamation. This is... Six-headed turtle Xiaokai suddenly floated into the air, her 6 little eyes darting around in fear, her short limbs kicking wildly as she twisted her head to search for Kang Jae's whereabouts. Tower of Babel ignored Xiaokai's antics, and a strange force acted on him, causing another gasp of surprise to escape his lips. I never expected you to have such an opportunity. This little guy is something else, Tower of Babel exclaimed. Kang Jae was somewhat surprised, looking at Xiaokai who was still struggling, and asked in surprise, Senior, I wonder what's so special about Xiaokai? Tower of Babel chuckled. How special? Well, I can only say that its potential is comparable to, or even surpasses, that of the top divine beasts in those top-tier worlds. Kang Jae gasped, not expecting the Tower of Babel to have such a high opinion of Xiaokai. Then Tower of Babel said again, Don't hesitate, it's the best choice. You couldn't find a more suitable natal town than Spirit Beast. Even if you could find a more powerful divine beast, it couldn't possibly be more suitable as the spirit beast of your natal town than this little guy. Kang Jae was slightly surprised by Tower of Babel's review. Catching the somewhat frightened Xiaokai, Kang Jae looked the little guy over again, but couldn't see anything special about him. However, Kang Jae still vividly remembers the little guy's heaven-defying attribute. Perhaps the little guy really has some special qualities that he doesn't know about. Alright, here are the rewards. Go and rest now. Do your best in the 3rd assessment, and I hope you can create another miracle. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Jae disappeared from the space and reappeared in his previous residence. As soon as Kang Jae came out, her communication bracelet immediately rang. When the call connected, excited voices from Xiao Kang Yu and others came through. Bro, you're amazing. I knew Dao would get first place. You really are the best. Little Kang Yu's proud voice rang out. Kang Jae smiled slightly at it. At this moment, little granduncle's voice rang out. Gee, you don't Dao. The current 2nd place has only entered the 8th level of the nascent soul assessment, while you have already passed it. You have made history. Do you know that Dao? Listening to the excited words of little granduncle and others, Kang Jae remained quite calm. Although he has achieved first place in both assessments, it does not mean that he will definitely be the top scorer in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. He knew that the 3rd assessment was the most crucial one. My total score for the 2 assessments is only 20,000 points. However, in the final assessment, if there are strong candidates, the score can be multiplied many times over. The final exam is the decisive test for the top scorer in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. Ji understood this very well, so he was not arrogant. After everyone had vented their emotions, Kang Ji asked Dao, "How much prize money did you win this time?" The mention of the prize money made everyone excited again. Little granduncle suppressed his excitement, his voice trembling slightly. 4 billion source coins, equivalent to 4 trillion in country currency. We've struck it rich this time. We finally have all the money for the new city construction. And we finally have a home. And it's an entire city. All members of the Kang family, including little granduncle, were very excited, while Kang Jai was slightly taken aback when she heard the number. 4 billion source coins? Doesn't that mean my odds are 300 times? Upon hearing these odds, Kang Jai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. High odds mean that nobody is optimistic about him. However, it is precisely because of such high odds that he has made a fortune. Taking a deep breath, Kang Jai suddenly said, "Immediately allocate 3 billion source coins for construction. Of that, 300 million was used to build a large teleportation array, located right in the very center of the new city." Kang Ji's words stunned everyone, and little granduncle anxiously asked, "Are you really going to build a large teleportation array? Isn't that a waste? Furthermore, if we take out money to build the city now, what about the subsequent betting? We currently only have a total of 5.3 billion source coins. If you take out 3.3 billion source coins all at once, you will lose a lot of money. How about we wait until after the National Higher Education Entrance Examination before starting construction?" However, Kang Jai shook his head. "No, listen to me, build it now, and it must be a large teleportation array." After a pause, Kang Ji added, "Furthermore, my odds will definitely not be this high in the upcoming betting markets, so it's unlikely that I'll be able to make a lot of money from this. Even if there are still opportunities to make big money, there's no need to worry so much. My earning speed will only increase from now on, so you don't need to worry about money." Even so, the group was still somewhat unwilling to give up. After all, this method makes money too quickly, which makes them a bit obsessed. With just one bet, they earned more wealth than they could ever earn in a lifetime. How could they not be tempted? However, Kang Jai remained adamant, and the others had no choice but to agree. At this moment, Xunzhen interjected, "Ji, you're so insistent on building a large teleportation array. You must be planning to develop the Three Kingdoms world, right?" Kang Jai didn't answer directly, but looked at Xunzhen with a hint of doubt. Xunzhen chuckled and explained to Dao, "If you really want to develop Three Kingdoms world, then you'd better be careful. To develop Three Kingdom world, you must be in the top 3 of the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. However, I've heard some bad news. It seems unlikely you'll achieve that this time." Kang Jai narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "What news this?" Gun Zhen stroked his beard and said, "Someone asked me to give you a message. None of this year's top seed players are easy to beat. They may not be as good as you in cultivation realm, but they are very good at cultivation technique realm, which is a minor subject for them. Especially those 3 seeded players, each of them minored in 2 cultivation techniques. And their realm is quite high, at least reaching the god transformation level, very likely even the body int level." Hiss! Kang Ji's expression hardened. He hadn't expected Xunzhen to bring him such news, and Kang Ji's expression immediately became serious. However, this was not the end. Xunzhen's voice continued, "These are not the most crucial points. Most importantly, all 3 of them have a minor in cultivation technique, one of which is a gang fighting profession. Ji family's Ji Tiangxia cultivate is divine card master. Feng Buhui is. Cultivate is a mechanic. As for the Jiang family, Jiang Xu cultivate is for summoners. These three minored in professions that involve group combat, and they also cultivated other cultivation techniques. It can be said that they are not afraid of anyone, whether it's a group fight or a one-on-one battle. And Kun Zhen didn't continue, but Kang Jai already understood what he meant. In terms of individual combat ability, Kang Jai is confident that he is no less than anyone else. Even when facing those three seated players, Kang Jai showed no fear. But the other party had even minored in a brawler class, which made Kang Jai a little uncomfortable. The third test was to assess the candidate's ability to hunt otherworldly creatures. Each otherworldly creature has corresponding points, and the more points a candidate has, the higher their final score will be. Those professions that rely on group fights will have a huge advantage in this regard. Kang Jai is strong in one-on-one fights, but he's good in group battles. He frowned slightly. If the news was true, then he would have to develop the beast-taming cultivation technique within the next few days. Only by cultivating the beast-taming cultivation technique and nurturing the mechanical mother insect can I hope to win the third test. Thinking of this, Kang Jai lost interest in continuing the conversation. After chatting with everyone for a couple more minutes, she hung up the phone. Oh, I forgot to ask who asked Grandpa Xun to tell me about the three seated players. Kang Jai slapped his forehead, realizing he had been so focused on asking about the situation that he had forgotten to ask about this. Forget it. The third assessment is more important. We can talk about the rest later. I rubbed my temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Given that the three top-seeded players are in this situation, Kang Jai doesn't believe that the other top-seeded players haven't minored in other cultivation techniques. It's likely that most of the top 100 seeded players will have minored in group-based cultivation techniques. After all, this is a huge advantage in the third assessment. The only way to gain an absolute advantage in the third assessment is to cultivate the 10,000 Beasts Spirit Control Art. Cultivate 10,000 Beasts Spirit Control Art requires the creation Spirit Realm Seeds, and to refine the Spirit Realm Seed. Kang Jai recalled the requirements for refining Spirit Realm Seeds and immediately felt a headache coming on. In 10,000 Beasts Spirit Control Art, the requirements for crafting Spirit Realm Seeds are much more stringent than those for other beast-taming cultivation techniques. First, there's the plant extract. A regular cultivation technique only requires ordinary plant extracts. The 10,000 Beasts Spirit Control Art requires the inclusion of innate spiritual ki contains plant extracts, and it would be even better if it were combined with life spirit liquid. Kang Jai isn't worried about this, as she already has both of these things herself. Next up is the Void Gazer Stone, a stone that contains spatial power. The requirement for Void Gazer stones in 10,000 Beasts Spirit Control Art is at least high grade, which Kang Jai does not have. After thinking for a moment, Kang Jai thought of his space-time divinity shard, which could completely replace high grade. The Void Gazer Stone is even somewhat of a waste of its potential. However, Kang Jai didn't care. The biggest benefit of the space-time divinity shard for him was to comprehend the law of space-time inscription within it. Once he has fully comprehended the law of space-time inscription, its importance to him will diminish. It's also perfectly acceptable to use it to refine Spirit Realm Seeds. In addition to these two items, to craft the Spirit Realm Seed required by 10,000 Beasts Spirit Control Art, you also need Beast Taming Law inscriptions, 10,000 Beasts Blood Soul Grand, Formation, your natal spirit beast, and the plant seed that carries the spirit realm. Among them, beast taming law inscriptions are required for all beast taming cultivation techniques, and Kang Jai mastered them early on. As for the natal spirit beast, even the Tower of Babel recommends using Xiao Kai as the natal spirit beast, and Kang Jai naturally followed suit. As for the 10,000 Beasts Blood Soul Grand Formation, with millions of clones as its backing, mastering it is a piece of cake. But Kang Jai hesitated somewhat about the seed that would ultimately carry Spirit Realm, according to the 10,000 Beasts Spirit Control Art. The more advanced the seed used to carry the Spirit Realm, the greater the potential of the Spirit Realm that will be developed. Ordinary beast taming cultivation techniques don't care about us. But 10,000 Beasts Spirit Control Art solemnly explains the difference. The Spirit Realm seeds crafted using the 10,000 Beasts Spirit Control Art are not dead, unlike those crafted using other beast taming cultivation techniques. The Spirit Realm seed crafted from the 10,000 Beasts Spirit Controlled is alive. Yes, it's alive. Because it is alive, when it creates the Spirit Realm space, the Spirit Realm seed will also take root and sprout, turning into a plant. The more advanced the seeds used to carry Spirit Realm, the more extraordinary the plants that grow, and the greater the potential of Spirit Realm space in the future. Realizing this, Kang Jai naturally wanted a superior seed to refine the Spirit Realm seed. However, Kang Jai can only obtain two types of seeds: prehistoric weed seeds and sungrass seeds. Regardless of the type, although they are all extraordinary on Earth, they are ultimately of a lower grade. After much deliberation, Kang Jai decided to find another seed. At that moment, Kang Jai suddenly remembered that on the list Tower of Baal had given him, there seemed to be a very special seed. Except that this seed, summoning the list, Kang Jai quickly found the seed. World Tree Seed, originating from chaos outer space, appears to have suffered severe damage, containing a sliver of life. The germination rate is less than 1 in 10,000. 1 billion source coins. When Kang Jai first saw this seed, she was actually quite tempted. After all, it is the famous world tree. However, its survival and germination rate of less than 1 in 10,000 still deterred Kang Jai. After all, the price was as high as 1 billion source coins, and he didn't have so much money that he couldn't spend it all. When plant seeds are needed as carriers for Spirit Realm, Kang Jai immediately thought of them. However, the survival and germination rate of less than 1 in 10,000 still made Kang Jai hesitate. Never mind, if it really doesn't work, we'll just try other seeds. Kang Jai made up his mind and decided to take the gamble. After all, this is a seed of the world tree. If it succeeds, the benefits I can gain will be enormous. Thinking of this, Kang Jai immediately wanted to buy the seed, but then she realized that she didn't seem to have any money. He currently has only 9.55 million source coins left, while buying this seed would require 1 billion source coin. Touching his forehead, Kang Jai sighed helplessly. It looked like he was going to have to use alchemy again. I only have 180 grade 4 enlightenment pill materials left, which is clearly not enough. Kang Jai simply spent 9 million source coins to purchase 9,000 standard grade 4 enlightenment pills materials. It took another 34 hours to refine the grade 4 enlightenment pill, while simultaneously drawing lightning to overcome the alchemical tribulation and condense thunder essence spirit liquid. Meanwhile, they also used the prehistoric world's millions of clones to jointly comprehend the law inscriptions of the god of time and space, as well as the 10,000 Beasts Blood Soul Grand. Before me. After Kang Jai's unremitting efforts, he finally succeeded in comprehending the inscriptions 10,000 Beast Soul Grand Formation, and law of spacetime in the 34th hour. The 10,000 Beasts Blood Soul Grand Formation didn't actually take long, less than an hour. The rest of the time was spent studying the law of spacetime contained in the spacetime divinity shard and deciphering the law of spacetime inscription within it. As the law of spacetime inscription was engraved into nascent soul, a mysterious and wondrous feeling arose in Kang Ji's heart. This insight, which Kang Ji didn't have in other law inscriptions, surprised her. It truly lives up to its name as the law of spacetime. It's a law that exists at an even higher level than both the law of time and the space law. Unfortunately, that wonderful feeling was fleeting and disappeared in an instant. No matter how hard Kang Ji tried to sense it, she couldn't detect it. Faced with this, Kang Ji had no choice but to give up and refocus his attention on the medicinal pill he was refining. This time, Kang Ji refined a total of 15,390 medicinal pills, of which 15,000 were of perfect quality. The remaining 390 stones are also of top quality. Kang Ji didn't keep a single one of those grade 4 enlightenment pills. He sold them all to Tower of Babel, earning a total of 1.5995 billion source coins. With the remaining 550,000 plus source coins, Kang Ji now has a total of 1.520 billion source coins. With enough source coins, Kang Ji did not hesitate and immediately spent 0.1 billion source coins to buy world tree seeds and 100 grams of 9 heavens breathing earth. The 9 heavens breathing earth, containing the law of creation, was originally intended for Kang Ji to purchase. This time, in order to activate the world tree seed to the greatest extent, Kang Ji plans to comprehend the law of creation inscription in advance, and then use the 9 heavens breathing earth to help the world tree seed germinate and sprout. If there's anything that can increase the survival and germination rate of world tree seeds, then the 9 heavens breathing earth is certainly one of them. Looking at the materials in front of him, Kang Ji no longer hesitated. He spent a day comprehending the law of creation inscription in the breathing earth of 9 heavens, and then immediately began refining the spirit realm seed. As Kang Ji's the materials, a large amount of prehistoric weeds essence, sungrass essence, life spirit liquid, space-time divinity shard, and world tree seed undergo mysterious changes under the refinement of Dantian true fire. One Dao Dao's special handprint was applied to the world tree seed, causing a large amount of plant essence and life spirit liquid to permeate the world tree seed, making it emit a rich life wave. Subsequently, the space-time divinity shard was also gradually integrated into the world tree seed. At this moment, Kang Ji also inscribed the 10,000 Beasts Blood Soul Grand Formation into the world tree seed. With the 10,000 Beasts Blood Soul Grand Formation inscribed into the world tree seed finally changed. A special power emanated from the seed, and Kang Ji knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. At this point, Kang Ji needs to integrate the world tree seed into his own Dantian, allowing the world tree seed to take root within it, and leveraging this to create the spirit realm space. During this process, there is one crucial step. That is, when the world tree seed takes root and sprouts, opening up the spirit realm space, one needs to use the beast taming law inscriptions as a guide to integrate one's natal spirit beast into the 10,000 Beasts Sword Grand Formation. The spirit beast, which is integrated into the 10,000 Beasts Blood Soul Grand Formation, will serve as the core of the formation, suppressing the entire spirit realm space. This step is crucial. One wrong move and all your efforts will be in vain. Kong Jai dared not be careless in the slightest and kept calming Xiao Kai with all her might. Under Kang Ji's reassurance, six-headed turtle Xiao Kai gradually quieted down, her 6 pairs of dark eyes darting around. Kang Jai carefully planted the world tree seed into Danshan. In the chaos of the central Danshan, after the world tree seed entered it, it immediately emitted a peculiar fluctuation, as if trying to break free from the shackles of fate. However, not long after, Kang Ji's expression changed. He discovered that although the world tree still emitted that peculiar energy, it seemed that the energy was not enough to allow the world tree seed to truly sprout. Kang Ji's expression changed, and without any hesitation, he immediately injected 100 grams of 9 heavens earth into Danshan, using the power of 9 heavens breathing earth to help the world transform. In fact, there are certain risks involved in what Kang Jai did. After all, 10,000 beast spirit control art, not mention that spirit realm seeds can grow with the help of external forces. But now Kang Jai can't care about anything else. After the 9 heavens breathing earth entered Danshan, it immediately enveloped the world tree seed within. After the world tree seed was enveloped by the breathing earth of 9 heavens, its previously weakened special fluctuation gradually stabilized. It works. Kang Ji's eyes lit up. Under Kang Ji's tense gaze, the world tree seed finally showed signs of life. Now, with a thought, nascent soul activated beast law inscriptions. As beast law inscriptions were activated, Xiao Kai also appeared in the middle of Danshan and crashed into the world tree seed. With a deafening roar, as if the world were being created, Xiao Kai crashed directly into the world tree seed. After Xiao Kai was incorporated into the world tree seed finally changed. The world tree seed, which was originally a unified whole, suddenly cracked open. A touch of green sprouts from a world tree seed. Looking at this patch of green, Kang Jai was deeply moved, her excitement overflowing. It's done? Just as Kang Jai was getting excited, the crack in the world tree seed grew larger and larger, and a little green spread out from the crack, gradually increasing in number, appearing at both the top and bottom. One end is rooted in the breathing earth of the 9 heavens, while the other stretches upwards towards the central Danshan. Once the seed takes root in the 9 heavens breathing earth, it immediately begins to absorb the energy from the 9 heavens breathing earth. But then, Kang Ji's expression changed. The world tree actually gave him a request to absorb the power of chaos. If this requirement is not met, the world tree seed will perish again and will never have the chance to take root and sprout again. What should I do? Where am I supposed to find chaos power for it to absorb? Kang Jai never imagined that the world tree would need to absorb the power of chaos to take root and sprout. However, Kang Jai thought about it and felt relieved. The world tree is also known as the tree of chaos. It grows in chaos and draws on the power of chaos to grow. It's not surprising that it needs to absorb the power of chaos to root and sprout. Fortunately, once it gets past this hurdle, the world tree can grow by absorbing any kind of energy. The power of chaos is the necessary catalyst for it to take root and sprout. Without this power, the world tree seeds would perish once more. If it's a healthy world tree seed, it's fine. As long as it retains a sliver of life, it still has a chance to take root and sprout again. But this world tree seed is different. It has already suffered a severe blow. If it fails to germinate this time, it will be completely destroyed and will never have the chance to take root and sprout again. But where can I find the power of chaos now? Kang Jai had a sudden headache. Seeing that it could no longer absorb the power of chaos, the world tree seed began to show signs of shrinking back, which greatly alarmed Kang Jai. Oh no! Is World Tree going to die? Anxious, Kang Jai quickly pulled up the Tower of Babel list and began searching for the power of chaos. However, there is no chaos power for sale in Tower of Babel. After all, who would buy that stuff for no reason? Cultivators can't absorb this stuff. If we don't have the power of chaos, items related to chaos work? Kang Jai suddenly remembered the chaotic stone in her hand. Chaotic stone itself originated from chaos and contains the power of chaos law. It is unknown whether Tao is useful to World Tree. However, at this point, Kang Jai had no choice but to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless. If all else failed, he would have to remove Xiao Kai and declare the experiment a failure. As for the space-time divinity shard that has already been integrated into the World Tree seed, you can forget about retrieving it yourself. It was already a stroke of luck that Xiao Kai could be extracted. And that was only possible before the World Tree seed was completely dead. If it fails, I will lose at least one space-time divinity shard, which is worth 10 billion source coins. The thought of this caused Kang Jai a pang of heartache. Even before deciding to use World Tree seeds to refine Spirit Realm seeds, he was already prepared. But when faced with such a loss, Kang Jai still felt extremely heartbroken. To avoid feeling heartbroken, Kang Jai quickly threw the chaotic stone into the nine heavens breathing earth. To Kang Ji's surprise, the World Tree seed stopped shrinking when the chaotic stone appeared. Moreover, the little roots that the World Tree had just sprouted immediately took root on the chaotic stone. The seemingly indestructible chaotic stone was pierced by a hole at the base of the World Tree's tiny and tender root system. The World Tree sapling took root straight on the chaotic stone and began to draw upon the chaotic stone's chaos power. As the World Tree absorbed the power from the chaotic stone, the World Tree sapling gradually grew. More and more roots spread out and took root in the chaotic stone. The originally hard chaotic stone was quickly crushed into powder by the roots of the World Tree. At this moment, World Tree sent Kang Jai another message. World Tree hadn't absorbed enough yet. This left Kang Jai speechless. This was a chaotic stone worth 10 million source coins. It was actually sucked into powder. Although the World Tree was conveying the information it wanted, Kang Jai could still sense from the World Tree's condition that even without the chaotic stone, the World Tree was not going to die. However, Kang Jai also understood that if they could absorb more chaos power, it would definitely be beneficial to World Tree. Thinking of this, Kang Ji immediately pulled up the list that Tower of Babel had given him and directly entered Chaotic Stone. To Kang Ji's surprise, the list of candidates for Tower of Babel's face reading program no longer included information about Chaotic Stone. Among the products available to all users, there is even a Chaotic Stone. However, these Chaotic Stones are much larger than the one we bought before. If someone wants to understand the Chaos Law inscription, the previous one is enough. Perhaps that's why the Tower of Babel included that small chaotic stone on the test taker's shopping list. Among the items available to other users of Tower of Babel, the cheapest of chaotic stone costs 100 million source coins. The largest piece alone requires 300 million source coins. Of course, these chaotic stones are also much larger than the previous chaotic stones. The chaotic stone that Kang Jai had before was only the size of a fist. Even the smallest piece of chaotic stone here is about 1 meter in diameter. The largest piece of chaotic stone, over 10 meters in diameter. This chaotic stone is also the most expensive, costing a whopping 300 million source coins. It should be noted that Dao, chaotic stone, is almost impossible to refine and there are very few ways to use it. Therefore, even though it is indestructible, very few people buy it. Looking at the largest chaotic stone, Kang Jai gritted his teeth and bought it. Kang Jai was eager to see if the world tree could absorb such a large piece of chaotic stone. With a thought, 300 million source coins were spent, and now Kang Jai only has 120.05 million source coins left. Void Realm flickered, and a chaotic stone more than 10 meters long appeared in front of it. Looking at the enormous chaotic stone, Kang Jai swallowed hard. Seemingly sensing the breath of the chaotic stone, World Tree emitted an extremely eager signal. With a determined effort, Kang Jai used all his strength to collect the chaotic stone into Danshan. Kang Ji's face turned deathly pale as he tried to acquire the chaotic stone into the Danshan. If he hadn't comprehended the law of space-time inscription, he probably wouldn't have been able to acquire such a large piece of chaotic stone into the Danshan. The instant the chaotic stone entered Danshan, the world tree appeared above the chaotic stone, carrying the 9 heavens breathing earth. Immediately, the world tree seedlings extended their tiny root systems and took root directly in the chaotic stone. Moreover, as the world tree sapling took root on the chaotic stone, the 9 heavens breathing earth beneath its feet began to move. Gradually, the 9 heavens breathing earth enveloped the chaotic stone. Just as Kang Jai was wondering what was going on, a cracking sound came from the chaotic stone. Then, something incredible happened. The chaotic stone shattered into powder, and then, the sentence is incomplete and ends abruptly, likely due to an incomplete translation or a missing section. Fusion has transformed into an even larger expanse of land. At this point, World Tree also provided him with a more detailed message. It turns out that, with the help of the World Tree, the 9 heavens breathing earth absorbed this chaotic stone and evolved into the chaotic breathing earth. This result greatly surprised Kang Jai, who was momentarily at a loss for words. Having done all this, the world tree was finally able to take root safely on the chaos-breathing earth, slowly absorbing the special energy within it. At the same time, Kang Jai could sense that strands of energy within his body were continuously flowing towards Danshan. The energy that merged into Danshan, quickly absorbed by chaos-breathing earth, becoming nutrients for chaos-breathing earth, and then absorbed by World Tree. Now Kang Jai can finally properly explore the interior of the World Tree. As the World Tree took root and sprouted, the spirit realm space inside the World Tree was also successfully opened. With a thought, divine sense appeared in spirit realm space. Only then did Kang Jai truly see the spirit realm space that he had created. The entire spirit realm space was enormous, far exceeding Kang Ji's expectations. The initial space created by a normal person in a spirit realm is generally between 100 and 1,000 square meters. Even according to the description, 10,000 beasts spirit control art, the spirit realm space created by the person who cultivated 10,000 beasts spirit control art is only about 1 square kilometer. Even the largest spirit realm space recorded in the 10,000 beasts spirit control art was only 10 square kilometers. However, the initial space of spirit realm, which Kang Jai created, as large 1,000 square kilometers, almost as large as the entire Mystic Turtle Lake. Such a massive spirit realm space was something Kang Jai never expected. In addition, this space is constantly growing. As the world tree grows, the spirit realm space will also continue to grow, and at a much faster rate than the ordinary spirit realm space. The layout of the entire spirit realm space also surprised Kang Jai, as it was somewhat similar to Mystic Turtle Lake. The outer perimeter is a huge lake shaped like small lake. In the very center of the lake is an island shaped like a small kai. The island occupies 3/5 of the entire space. At this time, the island was bare, without any vegetation. But this does not mean that the island is unsuitable for growing plants. On the contrary, the soil on the island was far beyond Kang Ji's expectations, whether it was because the world tree absorbed the chaos-breathing earth, or because the spirit realm seeds absorbed too much plant essence and life spirit liquid. The land in the entire spirit realm space was exceptionally fertile. Not only is the land on the island incredibly fertile, but even the lake water contains a wealth of life force, making it perfect for irrigating plants. If Kang Ji wanted to, she could grow all sorts of plants on this island. The island is not entirely land. It is covered with a dense network of water veins, resembling the patterns on a tortoise shell. At the very center of the island stands a massive blood pool, which still resembles Xiaokai. The enormous blood pool now contains only a thin layer of blood. But within this layer of blood lies a vast life force and a large amount of primordial qi. According to the information Kang Ji received from Spirit Realm Space, this blood pool is called the 10,000 Beast Blood Pool, and is the most important thing in the entire Spirit Realm Space. The 10,000 Beast Blood Pool is a two-story blood pool derived from the 10,000 Beasts' Blood Soul Grand Formation. Deep underground lies an even larger blood pool, used to absorb the blood of various strange beasts. The blood absorbed by this blood pool will be refined by the 10,000 Beasts' Blood Soul Grand Formation, and the refined bloodline essence will appear in the upper blood pool. The blood pool above ground is used to help pets evolve. The 10,000 Beast Blood Pool not only possesses immense life force and primordial qi, but can also help pets rebel against innate. The bloodline essence from the 10,000 Beast Blood Pool can also help pets evolve into bloodlines. As long as the pet is immersed in the 10,000 Beast Blood Pool, it will automatically absorb the bloodline essence in the blood pool that is beneficial to its bloodline. With the help of the 10,000 Beasts' Blood Soul Grand Formation, it is integrated into the body, thus achieving the result of bloodline evolution. With the 10,000 Beast Blood Pool, as long as there is enough blood, Kang Ji's pets will be able to evolve continuously. Of course, the more types of blood there are, the more types of pets can evolve. At this moment, Kai couldn't help but think of the witch rats from prehistoric world. Witch rats had a large number of Yao beast corpses on him. When Hao Yi shot down the sun, witch rat's clone used the Kwafu heart to secretly collect a lot of Yao race corpses. Unfortunately, witch rats these days, clone was still fast asleep in the blood pool of the Pangu Palace. Before his bloodline transformed into the witch clan line, he wouldn't be able to get his hands on the Yao race corpses. With a sigh, Kang Ji regained his composure. He couldn't get the Yao race corpse from the prehistoric world, but he could still think about the blood of alien beasts from Earth and other worlds. Given enough blood, the 10,000 Beast Blood Pool can perform unimaginable functions. Moreover, the 10,000 Beasts Blood Soul Grand Formation was generated by Xiaokai as the core of the formation. Therefore, there will always be a bloodline power in the 10,000 Beast Blood Pool, and that is Xiaokai's bloodline. All pets with Kang Ji contracts have a chance to absorb a trace of Xiaokai's bloodline after entering the 10,000 Beast Blood Pool, thereby randomly gaining a certain attribute or ability of Xiaokai. This was something Kang Ji only learned after he opened the Spirit Realm Space. No wonder Senior Tongqian Tower had him choose Xiaokai as his natal spirit beast. As a six-headed turtle cub, Xiaokai possesses these attributes. Furthermore, Xiao Kai was born from a colored pebble and possesses a physical body ability, the power of devouring. Therefore, to be precise, Xiao Kai has a total of 7 abilities. In addition, as a 6-headed turtle, Xiao Kai can eventually evolve into a 9-headed turtle. Xiao Kai can ultimately possess a total of 10 abilities. As the natal spirit beast, any pet that is contracted with Kang Jai has a chance to acquire some of Xiao Kai's abilities. Even just one of these abilities will greatly enhance the combat power of other pets. After all, Xiao Kai's 7 abilities are quite remarkable in themselves. Thinking of this, Kang Jai couldn't help but turn his gaze to Xiao Kai in the blood pool. Upon seeing this, Kang Jai was completely stunned. I hadn't been paying much attention, but somehow, a tiny gland had appeared next to Xiao Kai's 6 heads. Connecting with Xiao Kai, Kang Jai then learned that Xiao Kai had also gained a great benefit when the spirit realm space was created, and had actually evolved into a 7-headed turtle. Now, Xiao Kai has gained another attribute in addition to his previous abilities. Chaos. Yes, it's unclear whether it's because spirit realm space was created by the world tree, or because the world tree absorbed energy from the chaotic breathing earth. In the end, Xiao Kai, who is the core of the formation, was able to evolve into the chaos attribute. Today, Xiao Kai, in addition to the ability to devour with its physical body, also possesses 7 attributes: earth, wind, water, fire, time, space, and chaos. Furthermore, because earth, wind, water, fire, and chaos can be transformed into each other, Xiao Kai also gained the ability to transform into chaos. Now, Xiao Kai, as the core of spirit realm space, can absorb the power of chaos through the world tree, and then transform the power of chaos into world power, various attributes such as earth, wind, water, and fire. Furthermore, Xiao Kai's own temporal and spatial attributes are enhanced due to the space-time divinity shard. Furthermore, he also obtained the space-time authority within the spirit realm space. So even if Kang Jai doesn't have time to keep an eye on the spirit realm space in the future, Xiao Kai can help take care of it. Moreover, because the spirit realm space was created from the space-time divinity shard, Kang Ji's spirit realm space has an additional ability compared to other spirit realm spaces: time manipulation. If Kang Jai wanted to, he and Xiao Kai could at most accelerate time in spirit realm space tenfold. If you want to increase it further, you'll have to consume additional energy. If it's within 10 times the normal range, Kang Jai doesn't need to consume extra energy because of the authority of the time-space godhood. And as spirit realm space grows, this limit will increase. Perhaps in the future, the flow of time in spirit realm space could be accelerated by 100 times or even 1,000 times. In addition to accelerating time, spirit realm space can also stop time, slow down time, and even reverse time. However, because spirit realm space has just been established and is still very weak, these abilities cannot be used for the time being. Even so, Kang Jai was extremely excited. With this ability, Kang Ji's first thought was to cultivate spirit medicine. Plant a large number of various spirit medicines in the spirit realm space. With a tenfold increase in time flow, spirit medicine, which originally took 100 years to mature, can now be developed in just 10 years. As the spirit realm space continues to grow, this time flow will continue to increase until one day, Kang Jai has a thought and the spirit medicine he wants to cultivate will mature. Moreover, because spirit realm space is his own space, he controls the space-time authority within spirit realm space. Therefore, Kang Jai can also be specially set to different time flow rates in different areas. If Kang Jai wanted to, he could easily speed up the time in the medicinal field. In this way, the spirit realm space can not only be used to raise pets, but also to grow various spirit medicines, which is a win-win situation. This is something that other spirit realm spaces do not have. The main function of a regular spirit realm space, besides providing a place for contracted beasts to rest, is to house contracted pets. In Fusion's law inscriptions, spirit realm space automatically contracts with the owner any pet cubs born there. In this case, the contract signed does not require the master to consume any additional mental energy. This is what makes Beast Tamer truly terrifying. Otherwise, with Beast Tamer's mental energy, it would be quite remarkable to be able to contract dozens or even hundreds of pets in one's lifetime. However, it's impossible to achieve the same level of terror as other gang-based professions. With the spirit realm space, Beast Tamer will have another development path: breeding pet offspring. Once your contracted beast gives birth to a cub in the spirit realm space, the cub will automatically form a contract with its owner under the effect of the beast taming law. This contract was formed with the help of the spirit realm space. So, as long as the spirit realm space can handle it, there is no need to consume the master's mental energy. This is why Beast Tamer insisted on creating the spirit realm space. Now that Kang Jai has spirit realm space, the first thing that comes to mind is mechanical mother insect. Once you have conceived a mechanical mother insect, you will have a continuous stream of offspring as pets. Of course, even if the mechanical mother insect does not produce offspring in the spirit realm space, the mechanical offspring produced will still be controlled by the mechanical mother insect. However, if the mechanical worm is contracted by itself, it will not only have double insurance, but the mechanical worm will also have the ability to evolve autonomously. Once immersed in the 10,000 beast blood pool, the mechanical worms can evolve and even become independent life forms separate from the mechanical mother insect. After all, the offspring of the mechanical mother insect are just a group of puppets controlled by the mechanical mother insect, and they don't have much intelligence. However, if they sign a contract with Kang Jai, they will gradually develop independent intelligence, and that will be the most terrifying time for mechanical mother insect. Thinking of this, Kang Jai could no longer restrain himself and threw the devil vine and mechanical mother insect into the 10,000 beast blood pool. After the devil vine and mechanical mother insect eggs entered the 10,000 beast blood pool, they immediately began absorbing the energy within it. But Kang Ji immediately frowned, because he discovered that the energy and bloodline essence in the 10,000 beast blood pool were still too thin to withstand the absorption of the devil vine mechanic mother insect. Currently, in the 10,000 beast blood pool, only Xiao Kai bloodline combines some bloodline power derived from the creation of spirit realm space. It's unlikely that this will allow devil vine and mechanical mother insect to evolve. With a determined effort, Kang Jai took out another 100 million source coins and purchased various kinds of biological blood from the Tower of Babel, which he then threw into the spirit realm space. As 100 million source coins were poured into the lower blood pool, the upper 10,000 beast blood pool immediately began to gurgle with a large amount of fresh bloodline essence. As more and more bloodline essence was infused into it, even the evolving Xiao Kai awoke and excitedly barked twice at Kang Jai. With the help of these bloodline essences, even Xiao Kai's evolution speed has accelerated considerably. As for devil vine and mechanical mother insect, they are absorbing the essence of bloodline from the 10,000 beast blood pool. With a thought, Kang Jai directly threw 50,000 source coins into spirit realm space. Immediately, Kang Jai manipulated the time authority, accelerating the flow of time in the 10,000 beast blood pool by 100-fold. With a 100x time acceleration, Xiaokai, Devil Vine, and mechanical mother insect eggs in the blood pool have all undergone significant changes. First was Xiaokai, who had already almost evolved. With the acceleration of time, it quickly completed its evolution, and its seventh head grew to the same size as the other heads. At this point, Xiaokai had completely evolved into a 7-headed turtle. After evolving, Xiaokai's cultivation level has broken through from the original foundation establishment level to the core 4 formation level, and it's even at the core formation level peak. Even so, Xiaokai can offer him very little help these days. Kang Jai plans to temporarily place it in the spirit realm space until its cultivation level improves, at which point it will be released. With Xiaokai's evolution complete, the second creature to successfully evolve was Devil Vine. I thought Devil Vine, with its body integration level, would need a long time to evolve. Unexpectedly, the Devil Vine evolved successfully in a very short time. He learned from Soul Clone, which he had injected into Devil Vine, that the reason Devil Vine evolved so quickly is because it only absorbed Xiaokai's earth attribute. Devil Vine already possesses the ability to draw upon the power of the earth, and now it has fused with Xiaokai's earth attribute. So it can only be said that the two have some overlap. Fortunately, after absorbing Xiaokai's earth attribute, Devil Vine's own abilities also evolved. In addition to its inherent abilities, Devil Vine also possesses the power to manipulate the earth, transforming rocks into stone giants to aid in battle. If Devil Vine's ability to control demons is further enhanced, and the captured demons are injected into the stone giant's body, Devil Vine's combat power will be greatly increased. Unfortunately, Devil Vine burned all the Changai, a type of spirit beast it previously possessed, leaving it with no Changi at all. After exploring Devil Vine's new abilities, the mechanical mother insect finally hatched. The newly formed mechanical mother insect, very similar to a tardigrade, except that the new mechanical mother insect has 2 more heads, making it a 3-headed mechanical mother insect. I wonder if it's because of absorbing Xiaokai because of bloodlines. In addition, this mechanical mother insect has 3 more abilities than the original mechanical mother. 2 of these abilities are fire and purification, which were developed with the help of Babel. The mechanical mother insect now controls its own Dantian true fire. However, Kang Jai sensed it briefly and found that the Dantian true fire controlled by the mechanical mother insect was slightly weaker than its own and had not been fully fused. It's like a loose, weakened version of Dantian true fire. Even so, the flames controlled by the mechanical mother insect are now far stronger than those of other humans on Earth, and the purifying ability of the mechanical mother insect, as Tower of Babel said, is indeed engraved in the genes. The mechanical mother insect can not only purify all things with its purifying light, it can also purify otherworldly creatures or monsters by swallowing them. It can absorb purified otherworldly creatures or monster corpses. However, with mechanical mother insect now core formation, at the early stage level, the maximum power is only enough to purify nascent souls. Otherworldly creatures in the early stage, and success is not guaranteed. Core formation level under nascent soul otherworldly creatures, on the other hand, have a high success rate, especially the lower the realm value, the higher the success rate. After absorbing a large amount of bloodline essence, including Xiaokai's, mechanical mother insect also gained a new ability. And this ability is actually Xiao Kai's spatial attribute. After acquiring spatial properties, the mechanical mother insect surprisingly fused with its own devouring and purifying abilities. Within the mechanical mother insect, a space was unexpectedly created, and numerous complex purification law patterns appeared on the spatial barrier. From now on, the mechanical mother insect can first swallow all living beings into this space, and then use the space's own purification law to purify all things. In addition, the mechanical mother insect can use its true fire to refine various items in the space, accelerating the absorption and reproduction process. Upon learning about the new capabilities of the mechanical mother insect, Kang Jai clenched her fist in excitement. With this ability, the mechanical mother insect will evolve at an even faster pace. I originally thought that the mechanical mother insect wouldn't be of any help to me in the third practical assessment. But now it seems that may not be the case. Kang Jie glanced at the mechanical mother insect again, but did not summon it. Instead, she let it continue to grow in the spirit realm space. After readjusting the time flow of spirit realm space back to 10 times its original size, Kang Jai was able to refocus her mind on her body. Kang Jie glanced at the time and was taken aback. She hadn't expected time to pass quickly. The third assessment was almost about to begin. The second assessment lasted 3 days in total, and then the candidates could rest for 3 days. However, my second assessment only took less than 2 hours, and now almost 6 days have passed. Kang Jai, somewhat fortunate that she had gotten everything sorted out before the practical assessment. After thinking it over, Kang Jai decided to use all of the remaining 20 million source coins to buy enlightenment pill materials, purchasing a total of 20,000 units. Previously, she had 7,470 left over, meaning that Kang Jai now has a total of 27,470 grade 4 enlightenment pill materials. As for money, he now only has a few thousand source coins left, which means he is penniless. If I could refine all these materials into a grade 4 enlightenment pill, based on my success rate, I could obtain approximately 24 billion source coins, just enough to buy the Buddha relic and the QE Yun Dragon Pearl. Kang Jai did some calculations to determine how many grade 4 enlightenment pills he could refine. If you were to refine the medicinal pill yourself, without sleep or rest, it would take approximately 46 days. The third practical assessment will last for a total of 3 months. In other words, even if I don't eat, drink, or rest, I still have to spend half of my time on alchemy. If you want to rest, you won't have time to hunt otherworldly creatures. Scratching his head, Kang Jai realized that time seemed to be running out. Forget it. Let's get to Ziyu Road at the foot of the mountain and see how things go then. With these thoughts in mind, Kang Jai began to regulate her breathing, preparing for the final assessment. An hour later, the Void Realm emitted a notification sound from the Tower of Babel. Attention all candidates, the third assessment is about to begin. All eligible candidates who wish to participate in the third practical assessment should fill in their name and candidate number at the registration section on the website. Half an hour later, I will teleport all the candidates who have successfully registered to the battlefield. The remaining candidates will return to their respective schools via the same route. Please be prepared. The third practical assessment is open to candidates the core formation level or above. Because otherworldly creatures in the assessment all had a minimum cultivation level of core formation level. Fortunately, Kang Jai didn't have to worry about that. Almost the instant Tower of Babel finished speaking, she opened the corresponding website and started filling in her information. After filling in the information, Kang Jai began to look forward to it, wondering what kind of opponents she would encounter in the practical assessment. The practical assessment is different from the previous two assessments, where you only need to face opponents arranged by Tower of Babel. In the practical assessment, candidates not only need to hunt otherworldly creatures, but also prevent other candidates from ambushing them. In actual combat assessments, Tower of Babel does not prohibit players from fighting each other. However, if one side is defeated, Tower of Babel will teleport them off the battlefield before they die. However, this would mean the end of the competition for the examinee, and the score would be fixed. This year's practical assessment, even more extreme than in previous years, as it has removed the restrictions on the action areas of otherworldly creatures. In previous years, each rank's otherworldly creatures could only stay within a designated area. However, this year, Tower of Babel removed this restriction altogether, meaning that high-rank otherworldly creatures can also appear in low-rank regions. Even high-rank otherworldly creatures, no activity in low rank in the otherworldly creatures region. But if the rank is low otherworldly creatures, to high-rank otherworldly creatures is calling for help. High-rank otherworldly creatures might also be able to go to the rescue. As a result, all candidates will face a much more dangerous situation than in previous years. Principal Sun Zen sent him a message that he couldn't tell if it was true or false. That's this year's otherworldly creatures, which seems quite extraordinary. They do not act alone, but live in the city in a cluster. It is said that in this practical assessment, Tower of Babel directly captured cities and otherworldly creations from Mystic Domain World and brought them to Small World, which was created by Tower of Babel. And it's not just one city. It seems there are many such cities. If this is true, then this year's practical assessment will be at least dozens of times more difficult than in previous years. In the Mystic Domain World, the otherworldly creatures that can live in cities possess very high levels of intelligence. These creatures are just as intelligent as humans, and may even be more so. Although they are tyrannical and bloodthirsty, they also have a legal system. Even if conflicts occur within the same city, they must be resolved within designated areas, and indiscriminate killing is not permitted. Of course, due to the special nature of otherworldly creatures, they will self-destruct and die if they do not kill for a long time. Therefore, otherworldly creatures, who possess high intelligence, generally only engage in city battles. Once both sides, otherworldly creatures, reach their limit and a bloodbath becomes necessary, they will resolve the issue through siege warfare. If Tower of Babel really does capture a large number of otherworldly creatures from Mystic Domain World, this practical assessment will become extremely dangerous and difficult. Even someone like Kang Jai faces the risk of failing in such an assessment. Just as Kang Jai was recalling the information Xun Zhen had given him, the voice of Tower of Babel rang out again. Attention! All candidates, you will be randomly torted to various locations within the examination room. Once inside, please be vigilant and alert, and do not let your guard down. In addition, I have prepared many surprises for you all in the world of the exam. If you can obtain the surprises within, it will be as if you have received a great fortune. Even your individual abilities will be greatly enhanced. Moreover, the opportunities gained in the examination room will not be subject to the original examination regulations. In other words, if you can obtain these blessings, the power you can unleash may even exceed that of a single realm. Whether you can obtain these blessings depends on your own opportunities. Here, I wish you all good luck. Tower of Babel's words stunned everyone. Surprise? Opportunity? Fortune? What exactly was Tower of Babel talking about? They seemed to understand. Yet they all seemed to understand nothing at all. This has never happened before in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. Even Zun Zhen had not revealed this information to him. In other words, Zun Zhen was also unaware of these circumstances. In fact, not only was Zun Zhen unaware, but all powerful families were completely baffled. Tower of Babel's outrageous actions truly shocked them. Even they were completely unaware of this, let alone the other viewers. Just as the audience was stunned, and the candidates like Kang Jai were equally stunned, a wave of dizziness washed over them. Immediately, all the candidates disappeared into the resting area. Kang Jai felt a mysterious spatial force acting on him, and then he entered a dimensional space. The next second, he appeared in another space. Reflecting on the feeling just now, Kang Jai realized that this was a sensory ability he had only acquired after comprehending the law of space-time inscription. Before this, I couldn't sense any spatial power at all. Taking a deep breath to suppress her joy, Kang Jai looked around cautiously. However, upon closer inspection, Kang Jai realized that he was in a vast expanse of Gobi Desert rocks. At first glance, the surroundings are barren, with nothing but rocks and sand and no plants whatsoever. Kang yawned slightly. This place was somewhat unexpected. Kang Jai leaped into the air and looked down again, his brows furrowing immediately. At first glance, all around was Gobi Desert terrain. Where would otherworldly creatures come from in such a place? Without otherworldly creatures, how can I hunt them to earn points? Upon landing back on the ground, divine sense emanated, and it began to examine its surroundings once more. No, still nothing. What's going on? Where did Tower of Babel put me? Looking around, Kang Jai stubbornly continued to infiltrate divine sense underground. Unfortunately, there is still no trace of otherworldly creatures underground. Kang Jai was a little dumbfounded and frowned. In this situation, he could only try to find a direction to explore. As for when otherworldly creatures will be discovered, that remains to be seen. While Kang Jai was searching for traces of otherworldly creatures, the outside world was filled with exclamations of surprise. Look, young Master Ji is so handsome. He just threw out a card, and tens of thousands of troops appeared. Is this the power of the divine card master? In a certain spot in the examination hall, the moment Ji Qiangxia appeared, 2 cards immediately appeared in her hand. A card was thrown out, and immediately an army of tens of thousands of 2-winged angels appeared. And when another card was discarded, a 6-winged angel appeared. Wait a minute. This 6-winged angel seems to be at the body integration level, someone exclaimed. It's more than just body integration level. Look at the color of the halo above his head. That's clearly body integration level. Peak 6-winged angel. My God. Young Master Ji's first move was a body integration level. Peak 6-winged angels and tens of thousands of 2-winged angels. How can anyone compare? Everyone gasped in surprise at Ji Qiangxia's entrance. Hey, who says no one can compare to him? Our young Master Feng the Sixth is just as good. As this person was speaking, Feng Bui appeared on the screen after the exam room. He glanced around briefly and then waved his hand. To everyone's astonishment, an uncountable army of mechanical puppets appeared in the examination hall. This is a technician. Yes, with the mechanical puppet army on the scene, who compete with them? No. Young Master Ji's divine card master skill is also quite strong. Perhaps young Master Ji has other cards in his possession. Don't forget, the Ji family is in no way inferior to the Feng family. As everyone was discussing the two, someone asked in confusion, "Why hasn't Miss Jiang made any move?" Everyone looked towards Jiang Xu's live stream, only to see that Jiang Xu was in a jungle. After Jiang Xu appeared, he did not make any move, but simply looked around with interest. Just as everyone was wondering why Jiang Xu hadn't taken any action, Jiang Xu seemed to have finally finished looking around at the scenery and began chanting a spell. As the mantra was chanted, a Dao the Void Realm appears. Immediately afterwards, a gigantic skeletal dragon, hundreds of meters in size, appeared in the forest. This is a two-headed giant skull dragon with both ice and fire elements, someone exclaimed. Hiss. Judging from the color of that dragon bone, this is probably another body integration level. Peak summoned beast. I never expected that Miss Jiangda, who looks so gentle and quiet, would actually summon a giant skeletal dragon. Won't they summon a bunch of skeleton soldiers to fight again during the battle? Later? Someone asked Dao, unsure. Hehe, you know what? With the two-headed giant skull dragon around, even ordinary skeleton minions are suppressed. If Miss Jiang were to summon a skeleton, the mental energy required would be significantly less than summoning other creatures. I certainly wouldn't let this advantage pass me by. Hiss, everyone gasped. Imagine Jiang Xu, so delicate and charming, sitting gracefully atop a giant skeletal dragon, with countless undead armies charging towards the enemy below. Everyone shuddered. They felt the scene was too beautiful to bear looking at. Just then, someone aimed, "Look. What's going on with Kang Jie? There's nothing there. He's been dumped in the Gobi Desert." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Kang Ji fly into the sky, surveying his surroundings. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. While the outside world was buzzing with discussion, Kang Ji was single-mindedly focused on finding traces of otherworldly creatures. Finally, after his relentless flight, he discovered a clue. Huh? These are traces left by biological activity. Landing back on the ground, Kang Ji examined a hole in the ground, which looked like it had been made by some kind of creature. Divine sense emanated from it, ready to investigate the situation inside the cave. Just then, a palm-sized creature suddenly sprang out of the cave and attacked Kang Ji. Snort! Kang Ji let out a cold snort, instantly freezing the creature in midair. Hey, I've finally found you guys. Kang Ji was overjoyed when he saw the creature in midair. This is an otherworldly creature that resembles a bullet ant. It is less than 20 centimeters long, has a metallic sheen all over its body, and its cultivation level is only core formation level. Metal-eating ants. Metal-eating ants, contaminated by ghoul realm power. Kang Ji was overjoyed. He had finally found the whereabouts of otherworldly creatures. What delighted him even more is that metal-eating ants are generally not found in isolation. This is a peculiar creature that feeds on metal ores. Metal-eating ants that are not contaminated by ghoul realm power possess the ability to devour and refine metal ore. On Earth, these creatures are prized possessions kept by major metal companies. They can extract metallic elements from metals by consuming ore, forming high-quality metals or alloys. During this process, they also absorb some metal energy from the metal ore, strengthening themselves and continuously evolving. That's why on Earth, these metal-eating ants are treated like treasures. Metal-eating ants are generally social creatures, and their leader is their queen. Kang Ji's eyes lit up as she looked at the metal-eating ants in front of her. Although this is a eating ant corrupted by ghoul realm power, it does not change their racial habits. Seeing one metal-eating ant often means that there are more metal-eating ants around, or even a metal-eating ant queen. Thinking of this, Kang Jai could no longer restrain himself, and divine sense quickly spread out, heading underground. Metal-eating ants have a penchant for devouring metal, and they typically stay underground. Although the earth posed a significant obstacle to divine sense, it did not prevent Kang Jai from searching bit by bit. Found it. Soon, Kang Jai found another metal-eating ant. To his surprise, there didn't seem to be any metal or underground where the metal-eating ants were located. Ignoring everything else, Kang Jai decided to capture him first. With a thought, this metal-eating ant appeared in front of Kang Jai, just like the previous one. Looking at the two metal-eating ants, both were just core formation. There was nothing unusual about his strength in the early stage. With a thought, divine sense crushed the two metal-eating ants. Feeling the ghoul realm power emanating from the metal-eating ants after their deaths, Kang Jai frowned slightly. With a thought, the mechanical mother insect from the spirit realm space appeared beside him. Xiao Hong, test your abilities. Because mechanical mother insect, it fused with Kang Ji's Dantian True Fire, giving it a fiery red body. Hence Kang Jai named it Xiao Hong. Upon receiving the order, Xiao Hong did not hesitate. One of the heads opened its mouth and sucked in the two metal-eating ants' corpses instantly. Huh? Spatial power. It seems that after Xiao Hong fused with Xiao Kai's spatial abilities, his own devouring ability has also evolved. He can now devour these corpses without having to eat them bite by bite. Seeing Xiao Hong's performance, Kang Jai's eyes lit up. The stronger Xiao Hong's ability to devour corpses, the more corpses Xiao Hong could devour in the same amount of time. Master, the purification is complete. Xiao Hong's voice rang in Kang Jai's mind. So fast? Kang Jai exclaimed in surprise. Although I know Dao Xiao Hong's genes were inscribed with the ability to purify, but she never expected it to be so powerful. Even a regular cultivator, using the soul transformation technique, wouldn't be able to purify the corpses of two otherworldly creatures of the same level in such a short time. Judging from Xiao Hong's performance, Xiao Hong's purification ability far exceeds that other cultivators' soul transformation. Master, this is all thanks to your Dantian True Fire. After I fused with your True Fire, my ability and speed to purify these corpses have also increased significantly. Compared to my own kind, I can first use Dantian True Fire to burn these corpses, destroying their structure and performing initial purification. Then use the power of purification to purify the ghoul realm power on them. This will be much more efficient. A corpse purified in this way can increase my absorption speed when I devour it. It's a win-win situation. Kang Jai was delighted after hearing Xiao Hong's explanation. The stronger Xiao Hong's abilities, the more advantageous it will be for her. At this moment, Kang Jai suddenly thought of Dao. Xiao Hong, could you just swallow a living creature and then kill it inside your body? Xiao Hong nodded. Master, it's possible, but the stronger the creature, the stronger its resistance. If it's realm, it's fine, but it basically can't escape my devouring power. As long as the true fire within me can kill them in time, I can devour these creatures of the same rank without limit. However, I can't do that with creatures taller than me. If they are only one large realm taller, I can barely swallow them. But to kill the opponent, we'll have to see if they can withstand my true fire. As for creatures 2 realms higher than me, I can't even devour them. Kang Jai nodded knowingly, not disappointed at all, but rather very happy. The ability to devour creatures of the same rank, without limit, is already terrifying. If their strength increases, it's unimaginable what will happen. Not to mention, Xiao Hong can continuously reproduce, and its offspring can even fusion with certain characteristics of the creatures it devours. Once they form an army, they will be incredibly terrifying. Thinking of this, Kang Jai hurriedly asked Dao, "You just devoured 2 metal-eating ants. Will you be able to produce similar offspring now?" Xiao Hong nodded. "Master, would you like to take a look now?" Kang Ji asked Dao, "How many offspring can you produce now?" Xiao Hong said apologetically, "Master, if I don't consume extra energy, I can only produce 1 foundation establishment level offspring at most. If I have enough matter and energy to devour, I can produce these offspring endlessly. Can it only produce foundation establishment level offspring?" Kang Jai frowned. "Yes, master. The cultivation level of the worm cannot exceed mine. At most, it can only be 1 lower than mine. Since I am currently only at the core formation level early stage, so I can only produce foundation establishment at most. Peak's offspring. Furthermore, if it's a foundation establishment, if it's a peak worm, I'll need to absorb additional energy." Kang Jai stroked her chin, having a rough idea of what was going on. Kang Jai didn't rush to have Xiao Hong produce offspring. He planned to level Xiao Hong up first. In the assessment grounds, even the lowest level otherworldly creatures are at the core formation level. Producing a group of foundation establishment level offspring is of no benefit to oneself. "Come on, let me take you to level up first." Without further ado, Kang Jai spent a full half-day catching over 100 metal-eating ants. Looking at the hundreds of corpses of metal-eating ants in his hand, Kang Jai frowned. "Strange, why are these metal-eating ants so scattered? Shouldn't they be clustered together? And what's going on is that no ore was found underground where they were discovered?" The unusual behavior of the metal-eating ants gave Kang Jai a bad feeling. There are only 2 possibilities for this to happen. Either these metal-eating ants do not have a queen, but this is highly unlikely, while another possibility is in another scenario. The number of these metal-eating ants is so large that their range of activity is extremely wide. In this situation, their queen ant is often very powerful, so powerful that Kang Jai may not be a match for her. Forget about that for now. Let's see what kind of metal-eating ants offspring Xiao Hong will produce after its evolution. Xiao Hong swallowed all of the metal-eating ants' corpses and put them into the spirit realm space. He also took a portion of his mind into the spirit realm space. As Xiao Hong immersed itself in the 10,000 beast blood pool, its cultivation level fluctuated continuously as it began to absorb energy from the spirit realm space. With a ripple, Xiao Hong successfully broke through to the core formation level. Middle stage. Even after the breakthrough, Xiao Hong did not stop absorbing energy from the spirit realm. As spiritual qi entered his body, palm-sized larvae were ejected from Xiao Hong's tail. The moment the larvae appeared, the Dao contract beam descended from the sky, enveloping the insect offspring. Kang Ji instantly formed a strange connection with these larvae. However, this connection is separated by a spirit realm space and does not require Kang Ji's own energy. What a wonderful feeling. Not only does it not consume my mental energy, but even the death of the offspring worms does not affect my mental energy. Generally, the death of a pet will have a certain impact on the owner's mental energy, regardless of the contract signed between the owner and the pet, even if it is only a master-servant contract. In a life or death battle, even the slightest mental disorientation can be fatal. However, with the spirit realm space, Beast Tamer no longer had this concern. No matter how many pets that have signed contracts with spirit realm space die, it won't have a significant impact on Beast Tamer. Of course, to form a contract with spirit realm space, Beast Tamer's own pet must give birth in spirit realm space. Only in this way can spirit realm space establish a contract with the pet cubs the moment they give birth. In addition, Beast Tamer can only form a contract with a beast using its own mental energy. This is why many beast tamers like to breed beasts that reproduce quickly and prolifically. As her thoughts raced, Kang Jai also carefully examined the group of metal-eating ants larvae. Kang Jai counted, and Xiao Hong produced a total of 50 metal-eating ants offspring this time. 100 metal-eating ant corpses, along with some spirit realm energy absorbed along the way, produced a total of 50 metal-eating ant offspring. Overall, the birth rate is quite good. Nodding in satisfaction, Kang Jai then began to sense the abilities of the larvae. To Kang Ji's surprise, while these larvae's abilities weren't particularly good, they weren't bad either. These metal-eating ants' offspring not only perfectly inherited the original genes of metal-eating ants, but also possessed the ability to devour metal or refine metal and evolve themselves. In addition to the original capabilities, metal-eating ants also have the ability to control fire. However, this ability to control fire is far inferior to Xiao Hong's own. He only inherited Xiao Hong the ability to control underground fire in true fire. Even so, it also makes up for the fact that metal-eating ants are originally afraid of fire. Today's metal-eating are not only unafraid of fire, but they also use their own flames to accelerate the refining of metals. In addition, metal-eating ants, which possess the ability to control fire, can also penetrate deep to underground magma and extract metals from it. This is something that ordinary metal-eating ants cannot do, and even most organisms cannot do. Kang Jai has made a fortune from this alone. With a sigh in his heart, Kang Jai summoned Xiao Hong and the metal-eating ants again. As Kang Jai continues his exploration, more mystic realm devouring ants have also discovered their whereabouts. Master, a large number of metal-eating ants are heading this way. Xiao Hong's voice rang out. Good timing. Kang Jai was overjoyed and was about to deal with these metal-eating ants when Xiao Hong said to Dao, Master, you don't need to do anything. These are all core formation level. Metal-eating ants? My children and I can handle them. Upon hearing this, Kang Jai paused, then nodded. All right, let me see how you perform. As soon as the word spoken, the figure of a metal-eating ant appeared at the cave entrance not far away. Behind the metal-eating ants were a group of mystic realm metal-devouring ants. These mystic metal-devouring ants were frantically chasing after the metal-eating ants' offspring, as if they harbored a deep-seated grudge. This is the natural hostility of otherworldly creatures towards normal organisms. They seem to gain enormous benefits from killing normal creatures as well. Xiao Hong remained calm and directed the metal-eating ants' larvae to lure the group of approximately 300 mystic realm metal-devouring ants towards it. Faced with the overwhelming mystic realm metal-devouring ants, Xiao Hong opened his mouth wide. A powerful suction force emanated from Xiao Hong's mouth, and the mystic realm metal-devouring ants were swallowed whole without any chance to resist. Wow, Xiao Hong, you're quite capable. You managed to swallow over 200 metal-eating ants in one gulp. Xiao Hong smiled sheepishly. Without wasting any words, Kang Jai waved his hand and took Xiao Hong into the spirit realm space, letting it digest, absorb, and reproduce on its own. After putting away Xiao Hong, Kang Jai stared at the metal-eating ants' cave not far away, lost in thought. Those metal-eating ants were all core formation. Metal-eating ants at early stage. This seems somewhat unusual, as hundreds of metal-eating ants are all core formation. If we consider the early stage, what will the total number of metal-eating ants be? Just as Kang Jai was deep in thought, a rustling sound suddenly came from underground. A metal-eating ant's larvae have sent a brief message. An enemy is approaching. Kang Ji's expression hardened, and she immediately went into a state of alert. At this time, Xiao Hong was still evolving, and Kang Ji could only control 50 metal-eating ants' offspring to fight against these mystic realm metal-devouring ants. Under the divine sense scan, a large number of mystic realm metal-devouring ants converging on him from all directions. In a very short time, 2,000 to 3,000 people were gathered, and this number is still increasing. It's like stirring up an anthill. Of all these metal-eating ants, the strongest is actually only the nascent soul. Early stage, when Kang Ji discovered this situation, she immediately had the idea of backing down. It's important to note, given Dao's massive user base, the leader of this group of metal-eating ants is merely nascent soul. Early stage. This shows that the total number of metal-eating ants is enormous, and that the queen ant is exceptionally powerful. Once the metal-eating ant queen surpasses body integration with the middle stage, and this group of worker ants, Kang Ji really had no chance of escaping unscathed. Just as Kang Ji was preparing to retreat and investigate the situation further, Xiao Hong had already finished producing her offspring and conveyed to him a sense of longing. Xiao Hong seems very interested in these mystic realm metal-devouring ants. These mystic realm metal-devouring ants have accelerated its evolution. Moreover, it also gained the abilities of these metal-eating ants when it devoured them. The ability to refine metal-based energy to strengthen himself is especially useful for Xiao Hong. When it absorbed the corpses of these metal-eating ants, it retained a portion of the metal-eating energy within the metal-eating ants. Xiao Hong's defense is now higher than his own realm. This is also why Xiao Hong craves these metal-eating ants faced with Xiao Hong's desire. Kang Ji ultimately decided to risk taking the risk of eliminating these metal-eating ants before leaving. Without hesitation, Kang Ji released Xiao Hong and 100 new metal-eating ants' offspring. Looking at the approaching army of metal-eating ants, Kang Ji's expression was solemn. He needed to kill all the mystic realm metal-devouring ants in a short time, and then leave quickly. Kang Ji couldn't be sure if the metal-eating ant queen, whose whereabouts were unknown, would suddenly make a move. A swift and decisive victory. After sending this message to Xiao Hong, Kang Ji's divine sense was quickly unleashed, rushing towards the metal-eating ants in all directions. Kang Ji's divine sense has now reached the god transformation level, so facing this group of mystic realm metal-devouring ants, whose highest level is only nascent soul, is naturally no problem. With the help of Xiao Hong, a large number of metal-eating ants died, and were then swallowed and stored by Xiao Hong. Just as Kang Ji was slaughtering these mystic realm metal-devouring ants, a mysterious wave swept across the entire battlefield. Kang Ji hadn't reacted yet, but Xiao Hong's expression changed drastically. Master, it's the queen ant. It sent a signal to all the metal-eating ants, and the metal-eating ant army is coming soon. Kang Ji's expression changed, and he was about to leave with Xiao Hong and the metal-eating ants. But just then, a black light, as swift as lightning, shot towards him. Kang Ji, disregarding the need to leave, controlled the steel needle and stabbed it towards the black light. With a clang, the steel needle controlled by divine sense collided with the black light and turned it into metal fragments. Kang Ji's heart tightened. The material of these steel needles was capable of dealing with body integration level monsters. However, under that dark light just now, it actually turned into fragments, which is simply unbelievable. Blocked by the steel needles, the black light also stopped. Upon seeing the other person's face, Kang Ji's pupils contracted. This is actually a body integration level mystic realm metal devouring ant worker ant. Moreover, it's body integration metal-eating ants from middle stage. Therefore, the metal-eating ant queen that has yet to appear must at least be at the body integration level. Late stage. It may even have reached the body integration level. Peak. Such strength is beyond what Kang Jai can handle at present. Although Kang Jai is confident that she can compete alone, even against body integration level, in the middle stage, opponents also have the opportunity to kill each other. And in relation to body integration level, his opponents, in the late stage, were not invincible. But if faced with a group attack from the late stage in body integration level, Kang Ji's first thought is to run. It's a pity that this mystic realm metal-devouring ant is too fast. We can only temporarily abandon these low-level metal-eating ants and retreat. With these thoughts in mind, Kang Jai took a deep look at the metal-eating ants, as if trying to memorize them. Unlike the metal-eating ants' offspring produced by Xiao Hong, the mystic realm metal-devouring ants are entirely black with a metallic sheen. Xiao Hong's metal-eating ants' offspring, influenced by Xiao Hong, gained the ability to control fire. Therefore, these metal-eating ants all appear dark red, which is clearly different from Mystic Realm metal-devouring ants. The black Mystic Realm metal-devouring ants are less likely to be tracked when they move, and are also more difficult to deal with. Just as Kang Jai was preparing to retreat, 3 sharp sounds of air being torn apart came from 3 other directions. Without a second thought, Kang Jai controlled the 3 steel needles to shoot towards the 3 black lights. Similarly, the steel needles shattered, and the 3 Daos, metal-eating ants, appeared in midair. 3 more body integrations, metal-eating ants, from middle stage. Kang Jai felt completely numb. I didn't expect these metal-eating ants to arrive so quickly. Now it'll be even harder to leave. No, this won't do. We're going to be too passive. Kang Jai was worried. What if there were even stronger metal-eating ants? Or what if the metal-eating ant queen suddenly launched a sneak attack? Maybe I can make good use of my soul clone talent. Kang Jai suddenly remembered his talent. Although soul clone is not strong in combat, its ability to conceal itself is extremely powerful. Generally, if a divine soul doesn't reach a certain level of strength, it won't even be able to detect the existence of its own soul clone. Such a soul clone can serve as a scout to explore the surrounding area. It's not impossible for him to even find the whereabouts of the metal-eating ant queen and investigate whether there are any other hidden metal-eating ants in the vicinity. Just do it one shot. Dao Soul Clone entered the earth from beneath his feet. Kang Jai returned it to each Dao. Soul Clone comes with a seed lotus of 9th grade Soul Lotus. With the protection of the lotus seed, Soul Clone's safety level is maximized. Just as Kang Jai sent Soul Clone to find the queen ant for body integration, the metal-eating ants in the middle stage have finally moved. 4 beams of black light shot towards Kang Jai, without any technique, relying purely on brute force to collide with the Vajra body. Kang Ji's expression hardened, and he instantly put Xiao Hong and the worm away. Ta-da! A series of metallic clanging sounds echoed through the void realm. At the same time, 1 Dao Dao metal fragments also fell from the void realm. Damn, the shells of these metal-eating ants are incredibly tough. Looking at his shattered steel needles, Kang Jai felt a headache coming on. The fact that his own weapons were ineffective against the other side made Kang Jai feel quite troubled. If only I could have a weapon made of metal-eating ants alloy, Kang Jai thought to himself. Unfortunately, thinking about these things now is useless. We should focus on getting through this difficult time first. Fortunately, his Danshin True Fire had some effect in restraining these guys. Although the steel needles shattered, the Dantian true fire attached to them still made the four mystic realm metal-devouring ants uncomfortable. They stared at Kang Jai with apprehension and did not take any further action. Even without steel needles, you can't stop me. With a determined look in his heart, Kang Jai found a direction and immediately rushed towards the metal-eating ants. As long as you break through the encirclement, you will have hope of escaping. It's not too late to take revenge after I've thoroughly investigated the details of these metal-eating ants. With this thought in mind, the powerful divine sense surged forth, rushing towards the metal-eating ants in front of it, firmly fixing them into the void realm. Unfortunately, the opponent's strength reached body integration. The middle stage is far more powerful than my divine sense, and I cannot control it for very long. But that was enough. With a single punch, Dragon Elephant primordial strength gathered all the power in the body, spiritual strength, divine sense, Dantian true fire, and so on, and slammed it into the opponent. Click. A faint cracking sound emanated from the surface of the metal-eating ants. At the same time, Kang Jai removed divine sense's control over him. When the punch landed on the opponent, the metal-eating ant was instantly blasted away. Finding an opening, Kang Jai completely ignored the attack from behind and immediately flew away into the distance. In order to leave this place as soon as possible, Kang Jai even used all of the divine sense assistance. You're still a bit short when it comes to pursuing me. Kang Jai was secretly delighted. He turned back to look at the four metal-eating ants, preparing to use the steel needles to block them again. But when he looked back at the metal-eating ants, he found that the four metal-eating ants had not followed. They've given up already? Kang Jai was a little puzzled. Would otherworldly creatures give up on their prey so easily? Just as Kang Jai was wondering, four metal-eating ants were seen heading in one direction at an even faster speed than when they arrived. Judging from the situation, he seemed to be in a great hurry. Could it be a trap? Kang Jai didn't dare stop flying. Divine Sense observed the four mystic realm metal-devouring ants. To Kang Jai's surprise, not only the four metal-eating ants, but also the swarm of metal-eating ants that had just attacked him rushed in that direction as well. Something's up? Kang Jai stopped flying and stared at the departing metal-eating ants with some suspicion. With a thought, he controlled the number of Daos. Soul Clone headed in the direction the metal-eating ants had gone. Just as Kang Jai was pondering what was going on with metal-eating ants, lightning and thunder suddenly struck in the distant sky. Although they were still quite far apart, Kang Jai could still feel the ferocity of the lightning. This lightning doesn't seem to be natural lightning. Kang Jai stared at the flickering lightning, his expression shifting. Could it be that the metal-eating ants are experiencing a problem? Crossing the lightning tribulation? Or have we encountered an enemy attack? Staring the distance, Kang Jai's eyes flickered, and he finally decided to go and check out the situation. However, Kang Jai did not rush directly to the battlefield. He first sent Soul Clone to scout out the situation. Soon, one of the Dao Soul Clone sent me a series of images. Upon receiving these images, Kang Jai's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? This isn't otherworldly creatures. This is a monster. Kang Jai's eyes widened when he saw the creatures fighting the metal-eating ants. A question suddenly arose in my mind. Isn't this a practical assessment? In previous years, the practical assessments always involved facing otherworldly creatures, didn't they? When did normal monsters start existing in exam halls? Moreover, judging from the situation, this beast is extremely powerful, comparable to body integration. The existence of a late stage, a body integration level flying beast, clashed with a swarm, mystic realm metal-devouring ants. This is utterly absurd. Suddenly, Kang Jai remembered the surprise, opportunity, and good fortune that Tower of Babel had mentioned earlier. It's hard to say. Looking at the distant battlefield with some surprise and uncertainty, Kang Jai felt that this year's National Higher Education entrance examination seemed to be quite different. Perhaps the Tower of Babel has fooled everyone, including those families who thought they had inside information. Kang Jai tapped her fingers on the back of her hand as she quickly thought through her thoughts. If we're talking about the fact that this year's National Higher Education entrance examination has already changed its format, therefore, this world cannot be judged based on the National Higher Education entrance examination of previous years. Now that normal strange beasts have appeared, does that mean there are many more normal strange beasts in this world? If that's the case, wouldn't that be a huge advantage for someone like me, a beast tamer? These thoughts in mind, Kang Jai moved swiftly toward the battlefield. In the past, Kang Jai would never have taken such a risk. Now, it seems I have an extra helper. And it's at least a body integration level the birds and beasts of the late stage. However, I had never seen this kind of beast in books before. It looked a bit like the golden eagle. With such a strange beast holding back the queen ant and a large swarm of ants, could I take advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters? With constant calculations in his mind, Kang Jai was getting closer and closer to the battlefield. At the same time, more soul clones approached the battlefield, transmitting different battle scenes to Kang Jai from various angles. Unfortunately, the battle between the two sides was too terrifying, and Soul Clone couldn't see what was happening in the center of the battlefield at all. They dared not get too close to the battlefield, otherwise a single bolt of lightning could turn them to ashes. While Soul Clones are not afraid of ordinary attacks, they can still be fatally damaged by energy of a certain intensity, or by forces such as lightning. As Kang Jai approached, Soul Clone automatically returned to the main body. At this moment, Kang finally saw the whole picture of the battlefield. However, after he saw the entire battlefield clearly, Kang Jai frowned. The creature fighting the mysterious golden eagle was not the queen ant, but a worker ant. However, this worker ant's cultivation level had actually reached the body integration level. Late stage, this discovery truly surprised Kang Jai. Therefore, it seems that the metal-eating ant queen, whose cultivation had reached the body integration level, peaks powerful existence. As for the queen ant being a tribulation transcendence level being, that possibility is not very high. After all, if the queen ant were a tribulation transcendence level being, she would have already destroyed this mysterious golden eagle. And this mysterious golden eagle doesn't seem like a fool. If it didn't know the details of the metal-eating ants, why would it attack the metal-eating ants' lair so frantically? Just as Kang Jai was analyzing the strength of both sides, the four body integrations that had just attacked Kang Jai, middle-stage metal-eating ants have also joined the fray. In this way, mysterious golden eagle is now facing off against a body integration late-stage metal-eating ants and four body integration metal-eating ants in the middle stage and more body integration early-stage metal-eating ants. Faced with the siege, the mysterious golden eagle was not afraid at all. With a cry, it emitted a terrifying sound wave. Under the sound waves, countless low-level metal-eating ants exploded and died. Even those body integration metal-eating ants in the early stage would shake violently, and some would even fall directly from a great height. Kang Jai also retreated repeatedly, worried about being accidentally injured. What a terrifying sonic attack! This mysterious golden eagle even has a sonic divine ability. It's truly amazing. I thought that the golden eagle's ability to control lightning was already incredibly impressive. Unexpectedly, this golden eagle, while controlling lightning, also possesses the divine ability of sound. Just as Kang Jai was sighing, a metal-eating ant appeared, break through the mysterious golden eagle's defensive circle, collided directly with the golden eagle's wing. With a clang like a bell, mysterious characters appeared on the wings of the mysterious golden eagle, which then blocked the metal-eating ant's sneak attack. This writing, it looks like Buddhist scriptures. Kang Jai was completely baffled. This golden eagle was just too mysterious. Not only can it control lightning, but it also possesses the divine ability of sound. Judging from its body surface defenses, it seems to also possess the gold-type defensive divine ability. And this divine ability seems to have some connection with Buddhism. This was the first time Kang Jai had ever seen such a bizarre golden eagle. Kang Jai's eyes lit up when he saw that the golden eagle's metal-eating ants couldn't take it down. It seems this is the perfect time for me to make my move. Glancing down, Kang Jai's divine sense seeped in, trying to find out where the queen ant was hiding. Although golden eagle restrained body integration metal-eating ants at the middle stage or higher, that doesn't mean the queen ant won't intervene. Kang Jai wants to help, but she has to ensure her own safety first. However, divine sense only penetrated 100 meters underground before being blocked by a layer of energy shield. Where did this energy shield come from? And this energy shield doesn't seem like something otherworldly creatures could set up. The sudden turn of events caught Kang Jai completely off guard. He stared at the ground with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty, then looked at the void realm. Kang gritted his teeth. No matter what, he had to test the queen ant's reaction. Whoosh! Kang Jai appeared on the battlefield in an instant. However, Kang Jai did not go to help the mysterious golden eagle. Instead, they went directly to the ground and began a massacre of low-level metal-eating ants. At first, these metal-eating ants didn't pay much attention to Kang Jai's actions. But when Kang Jai collected all the metal-eating ants he had killed into the spirit realm space, these powerful metal-eating ants finally couldn't sit still any longer. If low-level metal-eating ants die, they die. The queen can consume them and they can be regenerated. But Kang Jai didn't even spare the corpses, which is a bit too much. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. 2 Dao body integration, the early stage metal-eating ants, immediately attacked Kang Jai. However, upon seeing the metal-eating ants approaching, Kang Jai's lips curled into a slight smile. A flash of green light appeared, and the 2 metal-eating ants that rushed over were instantly entangled by Kang Jai's devil vine. With a thought, a large number of flames immediately burst forth on the devil vine, burning the 2 metal-eating ants until they screamed in agony. Even body integration, early-stage metal-eating ants, too, couldn't withstand the double blow from Kang Jai and devil vine. Seeing this, the other metal-eating ants immediately couldn't sit still and rushed towards Kang Jai. Even the 5 strongest metal-eating ants in the sky wanted to come and help. However, the mysterious golden eagle opposite them let out a cry upon seeing this, and the 5 metal-eating ants were immediately disoriented, almost falling from the sky. The golden eagle took the opportunity to manipulate countless bolts of lightning, relentlessly bombarding these metal-eating ants, forcing them to concentrate their efforts on dealing with the golden eagle. In this way, Kang Jai and mysterious golden eagle have formed a tacit understanding. Mysterious golden eagle held back the 5 strongest metal-eating ants, while Kang Jai used his speed to continuously slaughter the other metal-eating ants. Even those body integration Kang Jai also took the opportunity to kill several metal-eating ants in the early stage. As for the corpse of the metal-eating ants, Kang Jai threw it into the spirit realm space for Xiao Hong to devour. After Xiao Hong devoured these corpses, she continuously purified and absorbed them, eventually producing a continuous stream of metal-eating ants' offspring. As the number of larvae increased, Kang Jai didn't let them sit idle. He released them to hunt down the core formation, level mystic realm, metal-devouring ants. With the advantage of fire, these mystic realm metal-devouring ants are no match for the metal-eating ants. However, there were so many mystic realm metal-devouring ants that the metal-eating ants suffered considerable casualties. Kang Jai didn't care too much about this. After all, these corpses could be reused to produce new metal-eating ants' offspring. This is what makes the Zerg so terrifying. Mechanical mother insects' capabilities in this area are even more powerful than the norm. As time went on, more and more mystic realm metal-devouring ants were slaughtered, and now even the body integration level. The metal-eating ants in the late stage couldn't sit still any longer. This guy abandoned mysterious Golden Eagle and tried to attack Kang Jai. Unfortunately, the mysterious Golden Eagle was exceptionally intelligent and immediately stopped the other party. Hey, don't worry, the offensive and defensive maneuvers will be over soon. As Xiao Hong devoured more and more metal-eating ant corpses, he broke through to the nascent soul realm under the time. The late stage is now sprinting towards the god transformation level. This is what makes mechanical mother insects so terrifying. Given enough resources and a high enough realm level for their owners, they have virtually no bottleneck. Just as Kang Jai was waiting for the balance of power to completely shift, the mysterious Golden Eagle suddenly let out a mournful cry. That voice revealed a deep sorrow and murderous intent. Kang Jai, who was slaughtering metal-eating ants, was taken aback and looked at the mysterious Golden Eagle in the sky with a puzzled expression. But upon seeing this, Kang Jai was stunned. The mysterious Golden Eagle, which had been in a superior position, suddenly abandoned its defense and allowed the metal-eating ants to attack it. The mysterious Golden Eagle, disregarding everything, frantically gathered lightning and blasted it towards the earth. Boom! Creak! Could not withstand such terrifying lightning, and a huge crack was split open. However, the mysterious Golden Eagle did not stop there. Instead, it attacked the earth even more frantically. Through the crack, Kang immediately saw the energy shield beneath the ground. It was this energy shield that blocked my detection. Now this mysterious Golden Eagle is attacking the energy shield like a madman, ignoring even the attacks from the metal-eating ants. Kang Ji's expression was solemn. Regardless of the reason why the mysterious Golden Eagle attacked the energy shield, Kang Jai decided to lend it a hand. With a thought, Devil Vine appeared in Kang Ji's hand and she lashed it down hard. However, after the whip was lashed out, Devil Vine did not violently collide with the energy shield. Devil Vine was drawn onto the energy shield and immediately attached itself to it, sending a message back to Kang Jai. My lord, you guessed right. The energy of this energy shield is indeed drawn from the power of the earth. The message from Soul Clone in Devil Vine put Kang Ji's mind at ease. Kang Jai had previously speculated that this energy shield was likely created using the power of the earth. If it were another energy source, Kang Jai might not be able to do anything about it. But Kang Jai is far too familiar with the power of the earth's veins. Kang Jai is not only able to manipulate the power of the earth's veins, but Devil Vine is also adept at absorbing the power of the earth's veins. Faced with the energy shield formed by the power of the earth's veins, Kang Jai did not hesitate and immediately commanded Devil Vine to begin seizing the opponent's energy source. Kang Jai looked up at Void Realm, his voice booming, "I'll take this energy shield. You hold off these metal-eating ants." The lightning struck the earth from the mysterious golden eagle paused, and ultimately chose to believe in Kang Jai. However, this touched a nerve with the metal-eating ants, who began frantically trying to rush down and stop Kang Jai. At this moment, the mysterious golden eagle also went mad, ignoring its injuries and focusing solely on stopping the metal-eating ants. Since you're so concerned, I'll see what's down there." With a thought, he once again gathered all his strength and blasted it towards the energy shield. Due to Kang Ji's impact, the energy shield's ability to absorb the Earth's power slowed down considerably. Meanwhile, Devil Vine seized the opportunity to take over the share of the energy shield that it was drawing power from the Earth. With interference from both sides, the energy shield began to thin. Kang Ji's eyes lit up, and he threw another punch. As the force of his fist struck the energy shield, Kang Ji's expression grew increasingly serious. Kang Jai naturally understood that the metal-eating ant queen was likely hidden beneath this energy shield. The fact that the other party has been hiding under this energy shield and hasn't come out suggests they're up to something shady. But Kang Jai had a vague feeling that if he didn't stop it, something terrible would happen. However, if you force them to reveal their true intentions, you will inevitably face retaliation from them. However, things had already come to this point, and Kang Jai had no choice. Punch after punch, Kang Jai, Golden Eagle, metal-eating ants, they all went crazy. Everyone frantically trying to save time. Kang Jai and his Golden Eagle wanted to break through the energy shield as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the metal-eating ants want to stop Kang Jai and the mysterious Golden Eagle. Even the low-level metal-eating ants rushed towards Kang Jai without regard for anything else, trying to buy some time for their queen. In response, Kang Jai released even more metal-eating ants' offspring, which engaged in direct combat with the enemy. The energy shield was getting thinner and thinner, as if it would shatter at any moment. But Kang Jai couldn't be happy. The feeling of unease grew stronger and stronger. The energy shield looked precarious, yet it never broke. Kang Jai gritted his teeth, determined to get to this point. If he didn't deal with these metal-eating ants, he would be in deep trouble. Heavy lightning, earthly fire, breakthrough. Using the thunder and lightning summoned by the mysterious Golden Eagle, Kang Jai directly activated the Heavenly Thunder Earth Fire ability from Danchin True Fire, drawing upon the thunder in the sky and the magma deep underground. In an instant, the sky shook and the earth trembled as endless thunderbolts crashed down upon the ground. Deep underground, the earth dragon overturned and boundless magma power surged upwards. The already crumbling energy shield could no longer hold on, and with a pop, it turned into specks of light and disappeared. At the same time, a strange sound suddenly came from deep underground, like the whispers of a demon. When Kang Jai heard that eerie sound, her head spun, as if she had been struck hard. Fortunately, his mental energy was powerful, and he immediately set up a divine sense barrier around his body, isolating the eerie sound. But the metal-eating ants on the ground weren't so lucky. Their heads exploded, and they all died instantly. Even the mystic realm metal-devouring ants themselves, and all metal-eating ants below the body integration level, had their heads explode in that instant, turning into a pile of corpses. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Kang Jai didn't let such a good opportunity pass by. He directly collected all the metal-eating ants' corpses on the ground into the spirit realm space and handed them over to Xiao Hong to devour. As for the golden eagle in the sky, seemed to have been prepared, and the moment the eerie sound appeared, a sonic wave was emitted from its mouth. This time, however, the mysterious golden eagle did not launch a large-scale attack. Instead, it focused its sound waves into a thin line and blasted it deep into the ground. As for the last 5 metal-eating ants that besieged the golden eagle, although they survived, their bodies swayed slightly amidst the eerie Dao sound. Kang Jai withdrew Devil Vine and retreated rapidly. Looking down into the depths of the earth, the unease in my heart grew stronger. Roar! An extremely angry roar came from the depths of the earth. It was a feeling of frustration and anger at having something good interrupted. A black figure, moving at incredible speed, burst forth from the ground. In the blink of an eye, it collided with mysterious golden eagle. When, at the moment of impact, mysterious golden eagle was surrounded by layers of scriptures, which transformed to a golden light shield that protected it. However, the power of the mysterious black shadow was too terrifying, and the mysterious goal was still knocked away and sent flying into the sky. According to Kang Ji's perception, the mysterious golden eagle was not seriously injured. Its mysterious inscriptions helped it withstand most of the impact. What powerful divine ability! What kind of ability is this? And what are those scriptures about it? Kang Jai was a little confused. Could a strange beast like the golden eagle really possess the Buddhist divine ability? The mysterious golden eagle, sent flying by the impact, glided forward at an even faster speed towards the mysterious black shadow. With a loud thud, the mysterious black figure was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a hole in it. Kang Jai stayed far away, watching the battle between the two sides with a sense of dread. The next second, the mysterious black shadow reappeared. This time, Kang Jai finally saw what the other person looked like. As expected, it really is the metal-eating ant queen. Kang Jai narrowed her eyes as she looked at the queen ant, which was clearly different from ordinary metal-eating ants. The metal-eating ant queen in front of him came a strange feeling. The opponent's messages seemed chaotic, sometimes violent and terrifying, sometimes rapidly weakening, making them unpredictable. Just as Kang Jai was pondering this, metal-eating ant queen suddenly looked at Kang Jai. This sight startled Kang Jai. I'm no match for him. Could it be that Dao is ignoring the mysterious golden eagle and wants to deal with me first? Just as Kang Jai was filled with doubt and surprise, mysterious golden eagle made the first move. Thunder roared down from the sky, mercilessly striking the metal-eating ant queen. Mysterious golden eagle seems to have a grudge against this queen ant. After the queen ant appeared, mysterious golden eagle became extremely violent. Faced with the attack of the mysterious golden eagle, the metal-eating ant queen had no choice but to turn her head and look at the mysterious golden eagle again. However, before facing the mysterious golden eagle, the metal-eating ant queen issued a Dao command to the last 5 metal-eating ants. As soon as the 5 metal-eating ants received the command, they immediately turned to look at Kang Jai. Kang Ji's heart skipped a beat. Although these 5 metal-eating ants didn't evoke the same sense of terror in him as the queen ant. But one of these 5 is body integration. Late stage. Even if one's combat power is comparable to body integration level in the middle stage, facing this guy, there's absolutely no chance of victory. Not to mention, this guy also has 4 body integrations with him. Metal-eating ants for middle stage. What should we do? Run away first? A thought flashed through my mind. But if I escape, what will happen to mysterious golden eagle? Faced with a group attack from metal-eating ants, that guy will probably have a hard time protecting himself. He wanted to find out more about this little world from the other party. He always felt that Tower of Babel had dug a trap for all the test takers. This world is definitely not a simple trial grounds. Otherwise, a normal mythical beast like the mysterious golden eagle wouldn't exist. Furthermore, Tower of Babel's meaningful words before entering the examination room made Kang Jai even more eager to take the exam. If you can gain the friendship of this golden eagle, you might be able to learn something from it. Of course, all of this is on the premise that one's life is not in danger. If you can't even protect your own life, then everything else is out of the question. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind in an instant. This includes considering whether there is a way to break the deadlock. One's own combat strength is equivalent to body integration level middle stage, resisting a body integration. There are no issues with the metal-eating ants in the middle stage. If they fight desperately, they can at most restrain 2 body integrations. Metal-eating ants for middle stage, while Devil Vine also achieved body integration middle stage. But it is countered by metal-eating ants, and can deal with a body integration level. The metal-eating ants in the middle stage are already the limit. If it weren't for the actions of the metal-eating ants queen that killed the other metal-eating ants, Kang Ji's situation would probably be even more dangerous right now. Even when he and Devil Vine teamed up, they'd barely handle 3 body integration level monsters. Metal-eating ants for middle stage. In this way, there is still 1 body integration left. The metal-eating ants in the middle stage, and the most powerful body integration, late-stage metal-eating ants. What methods can I use to deal with these 2 metal-eating ants? Forget about Xiao Kai and Xiao Hong, they're too weak to handle any of them. Besides that, the only thing Kang Jai could think of was his own primordial clone. Apart from the yin-yang divine tree and witch rats, which cannot be moved, the other clones can actually be summoned. Once clone is summoned, there's no way to send it back. Otherwise, it's easy for powerful beings from the primordial era to discover it. Besides, what worries Kang Jai the most is that this is Tower of Babel's domain. If she recalls clone from the prehistoric world and releases it openly, will Tower of Babel discover something amiss? Kang Jai dared not gamble on what Tower of Babel would do if it discovered his secret. To be on the safe side, Kang Ji ultimately decided not to use the clone from prehistoric world. But besides cloning the prehistoric world, what other methods are there to deal with this? Kang Ji's thoughts raced, while millions of clones' thoughts worked simultaneously, calculating all sorts of possibilities. An infinite divine light flashed in Kang Ji's eyes, and sparks flew in an instant. Kang Jai seemed to have found a viable path. However, this path is not easy, and it also involves certain dangers for him. As her thoughts returned and she looked at these metal-eating ants again, boundless madness shone in Kang Ji's eyes. No madness, no success. My only chance to turn things around now is to break through another realm level in my cultivation. Since in the Kang family territory, physical body after breaking through to the god transformation level, although the physical body also strengthens during this period, it is still far from reaching the god transformation level. The middle stage is still quite a distance away. Firstly, physical body, the breakthrough period was too short, and my own accumulation was not enough. Secondly, unlike the cultivation realm, the physical body doesn't have individual smaller realms. For the physical body to achieve breakthrough, it must directly access the god transformation level. Early stage breakthrough to middle stage. It's like going from the first level of the transformation god realm to the 4th level, which is naturally much more difficult. The only way to deal with this situation now is to address the physical body realm from soul transformation early stage breakthrough to the middle stage, thereby further enhancing overall combat power. Although it may not be able to beat body integration metal-eating ant, in the late stage. But they can still hold off the opponent. As for what happens next, that will depend on mysterious golden eagle. Kang Jai had a feeling that this golden eagle was no ordinary creature, and might actually be able to defeat the metal-eating ant queen. With that thought in mind, Kang Jai no longer hesitated and landed back on the ground, while Devil Vine took root in the earth. As Kang Jai mobilized the power of heavenly thunder, earth fire, within the Danchin True Fire, Devil Vine also began to cooperate with Kang Jai in mobilizing the power of the earth's veins. The once quiet earth trembled again, and boundless earth vein power surged. The magma began to surge upwards, and the subterranean fire erupted. Kang Jai stands on the earth, simultaneously drawing upon the power of thunder from the sky. Brother Golden Eagle, help me? Golden Eagle, who was in the middle of the battle, sensed the pulling force of the lightning, and was initially puzzled. But upon hearing Kang Jai's voice, he immediately knew Kang Jai wanted to borrow its lightning power. Mysterious Golden Eagle is quite powerful. While using its abilities to summon more lightning in the world, it also grants Kang Jai the authority to mobilize the power of lightning. Kang Jai doesn't just blindly absorb the power of the mysterious Golden Eagle. While drawing upon the lightning power of the Golden Eagle, he also used the lightning drawn by the Golden Eagle to summon even more lightning towards the heavens. Kang Jai's heavenly thunder earth fire has the ability to connect with the thunder of heaven and earth. However, Kang Jai's realm is too low, and the lightning power he can summon is too weak. Using the mysterious Golden Eagle as a trigger, Kang Jai suddenly unleashed even more terrifying thunder. Even the lightning power surrounding the Golden Eagle intensified significantly in that instant. We can't let him summon the lightning. He wants to use the lightning to attack you. The voice of the metal-eating ant queen rang in the minds of the worker ants, and 5 worker ants immediately rushed towards Kang Jai, trying to stop her. Even the mysterious Golden Eagle believed that Kang Jai wanted to use its lightning power to attack the 5 metal-eating ants, so immediately mobilized more lightning to help Kang Jai. However, after Kang Jai triggered the lightning, it did not go towards the metal-eating ants, but instead struck itself. The metal-eating ants that were rushing toward Kang Jai suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Holy crap! Are they trying to use themselves as bait to lure us in? The thought instantly popped into the minds of the 5 metal-eating ants. However, to the bewilderment of both metal-eating ants and mysterious Golden Eagle, the lightning that Kang Jai summoned headed straight for them and actually crashed directly in Kang Jai's body. In an instant, the entire battlefield fell silent. The hell? This human couldn't control the lightning and struck himself. This idea suddenly popped into metal-eating ants' mind. In an instant, they looked at Kang Jai as if she were a fool. Is it possible that humans are going to destroy themselves without us even lifting a finger? The metal-eating ants were thinking the same thing at the same time. Even the mysterious Golden Eagle felt a pang of anxiety and was about to help Kang Jai distract the other lightning bolts that were trying to land. But then Kang Jai's voice rang in its ears. Don't worry, I deliberately attracted the lightning into my body. I have a great use for it. Mysterious Golden Eagle, who was about to intercept thunder, was stunned and looked down at Kang Jai in disbelief. At this moment, Kang Jai stood atop a sea of lava and fire, protected by Devil Vine. Beneath his feet surged boundless magma and flames, while above his head, lightning bolts rained down relentlessly. 5 metal-eating ants nearby stared blankly at everything, wanting to launch a sneak attack but not daring to. Even the metal-eating ant queen, who was fighting the mysterious Golden Eagle, looked at Kang Jai with suspicion. At this moment, Kang Jai was experiencing both pain and joy. The lightning unleashed by the mysterious golden eagle was far more powerful than the calamity he had unleashed during his alchemy days. The tribulation he triggered was merely the nascent soul realm. However, the lightning tribulation triggered by the mysterious golden eagle is actually body integration. The terrifying thunder of late stage. Even though Kang Jai possesses the ability to control heavenly thunder, earth fire, the power of the descending lightning is still terrifyingly violent. In an instant, Kang Ji's physical body shattered like porcelain. Yet, under Kang Ji's immense vitality, it is healing rapidly. In just a moment, Kang Ji's body went through the cycle of destruction and reconstruction dozens of times. At this moment, the metal-eating ant queen, who possesses remarkable intelligence, finally saw Kang Ji's intentions. A voice entered the minds of the 5 worker ants. "Quick, stop him. This human is trying to break through." The 5 worker ants were taken aback. Their not-so-bright minds were a little confused. Was that terrifying thunderous bombardment used for breakthrough? What fool would use this method to break through cultivation? When they see lightning, they're too busy running away to bother with a breakthrough. This is either courting death or self-torture. But they had no choice but to obey the Queen Ant's command. Seeing the thunder rumbling down, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and charge towards Kang Jai. Kang Jai smiled slightly as he watched the 5 worker ants charging towards him. Isn't it too late to stop it now? With a thought, Devil Vine vanished instantly. At the same time, Kang Ji's body rapidly sank into the underground magma. Now he has already summoned heavenly thunder and earthly fire have completed a cycle. Even if Kang Jai sinks into the ground, he can still receive the thunder from the sky. With the relentless onslaught of thunder body tempering, his physical body will eventually break through. As long as physical body with breakthrough, I will no longer fear these 5 metal-eating ants. Damn human reptile, come out and fight me one-on-one if you dare. Seeing Kang Jai sink in the underground magma, the 5 metal-eating ants, who were afraid of fire, let out a furious roar of resentment. Unfortunately, Kang Jai couldn't understand their calls, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. Completely immersed in his physical body, he felt the endless lightning coursing through his body, and the impurities were gradually eliminated by the powerful lightning force. At the same time, the Dantian true fire within the physical body is also merging with the power of lightning, gradually absorbing the lightning power and integrating it into the physical body. Dragon Elephant Vajratra primordial strength, confusion all power, including the power of thunder from the sky. The tamed power of thunder continuously flowed into Kang Ji's body, further enhancing his physical body. Just as Kang Jai was waiting for the physical body during the breakthrough, a strange sound suddenly rang out from the depths of the earth. That voice? Kang Jai felt a momentary daze, and the 9th grade soul lotus instantly emitted a faint light, enveloping Kang Ji's soul main body. In an instant, Kang Jai regained consciousness, a chill flashing in her eyes. It's that strange sound from underground before. It wasn't coming from the metal-eating ant queen. Kang Jai was somewhat surprised. The strange sound from Dao earlier directly killed all metal-eating ants below the body integration level. I initially thought it was emitted by the metal-eating ant queen, but now it seems it wasn't at all. More importantly, that strange sound just now was actually trying to lure him down. If it weren't for 9th grade Soul Lotus helping him at the crucial moment, he probably would have suffered a considerable loss. You should know how powerful Dao's soul is, yet he was bewitched by the other party for a moment. How incredible is that? This shows that the other party has a high level of expertise in using soul. They must be at least stronger than themselves. I'll see what kind of monster you really are. A thought arose. A Dao soul clone detached from the body, and immediately, 9th grade soul lotus seeds merged into soul clone. The mind guided soul clone downwards until another energy barrier. Huh? This is a barrier? There's even a palace inside? When Kang Jai saw that there was a strange palace hidden deep underground, he was completely stunned. What's going on here? Isn't this the examination hall? How come there's a strange palace here? Kang Jai looked at the eerie palace protected by the barrier with some doubt and unease, muttering to herself. Could this be the surprise the Tower of Babel spoke of? Opportunity? Fortune? Boundless lava and flames enveloped the eerie palace, and Kang Ji's soul clone cautiously approached the palace entrance. This is... Standing at the palace entrance, one can see the entire layout of the palace at a glance. To his surprise, there was a huge altar in the center of the palace, which several thousand meters in diameter. Behind the altar stands a bizarre statue hundreds of meters tall. The statue is an unknown creature with a body like an octopus, entwined with hundreds of tentacles, each covered with the heads of various creatures. These heads then coalesced into a larger sphere, with the octopus tentacles seemingly wrapped around it. At the top of the octopus's tentacles is a huge rat's head, behind which grows a dense array of rat tails. Such a bizarre creature filled Kang Jai with instinctive disgust at just one glance. What shocked Kang Jai even more was that there were many corpses on the altar in front of the statue. There are at least thousands. This is a human corpse? When Kang saw the appearance of the corpse on the altar, his eyes widened in horror. Kang Jai never imagined that there would be so many human corpses in this eerie palace. There were all kinds of human corpses: adults, children, women, the elderly. Although these corpses were very large, generally 3 meters tall. But this doesn't change the fact that these corpses were human. Seeing so many humans die tragically here, Kang Jai, being human herself, could not remain indifferent. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Kang Jai instantly deduced that these humans were likely captured by the metal-eating ant queen and brought here to be sacrificed to this unknown evil god. In an instant, Kang Jai's gaze toward the statue of the evil god was filled with coldness. They slaughtered my kind. They deserve to die. At that moment, Kang Jai's pupils contracted again. Huh? That's the corpse of the mysterious golden eagle. When Kang Jai looked closely at the altar, she immediately saw 2 very unusual corpses in the center of the altar. After careful examination, it was immediately determined that this was the same species as the mysterious golden eagle outside. However, these 2 golden eagle carcasses are much smaller than the golden eagle outside. Kang Jai quickly realized that this was probably of the mysterious golden eagle from the outside world. There are 2 dead mysterious golden eagle cubs here. In an instant, Kang Jai immediately guessed the reason the mysterious golden eagle was so angry. It turned out to be its child, which was killed by the queen ant. Kang Jai squinted as he looked at the eerie statue behind the altar. Is this a sacrifice to this evil god? Why would the metal-eating ant queen do this? Thoughts raced through my mind. The metal-eating ant's queen had sacrificed thousands of human races and 2 golden eagle cubs to this eerie statue. She must have something she wanted. Just as Kang Jai's soul clone was staring at the eerie statue, a faint light flashed across 9th grade Soul Lotus. The next second, the scene in Soul Clone's eyes changed. Kang Jai's eyes widened, and the statue in his eyes suddenly became transparent. To his shock, when he looked at the statue again, he discovered that countless human souls, as well as the souls of the two golden eagle cubs, were trapped inside. Oh no, what are those flames? They seemed to be being burned by them. Kang Ji's heart skipped a beat. These souls seemed to be enduring painful burning. What exactly did this strange and evil god want to do? Once the soul is burned to ashes, these humans and the golden eagle will not even have the chance to be reincarnated in reincarnation. Feeling indignant and about to stop it, Kang Ji suddenly remembered that she was just a child. It's just soul clone. Without hesitation, Kang Ji focused her mind back on the main body and quickly descended. At the same time, boundless magma and flames began to assault the palace's barrier, determined to break it down. Humans, do not waste your efforts. As long as you submit to me, you will gain eternal life. The eerie voice tried to seduce Kang Ji, but unfortunately, Kang Ji was not susceptible to its influence at this moment. Burning with rage, Kang Ji wanted nothing more than to smash the statue to pieces. Upon arriving underground and carefully observing the area, Kang Ji immediately determined that this barrier was a formation set up with the palace at its core. If this barrier is broken, the entire palace will be destroyed. Once the palace is destroyed, the altar and statue will also be destroyed. Heh! Kang Ji sneered inwardly. Without further hesitation, he immediately summoned heavenly thunder and earthly fire, blasting them towards the palace's barrier. With Kang Ji's intervention, the evil god in the palace finally became enraged. This was the perfect opportunity for him to refine these souls, but Kang Ji interrupted him. How could he not be furious? One Dao divine thought communicated with the metal-eating ant queen, who immediately angrily issued commands to the 5 worker ants. Squeak! Squeak! The 5 metal-eating ants looked down at the surging lava and flames beneath their feet and whimpered in fear. Kang Ji's heavenly thunder earth fire is no ordinary earth fire. It is covered with a layer of his own Danshin true fire, which has a terrifying restriction on these metal-eating ants. However, they could not disobey the queen ant's orders. The 5 worker ants exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and charged towards the ground. Sensing the unusual movement of the magma above, Kang Ji narrowed his eyes slightly. Heh, daring to come underground? You're practically asking for death, Kang Ji sneered. On the ground, he might be afraid of the 5 metal-eating ants working together. Especially that body integration the metal-eating ant stage pose too great a threat to me. However, once inside the lava, the 5 metal-eating ants' combat power was greatly reduced, and even without breakthrough, he was not afraid of them. These 5 metal-eating ants aren't qualified to kill themselves while they're in the lava. Looking at the crumbling palace barrier, a glint of light flashed in Kang Ji's eyes. These 5 metal-eating ants have arrived just in time. Master Kang Ji moved forward to meet her. Seeing Master Kang Ji attacking them, the 5 metal-eating ants excitedly rushed towards Kang Ji. But just as they rushed toward Kang Ji used the lava to dodge their impact with a quick movement. With Kang Ji's dodge, the 5 metal-eating ants immediately lost their momentum and continued crashing towards the barrier below. At the same time, Kang Ji mobilized the power of magma and gave them another hard push. Under the combined force, the 5 metal-eating ants crashed into the barrier with a thud, causing the entire barrier to shake. Oh, whoa! The 5 metal-eating ants were hit by this building and immediately let out a miserable howl. Kang Ji seized the opportunity to launch a swift attack, one shot. Dao's lightning, carrying immense force, slammed into these metal-eating ants. At the same time, the power of lightning also affected the barrier behind metal-eating ants. Kang Jai didn't stop striking while the iron was hot, her attacks relentless. Just as Kang Jai was defeating the 5 metal-eating ants, without any chance to fight back, the barrier below suddenly contracted. The barrier actually shrank directly to the edge of the altar. Splash! Endless lava fell downwards, crashing against the barrier and destroying the rest of the palace. At the same time, the 5 metal-eating ants took advantage of the gap created by the shrinking barrier to quickly escape Kang Ji's attack. Roar! 5 metal-eating ants let out an angry roar. However, Kang Jai once again hid deep within the magma. Faced with the cunning Kang Jai, the metal-eating ants had no choice but to stand guard at the edge of the barrier to prevent Kang Jai from continuing its attacks. But at that moment, Kang Jai tossed his right hand, planting Devil Vine deep into the earth. The immense power of the earth's veins surged toward Devil Vine. Countless branches split off and enveloped the entire barrier. The barrier here is clearly not as strong as before. Even without the help of the mysterious golden eagle, Kang Jai is confident that he can break through it. Faced with Kang Ji's attack, the 5 metal-eating ants tried their best to stop him. However, at this time, the Devil Vine was supported by the power of the earth's veins, was in the magma, and was protected by Kang Ji's Danchin True Fire. In contrast, metal-eating ants are countered by magma and fire, which greatly reduces their strength. Creak! Creak! The palace's protective barrier groaned under the strain, as if it might shatter at any moment. The eerie statue roared, "Human, do not make your own mistake. Otherwise, this god will never let you go." Faced with Kang Ji's actions, even the eerie statue had issued a threat. Unfortunately, Kang Jai just snorted coldly. Having dodged the attacks of the metal-eating ants, they instantly rushed into the Devil Vine crevice. Stop them? After saying that, Kang Jai threw a punch. This punch was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The palace's protective barrier could no longer hold. A series of crashing sounds filled the air, and soon the entire palace's barrier shattered. Kang Jai then stepped onto the altar. The moment Kang Jai appeared at the altar, he immediately activated Divine Sense, taking all the corpses into the spirit realm space. Meanwhile, Kang Jai was still high in the air, his right fist already charging up. Break! Without the slightest hesitation, Kang Jai slammed his fist into the eerie altar that had killed thousands of his compatriots. No! The eerie statue let out a defiant roar. However angry he was, Kang Ji's fist slammed down. Creak! A series of cracking sounds rang out. As Kang Ji's punch landed on the altar, no obvious damage was found. But the next second, with a boom, the entire altar shattered into countless pieces. Human, you're asking for death. Seeing that Kang Jai had turned to attack the statue could no longer bear it. With a roar, a huge phantom of an evil god appeared in mid-air, which then transformed into a beam of dark light that shot straight out and entered Kang Ji's body. At the same time, Kang Ji's punch also landed on the statue. With a crack, the statue was blasted into pieces. Ha 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 ha. Human, since you're courting death, don't blame me. I want your physical body. A rumbling sound emanated from Kang Ji's body. Kang Ji's expression hardened, and he immediately gave Devil Vine an order. Collect these remnant souls. The next moment, Kang Jai sat cross-legged and focused all his mind on Danchin. At the same time, the 5 metal-eating ants that were besieging the Devil Vine suddenly stopped, as if they had received some order, and instead stood guard around the Devil Vine. Meanwhile, the metal-eating ant queen, who was fighting the mysterious golden eagle, let out a shriek. A message rang out from within Divine Soul. Ha 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 ha. That ignorant human dares to provoke the evil god Galio. Let's see how he dies this time. invaded by a split soul of an evil god, Kang Jai is doomed. The metal-eating ant queen doesn't believe that a mere human can stop the possession of an evil god. Even if this is just a fragment of an evil god's soul, it's impossible. There is a difference between gods and mortals. No matter how powerful Kang Ji is, he is still an ant in the face of gods. Oh no! Is my brother in danger? Little Kang Yu, who was watching the live stream, asked Dao with a worried expression. She was not alone in showing concern. Countless people have a great fondness for Kang Jai, a student who rose from humble beginnings. Now, seeing him in danger, his face is full of worry. That's an evil god. Even though their cultivation level was not high, they were very clear about how big the gap was between a god and a mortal. This is similar to the vast difference between a fairy and a mortal. No matter how strong mortal is, how could he be a match for a god? What's more, this is a bizarre and evil god. Even if it's just a split soul, Kang Ji is no match for him. Just as everyone was worried, someone sighed, Kang Jai is so unlucky, he actually encountered an evil god. Why did he have to provoke that evil god? Now Senior Tongqian Tower has to make a move. Once Senior Tongqian Tower makes a move, Kang Ji's evaluation is essentially over. Upon hearing this, countless people sighed with regret. Although Kang Jai has now gained a lot of points by hunting a large number of Mystic Realm metal-devouring ants. But how long has it been? This is only the first day. There's still a long time until the 3-month assessment period ends. During this period, a large number of candidates will surpass him. Kang Ji's advantage in the first 2 rounds of the assessment will also be completely lost. How can this not make one sigh? Oh dear. It's all because this year's National Higher Education Entrance Examination didn't follow the usual path, and Kang Jai has suffered a great loss as a result. Otherwise, given his abilities, even if he didn't become the top scorer in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, he could still easily be in the top 10. Everyone sighed at Kang Ji's plight. Just then, someone asked in confusion, "Strange, why hasn't Kang Jai been teleported out yet?" Everyone was puzzled. Logically speaking, given Kang Ji's situation, he was bound to lose, and Tower of Babel should have teleported him out instantly. But so much time has passed. Why is there still no sign of Tower of Babel? Some people couldn't believe it. Could it be that Kang Jai is still fighting against that evil god, which is Tower of Babel hasn't? Impossible. Someone immediately retorted, "That's an evil god. Cultivation realm is merely nascent soul realm. How strong could his soul be? How could it possibly contend against a god? And an evil god at that." Yes, although nascent soul realm's soul has been enhanced, the degree of enhancement is limited. No matter how powerful it is, it can never compare to a god. But have you all forgotten that Kang Ji's talent is soul clone? This talent is also related to soul. Do you think it might be because of this talent? Everyone was stunned by these words. They really hadn't thought of that. At this moment, someone scoffed, "What are you thinking? Soul clone is unheard of. This talent is indeed somewhat useful in the late stage. But Kang Ji is only at the soul level of nascent soul realm. What kind of miracle are you expecting?" Everyone was speechless. Indeed, it's not like no one has ever released a soul clone before. Unfortunately, the vast majority of these people have faded into obscurity. Those who are slightly stronger need the support of powerful families to get through the long early game. Until the late stage, I began to understand some of the soul. Divine ability and spell are essential for growth. As for Kang Jai, he's only at the soul level of nascent soul realm right now. No matter how strong he gets, how strong can he really be? In fact, the current Kang Ji is indeed not qualified to be compared with the divine spirit's divided soul. The reason Tower of Babel didn't act sooner was because Tower of Babel knew that Dao, Kang Ji, possessed a 9th grade soul lotus. If he cannot hold on, strange phenomena will definitely appear all over Kang Ji's body. It won't be too late for him to make a move then. Just as everyone was nervously waiting for Kang Ji to be judged, Kang Ji himself was looking at the eerie evil god in Danshin with a serious expression. The evil god's split soul appeared opposite Kang Ji's nascent soul, looking at the nascent soul's lair and letting out a disdainful sneer. Soul from nascent soul realm dares to challenge this god. One Dao, the power of the divine soul, was unleashed to destroy Kang Ji's nascent soul and then take its place. But the next second, the 9th grade soul lotus appeared above the nascent soul's lair, emitting a faint glow that blocked the evil god's attack. Huh? What the hell is this? The evil god was taken aback when his attack was blocked. But then a greedy glint flashed in his eyes. Anything capable of blocking his attack must be a treasure. Good lad, no wonder you dared to ruin my plans with your mere human form. So you have something to rely on. The evil god sized up the 9th grade soul lotus, clicking his tongue in disapproval, his eyes gleaming with even greater greed. It's a pity you don't deserve such good things. Give them all to me. The evil god was about to continue his attack. However, at this moment, Kang Ji's voice rang out leisurely. Do you think I dared to let you in without any preparation? The evil god was taken aback. What do you mean? Kang Ji did not answer. With a thought, a continuous stream of sungrass appeared in Danshin. Kang Ji was going all out to eliminate the Dao evil god's divided soul. Originally, even though sun grass and the main body share the same origin, Kang Ji would have to absorb them gradually. But now, Kang Ji can't care about anything else. He just Dao the sun grass instantly turned into powder. The soul clone is integrated with soul. Within the main body, most of the primordial QI and spiritual QI from the sungrass rushed into the spirit realm space, while a small portion merged into the physical body. The medicinal properties of sungrass, along with the immense power of sun true fire, were all integrated into Kang Ji's physical body and Danshin. Among the meridians, with a thought, he put away the devil vine, and in an instant, thunder roared down from the sky, directly smashing into Kang Ji's body. Heavenly thunder, true fire, aid me. Kang Ji roared, and the immense sun true fire erupted instantly, filling the entire Danshin space and spreading towards the entire physical body. At the same time, endless lightning crashed down, relentlessly bombarding Kang Ji's body. In just a moment, Kang Ji's physical body shattered and nearly disintegrated. However, under Kang Ji's terrifying primordial ki, spiritual power, and life force repair, it healed quickly again. Roar! Refine it for me. As Kang Ji roared, the thunder and flames of the entire world went berserk. In Kang Ji's Danshin, the flames are exceptionally violent. The sungrass was being absorbed continuously, and at this moment, Kang Ji seemed oblivious to the consequences. He was completely engulfed in a state of frenzy. Nascent Soul slowly sat up in Nascent Soul's lair, staring intently at the evil god's fragmented soul within Danshin. The evil god was in a bad situation at this time. This was Sun True Fire. Even if it can't compare to Emperor Jun and Taichi's true Sun True Fire, Kang Ji Sun True Fire in Sungrass also carries a hint of primordial Daoist charm. Such a terrifying Sun True Fire has a natural restraining effect on evil spirits like evil gods. Ah! What kind of hellfire is this? This is impossible. This is impossible. The evil god's divided soul also released a burst of flames, attempting to isolate Kang Ji's Sun True Fire. However, Kangji's Sun True Fire was too overwhelming. It was simply not something that could be blocked by the flames of an evil god. This is impossible. How could your flames compare to the divine fire of the gods? This is impossible. The evil god roared madly, attempting to approach Kangji's soul, main body. As long as Kangji's soul is eliminated, if the main body is right, then he wins. Unfortunately, these unrefined Sun True Fires of Kangji are incredibly violent, and they cannot tolerate a mere evil god being arrogant in front of them. Roar! You can't kill me. I am a god. I possess immortality and divine power. You can't kill me. Your physical body won't hold up for long. It won't be long before it collapses. What will you do then? The evil god gritted his teeth, never expecting Kangji to have such a backup plan. What he found even more unbelievable was Kangji's madness. This kind of madness, preferring to perish together with the enemy rather than surrender, chilled him. This child cannot be allowed to live. He absolutely cannot be allowed to live. The evil god screamed inwardly, his gaze toward Kangji becoming exceptionally cold. At this point, it was no longer as simple as just ruining his plans. Kangji's presence made him feel a sense of threat. If we don't eliminate him today, what will happen when Kangji grows up and finds his world? When the evil god hardens his heart, he is about to unleash his ultimate move. But then Kangji let out a cold snort, a slight smile playing on her lips. Do you think I'm stupid enough to let you use your ultimate move? With a thought, the 9th grade soul lotus appeared above the head of the evil god's split soul. The reason we're only taking action now is because Kangji was just accumulating soul power. To use the 9th grade soul lotus to destroy this evil god clone, Kangji would need to expend a considerable amount of soul power. Kangji was simply accumulating more soul clone infusion to build up enough soul power. And now, the 9th grade soul lotus began to spin rapidly above the evil god's head, and as a large amount of soul power burned, the 9th grade soul lotus spun faster and faster. The evil god quickly noticed this anomaly and tried to move away from the 9th grade soul lotus's area. However, he then realized that he had been trapped by the 9th grade soul lotus. What an arrogant brat. With a tiny magic treasure, they even want to trap a god. That's utterly absurd and foolish. With a roar, the evil god was about to unleash divine power and shatter the 9th grade soul lotus. However, at this moment, the 9th grade soul lotus accelerated, and the endless Sun True Fire within Danshin was swept up and converged towards the evil god. Before the evil god could react, the immense Sun True Fire had already trapped it firmly. Driven by the 9th grade soul lotus, the endless Sun True Fire formed a terrifying compressed dragon tornado. The evil god was enveloped within it, trying to break free, but the contracting force grew stronger and stronger, threatening to crush it into powder. Damn fire! I am a god, you can't kill me. The evil god was powerless and furious. He was utterly helpless against Sun True Fire. He tried to break free of the flames, but the wind pressure generated by the 9th grade soul lotus held him firmly. Heh, you think that's all? Kangji's lips curled up. His gaze, fixed on the evil god, held a hint of anticipation. After all, he was a god. No matter how trashy or he was once he died, he would definitely drop a lot of good stuff. With this thought in mind, the 9th grade soul lotus suddenly released its immense soul power. The power of the soul transformed into lotus leaves, sharp as blades. In conjunction with Sun True Fire, Dragon Tornado began to slice through the evil god. Impossible. How could you possibly possess such immense soul power? When the evil god sensed the soul power lotus leaf by the 9th grade soul lotus, he could no longer remain calm. With a roar, the divine fire ignited the divine power, ready to forcefully break free from Kang Jie's restraints. Unfortunately, by this point, the tide had turned, and the ninth grade Soul Lotus was no ordinary magic treasure. Under its terrifying power, the evil god couldn't stir up any trouble at all. "You can't kill me. If you kill me, my true form will definitely find you. At that time, you and your world will be reduced to ashes." The evil god made a final struggle, but unfortunately, Kang Jai remained unmoved. With a thought, the ninth grade Soul Lotus began to spin faster once more. Soul Power Lotus leaves gather Sun True Fire, forming a terrifying cutting storm. The next second, with a bang, the evil god could no longer withstand the terrifying cutting force. The divine fire dissipated, and the evil god's divided soul instantly cut into countless fragments. "I will find you. I will find you." The evil god uttered his final curse, but Kang Jai remained calm in the face of it. Someone like him, once the other party finds him, he'll probably be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Kang Jai didn't pay much attention to this. With a thought, he prepared to capture the remnant soul of the evil god and take a look. But at that moment, a strong desire emanated from the ninth grade Soul Lotus. You want to swallow him?" Kang Jai was somewhat surprised, not expecting that ninth grade Soul Lotus would be interested in the remnant soul of an evil god. After some deliberation, Kang Ji ultimately agreed to ninth grade Soul Lotus's request. After all, this is a very unusual magic treasure, and enhancing its power would also benefit myself. It's a pity that all the benefits of the evil god's divided soul will be swallowed up by the ninth grade Soul Lotus. Just as Kang Jai was secretly regretting it, ninth grade Soul Lotus swallowed the remnant soul of the evil god into the lotus. The next second, the ninth grade Soul Lotus began to spin rapidly, many times faster than before. Just as Kang Jai was wondering what was going on, ninth grade Soul Lotus stopped again. Immediately afterwards, What's going on? The ninth grade Soul Lotus first spat out an unknown ball of light. Immediately afterwards, the ninth grade Soul Lotus emitted another ball of light. After spitting out 7 unknown orbs of light, the ninth grade Soul Lotus finally stopped. "What are these?" Kang Jai stared at the unknown object encased within the sphere of light, her face full of confusion. Ninth grade Soul Lotus flashed with divine light and arrived in front of Kang Jai with 7 orbs of light. Just as Kang Jai was wondering, the ninth grade Soul Lotus directly entered Kang Jai, soul within the main body. Only 7 orbs of light remained, floating forlornly outside the nascent soul's lair. Just as Kang Jai was about to investigate what was inside these orbs of light, a beam of golden light descended from the sky and directly entered his sea of a consciousness. Kang Ji's expression changed. He didn't bother to examine the items in the light sphere and immediately focused his mind on the sea of a consciousness. Looking at the golden ball of light floating quietly in her sea of a consciousness, Kang Jai was a little confused. They cautiously touched the golden ball of light, their eyes widening instantly. "Power, the power of karma?" Kang Jai almost cried out in surprise. "This is actually the power of karma." The information transmitted to him from the power of karma revealed that this was actually the heavenly Da reward he received after killing the evil god's fragmented soul. The evil god committed numerous atrocities, and even after slaying one of his fragmented souls, one could still receive a heavenly Dao reward. Just by slaying a Dao fragment, I can gain so much karma power. If it were the main body. Kang Jai licked the corner of his mouth and suddenly felt that the evil god was not so evil anymore. At the very least, they all walking experience packs, and there are quite a few of them. Feeling the power of karma, Kang Ji's eyes flickered. How should he use this power of karma? Just as Kang Ji was pondering how to use this ball of karma power, his expression suddenly changed again. Oh no, I've absorbed far too much sungrass. My physical body can't handle it. Ignoring the need to further examine the karma power and the items within the oval light, Kang Ji hastily mobilized all his strength and began charging towards the physical body realm. Now only physical constraints can stabilize the raging Sun True Fire. At the same time, Dantian True Fire mobilized its full power and began absorbing these Sun True Fires from fusion. The endless Sun True Fire was absorbed by the Dantian True Fire, but even more Sun True Fire was ravaging his physical body. The immense power of innate, heaven and earth spiritual Qi and the life force constantly cleansed his physical body, preventing it from collapsing completely. Endless lightning bolts crashed down, striking Kang Ji's physical body. As lightning collided with Sun True Fire, Kang Ji unleashed the full power of Dragon Elephant Vajra primordial strength, absorbing the power of both lightning and Sun True Fire. However, in order to deal with the evil god, Kang Ji absorbed far too much Sun True Fire this time, including some Sun True Fire that was even higher than Kang Ji's own realm. Kang Ji, both physical body and divine sense, have reached the god transformation level. According to the rules, the limit of sun grass in the prehistoric world can reach the body integration level. To deal with this evil god's fragmented soul, Kang Ji gritted her teeth and reclaimed a considerable amount of body integration level sungrass clone. In order to deal with the evil god's split soul, Kang Ji just shattered a lot of body integration level sungrass clone. It was only with the help of the 9th grade soul lotus that those flames were able to be bound within Dantian. Now that the battle is over and the 9th grade soul lotus has returned, these body integration level Sun True Fires are immediately becoming somewhat uncontrollable. Integrating it into your own Dantian True Fire would take a long time. It integrates into the physical body, yet also exceeds the limits of the physical body. For a moment, Kang Ji was having a bit of a headache dealing with these flames. Is Dao going to use that karma power? Kang Ji immediately thought of that burst of karma power from before, but he immediately rejected that idea. Karma's power was indeed good, a true all-rounder, but using this thing too much will damage your foundation. Rather than relying on karma to break through, Kang Ji prefers to break through on her own. In that case, it seems we have no choice but to unleash these body integration level Sun True Fires. Kang Ji felt somewhat helpless, as she hadn't originally intended to reveal her hand so quickly. The Sun True Fire that has been absorbed and refined by the Dantian True Fire is very different from the Sun True Fire that has not been refined. Moreover, these body integration level Sun True Fires are clearly a level higher than my own Dantian True Fire, which could easily arouse suspicion from others. Ordinary people might not be able to tell the difference, but experts in Tower of Babel would definitely be able to detect it. But Kang Ji can't care about that now. Without releasing these Sun True Fires first, I cannot break through. Physical constraints. Kang Ji no longer suppresses the Sun True Fire within her body. The immense Sun True Fire surged forth from Kang Ji's center, instantly merging into the magma and fire. The 5 metal-eating ants that were originally guarding Kang Ji, as instructed by the Queen Ant, were instantly engulfed by Sun True Fire. Ah! A series of screams erupted from the mouths of these metal-eating ants as they surged upwards toward the ground. It was as if they'd escaped the flames simply by reaching the ground. However, before they could even break through the ground, the terrifying Sun True Fire ripped open the bodies of 4 of them. the monstrous Sun True Fire surged into their bodies, instantly destroying their physical bodies. The Sun True Fire of integration level is none of these 4 body integration. Middle stage metal-eating ants can handle this. Before the 4 metal-eating ants could even burst out of the ground, their physical body was burned to ashes. Oh, what a pity. Looking at the metal-eating ants turned to ashes, Kang Jai could only sigh in regret. These 4 body integration. Metal-eating ants from middle-stage physical body. It's a pity that it was burned to ashes. The remaining metal-eating ant was so frightened by this sight that it almost wet itself. Its body is still covered with a large amount of Sun True Fire. Faced with this, it could only run desperately toward the ground. After burning the 4 metal-eating ants to ashes, Sun True Fire did not stop there. It continued upwards, chasing the last metal-eating ant, and burst out of the ground. The mysterious golden eagle and the metal-eating ant queen, who were battling in the sky, sensed the terror of the flames and flew upwards to avoid the eruption of the Sun True Fire. At the same time, with Kang Ji, the eruption of Sun True Fire caused an uproar in the outside world. What just happened? How did those 4 metal-eating ants just disappear like that? Realm's low score didn't make sense at all. Those with powerful cultivation levels stared solemnly at Kang Jai in the picture. What terrifying flames! What kind of flames are these? They're somewhat similar to that kid's pill fire, but they're far more powerful. It seems this grandson of the Feng family has quite a few secrets. This flame clearly isn't his own, yet he's able to unleash such power. Many people's eyes flickered. They had never seen such terrifying flames before. It even surpasses all the strange flames in all other worlds today. Could it be that this kid has discovered a world of a higher rank? This idea suddenly came to the minds of many people, but after investigating Kang Ji's resume, they did not seem to find such a thing. Could it be that 3 Kingdoms world? Many people have drawn parallels to 3 Kingdoms world, especially the divine tree that appears in 3 Kingdoms world. Originally, they didn't care. After all, no matter how miraculous it was just a nascent soul-level world. But now, while the members of the powerful families were speculating and analyzing, Tower of Babel was also slightly surprised as he looked at Kang Jai, who was enveloped by Sun True Fire. This Kyura, such a powerful Dao aura, even surpassing the Grand Unity Golden Immortal grade. How'd this kid possibly have any contact with this world of ranking? Tower of Babel was very puzzled, but he did nothing to Kang Jai, only secretly leaving a mark on Kang Ji's body. As long as Kang Ji, once the physical body enters that world, can transmit his there based on the mark on Kang Ji's body. A high-ranking world is also of great benefit to him. While everyone was scheming or plotting something, Kang Jai, after releasing the body integration level Sun True Fire, felt a sudden relief from the pressure. As the pressure eased, a cracking sound seemed to emanate from within the body. The invisible barrier was shattered, and the physical body was instantly elevated. The Sun True Fire and lightning power that were raging within his body were being rapidly absorbed as the physical body broke through. Meanwhile, Kang Jai finally had time to examine the 7 items that the 9th grade Soul Lotus had just spat out. Just as Kang Jai was about to randomly click on a ball of light, the 9th grade Soul Lotus transmitted another message to him. Should I click on the 3rd orb first? Despite her doubts, she followed the instructions of the 9th grade Soul Lotus and activated the 3rd orb of light. As the sphere of light shattered, a flash of spiritual light appeared within it and disappeared directly into Kang Jai. Within nascent soul. The next second, fragments of memories appeared in Kang Ji's mind. After receiving this information, Kang Jai finally understood the ball of light contained in a portion of the evil god's memories. After swallowing the evil god's fragmented soul, the ninth grade soul lotus refined the fragments and absorbed the power of the evil god's divine soul. What is spat out is what the ninth grade soul lotus doesn't need. All ninth grade soul lotus truly needs is the power of the evil god's divine soul. After absorbing the power of the evil god's divine soul, the ninth grade soul lotus was actually repaired to some extent. I never imagined that repairing a ninth grade soul lotus would require soul power, and specifically, high-rank soul power. Kang Jai was somewhat surprised that his soul power had no effect on the ninth soul lotus. To repair a ninth grade soul lotus, you need at least a divine rank soul power. What the ninth grade soul lotus spat out were some things that were inherent in the fragments of the evil god divine soul. Among them are the memories and legacy that I just absorbed. The remaining 6 orbs contain 2 fragments of law, a trace of divinity, a trace of divine power, a ball of divine fire, and a power of faith. In the legacy memories of the evil god, Kang Jai felt that there were only 2 things that were somewhat useful to her. One is a soul skill of an evil god, the soul stripping technique, which requires a sacrificial array to be used. It was through this method that the evil god was able to extract the souls from thousands of humans and 2 golden eagle cubs. However, this kind of evil magic is somewhat useless to Kang Jai. To strip away someone else's soul, you must also cooperate with the altar array. Without the help of the altar array, the evil god's soul skills are completely unusable. In Kang Jai's opinion, such a soul skill is somewhat useless. To make use of this soul skill, Kang Jai will need to find a way to re-understand it. Besides this soul skill, what Kang Jai also valued was as a contractual method. Ancient soul contract law. Unlike ordinary soul contracts, the ancient soul contract method is a secret technique that the evil god accidentally discovered in the ruins of chaos. The being bound by this secret contract will retain its soul even after the other party dies. Reincarnation. This contract remains valid, although this secret method is somewhat evil, as even after a living being dies and is reincarnated, it will have to be its contractor for generations. It can also have miraculous effects if used properly. If a living being dies, this method can be used to make a contract with its soul, and then allow its reincarnation to be reincarnated. After reincarnation, this contract can be used to quickly find the other person's reincarnation body. Moreover, if this method exists, even if the other party loses their memories after reincarnation, the contract between the 2 parties can be used to awaken their past life memories. This secret technique was surprisingly similar to his soul clone talent, which greatly surprised Kang Jai. After Kang Jai discovered this secret technique from the evil god's memories, he instantly learned it. Although Kang Jai did not know Dao, he was also unaware of the effect of this method on himself. But he had a hunch that this method might be of great help to him in the future. Just as Kang Jai was about to continue inspecting the other orbs, a sharp shriek came from above. Metal-eating Ant Queen finally realized something was wrong. The last worker ant that escaped from underground was also burned to death by Sun True Fire not long ago. Despite using every means at its disposal, it was still unable to extinguish the flames on the worker ants. This made it realize something must have happened in the underground palace. The evil god may have met with an accident, because that flame was something that an evil god could not possibly unleash. If something goes wrong with the evil god, wouldn't its entire plan fall apart? They had sacrificed so much, even destroying their nest, and all their worker ants had died in the battle. It will go crazy if it gets nothing. At this point, the metal-eating ant queen, was on the verge of going insane. Ignoring how powerful the sun true fire was in the magma, it charged straight towards Kang Jai. Hearing the noise, Kang Jai had to regain his composure and look up. Sensing the intense killing intent emanating from the metal-eating ant queen, Kang Jai smiled slightly. I had some reservations before, but now? With a thought, the sun true fire within Dantian activated, beginning to absorb the sun true fire from the magma. Under Kang Ji's control, the sun true fire of the body integration level converged toward the metal-eating ant queen. The sun true fire, originally scattered within the magma, was barely able to withstand the metal-eating ant queen. However, as the concentration of sun true fire increased, the metal-eating ant queen finally began to struggle. But when he saw Kang Jai with clear eyes, he was taken aback. But it was immediately drawn to the destroyed statues and altars of the evil god. "Human, you deserve to die." Metal-eating ant's eyes were bloodshot, clearly enraged to the extreme. Ignoring the terrifying sun true fire around them, they charged straight at Kang Jai. You've already met your end by slaughtering the human race." Kang Jai was equally furious. With a cold snort, she controlled sun fire to burn metal-eating ants. Damn humans! I'll kill you all." Upon colliding with sun true fire and experiencing its terrifying power, the metal-eating ants had no choice but to temporarily retreat and head towards the ground. However, Kang Jai would not let it go so easily. With a flicker of movement, he swiftly pursued the metal-eating ant queen. The metal-eating ant queen had just burst out of the ground when it was immediately targeted by the mysterious golden eagle. Mysterious golden eagle harbors a deep-seated hatred for metal-eating ants, who killed his own son. How could he possibly let metal-eating ant queen go unpunished? The two sides immediately engaged in combat. Kang Jai, back on the ground, stood on the lava, but did not immediately go to provide assistance. Staying in the underground magma gives me a considerable advantage. Once they leave the ground, their advantages vanish. I haven't absorbed all the sun true fire from the magma yet, so I'm at best evenly matched with the metal-eating ant queen. However, the sun true fire at the body integration level is not so easily absorbed. It takes quite a while to truly absorb and refine it. Given the current situation, the only way to quickly improve combat effectiveness is to find another method. Kang Ji immediately thought of the remaining 6 orbs of light. Without hesitation, Kang Jai focused his mind on Dantian and immediately began to examine the 6 orbs of light to see if they were of any use to him. Divinity and divine power, this thing is a foundation of a god. Even if I want to lose focus, it will only automatically gather divinity and divine power. This thing is a bit useless to me. After a moment's thought and a murmur in her heart, Kang Jai finally decided to entrust both her divinity and divine power to the mechanical mother insect. Of all her pets, Kang Jai felt that only the mechanical mother insect was suitable for both of these things. In fact, when mechanical mother insect after fusing divinity and divine power, it brought Kang Jai an unexpected surprise. After absorbing divinity and divine power, the mechanical mother insect surprisingly gained the abilities of a divided soul. That is the ability to absorb the power of faith. What surprised Kang Jai was that the mechanical mother insect could produce offspring continuously. And it can also make its offspring believe in it. In this way, the mechanical mother insect can continuously absorb power of faith from its offspring. When Kang Jai learned this, her eyes widened in surprise. I never imagined that the mechanical mother insect could perform such an operation. It's simply perfect for a god. With this in mind, Kang Jai did not hesitate, and handed the divine fire and the power of faith to the mechanical mother insect. It itself is a fusion of Kang Ji's Danshin true fire and mechanical mother insect. When fusion ignites its divine fire, it does so effortlessly, as the divine fire was captured by the mechanical mother insect fusion. The mechanical mother insect also possesses the ability to forge the power of faith. The greatest function of divine fire is to refine the power of faith and remove impurities from it. Otherwise, if one indiscriminately absorbs the power of faith, one will suffer the backlash of the faith of all beings, and ultimately one will no longer be oneself. After being tempered by divine fire, the power of faith will be stripped of the beliefs of all beings, becoming pure power of faith. And with true fire, the divine fire after fusion not only has the effect of tempering power of faith, but also has the effect of burning the soul. In other words, the flames from the mechanical mother insect will now have the ability to heal. Surprised Kang Ji slightly. However, Kang Ji was not envious. After all, this was not the divine fire she had lit herself. Just now, when she tried to absorb this divine fire, the Danshin true fire actually seemed to be disgusted by it. It was because the divine fire was rejected by the Danshin true fire that it was given to the mechanical mother insect. Kang Ji then looked at 2 items, 2 law fragments. Picking up the law fragment, Kang Ji immediately mobilized 1,000,000 soul clone members to jointly comprehend it. In the blink of an eye, Kang Ji figured out the origin of the 2 law fragments. One of them contains the law of usurpation, which is to use a certain sacrifice to take away the abilities or attributes of something else. According to the memories of the evil god, the original intention of the metal-eating ant queen was to use this ability of the evil god to steal the power from the golden eagle cubs. However, at that crucial moment, he was distracted by himself and had to stop. What surprised Kang Ji was not the law fragment itself, but the law hidden within it by simultaneously analyzing millions of clones. Kang Ji discovered that the usurpation law is, in a sense, a branch of deprivation law. The evil god Galio probably couldn't comprehend the deprivation law, so he came up with a bizarre and incongruous law of usurpation. It requires sacrificing something to extract a certain ability or attribute from it. The usurpation law is too useless for Kang Ji, but the deprivation law is very useful for him. Once I can understand the deprivation law in the future, divine ability doesn't require any sacrifices or trades. As long as you're strong enough, you can extract the abilities, attributes, or even law from other things. This is the law that Kang Ji likes, not the useless law that requires sacrifice to use. Although he was unable to comprehend the divine ability from the usurped law fragments, one can glean the most basic law inscriptions of deprivation law from this fragment of law. Because the underlying logic of this deprivation law fragment is the deprivation law inscription. The other law fragment in Kang Ji's possession has also been deciphered. It is also a branch of the 3,000 main laws named Chimera Law. It is because of these 2 law divine powers that the evil god Galio was able to extract abilities and attributes from the mysterious golden eagle cub and bestow them upon the metal-eating ant queen. However, this gift is useless and cannot be integrated into bloodline. It is more like an external cheat, which can be taken back by the other party at any time. The main law of the chimeric law is the fusion law. It is estimated that the other party was unable to comprehend the fusion law due to limited aptitude, and thus created a hybrid law that is neither fish nor fowl. Kang Ji felt somewhat regretful about this, because he had already comprehended the fusion law inscription and was certain that he would comprehend fusion law in the future. Divine ability does not require such chimeric law fragments. Kang Jai casually inscribed the deprivation law inscription into nascent soul and was about to put away the two law fragments. At this time, mechanical mother insect Xiao Hong, however, exuded a strong desire. Master, could you please give me the chimera law fragment? Kang Jai was taken aback, puzzled. Is this law fragment useful to you? Xiao Hong nodded. Master, although I don't know what use this law fragment will be to me, I have a feeling that fusion's law fragment might bring me great benefits. Hearing Xiao Hong say that, Kang Jai was not stingy. It was something that he could do without anyway. So Kang Jai simply threw it to Xiao Hong. In this way, Kang Jai discovered that everything dropped by the evil god had been distributed. There is no one who can increase strength right now. Kang Jai was unwilling to give up, so she sorted through everything that the evil god had revealed. Divinity, divine power, divine fire, power of faith, and the fragments of law were all given to Xiao Hong. While usurping the law granted him the deprivation law inscription, it did not enhance his strength. The fragments of the evil god divine soul were absorbed by the 9th grade soul lotus. Although it significantly enhanced the 9th grade soul lotus's power, the 9th grade soul lotus is a soul-type magic treasure, which is extremely effective against soul-type creatures. However, it seems somewhat powerless against the metal-eating ant queen, who has already reached the fusion realm. What is fusion realm? Once you reach fusion realm, the soul begins to merge with the physical body. To attack the soul, you must shatter the physical body. However, the metal-eating ant's mother is known for its physical body. Currently, even in a 9th grade soul lotus cannot attack the opponent's soul without breaking through the opponent's physical body defense. The information transmitted by the 9th grade lotus revealed the 9th grade soul lotus, due to the severe injuries it suffered, could only exert a small portion of its abilities at present. The most important aspects are soul guardian and dealing with pure soul-type creatures. As for metal-eating ants, which are beings whose soul has already merged with their physical body, 9th grade soul lotus finds them extremely difficult to deal with. Since 9th grade soul lotus was out of the question, Kang Jai could only place his last hope on the memories of the evil god and legacy. Of the evil god's memories and legacy, only two are useful to me. One is the ancient soul contract law. Although this method is mysterious, it is completely non-aggressive. This does nothing to help the current situation. Ultimately, Kang Jai focused his attention on the evil god sacrifice formation and soul skills. Soul stripping. This is the skill possessed by the evil god, but it can only be used in conjunction with a sacrificial array. Kang Jai fell into deep thought. In the end, the essence of soul stripping is still soul attack. Although he didn't directly use soul extraction, if he could extract a portion of its essence, could he deduce a soul attack method that he could currently use? Kang Jai thought about it more and more, and it seemed feasible. My most outstanding feature is soul. The power of my soul is probably unmatched by anyone below Earth Immortal. It would be a great pity if such a powerful soul could not be properly utilized. With this in mind, Kang Jai no longer hesitated and immediately began to deduce a soul skill suitable for himself, based on the evil divine soul technique. With millions of soul clones as aids, Kang Jai quickly deduced a soul attack method. Soul sound vibration. This is a soul attack method that utilizes the vibrational sound waves generated by the power of soul. This was all thanks to the evil god's soul stripping and sacrifice array. The principle behind the evil god's soul stripping is to use the vibration array in the sacrificial array to first make the soul of the living being dizzy, and then used the bewitching sound to extract the soul of a living being from the body. Kang Jai combined some of the abilities of these two to create the skill soul sound vibration. The principle behind the soul sound vibration skill is simply to use soul sound waves to cause shock damage to the enemy's soul. Mild cases may cause dizziness, while severe cases may result in the complete destruction of the divine soul. Even a powerful being whose soul has merged with their physical body can experience a gap and separation between their soul and physical body under this soul sound vibration. If the other person's soul and physical body are not tightly connected, soul sound vibration can even vibrate the other person's soul out of the physical body. After comprehending this skill, Kang Ji immediately looked up at the battlefield above. Although mysterious golden eagle is determined to kill metal-eating ant queen at all costs. But the metal-eating ant queen is, after all, a body integration level. Peak powerhouses and being ants possess physical bodies that are far stronger than those of ordinary metal-eating ants. Faced with the metal-eating ants, which are as solid as a tortoise shell, mysterious golden eagle can only bombard them with lightning and never stop its sonic attacks. However, metal-eating ants are very fast, making it difficult for lightning and sound waves to hit them. If a large area sonic attack is used, the attack power is not strong enough. Seeing that mysterious golden eagle was having little chance at metal-eating ant queen, Kang Jai had a sudden inspiration and immediately used soul sound vibration on metal-eating ant queen. As Kang Jai unleashed this skill, metal-eating ants froze instantly. From Kang Ji's soul eye, it was clear that just as his soul sound vibration skill struck metal-eating ants, a Dao phantom flickered within metal-eating ants' physical body. Kang Ji understood that it was the soul body of the metal-eating ants that had been momentarily displaced from the physical body by his own skill. This has also caused metal-eating ants to experience dizziness. Seeing this, the mysterious golden eagle would not let such an opportunity pass, and endless lightning continued to bombard the metal-eating ants. Bah! The mysterious golden eagle let out an excited cry, and bolt after bolt of lightning struck down, blasting the metal-eating ant queen directly into the lava. Seeing this, Kang Jai naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. He immediately mobilized the Sun True Fire and Dantian True Fire within the magma, instantly sending them rushing towards the metal-eating ant queen. After a moment of dizziness, the metal-eating ant queen was awakened by the flames outside her body and immediately tried to rush out of the magma. But Kang Jai wouldn't let it leave so easily. Giant fiery dragons charged towards it. Faced with Kang Ji's attack, metal-eating ant queen had no choice but to stop and meet Kang Ji's attack. But then Kang Jai used soul sound vibration again, and just as she was about to face fire dragon's metal-eating ant queen, she was stunned by Kang Ji's skill once again. As the metal-eating ant queen lost control of her body, the fire dragon bombarded her without hindrance. Faced with the metal-eating ant queen, who had lost her defenses, flames instantly enveloped her. Sun True Fire Da Dao was destroying the opponent's physical body. But the opponent's physical body was simply too powerful. Even the body integration level Sun True Fire could only slowly damage the opponent's body surface. With a thought, Kang Ji immediately controlled the flames and seized the opportunity to surge into the metal-eating ant queen's body. Just as Kang Jai had predicted, while the metal-eating ant queen's body was equally powerful, it was not as hard as its surface. Once the flames entered, they immediately began to destroy the interior of the metal-eating ants, especially their heads, which were given particular attention by Kang Jai. The intense pain instantly brought metal-eating ants back to their senses, but the metal-eating ant queen was powerless against Kang Jai's flames. Human, I want you dead. Metal-eating ants' eyes are bloodshot, and their vision is blurred as they utter venomous curses. Ignoring the burning pain within her body, the metal-eating ant queen recklessly charged towards Kang Jai. Faced with metal-eating ant's final frenzy, Kang Jai delivered another powerful attack. The soul sound vibration is emitted. The metal-eating ant queen, already at her limit, was no match for Kang Jai's soul attack and fell into a dazed state once again. And its next bout of dizziness also signifies the end of its life. As the flames consumed everything inside her, the metal-eating ant queen finally died, her body sinking deeper into the lava as it burned. But just then, Xiao Hong's urgent voice came through. "Master, I need the queen ant's corpse. Please don't let it be burned." Sensing Xiao Hong's urgency, Kang Jai was slightly taken aback. Without even asking Xiao Hong the reason, she hurriedly used divine sense to bring the metal-eating ant queen's corpse to her side. With his right hand touching the queen ant's corpse, he began to absorb the flames within the metal-eating ants using Dantian True Fire. Under Kang Jai's absorption, the flames inside the queen ant's body were quickly absorbed completely. Looking at the metal-eating ant queen, now reduced to a mere shell, Kang Jai asked Dao, with some uncertainty, "Is this corpse still of any use to you?" Xiao Hong nodded excitedly. It's useful, as long as there's still a little bit of the corpse left." Without wasting any words, Kang Jai directly threw the queen ant's corpse into the spirit realm space. Just then, the urgent cry of the mysterious golden eagle came from the ground. Kang Jai thought for a moment and then ascended to the ground. "Human, where is the metal-eating ant queen? I can't sense its presence anymore." Hearing the mysterious golden eagle speak, Kang Jai was slightly surprised and asked Dao in astonishment, "You can talk?" Mysterious golden eagle rolled his eyes. "I am the spirit beast, possessing Garuda bloodline. What's so special about it being able to talk?" "Huh?" Kang Jai was stunned. He didn't expect that this golden eagle would have such spirituality, and he was even more surprised that it called itself the spirit beast and possessed Garuda's bloodline. "Human, you still haven't replied to me. Is that metal-eating ant queen dead?" Kang Jai nodded, making no attempt to hide anything, and Dao. "He is indeed dead." Upon hearing the news of the death of the metal-eating ant queen, mysterious golden eagle was stunned. Even if it had some suspicions, it was still somewhat stunned when it actually heard the news. After a long while, the mysterious golden eagle suddenly let out a cry, its voice filled with a complex emotion. Kang Jai sensed a mixture of revenge and grief in his voice. After a long while, the mysterious golden eagle, having released its emotions, looked at Kang Jai and asked Dao, "Human, have you ever seen two golden eagle cubs deep underground?" Seeing the tense expression on the mysterious golden eagle's face, Kang Jai felt a pang of pity, but still silently released the two golden eagle cubs' corpses. When mysterious golden eagle saw the two golden eagle cubs' corpses, he froze on the spot, and then his body began to tremble slightly. Even though she had a premonition, mysterious golden eagle still couldn't accept it when she actually saw the bodies of her two children. A series of mournful cries emanated from the other's mouth. The mysterious golden eagle cried out to the sky, and tears slid from the corners of its eyes, hitting the scorching earth and instantly evaporating. Once the mysterious golden eagles had calmed down a bit, Kang Jai said to Dao, "I've temporarily preserved their souls. Would you like to see them?" The grief-stricken mysterious golden eagle trembled, looking at Kang Jai with disbelief. You preserved their souls?" Kang Jai nodded. The mysterious golden eagle couldn't wait any longer. "Dao, can I see them again?" Kang Jai didn't speak, but silently released Devil Vine. Just as he was about to have Devil Vine release the souls of the two golden eagle cubs, Devil Vine transmitted a message to him. What? You mean that these humans and the golden eagle cubs' souls have been severely damaged, and they probably don't even have the chance to be reincarnated normally? Kang Jie instantly recalled the scene he had witnessed before, a group of souls being burned by the flames of an evil god. It's hard to say. Thinking of this, Kang Jie's expression immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. Without a doubt, the flames of the evil god are divine fire. A group of ordinary souls, scorched by divine fire, will surely meet a bad end. It's possible that they couldn't be reincarnated normally. After all, this is not the primordial world. The prehistoric world has 6 paths of reincarnation, so even if the soul is shattered, it can be continuously repaired within these paths of reincarnation. Even if they cannot be repaired, those fragments can be transformed back into a complete soul body through repeated reincarnations. But not here. Whether on Earth or in any other known world, humans on Earth have not found any trace of 6 paths of reincarnation. As for the souls of the deceased, no one knows where they went. Kang Jie's furrowed brows immediately caught the attention of mysterious golden eagle, whose heart clenched. Yes, what happened? Mysterious golden eagle asked Dao nervously. Kang Jie didn't hide anything and explained the situation of golden eagle cubs, while also showing it the condition of golden eagle cubs and those human souls. At this point, golden eagle cubs had become dazed and confused, as if it had completely lost its intelligence. This is soul's performance after suffering a severe blow. Seeing this, the mysterious golden eagle became anxious. What should we do? What should we do? My 2 children, won't they even be able to survive reincarnation? Is there no chance for reincarnation left? Kang Jie sighed inwardly as he watched the anxious, mysterious golden eagle. After thinking for a moment, Dao said, I do have 2 methods that might allow them to continue living. Mysterious golden eagle's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he stared intently at Kang Jie, asking Dao, what's the plan? Kang Jie hesitated for a moment, but after being urged repeatedly by golden eagle, he finally said to Dao, I can think of 2 methods. One is to make them the accomplices of the Devil Vine. Under the protection of the Devil Vine, although they will permanently lose their freedom, and it will be difficult for them to regain their intelligence. However, under the protection of Devil Vine, it is still possible to continue to survive in a remnant soul state. But in this way, the 2 little ones will probably never have reincarnation again. The opportunity for reincarnation. Mysterious golden eagle was stunned, staring blankly at the Devil Vine and the thousands of remnants of the human race within it, along with its 2 children. After a long while, mysterious golden eagle looked at Kang Jie again and asked Dao, what about the other method? Another method. Kang Jie paused, then finally said to Dao, let them become artifact spirits and continue to live in the form of artifact spirits. Mysterious golden eagle interrupted Dao. What's the difference between this and soul flying away and spirit scattering? In this way, they will be trapped in the magic treasure for their entire lives. And if the magic treasure shatters, then Mysterious golden eagle took a deep breath and refused to continue. The mysterious golden eagle's eyes showed struggle. Whether it became a henchman of the Devil Vine or transformed into the spirit of the magic treasure, both little golden eagles would lose their reincarnation, the opportunity for reincarnation. But if they don't do this, they will experience soul flying away and spirit scattering, and there will be no reincarnation. The opportunity for reincarnation. At this point, Kang Jie added, there is another way, which is to become a believer of a certain god. Perhaps that's what the evil gods thought before. He used divine fire to refine these souls, forcibly converting them into his followers and incorporating them into his divine kingdom. If they enter the kingdom of God, perhaps they avoid the fate of soul flying away and spirit scattering. However, in doing so, they will also lose reincarnation. The opportunity for reincarnation. Mysterious golden eagle fell silent. Regardless of which of the three methods Kang Jai mentioned, golden eagle cubs would lose reincarnation. The opportunity for reincarnation. If reincarnation is not possible, if reincarnation occurs, then the little golden eagle will never be able to become a complete living being. Even if it can survive in soul form for the time being, it cannot last long. Perhaps thousands of years from now, it will still end up as a soul flying away and a spirit scattering. This is not what mysterious golden eagle wanted to see. Don't you have any other way? As long as you can save my child, I'm willing to become your contracted beast. Upon hearing mysterious golden eagle's terms, Kang Jai was somewhat tempted. To save the golden eagle cubs, they must be placed on 6 paths of reincarnation. But where are the 6 paths of reincarnation on Blue Star? How could Kang Jai know Dao? Even in the 3 kingdoms world, which is about to be completely fused, he doesn't understand how the reincarnation mechanism of the 3 kingdoms world works. He only knew that in the 3 kingdoms world, if the souls of the dead were incomplete, they would dissipate into the world. If the soul is intact, it will be taken away by a mysterious force. As for where he went, he didn't know. The situation on Earth should be similar to that of 3 kingdoms world. The Tower of Babel, in essence, still belongs to Earth. Therefore, it is highly likely that this rule was followed. In this situation, where can he find a place for reincarnation? The place of reincarnation. Kang Jai suddenly thought of something, and his eyes flashed with light. If we're talking about places to reincarnation, he does indeed have one. That is prehistoric world. Since the first war between the Lich King and the Witch King, Hotu had sensed something, and in order to buy a chance for the Witch King's survival, she voluntarily transformed into reincarnation. It is precisely because the primordial world possessed the reincarnation that its soul clone also possessed the reincarnation. The opportunity for reincarnation. The Second Lich War has just ended, and the third final war is still some time away. At this point, the reincarnation of the prehistoric world is not perfect. If I secretly throw in the souls of 2 golden eagle cubs, there shouldn't be any problem, right? But what good would it do to just throw 2 golden eagle cubs in like that? I took a huge risk. If it's just to make the mysterious golden eagle your contracted beast, it doesn't seem worthwhile. Just as Kang Jai was pondering, mysterious golden eagle spoke again. If you can save my child, I can take you somewhere. If you can gain their approval, you will reap unimaginable benefits. Kang Jai was taken aback and looked at mysterious golden eagle with some suspicion, as if to say, "Are you trying to trick me?" Mysterious golden eagle nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, the benefits. There will absolutely exceed your imagination." Seeing mysterious golden eagle's confident assertion, Kang Jai became somewhat interested. Send 2 golden eagles into prehistoric world reincarnation. Reincarnation was just something I did on the spur of the moment. But how can one maximize their own interests? Kang Jai thought of the ancient soul contract law of the evil god. As long as the soul bodied by this law, even reincarnation will continue to uphold its covenant with its soul. If one signs such a contract with 2 golden eagle cubs, then even if these 2 golden eagle cubs reincarnate in the prehistoric world, reincarnation remains his own contracted beast. When they reincarnation after reincarnation, you can pick them up yourself. But how can we guarantee their reincarnation? Will reincarnation turn into a blade of grass? After all, the soul bodies of the two golden eagle cubs are not strong, although they are much stronger than when they first appeared, based on Kangji's experience. Golden eagle cubs at most be reincarnated into drill rat-like creatures, although reincarnation was already good enough. But to get mysterious golden eagle to accept its two offspring, reincarnation, as drill rat, Kangjai felt there was something eerie about the scene. After all, rats are also part of the golden eagle's diet. How about we try that thing? Kangjai suddenly remembered the massive karma power still floating in the sea of a consciousness. Karma's power is actually somewhat useless to me. He doesn't need the power of karma to improve his cultivation. However, this amount of karma power is far from enough to gather karma auspicious cloud, karma golden wheel. Rather than letting it float in the sea of a consciousness, we might as well make use of it. Thinking of this, Kangjai looked up at the mysterious golden eagle. I've thought of another way to save your child, but... Seeing Kangjai hesitate, mysterious golden eagle raised his head, patted his chest, and said, "Don't worry, I keep my word. As long as you can save my two children, I'll do whatever you say." Upon hearing mysterious golden eagle's words, Kangjai nodded, and without further ado, summoned the spirit of golden eagle cubs from Devil Vin before him. Two ancient and mysterious soul contracts appeared between the two parties, and then, under Kangji's manipulation, they were absorbed into each other's souls. Kangjai instantly sensed her control over the two cubs' soul. But this did not stop the souls of the two cubs from continuing to dissipate. Just as mysterious golden eagle was getting anxious, Kangjai waved his hand, and two bursts of karma energy shot into golden eagle cub's body. The anxious, mysterious golden eagle was startled. "This is..." Kangjai ignored the mysterious golden eagle, whose eyes were wide open. Instead, with a wave of his hand, he directly absorbed the souls of the two golden eagle cubs into the sea of consciousness, and then immediately transferred them into the prehistoric world. But the moment the two golden eagle cubs' souls entered the prehistoric world, something strange happened. The moment the two golden eagle cubs' souls entered the prehistoric world, the karma power within the golden eagle suddenly ignited. Just as Kangjai was surprised, the power of karma actually burned onto the ancient soul contract. As the power of karma ignited the ancient soul contract showed signs of dissolving. Kangji's expression changed. Had he done something stupid? The power of karma hadn't even allowed the golden eagle cubs to be reborn into a better life. Instead, it had caused it to erase the soul contract within the golden eagle cubs. If that's the case, wouldn't we be shooting ourselves in the foot? With these thoughts in mind, Kangjai couldn't help but frown. If that's the case, then when the golden eagle cubs, reincarnation after reincarnation, how can one the other person restore their memories and bring them back? Just as Kangjai frowned, in the prehistoric world, his millions of Dao, soul clone, as well as the soul clone in Three Kingdoms world, the soul clone in Devil Vine, and the Dao from long ago, where I was trapped somewhere I didn't know. Soul clone, these clone deep within the soul, an ancient soul contract suddenly erupted. With the outbreak of these ancient soul contracts, these clones have also formed a connection with the golden eagle cubs. At the same time, the ancient's contract, which was being scorched by the power of karma, instantly became unbreakable. Moreover, with the two golden eagle cubs suddenly gaining millions of owners, the power they receive in return causes their soul power to surge instantly. Although they were still in a daze, their soul intensity suddenly surpassed that of Kangji's single soul clone. At that moment, seeing that it had a way to obtain the ancient soul contract, karma began to actively merge into the souls of the two golden eagle cubs, turning their souls golden yellow. This bizarre change made Kang Jai frown slightly. I had never paid attention to this karma power before, nor had I ever thought of using it. Therefore, I initially thought it was just a very ordinary ball of karma power. The reason he bestowed them upon the two golden eagle cubs was that he hoped they could be reborn into a better family through the power of these karma. Judging from the performance of these karma powers just now, it's clearly not that simple. These karma powers seem unusual, even as if they possess their own will. This speculation startled Kang Jai. If this is indeed the case, then the existence of this mass of karma power remains to be investigated. Suppressing her surprise and doubt, Kang Jai continued to monitor the situation of golden eagle cubs. Just as the power of karma completely integrated into the souls of the two golden eagles, the two golden eagle cubs also arrived at the 6 paths of reincarnation. With the appearance of the two golden eagle cubs' spirits, many ghosts stared at them in shock. No one has ever seen a ghost completely enveloped in the power of karma. Its golden appearance is impossible to miss. When the golden eagle cubs arrived at the bridge of helplessness, Meng Po looked at the two golden eagle cubs with slight surprise. After looking at them with some doubt, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "This karma power isn't from the prehistoric world." Meng Po was slightly startled and examined the souls of the two golden eagle cubs again. Karma's power actually contains the will of the world. Meng Po raised an eyebrow, then shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, this is just the will of a broken world. Perhaps it was sent here, using the last of its power after that world shattered. Meng Po made this guess, and at the same time lost interest in golden eagle cubs. For two orphans from a shattered world to be able to come to the primordial world is already a stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune. As for whether it will affect the prehistoric world, that's even less likely. The primordial world is so vast that there are 3,000 major thousand worlds that exist solely based on it, not to mention the countless small worlds below the major thousand worlds. With almost every breath, countless worlds are born and countless worlds are destroyed in the primordial world. Therefore, Meng Po was only slightly surprised by the appearance of the two golden eagles, and then paid no more attention to them. With a casual wave of his hand, he was about to send the two golden eagle cubs into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Suddenly, Meng Po paused and began to examine the two golden eagle cubs again. With a flicker of his eyes, Meng Po suddenly contacted the main body, Empress Pingxin, who was formerly known as Hu Tu. It's unclear what they discussed, but when Meng Po looked at the two golden eagle cubs again, he surprisingly showed a kind smile. "Two lucky little ones, I hope you won't disappoint me." With a wave of his hand, 2 clumps of karma from the underworld merged into the body of golden eagle cubs. These 2 orbs of karma power are far greater than the karma power they obtained before. That wasn't all. Meng Po waved his hand again, and a large amount of soul power appeared above the golden eagle's head, directly merging into the souls of the 2 golden eagle cubs. Their souls surged instantly, to the point that even Kang Jai was terrified. If Kang Jai didn't possess millions of soul clones, and hadn't already connected with the 2 golden eagle cubs. Otherwise, with their current soul strength, both golden eagle cubs could easily shatter Kang Ji's soul contract. Sensing the changes in the 2 golden eagle cubs, Kang Jai was terrified and wondered what Meng Po was up to. Just as Kang Jai was wondering, Meng Po waved his hand, and 2 beams of spiritual light entered the bodies of the 2 golden eagle cubs. Unfortunately, these 2 wisps of light were enveloped by a layer of restriction preventing Kang Jai from investigating them. Having done all this, Meng Po once again waved his hand, sending the 2 golden eagle cubs into the 6 paths of reincarnation. At the same time, Kang Jai suddenly felt a powerful force acting on the 2 golden eagle souls. Before Kang Jai could react, the 2 golden eagle cubs had already disappeared into the 6 paths of reincarnation. The next second, Kang Jai felt 2 golden eagle cubs inside the 2 giant eggs. To his astonishment, 2 giant eggs had already given birth to 2 dragons. Soul embryo. This is the innate soul of innate. Kang Jai almost cried out in surprise. To know Tao, in the primordial world, there are 2 kinds of soul. One is the reincarnation of living beings after death. Reincarnation's soul style, which is called acquired soul. The other type is the innate soul, that naturally follows the innate being during its creation. Such souls typically only appear within innate beings. But how did these 2 golden eagle cubs end up here? Moreover, the 2 giant eggs clearly contain embryos of innate beings and embryos of the innate soul. This is already a nascent life form. So why would it need the infusion of 2 golden eagle souls? Even if the souls of 2 golden eagles were injected, they still couldn't be integrated into the giant egg. Just as Kang Jai was wondering, the same great power instantly enveloped the 2 giant eggs, preventing any information from leaking out. Then, something shocking happened to Kang Jai through the soul contract. Kang Jai was able to sense that the great power directly merged the 2 unformed innate soul embryos into the bodies of the 2 gold eagles. However, the 2 embryos were extremely averse to the 2 golden eagles. The power unleashed by the innate soul instantly shattered the souls of the 2 golden eagles. If it weren't for a powerful force protecting the 2 golden eagle cubs, they would probably have died long ago. At this moment, that great power acted again, and the karma of the underworld that had previously merged into the golden eagle's body instantly ignited. The moment karma burned, it also ignited the souls of the 2 golden eagles and the embryonic soul of innate. Under the influence of the karma fire, the 2 began to fuse. Gradually, the 2 innate soul embryos actually merged into the bodies of the 2 golden eagle cubs. At the same time, they began to change the image of the 2 golden eagles. As the 2 innate soul embryos were modified, golden eagle cubs gradually lost its original form. While being imbued with the spirit of innate, its appearance also underwent a significant change. One of them transformed into a colorful peacock. The other one has transformed into Garuda, with golden wings and a black and white yin-yang symbol on its abdomen. This is... Kang Jai's eyes widened as she looked at the 2 golden eagles in their new appearance. The images of these 2 creatures are so familiar. Isn't this the image of Kong Xuan and Garuda? Could it be that 2 golden eagle cubs were reincarnated into these 2, and even devoured 2 unformed innate soul embryos through fusion? Isn't this a bit too serious? Kang Jai felt like she was about to lose control. If Heavenly Dao and Hongjun were to discover this, how could the 2 golden eagle cubs possibly withstand it? Even if I myself am at risk of being exposed. Fortunately, the person who made the move this time is likely how to. There is this Dao Saint's cover-up should be able to cover it up, right? Kang Jai was also somewhat uncertain. But what's done is done, and there's nothing you can do about it. This is clearly How To's doing. It's just a mystery how Dao plans to use Kong Xuan and Garuda. Just as Kang Jai was speculating, the new souls of the 2 golden eagle cubs had fully formed and, under the influence of How To's power, began to fuse with the physical body embryo. Not long after, the 2 were on the ground. Under the influence of karma and the power of How To, they became completely integrated. Wow! Am I going to make a fortune this time? Kang Jai never expected that the two golden eagle cubs she casually tossed in yin would yield such a huge opportunity. This is the Peacock King and Garuda. If Garuda hadn't been so foolish as to name his ultimate innate. Yin Yang's two energies were refined into a magic treasure, and his aptitude was in no way inferior to Kong Xuan's. Kong Xuan is a ruthless man who even dared to beat up Saint. Below the Saint level, he dares to challenge any strong person one-on-one. Now that they've become his contracted beasts, Kang Jai naturally won't allow Garuda to ruin his innate yin-yang two energies. If the two of them cultivate properly, they're bound to become a quasi-sage peak in the future. Just as Kang Jai was lost in thought, the restriction on the spiritual light that had been placed on the two golden eagle souls, whose physical bodies and souls had completely merged, shattered, instantly. Immediately afterwards, two memories appeared in the minds of the two golden eagles. At this moment, Hao-Tu's voice rang out. You two little ones, cultivate yourselves well. I look forward to your growth. After saying this, Hao-Tu seemed to have removed the two giant eggs. However, the barrier enveloping the inside of the giant egg was not removed. Because of Hao-Tu, the two golden eagle cubs, who had previously lost their intelligence, regained it. Having developed sentience, they immediately received the memories left to them by Hao-Tu. These memories are actually a cultivation technique, and it was something Kang Jai hadn't expected. 9 revolutions profound skill. After being modified by Hao-Tu, it is more suitable for two golden eagle cubs. 9 revolutions profound skill by cultivate. It's actually 9 revolutions profound skill. Hao-Tu really went all out. Is Dao trying to train them to become the divine beast, the guardians of the witch clan? Kang Jai was somewhat surprised and uncertain, but no matter what the reason, as long as Kong Xuan and Dao Peng cultivated the 9 revolutions profound skill, they would inevitably be branded with the mark, the witch clan. They themselves are descendants of the original Phoenix, the current young lords of the Phoenix clan. Regardless of Phoenix clan's current decline, it was once one of the 3 dominant forces. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Is Hao-Tu planning to tie the Phoenix clan to the Wu tribe's war chariot? Kang Jai had his own guesses, but these were just his guesses. Even if he guessed correctly, he couldn't control the situation. Shaking his head, Kang Jai refocused his attention on 9 revolutions, profound skill. This is a body-refining technique that surpasses even the 8-9 arcane arts. Cultivation technique. This is the core body-refining method of the witch clan. Even their own witch rat's clone hasn't even made it out of bloodline yet. This method was obtained from legacy. I obtained them first from 2 golden eagle cubs. What a cruel twist of fate! Kang Jai couldn't help but feel a sense of gunkai, mixed feelings. After expressing his feelings, Kang Ji immediately began to study 9 revolutions, profound skill. One advantage of the ancient soul contract is that it allows you to freely explore the memories of the contract holder. Since Kong Xuan and Da Peng obtained 9 revolutions, profound skill, it was essentially the same as them obtaining it. Moreover, as long as he is willing, neither Kong Xuan nor Da Peng will be able to detect his presence. They wouldn't even know that Dao himself is a contracted beast. Because of this secrecy, neither Meng Po nor Hao-Tu, who attacked from a distance, noticed anything unusual. After examining 9 revolutions profound skill, Kang Jai fell silent. Damn it, to even get the cultivation technique, the minimum requirement is an earth immortal realm. Kang Jai almost cursed. Was this discrimination against a newbie like him, who hadn't even achieved immortal ascension? But after thinking about it, Kang Jai felt relieved. From birth, The lowest level of the Wu tribe is Earth Immortal Realm. Even the Earth Immortal Realm is considered a defective product with insufficient innate development among the witch clan. In this case, the witch clan's ultimate body refining, it's not surprising that the minimum requirement for a cultivation technique is Earth Immortal Realm. With a sigh, he realized that although he had obtained 9 revolutions found skill, he couldn't cultivate it. However, Kang Jai was not discouraged. He had millions of clones and was able to absorb some useful knowledge through simultaneous deduction. Even a 1 in a billion chance can help you refine your body. Cultivation technique goes a step further. After carefully storing away 9 revolutions, profound skill, Kang Jai finally exited the prehistoric world. Everything from now on is up to the clones. With clones' care and Kong Xuan and Da Peng still pregnant, Kang Jai doesn't need to keep an eye on things all the time. When his mind returned to his main body, he saw the mysterious golden eagle staring straight at him. Kang Jai said, "All right, don't worry. I've taken good care of them and given them an unimaginable blessing." Mysterious golden eagle wanted to ask more questions, especially to see its 2 cubs, but he interrupted it directly. "You have to believe me. Don't ask too many questions. You will meet again in the future." Hearing Kang say this, mysterious golden eagle opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't ask any more questions and chose to believe Kang Jai. After a moment of silence, mysterious golden eagle spoke. "Thank you for saving my life, Master. A Yin is willing to form a contract with you. Your name is A Yin. You chose that name yourself?" Mysterious golden eagle shook his head. "No, it was an old monk who gave me that name a long time ago. I am Thunder Sound Golden Eagle, so he named me A Yin." "Thunder Sound Golden Eagle, is this your race?" Kang Jai had never heard of this race before and felt somewhat curious. Thunder Sound Golden Eagle nodded and explained to Dao. "Actually, we were just a group of ordinary golden eagles before. It was only because we listened to the scriptures and bells in Lei Temple that we evolved into Thunder Sound Golden Eagles." Lei Temple? Evolution? Kang Jai looked at A Yin with great surprise. Was this the Lei Temple that he knew Dao from? The master also knows Dao Lei Temple. A Yin is curious. Kang Jai shook his head without answering, but pressed Dao. "Tell me about this Lei Temple you mentioned." A Yin didn't hide anything and explained to Dao, Lei Temple was once a powerful force in our world, and it enshrined the Buddha and many other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. After our world shattered, Lei Temple also perished, and now only ruins remain. Huh? Kang Jai became more and more confused. What powerful forces? What shattered world? Isn't this a practical combat assessment battlefield? Why are there all these random things here? Wait, you're saying this world is actually just a fragment of your world? Kang Jai seemed to have grasped the key point. A Yin looked at Kang Jai with a puzzled expression. "No, why does Master ask such a question? Does Master not know?" Seemingly realizing thing, A Yin stared wide-eyed at Kang Jai. Master is not from this world. You are a being sent from the heavens. The ones who descended from the sky?" Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself. Could this be the title for the examiners? Has the Tower of Babel informed the beings of this world of our existence? Puzzled, Kang Jai asked Dao directly, "Why do you call me the one who fell from the sky?" A Yin replied to Dao, "Master, this is what heavenly Dao of this world told us. They said that a group of beings from the heavens would soon descend upon our world, and if we were willing to leave with them, they could take us away from the world when they departed. Did heavenly Dao tell you that?" Kang Jai asked in confusion. "Didn't you just say that this is just a fragment of your world? Does that mean that heavenly Dao still exists after your world shattered?" But A Yin shook his head. Master, this world is not just a fragment of our former world. This world is composed of many fragments of worlds like ours. As for the heavenly Tao I mentioned, I'm not sure if calling it heavenly Tao is appropriate. It's the Tao voice that appeared after our world's fusion, the one who told us of the existence of the heavenly ones. Composed of many fragments of the world? Kang Jai seemed to understand something. A Yin nodded and said, to talk about this, we have to start with our world. Long ago, a war between gods and immortals took place in our world. Because of that war, our world was shattered, and fragments of the world I lived in were adrift in the turbulent currents of time and space. Initially, the high monks of Layan Temple erected a protective shield, which was able to barely withstand the spatial temporal turbulence. However, as time went by, the eminent monks could not hold on any longer and passed away. Just when we thought we were doomed, a powerful force pulled us out of the temporal turbulence, and I saw many more fragments of the world like us back then. After these fragments of the world, were salvaged, fusion, under the influence of that great force, became the world we know today. I see, Kang Jai exclaimed, realizing that it was roughly what she had guessed. This must be the work of the Tower of Babel, who salvaged a large number of world fragments from the space-time turbulence, thus forming the examination hall we see today. Do you remember how long this world has been around? A Yin tilted her head, seemingly thinking. It's been 12 years. This year is the 12th year. 12 years? Kang Jai was taken aback. It turned out that this world was not created for the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. Of course, it's also possible that the Tower of Babel used the law of time to accelerate the flow of time in this world. If that's the case, then there must be many other living beings in this world? Kang Jai asked again. A Yin nodded. Yes, there are many humans like Master. Besides the pure human race, there are other sub-human races, such as elves, dwarves, orcs, and so on. The closest to here is the Wuren race. Wuren race? Kang Ji immediately thought of the 2 or 3-meter-tall human race corpses she had seen on the underground altar. Release a human race corpse. Is this it? That's them? They call themselves the Wuren race, and are said to possess the bloodline of the ancient witch tribe. They are descendants of the Wuren race, born from the union of the ancient witch tribe and the human race. Kang jacked his lips, wondering if Dao really possessed the bloodline of the ancient witch clan. What about those mystic realm metal-devouring ants? What do you know about that evil god? Kang Jai continued to press. That evil god's palace is something from otherworld fragments. Before the arrival of these otherworldly creatures, the evil god's palace remained hidden underground, undiscovered. Until recently, these otherworldly creatures descended, and since then, they have killed any living beings they encounter, and have already waged many great wars against the creatures of our world. Those metal-eating ants happened to descend above the evil god's palace, and then set their sights on me and my child. While I was out looking for food, they actually attacked my 2 children. At this point, A Yin was both grief-stricken and angry. Kang Jai sighed and comforted. Don't worry, I've already destroyed all those metal-eating ants, and the evil god's split soul. That's avenging you. Master, you also destroyed that evil god's divided soul. A Yin was stunned. Dao immediately frowned. Master, then you're probably being targeted by them. These evil gods are all very strange and particularly vengeful. Once they've got their eye on you, they'll do everything they can to find you. Looking at A Yin's worried face, Kang Jai laughed and said, Find me? So what if you find me? If I can kill him once, I can kill him a second time. If he dares to come, I'll make him my nourishment. Seeing Kang Ji's confidence, A Yin wanted to dissuade him, but changed his words to, "Master, the main body of the evil god is, after all, a deity. We must not be careless." After a pause, a yin added, "I know a place where, if the master can gain the approval of that place, perhaps the master's strength can increase dramatically in a short period of time. By then, even if an evil god attacks, we won't need to fear him." Hearing a yin mention this place again, Kang Jae became interested. "Oh, where exactly is this place you're talking about? Can your strength increase dramatically just by gaining recognition?" A yin nodded. "To be honest, Master, the place I'm referring to is deep within the Lei Temple. It hides the last legacy of the Lei Temple. If you can gain its approval, your strength will undoubtedly increase dramatically, but..." Finally, a yin secretly glanced at Kang Ji's thick hair. 6 chapters tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Please give me a 5-star review, add it to your bookshelf, follow my updates, and urge me to update more. What's wrong? Seeing A Yin's strange expression, Kang Jai couldn't help but ask Dao. Master, if you want to obtain their legacy, you may have to make a small sacrifice of your hair." "Huh? Sacrifice my hair?" Kang Ji's eyes widened. A yin nodded, and Kang Jae gasped, involuntarily touching her own beautiful hair. Suddenly, she felt that the Lei Temple legacy wasn't so appealing anymore. "Let's talk about this later." Kang Ji immediately lost interest in this so-called legacy. "I have no desire to become a monk." Kang Jai thought of someone, his good brother, Dian Lai. Dian Lai already has short hair, almost like he's bald, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to have a completely bald head. Although Kang Jai had these thoughts in mind, he didn't know where Dao's current Dian Lai was, so he could only take it one step at a time. Just as Kang Jai was thinking about Dian Lai was huffing and puffing as he climbed up a cliff. "Damn it, what kind of place is this? How can a small cliff be so hard to climb?" Dian Lai is struggling to climb down a cliff. It wasn't that he didn't want to fly directly up, but rather that there were endless gales around the cliff and high in the sky, making it impossible to get close. Only at the bottom of this cliff can one climb normally. Even so, with howling winds below the cliff, Dian Lai could only climb up little by little. Dian Lai was so persistent because there was a faint call from the cliff face, urging him to go up. He didn't want to pay attention, but for some reason, he had a sudden feeling that there was something very important to him on that cliff. He had previously flown high into the sky and taken a look from afar, and there were a large number of ruins on the cliff face. Judging from its architectural style, it should be a large temple. He wasn't particularly fond of monks, but he thought of what the Tower of Babel had said. Could there be some opportunity on that cliff face? He knew very well that his strength was not very strong. In this practical test, he couldn't even make it into the top 100. To go further, one must obtain heaven-defying. Opportunity is required. That's why he insisted on going to take a look. Just as Dian Lai was huffing and puffing as he climbed up the cliff, Kang Jai finished signing the contract with A Yin and absorbed the flames from the underground magma he had created. Riding on A Yin's back, we headed towards the Lei Temple that A Yin had mentioned. Flying high in the sky, A Yin explained to Kang Jai, "Master, you may not know this, but Lei Temple is located on a cliff where strong winds blow constantly and lightning flashes from time to time. Ordinary people simply cannot go up there. But with me leading the way, you don't need to climb up from the bottom of the cliff at all. We can just fly up." As they spoke, A Yin had already approached Lei Temple. In the distance, Kang Ji indeed saw a cliff thousands of feet high. The cliffs stand tall between heaven and earth, as if separating this world from the sky. Sure enough, there were large buildings on those cliffs. However, most of those buildings seemed to be dilapidated, with almost none intact. Just as A Yin approached the cliff face, A Yin suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Master, there's someone at the bottom of the cliff. Someone actually found this place." A Yin was somewhat surprised. After all, Lei Temple is located on a cliff thousands of feet high, and most people would never be able to find it. A Yin was quite surprised because normal people wouldn't climb a difficult cliff for no reason. Someone's here? Who is it? Are they from this world? Kang Ji's eyesight wasn't as good as A Yin's. After looking for a long time, he still couldn't see the human A Yin had mentioned. A Yin tilted her head, somewhat uncertainly asking, "Master, his attire seems a bit like yours. Could he also be a celestial being?" About the same as me?" Kang Ji was startled. Could it be that Dao was also a test taker? If they are test takers, then they are in competition. Lei Temple is home to a mysterious legacy. According to A Yin, the legacy in Lei Temple should not be underestimated. Back then, the Lei Temple was a top-tier power in their world. The masters in Lei Temple possessed a divine-like strength. According to A Yin's description, the strongest being in Lei Temple may have already surpassed the golden immortal realm. That is an existence even more powerful than the strongest being on Earth today. Legacy members within such forces should not be underestimated. Even if she can't have it herself, Kang Ji doesn't want her competitors to get it either. Thinking of this, Kang Ji had an idea and said to A Yin, "Could you make things difficult for that person? Make it impossible for him to come up?" Kang Ji didn't want to expose himself, nor did he want his competitors to enter Lei Temple, so he thought of A Yin. Although A Yin didn't understand why Kang Ji would do this, he still nodded and said, "Master, it's very simple. As long as I trigger the heavenly lightning on the cliff, the storm below the cliff will intensify. Given the current capabilities of human climbing, it's unlikely to withstand the enhanced thunderstorm will most likely recede on its own." Kang Ji was overjoyed. Even if he didn't need the legacy in Lei Temple, he had to keep it for his good brother and not let someone else have it. "Let's do it your way." With a cry, A Yin flew swiftly towards the cliff face. As Dian Lai was climbing, he heard A Yin's call and couldn't help but look up with difficulty. Holy crap! What a magnificent eagle! It's not even afraid of the storms in the sky. Dian Lai stared at A Yin, flying into the storm, and swallowed hard, unsure whether Dao was envious or something else. As a thunder-sound golden eagle, A Yin's entire body is covered in golden feathers, giving it a naturally extraordinary appearance. Before flying into the storm, O Yin glanced at Dian Lai and happened to see Dian Lai swallowing. "Huh? What's with that human's expression? Does he want to eat me?" Yin thought about how many humans have the habit of grilling animals and immediately assumed that Dian Lai thought the same way. How dare you covet this golden eagle? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." A Yin flew quickly into the storm. Kang Ji wanted to see who was at the bottom of the cliff and whether it was someone she knew. Unfortunately, A Yin was too fast. Before Kang Ji could even stick his head out, A Yin had already flown into the storm. As soon as A Yin entered the storm, lightning began to flash around him. Rings of lightning formed a protective shield, keeping the strong winds at bay. Immediately afterwards, the previously calm sky suddenly became restless. Kang Ji clearly sensed that boundless lightning was converging towards them. Boom! Crack! As the first bolt of lightning appeared, countless bolts of lightning followed suit. The once calm sky suddenly became stormy, with wind, clouds, lightning, and thunder. Dian Lai, who was struggling to climb the cliff, was almost at the top, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. But the next second, when thunder roared in the sky, Dian Lai's smile froze. Why is it thundering? Dian Lai stared wide-eyed at the sky, his face filled with disbelief. Everything was fine just a moment ago. How did the weather change so drastically in such a short time? Let's wait until he climbs up the cliff before we talk. Dian Lai was on the verge of tears, looking at the increasingly raging storm, and then at the cliff that was only 1/10 of its original size. Dian Lai's face showed a conflicted expression. If only a Ji were here, she could have taken me up here a long time ago. It's such a short distance. Dian Lai thought of his good brother Kang Jai and couldn't help but feel emotional. With Kang Ji's strength, this storm is nothing, and he wouldn't have to climb so painstakingly. I don't know, Dao. Where is Ji now? Once we get the opportunity, we absolutely must share it with him. Kang Jai has always been the one taking care of him, and Dian Lai also wanted to give Kang Jai a little surprise. Seeing that only 1/10 of the cliff remained, Dian Lai gritted his teeth and said, I'll risk it. So what if it's a thunderstorm? I'm not afraid of anything. Dian Lai hardened his heart and, ignoring the increasingly violent thunder in the sky, gritted his teeth and persisted in climbing upwards. A yin, sensing Dian Lai's movements below, was enraged, feeling that Dian Lai was provoking it. Suddenly, the thunder in the sky became even more violent, and there were even faint signs that it would crash down towards the bottom of the cliff. The already crumbling Dian Lai could no longer withstand the raging thunderstorm. Ah! Damn you, God! You just wait, I'll be back. The sudden change in the infuriated Dian Lai, who felt as if the heavens were deliberately working against him. A yin, who was above the cliff, was furious when he heard Dian Lai's words. The human below was still not giving up and wanted to come back again, so A Yin immediately wanted to chop him down. Just as A Yin was about to make a move, Kang Jai, who heard Dian Lai's shout, froze. This voice? It sounds hilarious. Kang's lips twitched and she immediately stopped A Yin's actions. A Yin, wait. Kang Ji's eyelids twitched violently. He felt like he had let his good brother down. Master, what's wrong? Don't worry, I'll definitely teach that arrogant human a lesson. Kang Ji's lips twitched, and he coughed lightly. A Yin? With a drawn first. Before A Yin could ask, Kang Jai continued, just pretend you didn't know anything. The thunder just now was just a natural phenomenon, understand? A Yin was taken aback, completely bewildered by Kang Ji's rapid change of heart. After a while, A Yin finally reacted and cautiously asked Dao, Master, do you know that person down there? Kang Ji twitched the corners of her mouth and chuckled. I think so. Let's go down and take a look. Seeing Kang Ji's appearance, A Yin's eyelids twitched, and he slowly flew down the cliff with Kang Ji in his arms. Dian Lai, who had originally planned to give up, suddenly felt the thunder in the sky stop. Huh? It actually stopped? Could it be that cursing God really works? Upon hearing this, Kang Ji's lips twitched again. Just then, Dian Lai finally saw the enormous golden eagle approaching him. Wow! This golden eagle is really handsome. Dian Lai's eyes lit up as he looked at A Yin, which gleamed in the sunlight. But his next muttered remark almost made A Yin lose her temper. Such a magnificent golden eagle must taste delicious roasted. Bah! Bah! Yin let out an angry cry. If Dian Lai hadn't been Kang Ji's friend, A Yin would have swatted him down with a wing. Kang Jai, who was sitting on A Yin's back, also twitched upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Dian Lai to have a foodie side. How come he hadn't noticed it before? Little did anyone know that Dian Lai's appetite had greatly increased ever since he began consuming the awakening power-enhancing talent. Originally, he wasn't so obsessed with food, but after Kang Ji's help, he came to understand the devouring law inscription. The devouring law inscription, combined with his devouring power, makes him exceptionally delicious. I'm thinking about food all the time. and my first reaction when I see something delicious is whether I can eat it. This also led him to think about whether their thunder sound golden eagle tasted the moment he first saw it. Upon hearing Yin's cry, Dian Lai's expression changed. Could this big bird hear you and understand you? Dian Lai became somewhat doubtful. Yin's strength has reached the body integration level, while Dian Lai is only at the nascent soul realm and cannot sense Yin's strength at all. Seeing that Dian Lai was getting more and more infuriating, Kang Jai was really afraid that he would completely offend Yin. He patted Yin on the back, signaling it to fly down. As Yin drew closer, Dian Lai, clinging to the cliff edge, grew increasingly nervous. If he falls from this height, even if he can fly, he won't fare well in this storm. Alai, what brings you here? Kang Ji's voice came from Yin's back. Because Yin was relatively large and was currently above Dian Lai's head, Dian Lai did not notice Kang Ji's presence. Upon hearing Kang Ji's voice, Dian Lai scratched his head in confusion. Strange, why am I hearing a Ji's voice? Am I hallucinating? Kang Ji rolled her eyes above her head, and then, Dao, what auditory hallucination? You're not dreaming. As Yin flew to Dian Lai's side, Dian Lai finally saw Kang Ji sitting on Yin's back. Overjoyed, Dao exclaimed, Ji, it really is you. He wanted to give Kang Ji a big hug, but unfortunately, he was on the cliff face looking rather disheveled, so he could only scratch his head in annoyance. Seeing this, Kang Ji had no choice but to say to Yin, Yin, let him come up, let's go up first and talk. Upon hearing this, Dian Lai immediately wanted to jump onto Yin's back. However, Yin was even faster. In a flash, she grabbed Dian Lai's clothes with her claws, flapped her wings, and flew rapidly towards the top of the cliff. In the blink of an eye, Yin appeared above the cliff, casually tossing Dian Lai to the ground before gracefully descending. Kang Ji jumped off Yin's back and rushed to Dian Lai's side to help him up. I wanted to say a few words about Yin, but looking at its innocent appearance and thinking about its two sons' recent reincarnation could only sigh in the end. He pulled Dian Lai up and asked Dao, how did you end up here? What made you decide to climb this cliff? Kang Ji doesn't believe that Dian Lai came here to climb the mountain because he had nothing better to do. Even Yin was curious about this. Why did this guy insist on climbing this cliff? You should know that Dao is located in a remote area and is blocked by storms and strong winds. Who would come here to climb mountains for no reason? The place where I landed is not far from here. As soon as I appeared in this world, I sensed that someone was calling me. Then I followed that feeling and kept walking this way, and then I came to the bottom of this cliff. I originally intended to fly directly up here, but I later discovered that the gale force winds on and around the cliff were too strong, and I couldn't get close with my current strength. Having no other choice, I slowly climbed up the cliff from the bottom. At this point, Dian Lai couldn't help but look at Kang Ji and then secretly glanced at Yin, asking with the same question. Ji, did you also someone calling you here, and that's why you came? Forehead. Faced with this question, Kang Ji touched his nose and chuckled. Didn't sense anyone calling me. Yin brought me here. Yin lives here. Yin? Dian Lai looked at Thunder Sound Golden Eagle with some uncertainty. Kang Ji pointed to Yin and introduced Dao. This is Yin. It's Thunder Sound Golden Eagle, body integration level, late stage spirit beast, now my contracted beast. Body integration late stage. Dian Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected that this incredibly beautiful golden eagle was actually a body integration level being. Dian Lai immediately remembered what he had said at the bottom of the cliff and shuddered. Even if I were incredibly strong, I could only unleash power comparable to nascent soul realm. Peaked strength. Can face a body integration level. The beasts of the late stage could probably kill themselves with a single slap. Thank goodness this guy is a G's contracted beast, otherwise I would be in big trouble. Dian Lai was overjoyed and couldn't help but steal a glance at A Yin. At this moment, A Yin was still in a daze. What did it just hear? This huge guy in front of me can actually hear the calls. Throughout the entire Layan temple, if there is anywhere that can be heard calling out, it is only from that one place. And those who can hear the so-called calling voice must be the destined ones old monk spoke of. Could this big guy in front of me be the one destined for us? A Yin couldn't help but look at Dian Lai's head. Indeed, there was hardly any hair. Could it be because of this? A Yin thought to herself, but Kang Jai, seeing her in a daze, couldn't help but ask Dao. A Yin, is there a problem? A Yin shook her head, but secretly transmitted her thoughts to Kang Jai, telling Xing she knew. Master, if you want to obtain that legacy, I advise you to keep that kid away from that place. Kang Jai simply smiled at A Yin's suggestion. He never wanted to be a monk, and he was overjoyed that his good brother had such an opportunity. He directly told A Yin through his mind, "Don't worry, your so-called Layan temple. Actually, I never intended to have a legacy. In my plan, that legacy was originally intended for a lie. I initially thought that the person below the cliff wasn't a lie, which is why I tried to stop them. Since a lie has such an opportunity, it should naturally be given to him." A Yin opened its mouth, wanting to say that the legacy was precious and it would be a pity to give it away. However, when faced with Kang Ji's unwavering gaze, A Yin ultimately chose to remain silent. Kang Jai then said to Dao, "A Yin, take us to the place you mentioned." Dian Lai looked at Kang Jai with confusion. Where? Kang Jai didn't speak but turned to look at A Yin. A Yin stamped her foot, but in the end she turned around and said to Kang Jai and the other person, "Let's go, I'll take you there." Led by A Yin, the two quickly entered the ruins of Layan Temple. As the two ventured deeper, Dian Lai couldn't help but exclaim, "Gee, this place is huge. Looking at the buildings here, it seems this place was once very prosperous. What is this place?" Kang Jai chuckled and told Dian Lai the information he knew about Dao. After hearing Kang Ji's account, Dian Lai's eyes widened. "You mean, this place used to be a powerful Buddhist temple, sect territory, and their world was shattered, which is why it became our testing ground?" Dian Lai was shocked by Kang Ji's statement. After all, this situation had never occurred in previous national higher education entrance examinations. Kang Jai simply shrugged. "That's just how it is. That's why Senior Tongqian Tower said there'll be all sorts of opportunities here. And if we can get them, it will greatly enhance our strength." Dian Lai was delighted and couldn't help but ask, "Dao, is the place we're going to now the place where there might be an opportunity?" Kang Jai nodded, and just as he was about to give some instructions, he caught a glimpse of a big bell not far away. Huh? There's still a perfectly intact big bell over there? Kang Jai was surprised. After all, there was almost nothing intact in the entire Layan temple. However, the big bell, which was not far away, was completely intact, which caught Kang Jai's attention. Could it be some kind of treasure? Dian Lai muttered and guessed Dao. A Yin rolled her eyes. If it were a treasure, would it be kept here? Dian Lai choked, and Kang Jai asked Dao curiously, "Then why is this big bell the only one that is intact? I think in the whole Layan temple, this big bell is the only one that is complete." Along the way, Kang Jai saw quite a few items made of very good materials. Unfortunately, all of these items were damaged, not a single one was intact. A Yin led the two of them to Big Bell. The Big Bell was a deep purplish-black color, surrounded by mythical beasts with serpentine patterns. Its thick, ancient shape exuded an aura of majesty and weight. At first glance, Kang Jai knew that this big bell was no ordinary product. However, a yin said that this was not a treasure, which really surprised Kang Jai and his companion. A yin explained, Dao, this bell has existed for a very long time. It is said to have been there when Lei Temple was built. However, since the temple was built, this bell has only been used as a bell for ringing. Although everyone could see the bell's extraordinary nature, no one could make it reveal anything unusual. Aside from being unbreakable, this bell is utterly useless. A yin's statement surprised Kang Jai, prompting her to delve into the matter with divine sense. However, divine sense infiltrated Big Bell without any hindrance. To Kang Ji's surprise, the entire Big Bell was examined by divine sense and no abnormalities were found. There are only two possibilities. Either the Big Bell is just an ordinary product, or another possibility is that one's own divine sense is not yet qualified to detect the wonder of this Big Bell. Kang Jai prefers the second option. In response, Kang Jai unleashed his soul power, since mental energy was insufficient to elicit a response from Bill. What about the higher-level soul power? However, remains unresponsive to soul power's infiltration. Undeterred, Kang Jai wanted to perform a blood oath ceremony with her master again. Unfortunately, the blood couldn't penetrate Big Bell at all, and Big Bell completely ignored Kang Jai. Master, I told you, this Big Bell won't have any effect. This Big Bell has been around for at least hundreds of thousands of years. Over this long period of time, the monks of Lei Temple have tried everything they could, but none of them could elicit a response from the Big Bell. Master, no matter how hard you try, it's all in vain. As she finished speaking, A Yin's voice gradually faded away. Because Big Bell was in Kang Ji's hands, things finally changed. Big Bell, which had been completely unresponsive, showed a slight change after Kang Jai unleashed the Danchin True Fire. The heavy, ancient, purplish-black bell body unexpected gleamed after coming into contact with Danchin True Fire. Unfortunately, after that flash of light, Big Bell fell silent again and never reacted once more. No matter how much Danchin True Fire Kang Ji, Big Bell remained unresponsive. Strange, why was there a reaction just now? And now it's gone? Kang Jai then tried several more times, but Big Bell still did not respond. But Big Bell clearly reacted when he first came into contact with his Danchin True Fire. Kang Jai was puzzled. But seeing that Big Bell still didn't react, Kang Jai also lost patience. The main reason is that I don't have much time, can't keep wasting it on this. He himself has to work on alchemy, and Diane Lei has to go through legacy. Shaking his head helplessly, Kang Jai planned to come back and check on things after dropping off Diane Lei. The group continued onward, heading deeper into Lei Temple. Led by A Yin, they arrived at the deepest part of Lei Temple, in front of a dilapidated tower. This is an 18-story tower, but the entire tower is in ruins, as if it has suffered a terrible blow. At the very bottom of this tower stands a heavy, ancient gate. A yin led the two to the tower gate and said to them, Master, as long as you can push open this gate, you will have a chance to obtain the legacy of Lei Temple. You can try it first. A yin still hopes that Kang Jai can accept Lei Temple's legacy. After all, it is also a part of Lei Temple, and now it has become Kang Ji's contracted beast. However, Kang Jai shook her head. I have no sense of this place, and I haven't heard any calls. As for Alai, he could sense someone calling him from inside, which meant he had a connection with this place. Let him give it a try. Diane Lai scratched his head, glanced at A Yin, and then said to Kang Jai, Ji, why don't you try it first? If it doesn't work... somewhat helpless in the face of Dian Lai's persuasion, could only step forward and push the door open. However, the door remained unmoved, clearly indicating that it had no connection with him whatsoever. Seeing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Yin's eyes. Looking at Dian Lai didn't refuse this time. He stepped forward, gently stroked the door, and was about to force it open. But just then, the door, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened. Before Dian Lai could react, he was sucked into the doorway by a suction force. The next second, the door slammed shut again. Looking at the tightly closed door, Kang Jai frowned slightly, a hint of worry in her eyes. "Will alright?" Master, no, this is the last legacy of Lei Yin Temple. The reason I've stayed here is to protect this legacy, so there's no danger. Upon hearing this, Kang Jai relaxed considerably. However, even if there is any danger, Tower of Babel will teleport people out. At most it will just mean the end of the assessment. With this in mind, Kang Jai completely relaxed. After glancing at the tower one last time, Kang Jai walked towards the big bell she had just seen. "Master, if you find this big bell drink extraordinary, why not take it with you when the time comes?" Kang Jai thought about it and agreed. No matter how amazing this big bell was, he would take it with him and study it slowly. Thinking of this, Kang Jai nodded, then turned to Yin and said, "Go and rest in the spirit realm space for a while. It will be good for you there." Now that Dian Lai has entered the tower to receive the so-called legacy, it is unknown when Dao will come out. During this time, Kang Jai is preparing to work on alchemy. During its time in alchemy, Thunder Sound Golden Eagle should perhaps move to spirit realm space. Who knows, soaking in the blood pool might help you evolve a new ability. After all, theoretically speaking, any contracted beast that has made a contract with you, after being soaked in the 10,000 beast blood pool, will at least gain one of Xiao Kai's attributes or abilities. Despite their formidable strength, Thunder Sound Golden Eagle also benefits from this rule. Thunder Sound Golden Eagle didn't object, and with Kang Ji's introduction, they entered Spirit Realm with great anticipation. In the blood pool, Kang Jai followed him in to take a look, and immediately noticed Xiao Hong's unusual behavior. At the moment, Xiao Hong was lying in the blood pool, seemingly enduring immense pain. Is this fusion chimerism law fragments? Kang Jai carefully examined Xiao Hong and quickly determined her condition. The law fragments are, after all, something dropped by a god. With Xiao Hong's current strength, it would be extremely difficult to fuse them, with almost no chance of success. But Xiao Hong persisted, with flames erupting from his body as he attempted to integrate the Chimera Law into himself. Kang Jai used his spirit realm space privileges to carefully observe Xiao Hong's situation. Gradually, Kang Jai also understood Xiao Hong's current predicament. Xiao Hong wanted to fuse the law fragment because it felt it could fuse the law fragment and benefit from it. In fact, Xiao Hong does have the potential to be the law fragment of fusion. After all, this fragment was extracted from the divided soul of the evil god. Xiao Hong also absorbed the divinity of the evil god, divine power, divine fire, and power of faith. Logically speaking, Xiao Hong has already absorbed these things that are from the same source as the evil god, so he has the opportunity to fuse with law fragments, who are also evil gods. The key issue is that Xiao Hong did not fully fusion the divinity of the evil god, divine power, and divine fire. Xiao Hong has only achieved a preliminary fusion. To reach the point where he can fuse and integrate law fragments, he needs to completely fuse his divine powers. In other words, Xiao Hong can only gradually work things out over time. It's simply impossible to achieve fusion integration with law right now. However, Xiao Hong was unaware of the key point and was very stubborn, continuing to forcefully fuse the law fragments into fusion. Seeing this, Kang Jai thought for a moment and finally used the power of the spirit realm space. Under Kang Ji's guidance, the power of the One World entered Xiao Hong's body. The power of the world entered his body, instantly crushing the divinity, divine power, and divine fire that had not been fully fused by Xiao Hong. The power of the world is in no way inferior to these powers, and may even be superior. Under the crushing force of the world, these forces rapidly transformed into particle power and merged into Xiao Hong's body. As Xiao Hong continued to fuse these powers, the previously stuck chimera law fragments began to gradually integrate with Xiao Hong. Fusion. Kang Jai, having gone this far, decided to go all the way and continue using the power of the world to help Xiao Hong. Fusion chimera law fragments. As Kang Jai mobilized more and more of the world's power, the spirit realm space stopped growing and even showed signs of shrinking. As a result, Kang Jai had no choice but to stop his actions. Fortunately, by this point, Xiao Hong had almost finished, and it was all right without the help of the world's power. Under Kang Ji's watchful eye, Xiao Hong finally completed the fusion. With all its power, including the fusion that combined the fragments of law, Xiao Hong also completed its evolution. Soon, Kang Jai learned about Xiao Hong's new ability. That's creating a mother-child worm. Yes, it's not a larva. It's a mother worm and her offspring. In other words, as long as Xiao Hong can devour a corpse like the metal-eating ant queen, it can create a mother-daughter worm like the metal-eating ant queen. The evolved metal-eating ant's daughter worm template was then embedded into the metal-eating ant queen daughter worm. In this way, even if Xiao Hong stops producing metal-eating ants' offspring, the metal-eating ants' parent insects can continuously produce metal-eating ants' offspring on Xiao Hong's behalf. When Kang Jai learned about Xiao Hong's ability, his eyes lit up. In this way, Xiao Hong will no longer be limited to producing only one type of offspring at a time. As long as there are enough mother and daughter worms, Xiao Hong can produce a large number of different daughter worms at the same time. Good! Well done! Kang Jai couldn't help but praise Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong also expressed excitement, as its strength has greatly improved, having already broken through to the body integration level. Early stage. Although it's only body integration level early stage, but how long has it been since Xiao Hong was born? Of course, the greatest credit goes to the items dropped by the evil god. Since it was something divine, it's not surprising that Xiao Hong broke through to the body integration level in one go. Moreover, Xiao Hong is growing rapidly, and it won't be long before she breaks through to the body integration level. Middle stage. You should focus on cultivating yourself. The upcoming assessment depends on you. Kang Jai offered a word of encouragement and was about to leave spirit realm space when Soul Clone from Devil Vine to him. Main body, I have a problem here. What do you think we should do? What happened to you? Kang Jai asked, puzzled. Among these 1,000 remnants of the Wuren race, one still retains his intelligence and he wants to speak with you. Kang Jai was taken aback. He was somewhat surprised that one of the remnant souls possessed intelligence. To be honest, Kang Jai hadn't really figured out how to deal with these remnant souls. After all, if we let them go, they'll immediately start soul flying away and spirit scattering. But if we don't release them, does the Tao intend to refine them all into Devil Vine's accomplices? Once they are refined into ghouls, this group will lose the opportunity to be reincarnated into reincarnation. Of course, they never had the chance to be reincarnated as reincarnation, but that's not the key point. The key is that if he forcibly transforms them into cougars, he will have to bear the resulting karma. This is not good news for Taoists. Not to mention, if Wuren race discovers in the future, how will they explain it? But he couldn't possibly send them into the prehistoric world. Reincarnation. After all, this group possesses the witch clan bloodline. If they were thrown into the prehistoric world, they would surely attract the attention of Hutu. Once Utu discovers so many remnants of Wuren race souls possessing witch clan bloodline, she will surely to track them down. I don't want to be targeted by such a big shot. The last incident with Golden Eagle cubs was already risky, but after all, they were just 2 cubs. Wuren race not only has a special status, but there are also many of them. Thinking about this, Kang Jai also had a headache, wishing she could just let them go with their soul flying away and spirit scattering. After some thought, Kang Jai finally decided to meet Wuren race, who had retained his intelligence. Wuren race Kwa Ki met with Senior and expressed his gratitude for Senior saving his life. A spirit about 3.5 meters tall appeared in front of Kang Jai and bowed deeply him. Kang Jai waved her hand. No need for that. I couldn't save you either. You want to see me? Is there something you want me to help you with? Kwa Ki nodded. I do indeed have a favor to ask of Senior. I won't let Senior help me for nothing. I'll volunteer to be Senior's assistant. The demons of Devil Vine were now at Senior's mercy. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, not expecting Kwa Ki to make such a request. After thinking for a moment, Kang Jai asked Dao, what do you want me to help you with? Kwa Ki, looking slightly saddened, said, I hope Senior can help me send the bodies of my people back to Wu City. Wu City? Yes, Wu City. This is the city where our Wuren race has lived for generations. It's not far from here. Where is your thunder sound Golden Eagle? Kang Jai nodded, somewhat surprised. You just want me to send your corpses back? Do you know that once you become a cougar, you will lose your freedom forever? Are you willing to do that? Kwa Ki smiled wryly. Senior is joking. At least I'm still alive, right? Otherwise, given my current state, I'd only end up with a soul-flying journey and a spirit-scattering existence. Kang Jai glanced at him with some surprise, not expecting that Kwa Ki would have such awareness. I can grant your request, but what about the lingering souls of your compatriots? What will happen to them? Release them? Kwa Ki looked conflicted, and finally looked up at Kang Jai. Dao, when you send the body back to Wu City, please also ask their family members. If their families agree, I hope Senior can allow the remnants of these fellow human beings, like myself, to become accomplices of the Devil Vine, so that they at least have a chance to see their families again. Kang Jai frowned. You should know that their souls are severely damaged and they have little intelligence left. Even if they see their family, they wouldn't recognize them. Kang Jai wanted to say, why bother? It only adds to the sorrow. However, Kihi simply shook his head and did not answer. Kang Jai sighed. All right, I'll convey your message. The choice will be left to their families. Kwa Ki bowed again, saying, Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Kang Jai waved his hand and suddenly asked Dao, Your name is Kwa Ki, so do you know Kwa Fu? Kwa Ki looked up at Kang Ji in surprise. Senior, do you also know about my ancestors? It is said that our ancestors, the Wuren race, were descendants of the great shaman Kwa Fu. Kang Jai blinked, realizing that she had only asked casually and hadn't expected it to actually be related. Of course, this is related, but it may not have much to do with Kwa Fu in the prehistoric world. It's just Kwa Fu from Kwa Ki's world. But regardless, since they are both called Kwa Fu, they are still somewhat related in a certain sense of time and space. My clone in the prehistoric world inherited Kwa Fu's heart, so I can say I owe Kwa Fu a great amount of karma. Now that we've encountered Kwa Ki, a descendant who isn't actually a descendant, If we can fulfill his request, then let's do so. Nodding to Kuaki, Kang Jai said, I'll be going to Wu City in a few days. Don't worry about the transportation. Is there anything else you'd like me to help you with? Kuaki shook her head. No more. Kang Jai frowned slightly. Really not. Do you need me to help take care of your family? I can get them money, medicinal pills, and cultivation techniques. Kuaki looked at Kang Jai with some surprise. Ever since Kang Jai inquired about his ancestors, he had become much kinder and more approachable, which puzzled Kuaki. Given that their ancestors were so ancient, how could this human possibly know their ancestors? Even if the other party was a celestial being, it's impossible for them to live that long. Senior, there's really no need. I have no family left. I'm already very grateful to be able to send the bodies of my clansmen back so that they can be laid to rest. Kang Jai opened her mouth, surprised that Kuaki had no family left. With a sigh he said, I'm sorry, but in that case, I'll help you get things done. After saying that, Kang Jai also left spirit realm space. With his mind back on track, Kang Jai glanced in the direction of the legacy tower, and, seeing no movement, released Pill Furnace. Preparing to begin alchemy, Kang Jai sat not far from the mysterious Big Bell, releasing the 7 treasure furnace to begin refining the enlightenment pill. With Kang Jai starting alchemy, there has been much discussion from the outside world. Good heavens! Instead of hunting otherworldly creatures, he's stuck in alchemy here. Doesn't he care about his ranking? Someone scoffed. So what? Don't you see how many Mystic Realm metal-devouring ants he just hunted down? With the points he just earned, he firmly secured 3rd place. Even if he stops hunting otherworldly creatures for a while, his ranking is unlikely to drop too much. Looking at Kang Jai's ranking, everyone realized it was indeed true, because Kang Jai hunted so many metal-eating ants, including many at the body integration level. He surprisingly ranked 3rd in the points rankings. If it weren't for the indiscriminate attack by the evil god that killed a large number of metal-eating ants. At this moment, Kang Jai would probably be ranked number 1. Currently, only Zhang Exu and Ji Tianxia are ahead of him in the rankings. Even Feng Buhui was ranked 4th, just below him. However, no matter what people say about Kang Jai has no intention of stopping alchemy. Kang Jai not only creates alchemy, but he also uses lightning to refine Thunder Essence Spirit Liquid. Furthermore, because Leiyin Temple is situated on a cliff, the lightning element in the sky is particularly concentrated. When Kang Jai unleashed the Pill Tribulation, this time it was far more powerful and intense than before, which delighted Kang Jai. This actually benefits Kang Jai. With Kang Jai's current physical body strength, the mere nascent soul level Dan Tribulation is like a tickle. His actions caused a complete uproar. What is he doing? He's actually actively drawing the tribulation of pills into his body. Is he using the tribulation of pills to temper his physical body? Impossible, right? The pill tribulation is the key to the medicinal pill's advancement to perfect quality. He intercepted the pill tribulation, so how can the medicinal pill transform? Compared to using the tempering technique, a perfectly high-quality medicinal pill seems far more precious, doesn't it? The crowd was buzzing with discussion when someone noticed something. Look, after the pill entered Kang Jai's body, what's flowing out of his body? Why does it look like there's lightning flashing? In vision. Am I seeing things? Are you seeing things? I think I saw it too. Everyone was stunned by Kang Jai's actions, each offering their own opinion. Just then, someone suddenly remembered the lightning tribulation that had taken place in the rest area of the exam hall. Do you guys think that the lightning tribulation incident was also orchestrated by this kid? As if they had solved a case, the entire Dragon Kingdom erupted in excitement. It turns out that all those commotions were actually caused Kang Jai. Just as everyone was discussing this, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Why is that pill tribulation turning a corner?" Everyone turned to look at the live stream, only to see that the Dan tribulation, which was originally aimed at Kang Jai, suddenly changed direction and headed towards the mysterious Big Bell, not far away. The sudden turn of events left not only outsiders bewildered, but Kang Jai herself was equally stunned. What's going on? Why is the lightning tribulation turning? Kang Jai stared blankly at Big Bell not far away. Under the bombardment of the calamity, Big Bell gradually brightened. Could it be that Big Bell is behind this? Kang Jai approached Big Bell, attempting to guide Danji back to his side. However, Big Bell wouldn't have it, and with a chime, it sent Kang Jai flying. This action truly amused Kang Jai. Good heavens, there are even people trying to steal pills. He absorbed the pill tribulation, only to process it through his body and transform it into Thunder Essence Spirit Liquid. These Thunder Essence Spirit Liquids were absorbed by the 7 Treasure Furnace and ultimately used to refine the medicinal pill. But this Big Bell absorbed the entire Danjai, leaving him with nothing. In this way, the tribulation he had brought about became a tonic for Big Bell. They also had to use their own stockpile of Thunder Essence Spirit Liquid to quench the alchemy. It's okay in the short term. If it continues like this, wouldn't I suffer a huge loss? Thinking about this, Kang Jai decided to stop alchemy and try refining it elsewhere. Just as Kang Jai was about to put it to practice, a sudden inspiration struck him. Why does this Big Bell need to absorb the Dan tribulation? Moreover, he remembered that when he released Danchin True Fire before, the other party had also had a subtle reaction. The only thing that Danchin True Fire has in common with Danji is that they both contain the power of heavenly lightning. The heavenly Thunder Earth Fire in his Danchin True Fire contains a trace of heavenly thunder power. And now, the pill tribulation is even more so. Kang Jai still had some doubts. If it was just pure lightning power, even the Thunder Sound Golden Eagle could release it. Had the high monks of Lei Temple never tried it? With doubts in mind, Kang Jai simply asked A Yin, who was still evolving. "Master, the high monks of Thunder and Lightning already tried it, but it's no use." A Yin's answer made Kang Jai even more confused. Lightning had been tested, so what was going on now? What else do Danchin True Fire and Danjai have in common? Jai murmured to himself. Or rather, what do the heavenly lightning from heavenly thunder earth fire have in common with the pill tribulation? Kang Jai analyzed them one by one, and suddenly thought of something. Is the Tao the power of heavenly tribulation? Heavenly punishment power? It seems quite possible. Kang Jai asked A Yin again. This time, A Yin hesitated. "Master, if you put it that way, Lei Temple has never tried to activate this Big Bell using heavenly tribulation or heavenly punishment power. After all, who would be in this square while undergoing tribulation? This is the activity area for the monks of Lei Temple. No one would choose to conduct an undergoing tribulation here." A Yin gave a bitter smile. If it really was heavenly tribulation power or heavenly punishment power that could activate that Big Bell, then the monks of Lei Temple would truly be devastated. Kang Jai felt that this was possible, but to be sure, she still needed to test the waters. Looking at the mysterious Big Bell, Kang Jai said, "Claim me as your master, and I can provide you with a continuous supply of heavenly tribulation power. If you are unwilling, then we'll part ways." As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Jai clearly felt Big Bell pause. Although it only lasted a fraction of a second, Kang Jai still managed to capture it. In other words, what this big bell needs is indeed the power of heavenly tribulation. Not only that, this big bell even possesses intelligence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to understand what he just said. However, although Big Bell understood, he pretended not to and continued to absorb the power of the elixir tribulation, completely ignoring Kang Jai. Kang Jai wasn't annoyed by this. He silently finished refining the medicinal pill and then called it a day. As Kang Jai finished his work, the celestial calamity also came to a halt. At the same time, Kang Jai waved his hand, put away the pill furnace, and walked away into distance without looking back. Big Bell, who was happily absorbing the power of the pill tribulation, was stunned when the power of the pill tribulation suddenly disappeared. The radiance that was originally emanating from its surface flickered, as if it were cursing someone. As Kang Jai walked further and further away, Big Bell, who had been pretending to be dead, finally stirred. The big bell, which had been standing quietly there, suddenly floated up and quickly chased after Kang Jai. Sensing the change in Big Bell behind him, Kang Jai was overjoyed. "What? You're willing to acknowledge me as your master now?" He was met with silence. Not only that, Big Bell also became attached to him. No matter where Kang Jai went, this guy would follow. But he just refused to acknowledge him as his master. This really put Kang Ji in a bad mood. This is the 6th update. Thank you all for your support, Godfathers. Hey, you think I can't handle you? Kang Jai is really something else. As soon as he uses alchemy, Big Bell soars into the sky to compete with him for the elixir of immortality. I moved to a different place, and this guy started following me everywhere again. When I tried to get it to recognize me as its owner, it completely ignored me. Fine, so you're going to play it this way? Kang Jai pointed at Big Bell, and Key's hand was trembling. With a cold snort, Kang Jai waved his hand, releasing the alchemy furnace once more, preparing to perform alchemy again. Seeing this, Big Bell excitedly spun around, even smugly circling around Kang Jai, looking as obnoxious as could be. Kang Jai wanted nothing more than to punch it. He had never seen such a shameless magic treasure before. It was truly outrageous. With a cold snort, Kang Jai ignored the smug Big Bell and continued working on alchemy. Just as Kang Ji's medicinal pill was about to take shape, lightning tribulation began to gather in the sky again, and Big Bell rushed up without hesitation. Seeing the excited Big Bell, Kang Ji's lips curled into a slight smile. Silently mobilizing the Thunder Essence Spirit Liquid in the 7 treasure furnace, it directly began refining the medicinal pill in the pill furnace. Under the tempering of Thunder Essence Spirit Liquid, the medicinal pill quickly reached perfect quality. Big Bell, who was waiting for the heavenly tribulation to descend, looked at the dissipating lightning tribulation in the sky with some doubt, and then looked down at Kang Jai, who was looking up at it. Big Bell made a U-turn and instantly appeared in front of Kang Jai. Big Bell made a ding-ding-ding sound, as if it were cursing Kang Jai. However, Kang Jai did not retaliate, but simply silently released this batch of medicinal pills. The perfectly high-quality medicinal pill appeared in mid-air, leaving Big Bell stunned. Wait, didn't you fail the pill tribulation? How could you still refine a perfect medicinal pill? Big Bell leaned to one side, looking at the medicinal pill with disbelief. By all accounts, these medicinal pills look brand new. They are indeed medicinal pills that Kang Jai just refined. But Kang Jai clearly didn't undergo the Dan tribulation. Big Bell, completely baffled. Just then, Kang Jai spoke up again. Do you now agree to acknowledge me as your master? Even without the heavenly tribulation, I can still refine a perfect enlightenment pill, but without heavenly tribulation, you will never recover. Faced with Kang Ji's threat, Big Bell angrily made a bang 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 sound, which made Kang Ji's eardrums hurt. "Shut up!" Kang Ji shouted. As long as you acknowledge me as your master, you'll have all sorts of heavenly tribulations to enjoy in the future. If you're unwilling, then let's part ways and wish each other well." Kang Ji stared intently at Big Bell, awaiting its response. However, after a moment's hesitation, Big Bell made a loud thud and then flew back in the original direction. "Damn, he's got a pretty strong temper." Kang Ji cursed inwardly, but he was determined to have this bell. He wasn't about to let it slip away. With a thought, the space in the 7 treasure furnace containing Thunder Essence Spirit Liquid suddenly opened a door. In an instant, the aura of Thunder Essence Spirit Liquid emanated from the 7 treasure furnace. Big Bell, who was leaving, paused, her body trembling as if she were struggling. Seeing this, Kang Ji's smile widened, and with a wave of his hand, a ball of Thunder Essence Spirit Liquid appeared in his palm. This time, Big Bell struggled even more violently, as if 2 little people were fighting inside. "Heh!" Kang Ji let out a vague sound, flicked his hand, and the ball of Thunder Essence Spirit Liquid directly hit Big Bell. The Thunder Essence Spirit Liquid was absorbed into Big Bell the moment it hit it, causing Big Bell to shudder instantly. Big Bell appeared in front of Kang Ji in a flash, just as Kang Ji thought that the other party was about to acknowledge him as master. Big Bell suddenly jumped up, trapping Kang Ji inside. In a flash, Kang Ji found himself in a void realm, surrounded by darkness and utter silence. Kang Ji narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected that Big Bell would not only refuse to acknowledge him as its master, but would also try to kidnap him. Very well indeed. If I don't subdue you today, I'll change my surname to yours." Kang Ji has also lost his temper. Anyway, with Tower of Babel backing him up, he's going to stick with Big Bell today. With a thought, Kang Ji took out a large clump of Thunder Essence Spirit Liquid and swallowed it before Big Bell could react. "You?" Big Bell finally made a sound, and surprisingly, it was the voice of an old man. Kang Ji squinted and saw a small old man with white hair and a long white beard that almost touched the ground not far from him. "Boy, don't you know the Taoist principles of respecting the elderly and caring for the young? Is this how you treat an old man like me?" Faced with Dajong artifact spirit's accusations, Kang Ji sneered. "Do we have to respect the elderly and care for the young even when dealing with robbers?" Dajong artifact spirit, in a fit of desperation, Ki pointed at Kang Ji and acted like a rogue. "Kid, I advise you to obediently hand over all the Thunder Essence Spirit Liquid. That way, I might let you go out for the sake of the Thunder Essence Spirit Liquid. Otherwise, do you really think you can do anything to me? You should know that you can't hold me back. If I'm in danger, Senior Tongchin Tower will take me out. Can you, Daddy, stop me?" Kang Ji was actually testing the waters, testing whether the Tower of Babel could truly protect him. Upon hearing Kang Ji mention the Tower of Babel, Dajong artifact spirit's expression visibly darkened. It had to admit that it was no match for the Tower of Babel. If the Tower of Babel were to forcefully intervene, it truly wouldn't be able to contain Kang Ji. Seeing the other party remain silent, Kang Ji immediately understood what was going on. She snorted coldly and deliberately said, "You Big Bell, you are truly the most foolish of all." "What did you say?" "Kid, let me tell you, don't think I'm really afraid to touch you. If you dare to disrespect me again, see how I deal with you." Kang Ji scoffed. "Is that so? Aren't you stupid enough? Do you really want me to point it out?" Dajong artifact spirit Ki said anxiously. All right, then tell me, where have I been so incredibly stupid? If you can't give a reasonable Explanation. Humph. Heh. If I'm not mistaken, you'll probably need to absorb the power of heavenly tribulation to restore your strength, right? The Zhong artifact spirit snorted coldly and did not reply. But its silence is tantamount to an admission. Kang Ji's lips curled up. He wasn't 100% sure before, but now he had the answer. Taking a deep breath, Kang Ji said again, "Since you need the power of heavenly tribulation to restore your strength, you should understand that there are very few things in this world that can trigger heavenly tribulation. While the thunder essence spirit liquid I have here also contains some heavenly tribulation power, how much strength can it restore for you? If I can only help you recover a little bit, wouldn't it be foolish of you to steal thunder essence spirit liquid from me?" Bullshit. While this thunder essence spirit liquid may not restore my full strength, it will at least keep me from falling into a deep sleep. If I can absorb some more heavenly tribulation power, I will be able to fully activate my abilities. At that time, I will no longer rely on the power of heavenly tribulation. I will be able to absorb even ordinary lightning power. Kang Ji's eyes lit up as she listened to Big Bell's rebuttal. Big Bell's rebuttal also revealed more details about Kang Ji. After Big Bell finished speaking, he seemed to realize that he had said too much and pointed at Kang Ji angrily, scolding Dao. "You're trying to trick me into telling you something." Kang Ji shrugged. "Do we even need a condom? I really don't know what you're thinking, Dao. You yourself said that even if you absorb these thunder essence spirit liquids, you still need to find the power of lightning tribulation. But someone capable of manipulating the lightning tribulations right in front of you, and you ignore me. What else can you call that but stupidity?" Big Bell snorted it angrily. "You know nothing." Big Bell looked at Kang Ji with a mocking expression. "If I acknowledge you as my master, what freedom do I have left? What use is my regained strength if don't have freedom?" Upon hearing this, Kang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. "Your magic treasure, how could you possibly be without an owner forever? You should know that without the nourishment of its owner, a Dao, or a magic treasure, will gradually lose its spirituality and may even fall into a long period of dormancy. Even worse, they may drop in grade or even become completely worthless." Kang Ji never imagined that magic treasure would be pursuing some kind of bullshit freedom. Big Bell curled his lip. "I am a top-tier magic treasure evolved from heavenly Dao before the destruction of a world. How can I be compared to ordinary magic treasures? Even if I were to seek a master, it would have to be the most outstanding of the most outstanding geniuses." As he spoke, Zhang artifact spirit shook his head, seemingly looking disdainful. Seeing Zhang artifact spirit shaking his head in disdain, Kang Ji almost laughed. All right, then I'd like to ask, in your past world, was there anyone more prodigy than me?" Zhang artifact spirit was taken aback. It hadn't really thought of that. It simply didn't want to be enslaved like this. It is a magic treasure that evolved from heavenly Dao before its fall, possessing the divine authority of heavenly Dao, which is incomparable to an ordinary magic treasure. Seeing that Zhang artifact spirit remained silent, Kang Ji snorted and released her soul power for the first time. A surge of immense soul power erupted, startling Zhang artifact spirit into watching Kang Ji warily. "Then take another look at your former world. In my realm, is there anyone whose soul power is stronger than mine?" Zhang artifact spirit opened its mouth, wanting to refute, but faced with Kang's terrifying soul power, it was powerless to refute. Seeing that it remained silent, Kang Ji withdrew the power of soul and released Danchin True Fire. Fusion of body integration level Sun True Fire's Danchin True Fire once again caused Dazhong artifact spirit's expression to change. Kang Jai manipulated and sneered. Then take a good look. In your world, among those of the same level, is there anyone whose flames are stronger than mine? Dazhong artifact spirit fell silent once more. That wasn't all. Kang Jai then unleashed the power of physical body, divine sense, and the QE of spirit realm space. Staring at Dazhong artifact spirit, Dao sneered. Can anyone compare to me? Looking at the spirit that remained silent, Kang Jai shook his head repeatedly. You are a magic treasure, and you are destined to have a master. Otherwise, you will not be able to absorb the power you need and will eventually fall into slumber again. Are you really content to just keep sleeping like this, only to wake up one day to find yourself on the verge of death? Faced with Kang Ji's question, Dazhong artifact spirit gritted his teeth, wanting to refute, but couldn't utter a single word. Since its birth, the world has been destroyed, and it has been wandering in the turbulent flow of time and space until it was accidentally obtained by Lei Temple. Even when it stays in Lei Temple, it spends most of its time in slumber. Therefore, its heart nature remains unchanged from when it was first created by Heavenly Tao. As such, it is naturally proud and arrogant. It is a top-level magic treasure derived from Heavenly Tao. How could it easily recognize a master? But today, Kang Ji's words have thoroughly slapped it in the face. It knew very well that even in its former world, no existence as prodigy as Kang Jai could have been born, especially that ridiculously powerful soul power. There shouldn't be anyone with such a prodigy. At this moment, Kang Ji's voice rang out again. With my aptitude, what kind of lightning tribulation would I attract if I were to undertake tribulation in the future? That kind of heavenly tribulation would probably be the most advanced heavenly tribulation in the world. If you can absorb this heavenly tribulation. Kang Ji's hesitant expression only fueled Dazhong artifact spirit's curiosity. Indeed, as Kang Jai said, his kind of prodigy, once it undergoes tribulation, will inevitably attract the world's most advanced heavenly tribulation, and it is a magic treasure that feeds on heavenly tribulation. If it could absorb such heavenly tribulation, the benefits would be unimaginable. The Dazhong artifact spirit, which had been silent all along, suddenly raised its head and stared at Kang Jai with shining eyes, as if it were looking at a piece of fat meat. Kang Ji's lips curled slightly, and she said calmly, In conclusion, following me is your best choice. Not only will you recover quickly, but you will also be able to experience scenery you've never seen before in the future. This is something no other cultivator can give you. If you miss this opportunity, you'll never have another chance. You'd better think it over carefully. Kang Jai's voice was so alluring that even the proud and free-spirited Dazhong artifact spirit hesitated. Seeing Dazhong artifact spirit hesitate, Kang Jai dropped another bombshell. Let me tell you another secret. I am about to take control of Heavenly Tao, a world in itself. And you are a product of a portion of the authority of one of the Heavenly Taos. If you gain the recognition and assistance of one of the Heavenly Taos. Kang Jai didn't continue. But Dazhong artifact spirit was truly moved this time. Although it was formed from a portion of the authority of Heavenly Tao, its former world had, after all, collapsed. But if it could gain the recognition or even help of Heavenly Tao, a living world, it might be able to go even further. Thinking of this, Dazhong artifact spirit stopped insisting. With a bang, the spirit, which was originally in the shape of an old man, suddenly transformed into the shape of a porcelain doll. Master, can you really help me gain Heavenly Tao's recognition and assistance? Kang Ji's lips twitched as she looked at the porcelain doll-like Da Zhong artifact spirit. No wonder I felt that the appearance of the little old man in Da Zhong artifact spirit didn't quite match its personality. So this is its true appearance. It really is a mischievous child. Taking a deep breath, Kang Ji said with a serious expression, "Of course, with my talent, why would I need to lie to you?" The Zhong artifact spirit scratched his head, but ultimately chose to believe. Jai. After De Zhong artifact's spirit recognized him as its master, Kang Ji finally learned the origin of the bell. This bell is indeed a top-tier magic treasure, derived from the heavenly Tao world before its shattering. Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell. The most distinctive feature of this bell is its ability to absorb various heavenly tribulations to grow. In addition, this bell can absorb and store various lightning tribulation forces, release its stored lightning tribulation forces to attack, and form a lightning electromagnetic field, integrating offense, defense, and escape. Additionally, this bell can also be used by individuals to perform body tempering using the lightning tribulation power within the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell. Cultivate. However, the bell is currently in an inactive state. It will require absorbing a significant amount of heavenly tribulation power to activate it. Without further ado, Kang Ji subdued the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell and activated alchemy mode again. However, this time the tribulation pill split in two. One part was absorbed by Kang Ji and transformed into Thunder Essence Spirit Liquid, while the other part was absorbed by the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell to fully activate its power. Kang Ji spent 3 full days refining the pills, producing a total of 16,290 grade 4 enlightenment pills in those 3 days. Apart from 290 grade 4 enlightenment pills, which are of exceptional quality, the remaining 16,000 are of perfect quality. 3 days of non-stop work with alchemy, it's really tiring. Even with Kang Ji's current cultivation level, he felt somewhat tired. Just as he was about to rest, a roar suddenly came from deep within Lei Temple, and the earth trembled. Oh no! That's where Alai receives legacy. Without taking a break, Kang Ji darted towards the legacy tower. Having just absorbed the power of the pill tribulation, Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell also flashed and quickly caught up with Kang Ji. Having absorbed the power of the elixir tribulation for 3 consecutive days, Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell also recovered some of its primordial energy. If it undergoes 3 more tribulations of this intensity, it will be able to fully activate itself and no longer need to rely on the power of heavenly tribulation. I am very glad I made this choice. Otherwise, it's unclear how long it will take for Dao to truly recover and revitalize itself. Now, it has realized the importance of Kang Ji, and is even more concerned about Kang Ji's safety than Kang Ji herself. With a few quick movements, Kang Ji arrived at the original location of the Legacy Tower. To his surprise, the original tower had disappeared. Instead, his good brother Dian Lai stood there dumbfounded. "Halai, are you all right?" Kang Ji asked Dao with concern. Dian Lai shook his head, then grinned when he saw Kang Ji. "Ji, I made it." Dian Lai's first words left Kang Ji somewhat bewildered. "You posted it. You got legacy?" Kang Ji immediately realized. Dian Lai nodded emphatically. "Not only that, look." Dian Lai flipped his hand and suddenly a small pagoda appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection, why does it look a bit like the Legacy Tower from before? This can't be. Kang Ji looked at Dian Lai uncertainly. Dian Lai nodded emphatically. "Yes, it's the tall tower that used to stand here." Surprisingly, This dilapidated tower was also a magic treasure, and a high-grade one at that. Immortal artifact, level magic treasure. However, this pagoda is severely damaged and has long lost its glory as an immortal artifact. At best, it can now only function as a tribulation transcendence level pagoda. The power of magic treasure. As he said this, Dian Lai shook his head repeatedly, looking regretful. In response, Kang Jai slapped him hard. Aren't you satisfied yet? You were once a high school student, after all. An immortal artifact, perhaps it can regain its full power in the future. After Kang Jai finished slapping him, he suddenly noticed something unusual. I looked up at Dian Lai's head. Why is it so shiny? Your hair? Kang Jai hesitated, then stopped herself. Dian Lai casually rubbed his bald head and chuckled. This is the price of accepting legacy. Now I am the only successor of Lei Yin Temple. Until a more suitable successor is found, my hair won't grow back. Kang Ji's lips twitched. Luckily, she hadn't accepted this legacy thing, otherwise her beautiful hair would have been ruined. So, if you find the next generation of successors, your hair can grow back. Dian Lai nodded. According to Old Monk, that's indeed the case. As long as I can train successors for Lei Yin Temple, my hair will have a chance to grow back. Old Monk said this was a restriction placed on me so that I could cultivate legacy members for their Lei Yin Temple. The more legacy members there were, the greater the benefits I would receive. The more legacies, the greater the benefits. Yes, the old monk gave me a Buddha relic, and it's this relic that's causing my inability to grow hair. Furthermore, the more legacy beings I can cultivate, the greater the benefits this Buddha relic will bring me. As he said this, Dian Lai pursed his lips, clearly dissatisfied with old monk's request. Kang Ji opened his mouth, feeling that his brother had been tricked. This is like hiring a caregiver for their Lei Yin Temple. They probably chose Dian Lai because of his honest and simple nature. Otherwise, they wouldn't have approached him. This is why Lei Yin Temple did not choose itself. My aptitude is much stronger than Dian Lai's. Lei Yin Temple, however, chose Dian Lai over Lei Yin Temple, which clearly shows that they knew Dian Lai wasn't so easily fooled. However, this is also a good thing for Dian Lai. One more legacy, and one more tattered, high-grade piece. Immortal artifact overall, Dian Lai still made a profit with magic treasure. By the way, what's the name of the legacy that old monk gave me called the true scripture, subduing demons? It's said to be able to convert all evil spirits in the world to one's own use. He gave me this hell demon suppression tower. That's the magic treasure that comes with this cultivation technique. I'll send it to you so you take a look and see if it works for you. Without waiting for a reply, Dian Lai handed the jade slip of Sutra of Salvation to Kang Jai, insisting that Kang Jai see if it was useful. Kang Jai couldn't refuse his good friend's offer, so he took the jade slip and began to read. Kang Jai reads, millions of clone members begin to automatically analyze this cultivation technique. The more Kang Jai analyzed, the more amazed he became. It must be said that this cultivation technique is extremely ingenious. Its greatest function is to convert enemies into one's own slaves, and then imprison them in hell. Inside the demon suppression tower, they serve as both laborers and combatants. The more evil spirits one converts, the stronger one becomes. This cultivation technique felt to him like an alternative form of beast-taming cultivation technique. However, this cultivation technique doesn't command any strange beasts, but rather various evil spirits and even enemies. Any being burdened with the evil karma of karma falls within the scope of this cultivation technique, which is quite terrifying. In addition, this cultivation technique also includes a hell, the crafting method for the demon suppression tower. In conjunction with hell only by destroying the demon suppression tower, can this cultivation technique unleash its full power. Hiss! Indeed, no civilization in any world should be underestimated. After analyzing the true scripture of crossing the demons, Kang Jai was also filled with emotion. However, Kang Jai has no intention of cultivating this cultivation technique. To cultivate this technique, especially to maximize its advantages, he should ideally comprehend the law of salvation, the law of contract, and the Buddha Tao. There are several types of laws, such as purification law. Only by combining these laws can the advantages of this cultivation technique be maximized. However, converting the law was not in Kang Ji's plans. Therefore, Kang Jai did not intend to actually cultivate this cultivation technique. However, this does not mean that your own clone cannot cultivate this cultivation technique. This cultivation technique has many merits, especially hell. The demon suppression tower, a magical treasure, inspired Kang Jai a lot. After handing the jade slip back to Dian Lai, Kang Jai asked Dao with some curiosity, "Where's the old monk you mentioned? I can't see him." Dian Lai scratched his head. After the monk finished explaining everything, he passed away. However, before he died, he gave me a strange task. A strange mission? What kind of mission? He told me to go to Wu City and said that my A Yin knew where the Dao was. He insisted that I go to Wu City. I asked him why, but he wouldn't tell me the reason. Wu City? He wants you to go to Wu City, and he won't say why? Kang Jai was also puzzled by this and couldn't help but want to ask Thunder Sound Golden Eagle. By the way, 3 days have passed, but a month has passed in the spirit realm space. I wonder what Dao. How is a yin evolving? Kang Jai then remembered that a yin was still evolving in the 10,000 beast blood pool. Immersing my mind in the spirit realm space, I soon discovered a yin who had successfully evolved. Not only has a yin successfully evolved, but Xiaohong has also upgraded it again. Master, I have successfully evolved. Master, I have advanced again. The voices of A Yin and Xiaohong rang out simultaneously. Kang Jai looked at the two beasts. He couldn't detect anything different about A Yin, except that A Yin's aura seemed stronger than before. A Yin, you've broken through? A Yin nodded. Master, my strength has broken through to body integration. It's reached its peak. Kang Jai was overjoyed. A Yin was already very strong, and now with another breakthrough, he could probably easily defeat the previous body integration. Peak's metal-eating Ant Queen. Have you evolved any new abilities? Logically speaking, as long as one soaks in the 10,000 beast blood pool, there is a chance to obtain or more new abilities from Xiao Kai, which Kang Jai is looking forward to. A Yin nodded excitedly. Master, I have gained the wind attribute. Not only is my flight speed faster, but it also fusions with my lightning ability, giving rise to the new skill Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm? Is it even more powerful than the previous thunderous force? Yes, it's at least twice as aggressive as the previous thunder force. The thunderstorm not only unleashes lightning but also binds enemies with its storm force, greatly increasing the difficulty of dodging its lightning strikes. Kang Ji's eyes lit up. The previous metal-eating Ant Queen relied on its speed to predict and dodge the lightning before it struck. But now that A Yin's abilities have been upgraded and she has the help of the storm, it's impossible for the metal-eating Ant Queen to dodge as easily as before. Kang Jai was overjoyed and praised A Yin profusely. At this moment, Xiaohong, standing to the side, said unhappily, Master, you haven't even looked at me yet. Not only did I advance in strength, but I also gained tremendous benefits this time. If you knew, Master, you would be overjoyed. Seeing Xiaohong vying for attention out of jealousy, Kang Jai laughed and said, Oh, what new ability has my Xiaohong acquired this time? At this moment, Kang Jai also noticed that Xiao Hong's strength had improved again, and he had even broken through to body integration, middle stage. Only a month has passed, and it's already from body integration, early stage, to body integration, the middle stage, is truly terrifying. This also made him realize that things from the gods were truly good things. The items dropped from one divine fragment have already boosted Xiao Hong's power so dramatically in such a short time. If it were several more, unfortunately, things from the gods are not so easy to obtain. Kang Jai couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Just as Kang Jai was sighing, Xiao Hong hurriedly pulled out a metal-eating ant from behind her. "Master, look, what is this?" Kang Jai hadn't paid much attention to the metal-eating ants hiding behind Xiao Hong. Upon seeing it now, Kang Jai was immediately stunned. "This is metal-eating ant queen?" Looking at the dead metal-eating ant queen in front of him, Kang Ji immediately thought of what Xiao Hong had said before, that he had gained the ability to create mother and daughter ants. "No way, these are the mother and daughter worms you laid." Xiao Hong nodded. "Yes, master. I extracted the queen ant's genes and then embedded the metal-eating ant's larval template into its body. Xiao Yi is capable of independently producing metal-eating ants' offspring. However, number of offspring can be limited if she wants to maximize their effectiveness. Is there a limit to the quantity?" Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. Xiao Hong explained Dao. Xiao Yi is, after all, just a mother-child worm. If it wants to perfectly control and unleash the power of its offspring, it can only produce a maximum of 2 offspring of the next lower level, 4 offspring of the next 2 levels lower, 8 offspring of the next 3 levels lower, 16 offspring of the next 4 levels lower, and so on. In addition, after the larvae are reduced to 2 major levels, their numbers can increase tenfold. For each reduction, for example, Xiao Yi is now body integration with its early stage strength. It can now produce 2 soul transformations. Peak metal-eating ants offspring, 4 soul transformation late stage insects, 8 soul transformation middle stage insects, 6 soul transformation early stage sex, 320 nascent souls. Peak larvae, 140 nascent souls late stage offspring, and so on. Core formation Xiao Yi, a young metal-eating ant from the early stage, can now produce 409,600 offspring. If more are produced, it will become difficult to control and will not be able to be controlled perfectly. Of course, if these offspring can evolve self-awareness in the future, it will greatly reduce Xiao Yi's control pressure and allow for the production of even more offspring. After listening to Xiao Hong's introduction, Kang Jai couldn't help but look at the somewhat timid Xiao Yi. He could sense that Xiao Yi seemed to have developed considerable intelligence because it was the queen ant, or perhaps because its cultivation had reached the body integration level. Overall, Kang Jai was very satisfied with Xiao Hong's evolved abilities. However, Xiao Hong then said, "Master, do you think this is all the benefit I gained from advancing this time? There are other benefits to being difficult to achieve?" Kang Jai was also a little surprised this time. Xiao Hong grinned smugly. "Of course, Xiao Yi is the first body integration level offspring I produced. I imagine that once my offspring reached the body integration level, they would be able to awaken a new ability." "A new ability?" Kang Ji's eyes lit up. Xiao Hong chuckled and said, "Besides controlling fire, devouring gold, and purifying, Xiao Yi had actually unlocked my spatial abilities. In other words, Xiao Yi can also, like me, swallow enemy corpses into its internal space to slowly digest or purify them. In addition, it can also use spatial abilities to dodge simple obstacles. However, its spatial abilities are relatively weak. It's good as a support, but not so good in combat. Kang Jai was not disappointed at all. Being able to awakening spatial abilities was already quite remarkable. Even if this spatial ability is just a weakened version of Xiao Kai's, it's still remarkable. Thinking of this, Kang Jai couldn't help but think of Xiao Kai. Xiao Hong and the others had all greatly improved their strength. So what about Xiao Kai? But when he sensed Xiao Kai's condition, he was slightly taken aback. Xiao Kai hadn't changed at all in all this time, still stuck at the core formation level. Peak, which surprised Kang Jai. Sensing Kang Ji's doubts, Xiao Kai proactively responded to Dao. Master, it's because of the spirit realm space. My binding with the spirit realm space has both advantages and disadvantages. If I want to advance, spirit realm space must also advance. Therefore, I can only advance again when the spirit realm space has enough energy reserves to advance once more. The energy stored in spirit realm space was almost depleted, but last time, the master drew upon most of the world's power from spirit realm space to help Xiao Hong. The power of the fusion god Dao was what depleted spirit realm space's energy. It will need to wait some time before it can advance. After Xiao Kai's explanation, Kang Ji immediately slapped his forehead. He really didn't know this Dao. Now it seems that he can't just expend the world power of spirit realm space at will in the future. While the power of the world is useful, it also comes at a price. Thinking of this, Kang Jai couldn't help but comfort Dao. Wait a moment, I'll help you advance right away. Although a lot of the world's power was consumed last time, there are ways to make up for it. That is to use source coin to supplement the world power of spirit realm space. Source coin, also known as the world source coin, is primarily used to help the world advance. With this in mind, Kang Jai directly withdrew 50,000 source coins from the Tower of Babel. His actions caused him to drop out of the top 100 from his previous high ranking. The outside world, immediately in an uproar. Huh? Where did Kang Ji's name go? People who were originally paying attention to Kang suddenly discovered that Kang Jai, who was ranked 3rd, had disappeared from the list. Could it be that they encountered fatal danger and were teleported out by the senior Tongqian Tower? Someone who doesn't follow Kang Jai casually mentioned Dao. How is that possible? We were just watching his live stream, and there was nothing unusual about it. Just as everyone was discussing it, someone quickly found Kang Ji's name in the overall rankings. Look, how did Kang Jai suddenly drop to below 10,000th place? Someone exclaimed. At this moment, someone noticed Kang Ji's points and exclaimed, "Look at his points. He just withdrew 50,000 source coins. What is he planning to do?" Everyone was very curious, because Dao, the source coins that candidates obtained by hunting otherworldly creatures in the examination room, could be withdrawn from the Babel. Its own source coin had already been acquired by Tower of Babel before it even entered the Tower of Babel ecosystem. Seal. In the practical assessment, if you want to use source coins, you can only consume the source coins you obtain by hunting otherworldly creatures. The vast majority of test takers would not be willing to spend the coins they have worked so hard to obtain. After all, those are all points. One source coin is equal to 1 point, which is 1 point in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. In the first 2 assessments, Kang Jai only scored 20,000 points. This shows how precious every single point is. Most people cherish the points they earn, but Kang Jai suddenly took away 50,000 points. This is almost 90% of the points he gained from hunting metal-eating ants. With so many source coins taken away at once, Kang Ji's ranking naturally dropped out of the top 100, or even the top 10,000. Such a move naturally caused a stir among outsiders. However, Kang Ji didn't care about any of this. It was only 50,000 source coins. He could earn it back. All 50,000 source coins were integrated into spirit realm space, causing the world power of spirit realm space to surge rapidly. Once spirit realm space absorbs all 50,000 source coins, it should be able to advance to the next level. Kang Ji did not stay to watch, but instead took A Yin out. When Dian Lai saw A Yin again, he felt something was different. At this point, Kang Ji asked Dao, Yin, do you know why the old monk in the Legacy Tower insists that Alay go to Wu City? Yin, who had just come out, was also taken aback when she heard the question. Go to Wu City. Old monk wants him to go to Wu City? Yin looked at Dian Lai with a strange expression and a face full of doubt. Dian Lai rubbed his bald head and grinned. That's what old monk said. He told me I absolutely had to go to Wu City, and that you knew where Dao was. Yin nodded. I do know where Dao is. My master also needs to go to Wu City. Yin strolled over to Dian Lai's side and looked him up and down. Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell also joined in the fun, circling around Dian Lai like a curious child. Dian Lai felt uncomfortable being stared at like an animal by the two of them, and he touched his bald head awkwardly. At this moment, Yin stopped and tilted her head. Master, perhaps I know, why does old monk insist on sending to Goose Kitty? What's the reason? Kang Ji pressed. Yin flapped its wings against Dian Lai's imposing body and chuckled. Old monk insists that this kid go to Wu City. The only place I can think of that Wu City could possibly be connected to this kid is probably Witch Clan bloodline. Witch Clan bloodline? Kang Ji narrowed her eyes slightly and couldn't help but look at Dian Lai. Dian Lai scratched his head, puzzled, and asked Dao uncertainly, You mean I have the Witch Clan bloodline? Is it that legendary witch clan from ancient times? Yi nodded. Yes, it's that witch clan. The Wuren race in Wu City has the Witch Clan bloodline. If you really do possess the Witch Clan bloodline, you're in for a world of difference. Kang Ji asked in confusion. Is it possible? Old monk sent Alay to the Witch Clan. Is there an opportunity for him there? Yin nodded. Yes, there is a canyon in Wu City called Bloodpool Canyon. In Bloodpool Canyon, there is a blood pool, which is said to contain the blood of the ancient sorcerer tribe. Anyone who possesses the Witch Clan bloodline and immerses themselves in it may activate the ancient Witch Clan bloodline and gradually evolve into a true witch. The reason old monk insisted on sending him to Wu City was likely because he discovered that the young boy possessed the bloodline of the ancient Witch Clan. If he could activate the ancient Witch Clan bloodline, he might be able to join the Wuren race directly. After hearing Yin's explanation, Kang Ji couldn't help but look at Dian Lai's height and build, which were over 2 meters tall. Tiski tis kegitiski, Alaya Yin is, perhaps you really do the ancient Witch Clan bloodline. Dian Lai scratched his head again, looked at Kang Ji and asked Dao, So, do you think I should go to Wu City? Kang Ji laughed heartily. Of course I'll go. Why wouldn't I? Wouldn't it be stupid not to take advantage of the benefits? Dian Lai chuckled sheepishly, touching his bald head. If you say we'll go, then we'll go. Seeing his simple-minded look, Yin rolled her eyes, clearly disgusted. Patting Dian Lai on the shoulder and putting away the still swaying Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Bell, Kang Ji said, Let's go, let Yin take us to Wu City. Yin reluctantly let Dian Lai jump onto her back. It accelerated and soared straight into the sky. The The speed was so fast that it almost flipped Diane Lai over. Kang Ji is both funny and hilarious. I never expected a yin to have such a big temper. A yin, with its fusion wind attribute, boasts speed that is practically the limit for its class. Even with divine sense assistance, Kang Ji is still far from being as fast as a yin. With such speed, at least when it comes to escaping, it would be difficult for anyone to catch up. Kang Ji estimates that even if undergoing tribulation, even a strong player in the early stage would likely find it difficult to catch up with a yin. With a yin's speed, the two people and the eagle flew to the vicinity of Wu City in just 1 hour. Master, we can't fly anymore. Flying any further would be considered a provocation. A yin put the two down. They were now not far from Wu City. If Diane Lai were to come by himself, even with non-stop flying, it would probably take him 2 or 3 days to arrive. This shows just how fast a yin is. The two people and the eagle arrived near the gate of Wu City, only to find that the local sorcerers were very wary of them. Before they even reached the city gate, a group of soldiers surrounded them. Halt! Wu City is under martial law. No living being is allowed to approach. Huh? Wu City under martial law? After glancing at the walls of Wu City, Kang Ji noticed that they were covered with soldiers, looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Huh? What happened? It's not because of us? Did something happen? Kang Ji noticed the anomaly in Wu City and immediately used divine sense to investigate. Upon entering Wu City, divine sense immediately discovered that the residents of Wu City were equally tense. Somewhat puzzled, she turned to a yin and asked, "Was it like this before?" A yin shook her head. "No, although I've never been inside, I've seen other races come and go from here. It wasn't this strict before." A yin was also puzzled and craned her neck to look into the city. Kang Ji and his men relaxed and nonchalant, annoyed the Wuren race soldiers. "Humans, and you, Golden Eagle, you're not welcome here. Get out of here right now, or don't blame us for being impolite." Faced with Wuren race's threat, Kang Ji's lips twitched slightly. "I came here to deliver my people, and this is how they treat me." Suppressing his slight displeasure, Kang Ji explained his purpose. "You said you brought out the corpses of 1,000 of our people from the lair of the metal-eating ants." The soldier looked at Kang Ji suspiciously. "And you also wiped out all the mystic realm, metal-eating ants, including their queen?" The soldier's expression grew increasingly strange as he spoke, and his voice betrayed a deep disbelief. Faced with the soldier's suspicions, Kang Ji first released several Wuren race corpses. Upon seeing the bodies of their people, the Wuren race immediately tensed up. At the same time, a feeling of anger and sadness rose in everyone's hearts. It really was the corpse of their Wuren race. "Didn't you say there were 1,000 corpses? Can you release them all?" A soldier who looked like a squad leader asked. Meeting the other person's gaze, Kang Ji raised an eyebrow, knowing that the other person did not completely trust her. However, Kang Ji could understand. After all, he was well aware of how terrifying mystic realm metal-devouring ants was. If it weren't for a series of coincidences, he would have had a hard time killing so many metal-eating ants. It's understandable that this group of people has doubts now. Without further ado, Kang Ji released 1,000 Wuren race corpses. Upon seeing so many corpses of their people, the soldiers were completely thrown into turmoil. "It's Xiao Liu. It's Xiao Liu." One of the soldiers seemed to recognize one of them and exclaimed in surprise, his voice trembling with a hint of tears. Immediately afterwards, more bodies were identified, and for a moment, sobs filled the air. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of other Wuren race members in the city. Many Wuren race soldiers rushed out and surrounded Kang Jai and his men. The soldier who had spoken earlier quickly offered an explanation. After hearing the soldier's explanation, the other soldiers slowly put down their weapons. A man who looked like a general stepped forward and bowed to Kang Jai. "Thank you so much, young hero, for bringing them back. Wuren race is extremely grateful." He then bowed again, paying his respects to Kang Jai. Kang Jai waved his hand. "It was nothing. I have some other things to tell you. Should we go into the city first?" What Kang Jai wanted to talk about was, of course, the remnants of the Wuren race. However, it's not appropriate to discuss such matters here, which is why Kang Jai decided to go into the city first. However, the Wuren race commanders hesitated when faced with this request. Kang Jai frowned. "What? Wuren race doesn't welcome us." The Wuren race shook his head repeatedly. No, my benefactor, please don't misunderstand. It's not that we, the Wuren race, are unwilling to receive you, it's just..." The Wuren race commander hesitated to speak. Just then, a horn sounded from deep within Wu City. Upon hearing the bugle call, the Wuren race commander's expression changed. He bowed to Kang Jai again and urged Dao. "Our benefactor, we will never forget your kindness to Wuren race. However, today is a bit unusual and we don't have time to entertain you. Please leave your address so we can visit you later to express our gratitude." Kang Jai frowned, glanced in the direction the sound came from, and then, recalling the previous anomalies, realized something was amiss. What really happened to Wuren race? With doubt in his heart and looking at the anxious general, Kang Ji asked Dao, "Have you encountered some trouble?" "If you encounter any trouble, I can offer some assistance." The general opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, but then shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, but we can handle it. We won't trouble you any further." Kang Jai could tell that the other party seemed hesitant, but he didn't have much time and couldn't wait for them to come to him. Left with no other choice, Kang Jai released Kuaki's spirit. The moment Kuaki's spirit appeared, the Wuren race commander was taken aback. "Kuaki, you... Looking at Kuaki in his spirit form, the Wuren race general was speechless, at a loss for words. Kuaki was also surprised when she saw the other person. "Xingfeng, it's you. Kuaki was about to say something when, just then, the sound of horns rang out again from the depths of Wu City. This time, the bugle call was particularly long and carried a tragic tone. "Oh no! It's an enemy attack. That direction, it's Bloodpool Canyon. Something's happened at Bloodpool Canyon." Kuaki exclaimed in surprise, and Xingfeng, the general, didn't bother with pleasantries and said to one of his lieutenants, "You take half the men. Stay here, I'll go and provide support." As they were about to leave, Kuaki looked at Kang Jai and said, "Master, please help our Wuren race." Kuaki knew very well how powerful Kang Jai was. With Kang Ji's help, their Wuren race's crisis would definitely be alleviated. Xingfeng, who was about to leave, paused upon hearing this, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Kuaki. "Master? You call him master?" Ki was taken aback and hesitated for a moment before saying, "It was the master who used a secret technique to preserve my remnant soul." However, Xingfeng didn't believe this at all. He thought it was more like an evil spell than a secret technique. In an instant, Xingfeng began to doubt what Kang Jai had just said. But he did not question it immediately. Firstly, there isn't enough time. Secondly, what if we wrongly blame Kang Jai? Wouldn't that disappoint our benefactor? Suppressing his suspicions, Xingfeng didn't press the matter further. He simply looked at Kang Jai and said, "Please return first, my benefactor. My clan will definitely pay you a visit after we have finished dealing with our affairs." But just then, the bugle sounded once again. "This is a level 3 warning. Our people have encountered an invincible enemy, Qi exclaimed. He hurriedly looked at Kang Jai. Master, please save my people. This is a level 3 warning, which is only issued when encountering an enemy that even the Grand Elder cannot defeat. This is to tell the tribespeople that if necessary, all tribespeople can flee on their own. Master, this is an alarm our people only when they face a life or death crisis. Please help them. Looking at Kuake, who kept pleading with him, Kang Jai opened his mouth, then couldn't help but look at Xing Feng. Xing Feng frowned as he looked at Kuake. Kuake's behavior made him hesitate. Could this human race really save their Wuren race? In addition, he was also worried that what if the human race in front of him was actually a heretical cultivator and Kuake was just being controlled by him? If they let him in, wouldn't that be the last straw for Wuren race? Just as Xing Feng hesitated, Dian Lai secretly tugged at his sleeve. Kang Jai turned her head and asked Dao in confusion, "What's wrong?" Dian Lai said shyly, "Why don't you help them?" Kang Jai was taken aback, somewhat puzzled by Dao. Why? Dian Lai has never been one to meddle in other people's business, so why would he voluntarily ask me to help Wuren race? Just as Kang Jai was wondering, Dian Lai said somewhat shyly in a low voice, "They gave me a very warm feeling. In addition, I feel that something deep within Wu City is attracting me. That direction seems to be the direction from which the bugle call just came." Hearing Dian Lai say that, Kang Jai narrowed his eyes. "Are you sure?" Dian Lai nodded emphatically. Kang Jai touched his chin and immediately made a decision in his mind. Since it would benefit Dian Lai, we should naturally help him. Just as Kang Jai made his decision and prepared to forcefully help, the bugle sounded again. This time, all the Wuren race members, including Kuaki, turned pale, faces changing color. Lord, 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 Master. Kuaki was so shocked that his face turned pale and his soul trembled. Looking at Kuaki, who could barely speak, Kang Jai realized that the battle had probably reached a critical point of life and death. Without time to say more, he put away the Kuaki, grabbed Dian Lai and jumped onto A Yin's back. "Let's go help." A Yin had been waiting impatiently for a long time. With a kick of its legs and a flap of its wings, it vanished from the spot in an instant. Before Xing Feng and the other Wuren race members could react, A Yin had already disappeared into the horizon. Xing Feng's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Quick! After them!" A Yin flashed a few times and arrived at the place where the horn sang from in just a few breaths. This otherworldly creatures, a contaminated illusory poison bee? But what's inside? The entire field was in complete chaos, with Wuren races and mystic region illusory poison bees. To Kang Ji's surprise, there were even normal illusory poison bees among them. What's going on? How come there are both mystic region illusory poison bees and normal illusory poison bees? Kang Jai was very puzzled. How could a normal illusory poison bee and a mystic region illusory bee appear here at the same time? At this point, Kang Jai discovered that these mystic region illusory poison bees seemed to be slaughtering the normal illusory poison bees. And those Wuren races seemed to be protecting the normal illusory poison bee. Kang Ji's arrival immediately caught the attention of Wuren race, but the situation had reached a critical juncture, and they were unable to spare any manpower to stop Kang Jai. Puffed! Just as Kang Jai was observing the battlefield, a figure fell from the sky. Behind it, a mystic region illusory poison bee was rapidly pursuing it. Just as they were about to catch up with the falling person, if they were hit again, the person would likely be in grave danger. A Yin, save people. As soon as he finished speaking, A dragon tornado appeared out of thin air, instantly trapping the pursuing mystic region illusory poison bee. Sizzly, countless dull lightning bolts swept across the void realm, raging in the storm. Master, this guy has reached body integration. It's reached its peak. I can't kill it anytime soon. A Yin's voice came through, causing Kang Ji's expression to freeze. Surprisingly, a mystic region illusory poison bee that was randomly blocked actually achieved body integration. Peak strength. Kang Ji's expression turned solemn. He disregarded manners and unleashed his divine sense, which spread across the entire battlefield. Phew! Fortunately, body integration, there is only one mystic region illusory poison bee in peak. However, body integration, there are two late-stage fighters, and these two are already dominating the entire Wuren race. In addition to body integration, late-stage mystic region illusory poison bee, and body integration, 4 mystic region illusory poison bees in the middle stage, body integration 8 mystic region illusory poison bees in the early stage. Only 5 people in Wuren race have reached the body integration level. It was precisely because there were only 5 body integration level Wuren race participants that they were outmatched the mystic region illusory poison bee. As for normal illusory poison bees, not a single one has reached the body integration level. Because of this, they can only be protected by the Wuren race. Strange. Why are these Wuren races so determined to protect these normal illusory poison bees to the death? These mystic region illusory poison bees seem to be primarily concerned with this group of normal illusory poison bees. If these Wuren races disregarded the lives of these normal illusory poison bees, would they avoid being relentlessly attacked by this group of mystic region illusory poison bees? Divine sense observed the entire battlefield, and Kang Ji's doubts grew. Friend from human race, please help us. Wuren race will definitely repay you handsomely. The elderly man from Wuren race, who had just been rescued, came to Kang Ji and bowed respectfully. Turning to look at the old man from Wuren race, his QE blood was waning, leaving him with only a body integration level. Peak's realm, unfortunately, can only unleash its full combat potential at the body integration level. Late stage. This is why the elderly Wuren race rider was no match for the body integration. Peak the reason for the mystic region illusory poison bee. Sure, have your Wuren race people evacuate to the outer perimeter as much as possible. I'm worried about accidentally hurting them. Kang Ji's words startled the old man. He was about to say something when Kang Ji had already taken action. First, it released the devil vine, allowing it to take root in the earth. Then they threw Dian Lai onto devil vine, letting the devil vine take care of Dian Lai. Then, with a wave of his hand, Xiao Hong and Xiao Yi, who were already prepared, appeared outside. Along with them emerged a large number of metal-eating ants' offspring. You all deal with the mystic region illusory poison bees below the body integration level. Leave the body integration level ones to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Ji rushed out first. The elderly man from Wuren race reached out to stop Kang Ji. But Kang Ji was too fast, so fast that he was stunned on the spot. Wait, isn't this human race kid only at the god transformation level? How come? As Kang Ji made his move, his true abilities were revealed, including his god transformation level cultivation. Why are you, a god transformation level, being involved in this mess? The old man was quite pleased when he saw Kang Ji unleash so many body integration level monsters. Especially that body integration, the thunder sound golden eagle of Peak, is still in that body integration. Peak's mystic region illusory poison bee gave him hope for survival. However, Kang Ji's recklessness startled the old man. Human race, little brother, The battlefield is dangerous. Do not." The old man turned and gave chase, determined to protect Kang Ji's safety. But the next second, he froze again, unable to utter a word. Kang Ji charged into the battlefield, and the first thing he targeted was a body integration. Late stage's mystic region illusory poison bee. This mystic region illusory poison bee is wreaking havoc on the battlefield, and almost no one can defeat it. But when Kang Ji approached it, the mystic region illusory poison bee immediately turned its gun on Kang Ji and rushed towards it. However, the next second, a dizzying sensation came over him, and the mystic region illusory poison bee that was charging towards Kang Ji suddenly swayed. Meanwhile, Kang Ji had already arrived quickly and was somewhat surprised, thinking, "I didn't expect that creatures like the illusory poison bee would have such strong resistance to soul attacks. To understand Dao, even at the body integration level." Peak's metal-eating ant queen also experiences dizziness when faced with her own soul sound vibration. But this body integration, the late-stage illusory poison bee, only experienced a moment of dizziness and was still able to sway in midair. Just as his soul sound vibration struck the opponent, Kang Ji sensed a barrier formed by a mental fluctuation. This illusory poison bee has very strong mental energy. Fortunately, his soul skill was powerful enough, the opponent was unable to completely defend against it. If you can't defend against it, then don't blame him for being impolite. Die. A steel needle appeared in Kang Ji's hand, and without hesitation, it pierced the mystic region illusory poison bee's body. Stung by this attack, the mystic region illusory poison bee immediately awoke and began to fight back. However, what it faced was Kang Ji's Danchin True Fire. True Fire surged along the steel needle into the mystic region illusory poison bee, instantly destroying its interior. Kang Ji stopped in time, retracting Danchin True Fire before his entire body was burned. Phew, thank goodness it's now out. It's at body integration level. Oh, the corpses from the late stage cannot compare to metal-eating ants in terms of physical body. They are still great tonic for Xiaohong. Xiaohong, catch. Kang Ji tossed the corpse behind her, then turned and headed towards another body integration without looking back. The mystic region illusory poison bee from the late stage is about to be killed. His fluid and graceful movements truly stunned the old man from Wuren race, who stood there dumbfounded in the void realm, forgetting even what he wanted to do. Having succeeded in his attack, Kang Ji did not stop for a moment and continued to hunt down another body integration. Late stage's mystic region illusory poison bee. This mystic region illusory poison bee wasn't stupid. After witnessing the terror of Kang Ji, it flew towards the battlefield above without looking back. Walking right into a trap? Just as Kang Ji was wondering, the mystic region illusory poison bee toward the thunder sound golden eagle. However, what it received in return was a slap from A Yin. With a flap of its wings, A Yin instantly created a powerful storm, directly blasting the mystic region illusory poison bee, which had not yet gotten close, into a thunderstorm. The moment the mystic region illusory poison bee approached the thunderstorm immediately tore open a hole. Body integration peaked. The mystic region illusory poison bee immediately wanted to take the opportunity to rush out. However, it was met with another mystic region illusory poison bee. Two mystic region illusory poison bees collided and rolled into a thunderstorm. Seeing this, Kang Ji couldn't help but give A Yin a thumbs up. Well done. A Yin let out a joyful cry and immediately used training to bombard the two mystic region illusory poison bees. Kang Ji wasn't idle either. In a flash, he arrived at the edge of the storm. The soul sound vibration was unleashed, and instantly, the two mystic region illusory poison bees trapped inside felt dizzy. However, that body integration, the mystic region illusory poison bee, on peak swayed slightly before regaining its balance. Kang Jai frowned slightly. What powerful mystic region illusory poison bees. No wonder they are contaminated by illusory poison bees. They probably also inherited the illusory poison bee's ability to brew jade bee nectar. They have accumulated such powerful mental and energy by consuming jade bee nectar over many years. Like the metal-eating ants, the illusory poison bee is a very rare and special mythical creature. Metal-eating ants excel at mining, while illusory poison bees excel at collecting honey. The jade bee nectar they produce from their flowers has the effect of increasing mental energy. If special pollen is collected, it can also be used to brew jade bee nectar, which has other special effects. Because of this characteristic, the illusory poison bee is a precious resource on Earth and not something that ordinary people can control. The body integration in front of us peak's illusory poison bee was able to recover from his soul sound vibration so quickly. This indicates that the other party has very strong mental energy. Such powerful mental energy caused Kang Jai to frown slightly. Fortunately, that body integration, the mystic region illusory poison bee, in the late stage, doesn't yet possess enough mental energy to rival its own soul skill. When Kang Ji's soul skill struck the opponent's figure immediately swayed. With body integration, late stage, the mystic region illusory poison bee was dizzy, and endless thunderbolts struck its body. Seeing that the two leaders were trapped, the remaining mystic region illusory poison bees immediately went berserk. Abandoning all opponents, they all rushed Kang Jai and Thunder Sound Golden Eagle. Heh! Kang Jai sneered, facing the strongest body integration. Unfazed by the illusory poison bee in the middle stage, Kang Jai was determined to deliver a powerful blow. However, to his surprise, before the illusory poison bees even got close to them, they began to spew out white mist. Be careful, benefactor. This is their killing move. It can trap people in an illusion while simultaneously poisoning them without their knowledge. Without the old man's reminder, Kang Jai had already recalled the information about the illusory poison bee the moment it released its poisonous mist. However, according to the description, the illusory poison bee usually only uses this method when it is close to the enemy. Because a small amount of poisonous mist has limited lethality against the enemy. But to his surprise, this group of mystic region illusory poison bees started releasing poisonous fog from such a distance. Perhaps it has something to do with their numbers. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the thousands of illusory poison bees surrounding them. A yin! Kang Jai shouted loudly, and A Yin understood. In an instant, a dragon suddenly above them. Dragon tornado. The toxic mist released by the mystic region illusory poison bee was all sucked away by this dragon tornado. Meanwhile, Kang Jai didn't stop either. At the same time as A Yin released the dragon tornado, Kang Ji's true fire surged forth. The Dan true fire is accompanied by the powerful soul sound vibration. Sizzly! A wave of flame swept across, and the mystic region illusory poison bee, stunned by the soul sound vibration, was already being burned by the Danchin true fire before it could even react. Hundreds of mystic region illusory poison bees were instantly reduced to ashes. Those who were stronger and didn't instantly turn to ashes were immediately taken by Kang Jai using divine sense, after being severely injured and handed over to Xiao Hong and Xiao Yi. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the mystic region illusory poison bee that was besieging Wuren race was cleared out. Upon seeing this scene, all the Wuren race members were briefly stunned into silence. Just then, a loud boom suddenly came from the thunderstorm controlled by A Yin. Following that, body integration was trapped inside. The peak class illusory poison bee broke through the thunderstorm and flew away into the distance without looking back. Seeing it fly away, the rest of the mystic region illusory poison bees also left, leaving behind only a mess. That body integration, the late stage's illusory poison bee actually chose to self-destruct. Kang Jai frowned as he looked at the destroyed thunderstorm. In general, body integration, the late-stage illusory poison bee, cannot choose to self-destruct. Even body integration peak's illusory poison bee is not qualified to command the other party. There's only one possibility for this to happen. Bee Queen gave this mystic region illusory poison bee the order to self-destruct. Otherworldly creatures, however, will not easily give up their prey. Their escape this time does not mean they have given up on this place, or on their enemy Kang Jai. Perhaps next time, they will organize an even more terrifying attack. Trouble, the worker bees have all reached body integration level. Peak, then Bee Queen is at least an undergoing tribulation. The existence of the early stage, such an existence. Kang Jai was having a bit of headache. He couldn't kill this kind of being for the time being. The only saving grace is that the Bee Queen generally won't leave the hive unless absolutely necessary. Perhaps this is the only thing to be thankful for. Just as Kang Jai was expressing his gratitude, the old man from Wuren race flew to Kang Jai again, bowed deeply to him, and said, "Thank you for saving my life, my friend from human race. I am honored to be a member of Wuren race. Grand Elder Chizyong, Grand Elder, please do me the honor of having my tribe entertain you." The old man extended an invitation to Kang Jai, who accepted without hesitation, and followed him back down into the canyon below. Only then did Kang Jai have a chance to ask Dao, "Grand Elder, I just discovered that the real targets of this group of mystic region illusory poison bees don't seem to be you, but rather those normal illusory poison bees. Is that correct?" Grand Elder Chisyong and Grand Elder didn't hide anything, nodding in agreement. "My benefactor is right. The primary targets of those mystic region illusory poison bees are indeed the normal illusory poison bees. Or rather, their goal is to wipe out all the creatures in this canyon and then completely take over this place." Holding over to this place? Kang Jai looked around in surprise. Due to the recent battle, the entire canyon had been damaged to varying degrees. To his surprise, most of the damaged areas were far from the central blood pool. Even the flowers and plants around blood pool were not damaged much. It seems that both Wuren race and mystic region illusory poison bee intentionally avoided the blood pool area. Seeing Kang Jai looking towards the blood pool, Chizyong, Grand Elder, smiled wryly and said, "Benefactor, you've figured it out, haven't you? Those mystic region illusory poison bees are coming for this blood pool and the blood spirit flower next to it." "You came here for the blood pool and the blood spirit flower?" Kang Jai was somewhat puzzled. These blood pool and blood spirit flower are useful against those mystic region illusory poison bees. Upon hearing Kang Ji's question, Chiseong and Grand Elder were also taken aback. They had originally thought that Kang Jai knew the effects of the blood spirit flower, but now it seemed that Kang Jai did not know. "My benefactor doesn't understand the blood spirit flower." Meeting Chiseong's slightly surprised gaze, Kang Jai raised an eyebrow and said directly, "I am not from your world. I am a being sent from the heavens." Chixiang, the Grand Elder, suddenly realized. No wonder my benefactor's clothes were different from those of the humans. "So you are a being sent from heaven." Xiong and Grand Elder were no longer puzzled. Since they were sent from the heavens, it was not surprising that they did not know the effects of the blood spirit flower on Dao and the others. Xiong, Grand Elder, explained. The blood spirit flower is a plant unique to our Wuren race. It must grow in places rich in blood. And in this canyon, our Wuren race legacy, the area around Blood Pool, perfectly matches the growth conditions of the blood spirit flower. Therefore, the blood spirit flower is also a unique spiritual flower of our Wuren race. Besides being used to craft various key blood medicinal pills, this flower's pollen can also be used to brew a special jade bee nectar from illusory poison bee. The jade bee nectar, brewed from the pollen of the blood spirit flower by the illusory poison bee, not only increases the mental energy of living beings, but also helps them increase their Qi blood, while refining their bloodline. Especially for Wuren race enthusiasts like us, who value bloodline, it greatly enhances our Wuren race experience. Awakening, this provides an opportunity for which clan bloodline. And in the upcoming cultivate, it can also help us purify our own bloodline. That's why this flower is so precious. And the illusory poison bee, which helps us brew the special jade bee nectar, is something our tribe must protect. It's just a pity. After a pause, Xiong, the Grand Elder, suddenly added a hint of indignation to his words. Unfortunately, not long ago, a group of mystic region illusory poison bees suddenly descended upon my trial grounds, Sword Grave Canyon. Since the arrival of these mystic region illusory poison bees, not only have we been unable to enter the Sword Grave Canyon for trials, but they have also set their sights on our Blood Pool Canyon and our Blood Spirit Flower. These mystic region illusory poison bees had previously launched a surprise attack, but it was repelled by our tribe. However, this time, they sent even more powerful attackers, especially the body integration. The mystic region illusory poison bee of Peak was unstoppable by any of my tribe, which is why we are now facing a life or death crisis. If it weren't for your kindness, my clan would likely have been wiped out. I thank you again, my benefactor. Kang Jai quickly helped Xiong, the Grand Elder, who was about to bow and waved his hand saying, Grand Elder, there's no need for that. It was just a coincidence that I happened to run into him. At this moment, Xiong, the Grand Elder, took the opportunity to ask Dao, I wonder why my benefactor has come to our tribe? Just as Kang Jai was about to explain his purpose, a whooshing sound suddenly came from outside the canyon. Immediately afterwards, a Dao's figure flew into the canyon, and Kang Ji immediately spotted Feng and his group, who were hurriedly chasing after them. Upon seeing Kang Jai, Sing Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But when he looked around, he was stunned. Where are the enemies? Wasn't this supposed to be the final alert? How come we haven't seen a single enemy? However, there were some signs of battle around the area, but it was completely different from the fierce battle he had imagined. Although some members of the tribe died, the number of deaths was clearly not quite right. There were no casualties, not even during the last attack by the mystic region illusory poison bees. With questions in mind, Sing Feng and the others approached the Grand Elder. My friend, human race tribe, didn't I tell you that my tribe had something to attend to today and would visit another day? How dare you trespass on my territory? Sing Feng was very unhappy about Kang Ji's sudden intrusion into Wu City, and his tone was somewhat impolite. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than he was attacked by the Grand Elder. Xiong, a slap from the Grand Elder. You worthless bastards! How dare you be so disrespectful to your benefactor? Is this how I taught you to behave? Despite being smacked on the head by Xiong and Grand Elder, Sing Feng didn't dare to retaliate. looking at Xiexyong and Grand Elder with a wronged expression. Dao, Grand Elder, you were the one who said that no outsiders are allowed to enter Wu City. Seeing that Xingfeng still dared to talk back, Xixiong, the Grand Elder, got itchy hands again. Kang Jai stopped the other party and explained the situation, as well as the purpose of her and Dian Lai's visit. Our benefactor is truly righteous. Not only did he help my clan retrieve the bodies of our people, but he has now saved our clan. I truly do not know how to thank our benefactor. Xixiong, what Grand Elder said was true. He really didn't know how to thank Kang Jai for such a great favor. Kang Jai, however, didn't seem to mind and shrugged. Grand Elder, there's no need for that. I told you, it was just a small favor. However, the Mystic Region illusory poison BB issue hasn't been completely resolved. Has the Grand Elder considered what to do next? Kang Ji's question stumped all the Wuren race members. They were truly outmatched by the Mystic Region illusory poison bee, which was far more powerful than them. We were lucky to encounter Kang Jai this time, but will happen when those illusory poison bees come again after Kang Jai leaves? Is Da Dao really going to give up Bloodpool Canyon, or even the entire Wu City? Without Bloodpool Canyon, there would be no legacy Bloodpool. Will their Wuren race still be Wuren race? Grand Elder looked up at Kang Jai, seemingly wanting to say something, but then stopping himself. He knew of the Dao beings descended from the heavens. Before this, the heavenly Dao of this world had already given them a hint. If you wish to follow any of the fallen beings, you can take them with you when they leave. However, it seems that there will be a price to pay if we want to take them away. Heavenly Dao didn't mention the cost, but told them that all those who descended from the heavens knew Dao. Does this mean that as long as the Wuren race is willing to pay a sufficient price, they can get Kang Jai to help them escape this world? But can they really take all of their hundreds of thousands of people with them? Even if we could take it away, what would happen to this canyon, especially this blood pool? Seeing Grand Elder's hesitant expression, Kang Jai asked Dao in confusion, Grand Elder, what's wrong? Xixiong, the Grand Elder sighed and finally spoke. This old man has the audacity to ask my benefactor a question. Kang Jai nodded. Go ahead and ask. When you leave this world, our benefactors, can you take us with you? Kang raised eyebrow, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, as he vaguely guessed Grand Elder's thoughts. After taking a look at the group of Wuren race members, who were 2 or 3 meters tall and incredibly strong, Kang Jai suddenly had an idea. He had already figured out the issue of taking away the creatures of this world. They can indeed take away the creatures of this world. However, this also comes at a price, just like exchanging talents you want to take from other worlds with Heavenly Dao, which requires paying source coins. Of course, this source coin is not limited to those obtained from the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. It can also be used after the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. Looking at the expectant Grand Elder, Kang Jai nodded and smiled. That's right. And the price? It will be huge, Kang Jai said bluntly. Grand Elder felt a pang of bitterness, but still steeled himself and asked Dao, leaving aside the cost, if we want to take over Legacy. Can I take the blood pool with me? Kang Jai nodded again. Okay. The Wuren race members' eyes lit up, but just as they were getting excited, Kang Jai poured cold water on their enthusiasm. Gentlemen, putting everything else aside, what you need to leave here is source coin. Do any of you have source coin? Source coin? Grand Elder seemed to him to have thought of something, and with a flick of his wrist, a source coin appeared in his palm. Is this what our benefactor is talking about? This is what we got after killing those Mystic Region illusory poison bees. Grand Elder was quite excited when talking about the source coin he had. He hadn't expected that this was what he needed. They used to think this thing was useless, but now it seems that's not the case. Kang Ji glanced at the source coin in Grand Elder's hand, then at the excited Wuren race, and raised an eyebrow. Was this premature celebration? Thinking about his plan, Kang Ji nodded and said to Dao, "Yes, that's it. The price you pay to leave here, the amount of source coins required, is the number of enemies of the same rank you kill. The amount source coins obtainable through otherworldly creatures. For example, if you, Grand Elder, want to leave this place, the source coins you need to pay are the cost of killing 10 body integrations. Source coin earned from peak-level otherworldly creatures. If only 1 or 2 people leave, that's one thing, but if the entire clan leaves, do you think you have that much source coin?" Grand Elder and the rest of Wuren race were speechless. Even if they killed all the Mystic Region illusory poison bees, they probably still wouldn't have enough. However, that wasn't the end of it. Kang Ji then asked a fatal question. Even if you manage to scrape together enough source coin, where will you find a place to stand after you leave? Where should we put our feet up next? This question completely stumped the Wuren team. Indeed, they are only concerned with getting out. But once they get out, where will they find a foothold? Since they are unfamiliar with the place, will they be ostracized by the outside world? If they don't leave and stay here, they can't deal with the Mystic Region illusory poison bees. Not to mention, the otherworldly creatures that have descended upon this world are not limited to the Mystic Region illusory poison bee. Going out is their best option. Xixiong, the Grand Elder, looked up at Kang Ji, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. My benefactor should have a solution, right? After all that Kang Ji said, Xixiong and Grand Elder weren't stupid. They naturally picked up on the underlying meaning. Kang Ji smiled slightly and didn't hide anything. I do have the ability to help you solve all these problems, including the source coins you need to leave here and the resettlement issues after you leave. Upon hearing this, the Wuren race members' eyes lit up and they looked at Kang Ji with anticipation. However, Xixiong, the Grand Elder, remained calm and spoke in a composed tone. I wonder what price we will have to pay. Everyone looked at Kang Ji with tense expressions. Even Dian Lai gently tugged at Kang Ji's clothes, seemingly wanting to plead for Wuren race. However, Dian Lai was very tactful and didn't say anything. But Kang Ji understood that Dian Lai must have felt sympathy for the Wuren race group. A thought struck him. He knew Dian Lai's personality. He wasn't the kind of person who was overly compassionate. Dian Lai's unusual reaction is most likely due to bloodline. Is it possible that Lai really has the witch clan bloodline? Kang Ji's eyes flickered, and when she looked at Xixiong and Grander again, she changed her tone. Grand Elder, you can think about the price. First, what can you bring me? What can you give in return? Kang Ji passed the ball directly to Xixiong Grand Elder, which immediately put Xixiong Grand Elder in a difficult position. Kang Ji had saved their entire tribe's lives, and now they wanted Kang Ji to take them out. They truly didn't know how to repay Kang Ji. It seems that no amount of repayment is too much. However, they were somewhat uneasy about having their entire tribe pledge allegiance to Kang Ji. After all, they didn't know what Kang Ji's situation was like in the outside world, and he had to consider the continuation of the entire clan. Seeing the conflicted look on Xixiong and Grand Elder's face, Kang Ji chuckled and said, "This matter is not urgent. Grand Elder can take his time to consider it. There are still nearly 3 months before we leave. You can contact me at any time during this period." However, Xixiong and Grand Elder were anxious. 3 months? Whether they could hold out 3 months was another matter. Before Chi Xiong and Grand Elder could speak, Kang Jai pulled Dian Lai aside and said to Chi Xiong and Grand Elder, "Grand Elder, I have a favor to ask. I wonder if you could allow my brother to join your bloodline? How about dipping it in the legacy pool? Huh?" Chi Xiong, Grand Elder, was taken aback by Kang Ji's sudden change and couldn't help but turn to look at Dian Lai. Chi Xiong, Grand Elder, had a strange feeling the moment he saw Dian Lai. It felt like a bloodline connection, but wasn't Dian Lai a fallen angel? How? Just as Chi Xiong and Grand Elder were filled with doubt, Kang Jai spoke up again. "While my brother is soaking in the blood pool, I can guarantee the safety of Wuren race. What do you think, Grand Elder?" Kang Ji's offer is very appealing to all Wuren race members. After all, they had just witnessed Kang Ji's power. One person is worth all of their Wuren race, which gives them a great sense of security. Even Chi Xiong and Grand Elder were tempted. And after taking another look at Dian Lai, the feeling of being connected by bloodline became even stronger. With a thought, Chi Xiong, the Grand Elder, nodded in agreement. "All right, young master is a benefactor of our clan. Even without any conditions attached, our clan will not refuse your request." Kang Jai simply smiled at this. Even if Chi Xiong and the Grand Elder didn't need him to protect Wuren race, since Dian Lai was in seclusion in Bloodpool Canyon, he would naturally ensure his safety. At this moment, Chi Xiong, the Grand Elder, said again, "I wonder if my benefactor needs anything else? My tribe will do everything in its power to satisfy him." Chi Xiong, Grand Elder's words were sincere. Kang Jai saved their clan, and he would feel guilty if he didn't express his gratitude. In response, Kang Jai thought for a moment and said to Dao, "I wonder if the Grand Elder could give me some seeds of the blood spirit flower? I'm quite interested in this flower." Since my benefactor is interested in the blood spirit flower, I will have some picked. Grand Elder was about to get people to take action. Kang Jie glanced at the few remaining blood spirit flowers and waved his hand. "No need, just give me some seeds. You don't have many blood spirit flowers here, and you need them to brew blood spirit jade bee necrotar. I only need the seeds." Kang Jai wants the seeds, so she can plant them in the spirit realm space. Other places may not have such a rich blood pool, but the 10,000 beast blood pool in spirit realm space is in no way inferior to the legacy of Wuren race. Poor blood pool. Planting the blood spirit flower next to the 10,000 beast blood pool will quickly yield a large harvest of pollen. After absorbing the illusory poison bee gene, Xiaohong is now able to produce illusory poison bee offspring. If I could absorb another illusory poison bee if Xiaohong possesses the bee queen's genes, she can produce an illusory poison bee offspring, and then illusory poison bee offspring will be produced continuously. Now, the only thing he lacks is the blood spirit flower. With the spirit realm space and the 10,000 beast blood pool, as long as the blood spirit flower seed is planted, he can continuously harvest blood spirit flower pollen, and he doesn't need Wuren race's limited number of blood spirit flowers at all. Seeing that Kang Ji insisted, Grand Elder said no more. And with a flick of his wrist, 2 more items appeared in his hand. "My benefactor, this bag contains 1 million blood spirit flower seeds, half of my clan's stock." However, cultivating a blood spirit flower is not that simple. The success rate is less than 1%. Chi Xiong and Grand Elder were giving Kang Jai a heads up in advance, wondering if she would blame the seeds they provided if none of the plants survived. After speaking of Chi Xiong, Grand Elder handed over a jade slip, saying, "This contains some of our clan's insights into cultivating the blood spirit flower. My benefactor may take a look." After receiving the 2 items, Kang Jai didn't stand on ceremony. She put away the blood spirit flower seeds and then stuck the jade slip to her forehead. Soon, information about cultivating the blood spirit flower appeared in Kang Ji's mind and was quickly absorbed. The illusory poison bee can actually help the blood spirit flower grow. Kang Ji was somewhat surprised, not expecting that the illusory poison would have such benefits for the blood spirit flower. The two sides can be described as having a mutually beneficial relationship. Kang Ji couldn't help but glance at Xiao Hong. With Xiao Hong around, he wouldn't lack illusory poison bees. It seemed that he deserved to have this spirit flower. My benefactor, this place is safe for now. Why don't you rest in my clan's territory for a while? Grand Elder extended an invitation to Kang Ji. However, Kang Ji shook his head. We're pressed for time, so we won't rest. You arrange for Alai to soak in the blood pool as soon as possible, and I'll go check out the Mystic Region Illusory Poison Bee's lair. When the topic of the Mystic Region Illusory Poison Bee's lair came up, he suddenly remembered that Chixhong and Grand Elder seemed to have mentioned the name Swordgrave Canyon before. Grand Elder, didn't you just say that the Mystic Region Illusory Poison Bee's lair is inside Swordgrave Canyon? Chixhong Grand Elder nodded. That's right, it's Swordgrave Canyon, which is not far from us. It was originally a training ground for our clan. A training ground? Chi Seong. Grand Elder coughed lightly, a little embarrassed, and stroked his gray beard before explaining to Dao. Actually, calling it a training ground for our clan is a bit of an exaggeration. Seeing Seong and Grand Elder in this state, Kang Ji became even more curious. May I ask what brings you to this? Chi Seong, Grand Elder, explained Dao. Deep within Swordgrave Canyon lies a sword tomb. The true sword tomb is filled with lightning storms, making it impossible for my people to approach it. Our clan merely uses the sword key winds surrounding the sword tomb for physical training. Anyone who enters the real sword tomb will die. Whoever goes in dies? Is this sword tomb really that terrifying? Kang Ji asked, somewhat surprised. Chixhong, Grand Elder, smiled bitterly. It's more than terrifying. Even with my level of cultivation, I can't get within 100 meters at my peak. If you linger too long, you'll be instantly reduced to ashes by those terrifying lightning bolts. Wow! Is it that powerful? Kang Ji asked with some doubt. Seeing his disbelief, Grand Elder solemnly said, My benefactor, you must believe me. Those lightning bolts seem very unusual, like heavenly tribulation, with astonishing destructive power. Heavenly tribulation? Kang Ji's eyes lit up, and the myriad tribulation heavenly. Thunderbell within her body trembled violently, like a cat-smelling fish, constantly urging Kang Ji to go to this Swordgrave Canyon. After calming the myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell, Kang Ji looked at Chixhong, Grand Elder. Grand Elder, this sword tomb is so powerful. Could there be some treasure inside? Oh, Grand Elder choked, then hesitated before speaking to Dao. This, I'm not sure either. According to my clan's records of some treasures, this sword tomb itself may be a treasure. As for why the sword tomb is filled with thunder and storms, I have no idea. Perhaps it's inherent to the sword tomb itself. Kang Ji nodded at Chixhong, Grand Elder's explanation, indicating that Chixhong, Grand Elder, didn't quite understand either. That's true, he's never even been inside, so how could he possibly understand the sword tomb? Regardless of whether the sword tomb itself was a treasure or not, Kang Ji became interested in the lightning inside. If the thunder within is indeed the power of heavenly tribulation, then his myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell can be activated and revived ahead of schedule. This is great news for Kang Ji. With that in mind, Kang Ji didn't delay any longer. After exchanging a few words with Dan Lai, he boarded a yin and quickly headed towards Sword Grave Canyon. Meanwhile, in Sword Grave Canyon, swarms of mystic region illusory poison bees buzzed and attacked countless mechanical puppets in the canyon. At that very moment, the mystic region illusory poison bee, which had escaped from Wuren race, was also at the body integration, led by the peak class mystic region illusory poison bee. They joined the battle. It turns out that the reason this group of mystic region illusory poison bees fled Wu City so decisively because their nest had been attacked. In the entire canyon, apart from the mystic region illusory poison bee and the mechanical puppet, there were only two other life forms. One was a man, wielding a long sword, whose every move exuded immense power. Surprisingly, the enemy he faced was a bee queen at the tribulation transcendence level. Bee queen's terrifying power forced the swordsman to retreat repeatedly. Yet Bee queen seemed to be wary of something, never pursuing him after each defeat. Meanwhile, on the other side, a giant western dragon was mingling among a group of mechanical puppets, taking the opportunity to ambush some god transformation level mystic region illusory poison bees. Kill another soul transformation elementary after the mystic region illusory poison bee. The western giant dragon, panting heavily, quickly withdrew from the battlefield. With a flicker, he transformed from a giant western dragon into a human man. Huff! Huff! These mystic region illusory poison bees are truly insane. Looking at the fierce battlefield, the man was still shaken. Looking towards those who dare to challenge the tribulation transcendence level, the swordsman from Bee Queen looked on with adoration. Just as the man was feeling sentimental, he suddenly sensed something and turned to look out of the valley. Just as he turned his head, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. When the lightning stopped, a huge golden eagle appeared before the man. Wow! What a magnificent golden eagle, the man exclaimed. Golden Eagle lowered its head and looked down at the man below. Huh? There seems to be someone on the Golden Eagle. As the man looked on in surprise, Kang Jai on A Yin's back also noticed the man below. Someone's here, and they seem to be test takers, the man muttered to himself. Kang Jai peeked out and looked down. Upon seeing this, the man below aimed in surprise. Kang Jai? Kang Jai was taken aback. Did the other person know him? But why don't I recognize the other person? Kang Jai went through everyone he knew in his mind, but he was certain that he had never met the other person before. A yin, let's go down. After glancing at the intense battle in the canyon, Kang Jai did not immediately join in, but instead leisurely walked over to the man's side. The man's expression turned grim when he saw Kang Jai land. He was no match for Kang Jai, especially with the terrifying golden eagle beneath Kang Jai. Although his cultivation level was far inferior to that of the golden eagle, the terrifying aura emanating from the golden eagle indicated that it was a formidable force no less powerful than the swordsman present. Kang Jai arrived riding such a golden eagle, which shows that Kang Jai is extraordinary. In particular, Kang Jai was first in the first two assessments, which made him even more wary. You know me? A yin landed on the ground and Kang Jai sat on A Yin's back, asking Dao calmly. Looking up at Kang Jai, the man took a deep breath, trying to appear calm. My name is Liu Hong. Liu Hong? Kang Jai tilted her head, countless thoughts flashing through her mind, before finally, hesitatingly asking, You're the guy who impersonated Emperor Ling of Han. Liu Hong's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected that Kang Jai could guess his identity based on just one name. That's right, he is Liu Hong, the one who replaced Emperor Ling of Han in Three Kingdoms world. He is the illegitimate son of the Liu family and a follower of Feng Buhui, Seeing Liu Hong's reaction, Kang Ji immediately understood what was going on. Turning his head to look at the swordsman fighting in the canyon, he narrowed his eyes. Who is that person? Seeing Kang Ji's casual attitude, Liu Hong sneered. That's young Master Feng the Sixth. Young Master Feng the Sixth? Feng Buhui? Kang Ji raised an eyebrow slightly. He had heard of the 3 color level talent users in Dragon Country this year. It is indeed young Master Feng the Sixth. Liu Hong was very displeased with Kang Ji's casual attitude, as Kang Ji was one of the 3 color level talent users, one of the 3 strongest young generation in Dragon Kingdom. Even though Kang Ji got lucky and won first place in the first 2 assessments, Liu Hong still thought she couldn't compare to Feng Buhui. This is the sense of pressure and confidence that people with colored energy level talents can bring. Kang Ji merely glanced at Liu Hong indifferently, then turned her gaze to the battlefield. Upon seeing this, Kang Ji's pupils contracted involuntarily. To his slight surprise, Feng Buhui was able to connect with the mystic region illusory poison bee. Bee Queen's performance was evenly matched. While this is only one reason why Abyssal Domain Queen Bee dared not pursue Feng Buhui, it also demonstrates Feng Buhui's strength. Kang Ji compared them and realized that if he didn't use his own skills, he really wouldn't be a match for his opponent. In particular, every move the opponent makes contains immense destructive power. The opponent has also cultivated martial arts, using martial arts to control a sword. Even if the cultivation realm is insufficient, his combat power is still quite terrifying. What makes Kang Ji even more wary is that the reason Bee Queen dares not pursue Feng Buhui is because there is another Tribulation Transcendence level expert on the battlefield. That is a Tribulation Transcendence level mechanical puppet. A single mechanical puppet at the Tribulation Transcendence level is enough to pose a threat to the Abyssal Domain Queen Bee. This is why Abyssal Domain Queen Bee dared not pursue Feng Buhui. With such a mechanical puppet protecting him, it's no wonder Feng Buhui dared to at the Abyssal Domain Queen Bee like this. This also shows that Feng Buhui's cultivation level has reached the body integration level. Only when his own cultivation reaches the body integration level can he use the mechanical puppet at the Tribulation Transcendence level. Looking at the massive army of mechanical puppets, Kang Ji couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. As expected, none of these powerful families are easy to deal with. If the Feng family, one of the 3 powerful families, can provide such assistance to Feng Buhui, then the other 2 powerful families, certain not inferior, and the other major powerful families, even if they are not quite as good, should not be underestimated. Watching Feng Buhui honing his skills with the Abyssal Domain Queen Bee, Kang Ji asked, "Hey classmate, do you need any help?" Feng Buhui, who had been repelled once again, turned to look at Kang Ji. Upon hearing the sound, Feng Buhui glanced at Kang Ji indifferently, realized he didn't recognize her, and was about to turn away and ignore her. At this moment, Liu Hong shouted loudly, "Sixth young master, he is Kang Ji." Kang Ji? Feng Buhui, who was about to turn back, paused and slowly turned around as well, completely ignoring B. Behind her. "You're Kang Ji." He had never heard of the name Kang Ji before. However, as Kang Ji rose to prominence, ranking first in both assessments, the members of the family finally mentioned Kang Ji's name to him. His philandering father sent him a message, instructing him to befriend and win over his cousin, as family intended to bring him back. He neither confirmed nor denied this. In his opinion, what did it matter that Kang Ji was able to win first place in 2 assessments? In the face of absolute strength, it meant nothing. Faced with Feng Buhui's nonchalant tone, Kang Jai smiled slightly. Classmate, do you need any help? Without my help, you can't kill this abyssal domain queen bee. Kang Ji's words made Feng Buhui narrow his eyes, and he immediately felt displeased. What do you mean by saying that without Kang Ji's help? He couldn't have killed abyssal domain queen bee. Doesn't this mean he's not as good as Kang Jai? Such provocation. Even if one knows Dao Kang Jia is his cousin and Feng Buhui was extremely unhappy about it. Notch prodigy. How dare Kang Ji underestimate him? No need. Feng Buhui snorted coldly, turned his head, and looked at abyssal domain queen bee again, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He refused to believe, with the help of the mechanical puppet, he couldn't kill abyssal domain queen bee. Seeing Feng Buhui's attitude, Kang Jai shrugged, continuing his internal dialogue with Xiaohong. Xiaohong, are you sure that tribulation transcendence level mechanical puppet will help your evolution? Just now, while Kang Jai was talking to Feng Buhui, Xiaohong told him some news. That mechanical puppet actually helped Xiaohong's evolution. Within that mechanical puppet, there is something that allows Xiaohong to reuse the purified remnants of souls. Prior to this, Xiaohong purified a large number of mystic realm metal-devouring ants and mystic region illusory poison bee corpses. Some of them were alive, but regardless of whether they were alive or dead, after being purified, they would all retain a lot of soul fragments. Originally, these soul fragments were useless, and Xiaohong planned to burn them as nourishment for the divine fire. But just now, when it sensed the tribulation transcendence level, when mechanical puppet was created, a mysterious power was sensed within it. A power that seemed capable of evolving its abilities once again. Once it evolves, perhaps these remnant souls can be put to use. Master, that mechanical puppet will definitely be of great help to me. Kang Jai couldn't help but ask Dao, what about other mechanical puppet tools? Would they be helpful to you? After all, it's a tribulation transcendence level. Feng Buhui would never give up mechanical puppet to himself, especially since it's currently during the exam period. The other party is even less likely to sell it to me. Xiaohong shook her head. No, other mechanical puppets are good, but they're just good materials. They can only supplement my nutrition a little. The only thing that can make me evolve is that mechanical puppet at the transcendence level. Within it, there seems to be an energy different from other mechanical puppets. An energy unlike other mechanical puppets? Could it be a Kuiling? Kang Jai recalled a description of the mechanical puppet, which was mentioned in the knowledge about the mechanical puppet. That is, once mechanical puppet reaches the tribulation transcendence level, they will undergo tremendous changes. A special spiritual pattern will be born in the core of their bodies. This spiritual pattern is similar to the underlying logic of mechanical life, but also superior to that of mechanical life. This kind of spiritual rune can gather the spiritual energy and earth, and even some broken soul power, thus giving birth to a Dao Kui spirit, similar to the spirit of a magic treasure, which can make a mechanical puppet a kind of alternative life form. This is why mechanical puppets can transform into a special life form once they reach the tribulation transcendence level. They will have the potential for autonomous growth. Therefore, every mechanical puppet of tribulation transcendence or above is an extremely precious existence. In addition, once the mechanical puppet reaches the tribulation transcendence level, it can be repaired as long as the guiling is not completely destroyed. Of course, the more thoroughly damaged something is, the more difficult it is to repair. In particular, if only the Kuiling remains, it will be even more difficult to repair. After all, It's like a person only having a soul left, without a physical body. However, if the core is not damaged, mechanical puppet has a significant advantage in repair. As long as there are enough materials, it can quickly repair itself. Xiao Hong said, Tribulation Transcendence level. The mechanical puppet possesses something useful for its evolution, and the only thing Kang Jai can think of is a mechanical spirit. But this thing is Tribulation Transcendence level. The core of the mechanical puppet is that to obtain it, one must essentially purchase the mechanical puppet from Feng Buhui. But how could Feng Buhui possibly sell this mechanical puppet to him? Not to mention that Feng Buhui minored in mechanical engineer. How important a Tribulation Transcendence level mechanical puppet is to him. It's just that it's the time of the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. So Feng Buhui has no reason to sell him anything. Kang Jie rubbed her temples. She had a headache. After the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, he can certainly purchase the mechanical puppet for the Tribulation Transcendence level from the Tower of Babel. But by then the National Higher Education Entrance Examination had already ended. So what use would it be if it increased one's combat effectiveness? Seeing Feng Bui's strength, Kang Jai felt a sense of crisis. My current strength is not bad, but it's not enough. If I could acquire this Tribulation Transcendence level mechanical puppet from Feng Buhui, my strength would definitely increase significantly. The problem is, how can I get this thing from him? After much thought, Kang Jai couldn't come up with a good solution. While Kang Jai was deep in thought, Feng Buhui had already fought more than 10 rounds with Abyssal Domain Queen Bee. However, Feng Buhui was helpless against the powerful Bee Queen. Left with no other choice, Feng Buhui had to send Mechanical Puppet, the Tribulation Transcendence level expert, to handle the matter. With the Tribulation Transcendence level Mechanical Puppet activated, the Bee Queen immediately summoned her army of worker bees. Millions of worker bees battled Feng Buhui's Mechanical Puppet army, causing the entire canyon floor to crack. If it weren't for the Tower of Babel protecting this place, it would probably have turned to ashes long ago. However, an hour later, Feng Buhui's expression turned grim and anxious. Kang Ji occasionally glanced at the high mountain deep in the canyon, which made her raise an eyebrow and her eyes light up. That's where Sword Tomb is? Kang Ji noticed that Feng Buhui kept glancing in the direction of Sword Tomb, which aroused Kang Ji's suspicion. Sword Tomb. If I remember correctly, Feng Buhui's talent seems to be related to swordsmanship. Perhaps. Kang Ji's gleamed, and he had vaguely grasped Feng Buhui's weakness. If this guy cares particularly much about Sword Tomb, it seems like I could make a move on him. Just as Feng Buhui was struggling to defeat the Abyssal Domain Queen Bee, Kang Jai leisurely headed towards Sword Tomb. His movement immediately caught Feng Buhui's attention. Feng Buhui would never allow Kang Jai to covet the Sword Tomb that he had his eye on. Compared to the Sword Tomb, these Mystic Region Illusoisen bees, nothing. It's just some points. Since Kang Jai wants them, let's give them to him. Thinking this to himself, Feng Bui shouted, "Hey Kang, didn't you want to deal with these Mystic Region illusory poison bees? I'll give them to you." As he was about to withdraw from the battlefield, Kang Jai suddenly retreated, chuckling, "Classmate, you're joking. When did I ever say I was going to deal with Mystic Region illusory poison bees? I just saw you were playing hard and wanted to help you, but you tried to sabotage me. That's a bit unfair." Kang Ji's words made Feng Buhui blush. He did indeed want to trick Kang Jai. Since she dared to lay a finger on his Sword Tomb, he didn't mind teaching Kang Jai a lesson. Unexpectedly, Kang Jai reacted so quickly and retreated immediately without hesitation, cutting off any possibility of trapping him. Faced with this situation, Feng Buhui had no choice but to continue fighting Abyssal Domain Queen Bee, but he was becoming increasingly anxious. Feng Buhui's mentality is somewhat unstable due to his inability to secure the Abyssal Domain Queen Bee title. Meanwhile, those watching the live stream were also discussing it extensively. Especially the Feng family. Seeing this scene, someone sighed, Bu Hui is still too inexperienced. If you're going to do something, you can't say it out loud. Only by quietly diverting the trouble can you succeed. Heh. Not regretting it is the behavior of a gentleman. How can a petty person compare to him? Someone chuckled as they defended Dao. Feng Buhui is the darling of the Feng family, so it's no big deal if he makes a small mistake. Moreover, such character flaws can be gradually corrected in the future. Nowadays, people simply have too little social contact and don't understand the wickedness of human nature. After the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, the family will naturally provide specialized training. That Kang Jai is something else. He just wanted a piece of the pie, but now that we've invited him, he dares to dodge. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Ultimately, even though Kang Jai is the grandson of the Feng family, Kang Ji's surname is Kang, not Feng. Between Kang Jai and Feng Buhui, they unreasonably favored Feng Buhui. None of the other clan elders objected. Everyone chimed in, condemning Kang Jai. At this moment, after retreating, Kang Jai did not continue to Sword Tomb, but instead focused his attention on the low-level mystic region illusory poison bees. These are all excellent materials and points. Xiao Hong wants to produce more illusory poison bees, as these mystic region illusory poison bees can save a lot of energy. Not to mention, hunting these mystic region illusory poison bees can also earn a large amount of source coins and points, and he is currently short of points. Seeing that Feng Buhui no longer objected to his approach, Kang Jai directly focused his gaze on these low-level mystic region illusory poison bees. Kang Jai did not summon Xiao Hong and Devil Vine. He still needed to keep some trump cards up his sleeve. Kang Jai was simply cooperating with Aa Yin to slaughter these mystic region illusory poison bees. Kang Jai is very efficient. With one soul sound vibration, any mystic region illusory poison bee below body integration level will fall into a coma. Even the mystic region illusory poison bee, whose cultivation has reached the body integration level, will feel dizzy when faced with Kang Ji's soul sound vibration. At this point, A Yin will use the power of a storm to gather all the unconscious mystic region illusory poison bees together. Immediately, endless lightning flashed and darted through the storm, and soon a large number of mystic region illusory poison bees died. The dead mystic region illusory poison bee was directly taken into the realm space by Kang Jai, and Xiao Hong immediately began to purify, absorb, and produce new illusory poison bees. The efficiency of this process was so high that it even surpassed Feng Buhui's large army of mechanical puppet workers. Holy crap! Is this kid that strong? Liu Hong, who was hiding to the side, was stunned by Kang Ji's performance. Even Feng Buhui, upon witnessing Kang Ji's efficiency in slaughtering the mystic region illusory poison bee, narrowed his eyes and sensed a sense of crisis. However, this time he did not stop Kang Jai. He had lost patience after not being able to take down these mystic region illusory poison bees for an hour. With Kang Ji's help, he can resolve these mystic region illusory poison bees more quickly. Seeing that Feng Buhui did not speak, Kang Ji's lips curled up slightly. Glancing in the direction of the sword tomb, Feng Buhui became even more certain that he cared a great deal about the sword tomb. He was also communicating with the myriad tribulation, heavenly thunder bell in his mind. Are you sure the lightning power on Sword Tomb Mountain is heavenly punishment power? That kid and his mechanical puppet can't get in? Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell scoffed. You don't believe me? A mere tribulation transcendence level. A mechanical puppet trying to conquer Sword Tomb Mountain is practically committing suicide. Kang Ji's eyes lit up at Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell's answer. Since Feng Buhui couldn't get into Sword Tomb, he had something to plan. While planning what to do next, Kang Ji's hands never stopped moving. As Kang Ji continues to slaughter the Mystic Region illusory poison bee, the bee queen grows angry. Wanting to escape the entanglement of Feng Bui and mechanical puppet, comes to deal with Kang Ji. Upon seeing this, Feng Buhui's eyes lit up, and he was very tempted. Before he could act, Kang Ji chuckled and said, Feng, you'd better think this through. I may not be able to beat this abyssal domain queen bee, but it might not be able to catch up with me either. If it can't catch me, do you think it will turn around and continue to attack you? By then, I won't be in the mood to help you clean up this trash. Feng Buhui, who was initially interested, froze upon hearing this, and all her little schemes vanished. Kang Ji had him completely under her thumb, which made him very unhappy. The audience who saw this scene were also extremely surprised, their mouths twitching. This is a color-level talent user. Why does it feel like I'm being completely controlled by Kang Ji, this white-talented individual? This contrast made them feel quite uncomfortable. Seeing that Feng Buhui had stopped making any moves, Kang Ji smirked and continued slaughtering the Mystic Region illusory poison bees. Their own gains are also increasing, and they even occasionally collect the mechanical puppets that died in battle into the spirit realm space. Feng Buhui didn't care, after all. They were just some low-level mechanical puppets. But when Kang Ji even included mechanical puppet, which had died in the body integration level battle into spirit realm space, Feng Buhui finally couldn't stand it anymore. You! How dare you take my mechanical puppet too? Feng Buhui was quite shrewd. He simply took away the Mystic Region illusory poison bees that had died in battle, since he didn't need them anyway. Why would they even take away the remains of own mechanical puppet? Taking away the low-level remains is one thing, but taking away his body integration level mechanical puppet remains as well is just too much. Should be noted that Dao, the mechanical puppet of the body integration level, is extremely valuable even in its remains. The materials used to refine them are worth a considerable sum, not to mention the body integration level that Kang Ji took. The mechanical puppet remains, but the core is not damaged and can be repaired for continued use. Kang Ji just brazenly took it away. Does he really think he's blind? Looking at Life Key's embarrassment, Kang Ji curled her lips and said matter-of-factly, Classmate, you need to understand, I'm helping you. You didn't give me a single penny of payment, fine, but what's wrong with taking some mechanical puppet wreckage from you? Kang Ji's shameless behavior made Feng Buhui want to rush up and fight him to the death. Unfortunately, Abyssal Domain Queen Bee kept bothering him, which annoyed him greatly. Seeing his expression, Kang Ji shrugged. Of course, if you say you don't need my help, then I'll return these wreckages to you. They're just wreckages, I don't even care about them. The more indifferent Kang Ji appeared, the more life key Feng Buhui became. Damn it, it's like I'm the only one who wants to deal with this bunch of Mystic Region illusory poison bees. While he was keeping the most troublesome group of Mystic Region illusory poison bees at bay, Kang Ji was rampaging around there, accumulating a large number of points. Now that he's saying such shameless things, Feng Buhui is getting angrier and angrier. But the thought of his sword tomb made Feng Buhui force himself to hold back. All right, you can have all the wreckage. Now hurry up and deal with those scumbags, and come help me. Seeing Key's frantic Feng Buhui, Kang Ji's lips curled into a slight smile. That's right. Kang Jai hummed a little tune as she quickly dealt with these low-level, mystic, illusory poison bees. However, there are simply too many mystic region illusory poison bees, numbering in the millions, several times more than the previous mystic realm metal-devouring ants. Such a large number of mystic region illusory poison bees also gave Kang Jai a good opportunity to kill them. After 3 full hours of fighting, with the cooperation of Kang Jai and the mechanical puppet army, they finally eliminated 99% of the low-level mystic region illusory poison bees. Kang Jai lost interest in pursuing the remaining mystic region illusory poison bees, who were fleeing in all directions, and simply handed them over to Feng Bui's underling, Liu Hong. Even though Kang Jai has killed 99% of the low-level mystic region illusory poison bees, there are still tens of thousands left. With so many mystic region illusory poison bees, Liu Hong felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, some mechanical puppet remained, and with its help, he managed to hold on. At this moment, Kang Jai finally arrived at Feng Bui's side. Upon seeing Kang Jai arrive, Feng Bui breathed a sigh of relief. Kang Jai was reliable enough. She didn't break her promise and leave. This guy is too troublesome. Number 1 has no way to deal with him. Feng Bui pointed at the mechanical puppet fighting the abyssal domain queen bee and said, "Dao." Kang Jai glanced at number 1 in the midst of the battle. Overall, the fighting power of abyssal domain queen bee and number 1 was comparable to that of undergoing tribulation. Early stage. However, the strength of the No. 1 lies in its amazing defense. While the abyssal domain queen bee excels in its speed, the poisonous mist spewed by the abyssal domain queen bee had no effect on number 1. Since the poison needles couldn't pierce number 1's body, they could only use conventional attacks to slowly wear number 1 down. Similarly, No. 1 also didn't have many options against abyssal domain queen bee. Although the abyssal domain queen bee lacks offensive power, it is very fast. Winged creatures certainly have an advantage in flight. According to Kang Jai's assessment, this abyssal domain queen bee is even faster than a yin. You should know that Dao, a yin, has speed boosts from 3 elements: lightning, sound, and wind. All 3 of these series excel in speed, and even with the speed boost from all 3, they are only comparable to the abyssal domain queen bee. Abyssal domain queen bee's speed, placed undergoing tribulation even in the early stage, they are absolutely top-notch. This is why No. 1 was helpless against abyssal domain queen bee, because you can't hit the other side at all. Number 1 can only use one type of energy field to ensure that the abyssal domain queen bee cannot escape this area. To hit the opponent is a long and arduous task. Having clearly discerned the strengths and weaknesses of both sides, Kang Jai's lips curled into a slight smile. Looking at Feng Bui, Kang Jai made a direct request. "I want the corpse of this abyssal domain queen bee." "Impossible," Feng Bui instinctively objected. Kang Jai, the corpses of the mystic region illusory poison bee and mechanical puppet, without a second thought. "But this is the corpse of queen bee, a tribulation transcendence level abyssal domain. Even if it's the remains of otherworldly creatures, its value will be greatly reduced. But no matter what, it is still a biological corpse at the tribulation transcendence level. Such corpses are of great value. They might even possess the precious divine ability bone within them. Any beast that reaches the tribulation transcendence level may develop a divine ability within its body. After death, there is a certain probability that this divine ability will merge into its skeleton. And such skeleton is also known as a divine ability treasure bone. Although the probability of developing a divine ability bone is very low, what if it happens? What if this abyssal domain queen actually has a piece of divine ability bone growing inside it? Even if the divine ability treasure bone wasn't conceived, Feng Buhui instinctively wanted to oppose whatever Kang Jai desired. Seeing this, Kang Jai shrugged and said, "Then what should we do? I can't just help you for nothing, can I?" Looking at the shameless Kang Jai, Feng Buhui wanted nothing more than to punch him, but he had limited time and was in a hurry to go to Sword Tomb to find out what was going on. Sword Tomb gave him a very strong feeling. It held immense potential for him. Even his own innate Sword Dao divine body is eager to get involved with this Sword Tomb, which shows that there is indeed a tremendous opportunity for him within this Sword Tomb. But he didn't want to give Abyssal Domain Queen Bingbi's body to Kang Jai, even though the corpse of this Abyssal Domain Queen Bee was nothing to him, given the resources that the entire family had poured into him. But he was unhappy with Kang Ji's attitude and didn't want to give it to him. Kang Ji's domineering attitude towards him made him very unhappy. Even if I don't need it myself, I can't give it to Kang Jai. But he didn't want to waste his time on Abyssal Domain Queen Bee. So, gritting his teeth, Feng Buhui said, "I can give you all the source coins points from killing Abyssal Domain Queen Bee, witnessed by Senior Tongxian Tower." As soon as the words were spoken, a loud voice rang out from the sky. Agreed. Kang Jai was taken aback. He hadn't expected Feng Buhui to propose such a trade. Between Bee Queen's corpse and the acquisition of source coin, it's really hard to say who profited and who lost. However, if you factor in points, then source coin is definitely more cost-effective. Feng Buhui was willing to give up source coins and points for this corpse, which surprised Kang Jai. Not only was Kang Jai surprised, but outsiders were also discussing it extensively. Is Feng Buhui crazy? He doesn't want source coins or points, but he wants a corpse. I think he's not stupid, but rather that Kang Jai has broken his defenses and made him lose his composure, which is why he said such things. However, some discerning individuals noticed something amiss and immediately pointed it out. Not only outsiders noticed this, but many elders within the Feng family also realized it. Someone frowned and said, "This Kang Jai is really going too far. To tease Boo, who he likes, is truly outrageous. Thus, it seems we need to reconsider the plan to recall him to the Feng family. This kid doesn't know his place. He dares to play games with our Feng family's prodigy like this. He really doesn't know what he's doing." Kang Jai was unaware of the outside world's turmoil. After her initial surprise, she quickly figured out Feng Buhui's mindset. A slight smile curved her lips. She hadn't expected Feng Buhui to be so easily broken down by him. This somewhat unexpected for Kang Jai. Seeing Feng Buhui's unfriendly expression, Kang Jai smiled slightly and agreed to Dao. "Okay, this is yours. The source coins and points are mine." It wasn't that Kang Jai didn't want the corpse of the Domain Queen Bee. Even if the body is given to Feng Buhui, the other party will still obediently hand it over to him later. I was just asking him to keep it for me for a while. Seeing that Kang Jai agreed, Feng Buhui took a deep breath, finally turning the tables on himself. He also realized that his mindset was somewhat off. In order to pass the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, he forcibly raised his martial arts cultivation to the body integration level, early stage. Although this gave him the opportunity to bringing in undergoing tribulation, the early stage of mechanical puppetry also made his state of mind less perfect. In addition, Sword Tomb disturbed his mind, which led to his recent mental imbalance. Taking a deep breath, Feng Buhui tried to calm himself down and looked at Kang Jai. "The terms have been agreed upon. It's your turn to make your move. I'd like to see what methods you have to help me kill this Abyssal Domain Queen Bee." Although Kang Jai appeared very confident, Feng Buhui remained skeptical. However, since no one has been unable to secure the Abyssal Domain Queen Bee title for a long time, regardless of Kang Jai's performance, they have gained an additional fighting force. Kang Jai didn't waste any words. Looking at Abyssal Domain Queen Bee and Mechanical Puppet No. 1 on the battlefield, he reminded Dao No. 1, watch out, attack. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Jai unleashed his soul sound vibration skill with all his might. An invisible soul fluctuation emanated from Kang Jai's body and immediately struck Abyssal Domain Queen Bee. The moment the soul sound vibration struck Abyssal Domain Queen Bee, a mental barrier immediately appeared on her body. The mental barrier was very strong, instantly blocking Kang Jai's soul attack. However, Kang Jai's soul attack this time was different. It was not a large-scale attack like in the past. This time, Kang Jai focused all his attacks on a single point. The moment the mental barrier blocked soul's attack, soul sound vibration, like endless shockwaves, bombarded the same point layer upon layer. With a pop, the once unbreakable mental barrier shattered instantly amidst the endless soul sound vibration. The soul sound vibration skill, undiminished in its momentum, struck Abyssal Domain Queen Bee, instantly stunning her and leaving her frozen in place. Reminded by Kang Jai, number 1 launched an attack instantly. The terrifying energy beam flashed by in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Abyssal Domain Queen Bee's head disappeared. One fatal blow, terrifying beyond belief. Upon seeing number 1's attack, Kang Jai narrowed his eyes. If the first hit misses, all is well, but if it hits, it's fatal. It's truly not to be underestimated. After dealing with Abyssal Domain Queen Bee, Kang Jai turned to look at Feng Buhui, only to find Feng Buhui completely stunned. What was that attack just now? Why is the Abyssal Domain Queen Bee stunned? Could it be mental energy? But can a mental energy attack be this powerful? Feng Buhui looked solemn, muttering to himself. Because Kang Jai had gathered all his soul power, the soul power did not spread out. So Feng Buhui did not realize that Kang Jai's attack was actually a soul attack. After all, Abyssal Domain Queen Bee is a tribulation transcendence level expert. How could Kang Jai's soul power possibly have any effect on her? He wanted to figure out what was going on, but he also knew that Dao Kang Jai would never tell him such a trump card. Feng Buhui gave Kang Jai a deep look, and at that moment, he finally became wary of her. After all, he is someone who can influence even those at the tribulation transcendence level. He should not be underestimated. Alright, the source coin and points are yours. See you later. After collecting the corpse of Abyssal Domain Queen Bee, Ford soared tomb without looking back. Wait a minute. Kang Jai quickly called out to the other party. Feng Buhui turned around, staring at Kang Jai with unfriendly eyes. What else do you want? Kang Jai coughed lightly. Well, I'd like to do another trade with you. Trade? Do you think there could be any trade between us? Meeting Feng Buhui's arrogant gaze, Kang Jai chuckled. Don't be so absolute. Why don't you listen to what I have to say first? After staring at Kang Jai for a long time, Feng Buhui finally took a deep breath. For the sake of himself, I'll give you a chance. Speak. I tilted my head and felt that all these people with the surname Feng were a bit off. They always seemed to want to say something, but then stopped themselves, which was really annoying. However, Kang Jai didn't delve into it further, since both of the men with the surname Feng that he encountered gave him the feeling of being taken advantage of. He actually quite liked this kind of sucker, so be it if he was a little arrogant. With that thought in mind, Kang Jai chuckled and said, My trade is simple. I'll help you climb Sword to Mountain, and you'll give me the corpse of Abyssal Domain Queen Bee, along with Mechanical Puppet Number 1. How about that? Kang Jai proposed a trade, but Feng Buhui on the other side stared wide-eyed, his face full of disbelief. The way they looked at Kang Jai was as if they were looking at an idiot. Not only him, but outsiders were also dumbfounded, never expecting that Kang Jie would propose an outrageous trade. What kind of trade is this? Do other people need your help to climb Sword Tomb Mountain? How dare you say something like that when you haven't even reached the tribulation transcendence level? Moreover, the trade terms are still Abyssal Domain Queen Bee's corpse and mechanical puppet. No. Abyssal Domain Queen Bee's corpse was one thing. But they already knew about Dao beforehand. Kang Jai wants this. But what the heck is mechanical puppet? No. 1. This is a mechanical puppet with tribulation transcendence level. Even if it were sold to the outside world, it would be priceless, worth at least billion dragon country currency. If mechanical puppet has high potential, the price could be even higher. And how could the mechanical puppet that the Feng family prepared for Feng Buhui be anything than excellent? Such tribulation transcendence level mechanical puppet is something that cannot be measured in money. But Kang Jai has the audacity to want this mechanical puppet. It's outrageous and a pipe dream. Even those who had high hopes for Kang Jai were shaking their heads, thinking he had gone mad. Look, the ones raised outside can't compare to the ones we breed ourselves. Having achieved some success, he really thinks he's someone special. How dare he speak so arrogantly? It truly makes one feel ashamed for him. Within the Feng family, some who were already pessimistic about Kang Jai and unwilling to see him return seized the opportunity to kick him while he was down, launching a massive attack on, belittling of him. Even those who were initially optimistic about Kang Jai were at a loss for words at this moment. Kang Ji's words were truly outrageous and made them lose face. Feng Buhui, who was opposite Kang Jai, suddenly laughed after a moment of distraction. Ha ha ha! Are you kidding me? Gradually, Feng Bui's smile faded and his eyes turned cold. Kang Jai, don't think that just because you've achieved some success, you can be so presumptuous in front of me. Even if you can help number 1 kill Abyssal Domain Queen Bee, it doesn't mean you can mess with me. Looking at the angry Feng Buhui, Kang Jai shrugged indifferently. How about we make a bet? Feng Buhui narrowed his eyes. What are we betting on? I bet you'll eventually ask me for help if you get to the top of Sword Tomb Mountain. Arrogant, Feng Buhui shouted. This time he was truly serious, staring intently at Kang Jai. Are you really going to take this bet? Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. What? You're scared? Dare not? What's there to be afraid of? Feng Buhui took a deep breath and stared intently at Kang Jai. So what's the stake? The stakes are the source coins and points we've earned so far. How about it? Master Kang Jai showed off his current points, which made Feng Buhui's pupils shrink. Are you really going to bet on this? Feng Buhui squinted, staring intently at Kang Jai. Previously, Kang Jie would have had very few source coins and points left. However, in Bloodpool Canyon, during the previous battle, Kang Jai almost wiped out most of the Mystic Region illusory poison bees, including that Abyssal Domain Queen Bee with Tribulation Transcendence level. This Abyssal Domain Queen Bee alone yielded 12,000 source coins, which is equivalent to 12,000 points. In addition, the hundreds of thousands of Mystic Region illusory poison bees killed by Kang Ji amount to an even larger sum of source coins and points. Although this includes core formation level, despite the Mystic Region illusory poison bee accounting for the majority, Kang Jai still managed to accumulate a staggering 700,000 source coins. Points. Adding to his previous gains in Bloodpool Canyon, Kang Jai now has nearly 800,000 source coins and points. With so many source coins and points, it has far surpassed Feng Buhui. Feng Buhui's current source coins and points earnings are only 420,000. It's almost half as good as Kang Jai. If Kang loses, his ranking will drop from second place to last place. However, similarly, if Kang Jai wins, he will gain 20,000 points from Feng Buhui, and his ranking will jump to number 1. This is a high-stakes gamble. Kang Ji's source coins and points are enough to entice Feng Buhui. Taking a deep breath, Feng Buhui tried to calm himself down, his mind racing with calculations. Kang Jai dared to make such a high-stakes bet. Either Kang Jai was crazy, or Kang Jai was deliberately giving him points, or Kang Jai was absolutely certain of victory. Feng Buhui stared at Kang Jai, first ruling out the possibility that Kang Jai was insane. Kang Jai looks perfectly normal. He doesn't seem like a madman. As for Kang Jai, he was deliberately giving him points. Feng Buhui thought of Kang Jai's identity and wondered what might happen. Looking at Kang Jai, Feng Buhui tentatively asked, "You want to come to the Feng family?" "The Feng family? What the hell?" Kang Jai was taken aback by the question, then chuckled. "You don't think I want to pledge allegiance to your Feng family, do you?" Kang Ji's sneer was genuine. It was true disdain. Doesn't he want to go back to the Feng family? Judging from his appearance, he probably doesn't know about his background. In an instant, Feng Buhui made a judgment. If we exclude this point, then only... Feng Buhui stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered. Where did Kang Jai get the confidence to ask him for help? If I couldn't even climb Sword Tomb Mountain with the help of mechanical puppet no one, then what makes Kang Jai think he could help me climb it? Feng Buhui kept thinking about it. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out, and he felt inexplicably agitated again. This moment, Kang Jai chuckled and said, "What? Don't dare to gamble." Feng Buhui looked up, staring intently at Kang Jai. What's there to be afraid of betting on? I'll bet with you." He couldn't admit defeat, no matter how much he lost. Regardless of whether Kang Jai was being deliberately mysterious, he couldn't possibly admit that he was inferior to Kang Jai. At this moment, Kang Jai was also confirming Dao in his mind again. "Are you sure those heavenly lightning bolts on Sword Tomb Mountain aren't part of the same group as Sword Tomb Mountain?" Kang Jai dared to make this bet with Feng Buhui because the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell told him that the heavenly tribulation thunder on Sword Tomb Mountain was not part of Tomb Mountain. There won't be any dramatic scenarios like Feng Buhui just starting his climb and Sword Tomb Mountain automatically making way for him. It was only because of the guarantee from the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell that Kang Jai dared to make the bet with Feng Buhui. If you win, you will not only gain hundreds of thousands of source coins and points. More importantly, the corpse of Queen Bee of Abyssal Domain, which he had been longing for, and mechanical puppet, No, would also become his. Once you obtain these two items, your strength will be greatly enhanced. We have an even better chance of winning this final assessment. Thinking of this, Kang Jai couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Feng Buhui had already headed towards Sword Tomb Mountain. Sword Tomb Mountain may appear calm and peaceful, but Kang Jai knows that it is actually fraught with danger. Right now, it's just that no one has activated the thunderstorm on it. Once someone enters, the terrifying lightning storm will absolutely tear them to shreds. Even body integration peak physical body were in race. Even the Grand Elder couldn't get more than 100 meters into it, which shows how terrifying the thunderstorm was. Even though Feng Buhui possesses a tribulation transcendence level mechanical puppet protection, as well as myriad tribulation and heavenly thunderbell, also failed. Seeing that Feng Buhui was about to enter the area of the thunderstorm, Kang Jai couldn't help but remind Dao. Let me remind you, if you take another step, you will face an endless thunderstorm. Even your tribulation transcendence level mechanical puppet may not be able to protect you. You should think twice. Upon hearing this, Feng Buhui paused, looked up at the unusually quiet Sword Tome Mountain, then at Kang Jai with a mocking expression, and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. At this moment, Liu Hong, who had followed, sneered disdainfully, "Kang Jai, don't spout nonsense here. The weather is fine and sunny here. Where would thunder and storm come from? Are you afraid of losing, so you're spouting nonsense here?" Outsiders shared his view. Sword Tome Mountain was enormous, and at its base there was nothing but rubble. On Sword Tome Mountain, one can still vaguely see countless broken swords stuck in the ground. Although the entire Sword Tome Mountain looks very desolate, there is not a trace of danger. As for Kang Ji's mention of a thunderstorm, that's utter nonsense. Is Kang Jai trying to influence young Master Feng the Sixth's mindset with words? He underestimates the powerful families too much. How could such words shake their resolve? Some people were disdainful of Kang Ji's actions, shaking their heads and sighing. Others disagreed, saying, "Perhaps the dangers on Sword Tome Mountain are all unseen. It's never a bad thing to be careful." Kang Ji's reminder was well-intentioned. Well-intentioned. I think he knows he's bound to lose, and the bet he made earlier was just to bluff young Master Feng the Sixth. Now that he can't keep up the act, he's starting to use this method to influence young Master Feng the Sixth's mindset. This kid has quite the gambling instinct. The outside world's turmoil could not affect Kang Jai and Feng Buhui. At this moment, although Feng Buhui disregarded Kang Ji's words, he still focused his attention and stared intently at Sword Tome Mountain in front of him. Deep within Sword Tome, especially towards the summit, he had a strong intuition that there lay his immense opportunity. After taking another look at Sword Tome Mountain and finding nothing unusual, Feng Buhui stepped out and walked directly onto Sword Tome Mountain. In an instant, the weather changed dramatically. A fierce wind howled, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky without warning, striking Feng Buhui directly. Before Feng Buhui could make a move, a beam of energy shot out from number one's hand and collided head-on with the lightning in the sky. Feng Buhui's pupils contracted. There really was thunder. Just as he was thinking this, Liu Hong shouted angrily from behind him, "You surnamed Kang, is this your doing? Is it the thunder unleashed by you, Golden Eagle? Is it or isn't it?" Liu Hong angrily pointed at Kang Jai. What a coincidence. Kang Jai said there would be a thunderstorm, and Feng Buhui just took a step, and thunder came down from the sky. Even outside observers were discussing the matter, feeling that Kang Jai was highly suspicious. However, Kang Jai simply shrugged and led A Yin back. His action left Liu Hong completely bewildered. Even Feng Buhui, who had initially agreed with Liu Hong's statement, narrowed his eyes, his heart filled with doubt and unease. Is it Kang Ji's doing, or is there something wrong with Sword Tome Mountain itself? Just as Feng Buhui was filled with doubt and surprise, another bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, shattering it once again. However, number one's expression appeared somewhat solemn. "Master, these lightning bolts are unusual. They don't seem to be ordinary lightning." No sooner had number one finished speaking than another bolt of lightning struck from the sky. By this time, Kang Jai had already retreated to a distance, appearing as if it were none of her business. Feng Buhui glanced at Kang Jai. Regardless of whether Kang Jai was behind it or not, he would not give up on Sword Tome Mountain. Moreover, if it really was Kang Jai who was behind this, he would be a little more at ease. After all, with Kang Ji's strength, How could he really hurt him? With that thought in mind, Feng Buhui waved to Liu Hong. You step back and keep an eye on that guy. Liu Hong hesitated. Sixth young master, why don't I accompany you up the mountain? At least I can lend a hand. However, mechanical puppet number 1, standing to the side, bluntly stated, any one of those lightning bolts could have reduced you to ashes. Liu Hong, who had originally wanted to say something, was suddenly choked up and couldn't utter a single word. The meaning of number 1 is quite clear. You can't help. You can only be a hindrance. Liu Hong gave an awkward smile and tactfully stepped back. Liu Hong glanced at Kang Jai but didn't dare to approach. He had a feeling that Kang Jai wasn't a good person and was very cunning. As seen in Three Kingdoms world, Kang Jai, a down-on-his-luck family kid, was able to win the final victory. The fact that so many talented and powerful people in the Three Kingdoms period couldn't outmaneuver the other side, how cunning Kang Jai was. Kang Jai glanced at Liu Hong, who was far away from her, and tilted her head. Was she really that scary? Although she had doubts, Kang Jai didn't focus on the other person and continued to look at Feng Buhui. With the help of number 1, Feng Buhui once again headed towards Sword Tomb Mountain. But as he continued climbing the mountain, more and more lightning bolts rained down from the sky. At the same time, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and a gale howled. The entire Sword Tomb Mountain was engulfed in turmoil, with sand and stones flying, and thunder crashing down on the mountain, creating a scene of utter destruction. The sudden change drew gasps of surprise from the outside world. This is impossible. Everything was fine just now. Liu Hong stared in disbelief at the changes in Sword Tomb Mountain. Even from this distance, he could feel the terrifying pressure from the thunder and storm. This kind of power is something that Kang Jai could never provoke. At this moment, Liu Hong's heart clenched. Could it be that this Kang Jai really knew something, which was why he was so certain? But where did he get the confidence to help young Master Feng VI reach the summit? Liu Hong was in a state of confusion and stood there dumbfounded for a moment. Many others shared his confusion, especially the Feng family, whose expressions turned solemn as they gazed at the lightning. Do you think Bu Hui can successfully reach the summit? Someone asked Dao. With mechanical puppet number 1 here, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Someone said, their voice not entirely certain. That Kang Jai is something else. Since he knew Dao had a way to reach the top, why didn't he just tell Bu Hui? Why did he have to make a bet? Does Dao actually want to get first place in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination? Some people were very unhappy, as Kang Jai taking first place twice had already made them the top. Powerful families lose face. If it weren't for Kang Ji's connection to the Feng family as a grandson, he would probably have been targeted by a large number of powerful families long ago. The reason they are able to conduct the assessment smoothly now is entirely because the Feng family is backing them up. In this situation, Kang Jai didn't even give way to Feng Buhui, which made many clan elders very unhappy. At this moment, someone said to Dao that Kang Jai doesn't seem to know about Dao's background yet. Upon hearing this, the previously noisy scene immediately fell silent. They've completely forgotten about that. The group exchanged bewildered glances, and someone whispered to Dao, should we tell him what happened? Someone rolled their eyes. They're still in the assessment phase. How are you going to get information in? Do you think the Tower of Babel's spirit is just sitting around doing nothing? These words left everyone speechless once again. So what do we do now? Are we really going to let that kid rip us off? With over 400,000 fewer points, we might very well miss out on first place in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. And what if someone else takes that first place? Everyone's expressions turned solemn. Suddenly, someone slammed their hand on the table and shouted angrily, "If Buhui misses out on being the top scorer in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination because of this, then this Kang Jai can forget about ever entering our Feng family again. Our Feng family doesn't welcome such a grandson. But what if this kid ends up becoming the top scholar?" someone else asked. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent again. This time, no one immediately expressed their opinion. After all, if Kang Jai really did become the top scorer in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, that would be a different story. If Kang Jai can surpass the 3 color-level talents and become the top scorer in this year's National Higher Education Entrance Examination, he will surely become a legend, a wonderful story, and will be remembered by all dragon people. The Feng family could not ignore this honor and benefit. By then, Kang Ji's reputation will reach a terrifying level, and even the Feng family will not dare to ignore it. But if Kang Jai to actually win the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, it would be a slap in the face to the Feng family. The 3 great families, trained in the color energy level, couldn't even defeat a wild brat. This is a direct slap in the face to their powerful families. Not to mention their relationship with Kang Jai. The slap in the face will only be even more resounding then. In their view, the best case scenario is that Kang Jai gets first place in the first 2 assessments, and Feng Buhui gets first place in the 3rd assessment and the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. In this way, all the honors will belong to the Feng family. But now, watching the scene on screen, with Kang Jai watching the show with his arms crossed, and Feng Buhui struggling to climb the mountain amidst endless thunder and storms, everyone felt a pang of sadness. This kid is just too much. Even if Dao didn't know his relationship with the Feng family, Feng Buhui was still one of the 3 powerful families. Yet Kang Jai showed him no respect whatsoever. This made them, who were used to being high and mighty, feel as if they had been kicked, and they felt very uncomfortable. Forget it, let's wait and see. This kid is indeed a bit strange. Let's observe him for a while longer. After hearing this, no one could say anything more and could only continue watching the screen. Meanwhile, Feng Buhui in the video has already walked 50 meters into Sword Tomb Mountain. Here, the thunder and storm had become even more terrifying, and number 1 had to remind Dao, "Master, it might be dangerous going any further. Even I can't completely guarantee your safety. What do you think?" As they ventured deeper into Sword Tomb Town, the intensity and number of lightning bolts increased rapidly. Under these circumstances, it would be difficult for no one to guarantee Feng Buhui's safety. Upon hearing this, Feng Buhui felt a pang of distress. Unexpectedly, there really was a thunderstorm on Sword Tomb Mountain. Seeing the increasingly dense thunderstorm, Feng Buhui gritted his teeth and shouted, "Speed up and charge upwards. I refuse to believe that with you here, we can't reach the summit." Number 1 looked helplessly at the sky filled with thunder and lightning, feeling extremely worried. After several encounters, he had figured out how terrifying these lightning bolts were. The higher one went, the more powerful the lightning became. Even if they increased their speed, they couldn't keep up with the increasing speed of these thunderbolts. With almost every step you take, the thunder in the sky grows stronger. It's not something you can just rush up to. However, Feng Buhui gave the order, and he had no choice but to obey. With Feng Buhui in tow, number 1 lunged upwards with all his might. But every step taken, countless thunderbolts would strike down. One Dao's thunderous force was so powerful it seemed to destroy the world, causing number 1's body to tremble continuously. Soon, they reached a point 100 meters away, where the intensity of the thunderstorm had reached the level of undergoing tribulation. elementary has already posed a significant threat to Mechanical Puppet 1. Outside Sword Tome Mountain, Kang Jai kept a close eye on the situation on the mountain. Master, they can't hold out much longer. The voice of myriad tribulation, heavenly thunder bell rang out. Kang Ji's expression hardened as he looked at Feng Buhui amidst the thunder and storm, feeling extremely nervous. It's not that I'm worried about Feng Buhui's safety. If she encounters a fatal danger, the Tower of Babel will teleport her away. Kang Jai is worried that if Feng Buhui is teleported out, where will he get the corpse of Abyssal Domain Queen Binbientap 1? This is the reason why Kang Jai was nervous. Meanwhile, Mechanical Puppet 1 was already feeling immense pressure. However, Feng Buhui stared intently at the top of Sword Tome Mountain. As they climbed, that intuition grew stronger. If he reaches the summit, he will surely obtain heaven-defying opportunity. He had never had such a strong intuition before. Even his own talent, the Sword Dao Divine Body, felt like it was about to boil over under these circumstances. In this situation, Feng Buhui completely ignored the surrounding circumstances and failed to notice the anomaly of Mechanical Puppet No. Mechanical Puppet No. One intended to remind Feng Buhui, but seeing Feng Buhui's expression No. One ultimately said nothing. His very existence is an opportunity to protect Feng Buhui. This is his karma. Seeing Feng Buhui so anxious at the top of Sword Tome Mountain, Number 1 gritted his teeth and pulled Feng Buhui up the mountain again. However, his so-called mad dash was halted once again by endless thunder after only 2 steps. The sheer terror of these thunderbolts made him dare not withstand them head-on. No matter how hard he struggled, when they reached 150 meters, Number 1 ultimately failed to stop all the lightning. A bolt of lightning struck him. Before hitting him, Number 1 desperately formed an energy shield around Feng Buhui's body. But this also exposed him to endless lightning. Mechanical Puppet looked horrified as heavenly punishment power crashed down amidst the thunder. He was all too familiar with this feeling. He had encountered something similar when he was created. However, the special lightning encountered before seemed much milder compared to this dull lightning. The lightning that struck him this time carried an even greater destructive force, as it would completely melt him away. Master, we can't stay here any longer. This time, Mechanical Puppet didn't hesitate any longer, and regardless of whether Feng Buhui agreed or not, he led him and ran quickly down the mountain. But ever since he was struck once, the lightning in the sky seems to have been targeting the two of them. More and more lightning bolts crashed down, and Number 1 had no choice but to use his own body to withstand them in order to protect Feng Buhui. As if finding an outlet, the lightning became even more violent. With each step, Number 1 was hit dozens of times. To his horror, the thunder did not diminish as they descended the mountain. The thunder became even more violent as they descended the mountain, as if it wanted to leave them there forever. Master, Number 1 may no longer be able to stay with you. Feng Buhui, who was still dizzy from the bombardment, was stunned when he heard these words. Although he was protected by the energy shield of Number 1, the powerful tremor still made him feel dizzy and very uncomfortable. Upon hearing Number 1's voice, Feng Buhui struggled to look up at Number 1. Only then did he realize that Number 1 was in terrible condition, with a third of its body blown to pieces. What drove him to despair was that the thunder in the sky, no sign of stopping. With great difficulty, Number 1 used his remaining arm to violently throw Feng Buhui away, while he himself soared in the sky, facing the endless thunder to shield Feng Buhui from the final attack. Feng Buhui flew in an arc towards the foot of the mountain. Looking up at the No. 1 satellite in the sky, Feng Buhui's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, countless memories flooded my mind. Although number one hadn't been with him for very long, he had always been the one protecting him ever since he joined him. Now, number one was being torn to shreds by endless lightning right before his eyes, which suddenly caused him a pang of pain in his heart. With a thud, Feng Buhui fell to the ground, seemingly stunned, staring blankly at the sky. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and then something seemed to snatch something away from the endless thunder. The thunder in the sky grew even angrier, but having lost its target, it gradually subsided. Thump! Kang Jai landed and looked at mechanical pup No. 1, which was now just a few wreck pieces in his hand, and felt a pang of heartache. Xiao Hong, are you sure this guy's spirit is still there? Kang Jai asked Dao. Master is still here, but his spirit has been injured and he is almost crippled. The spirit runes were undamaged. As long as I absorb and devour them, I can revive them. Hearing Xiao Hong's answer, Kang Jai breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he cared so much about mechanical puppet No. 1, but that Xiao Hong could only evolve if the guiling was still around. As for whether mechanical puppet 1 can be revived, that depends on his luck. Kang Jai quite likes this mechanical puppet that is so protective of its owner. Sixth young master, are you all right? Liu Hong ran over excitedly and carefully helped Feng Buhui up. Feng Buhui was still in a daze when he realized that number 1 had been destroyed. Not only is the No. 1 satellite destroyed, but I haven't even reached the summit of Sword Tomb Mountain yet. What will become of my opportunity? Looking at the stunned Feng Buhui, Kang Jai pursed her lips. Already taken aback? He himself said that without him, he couldn't have reached the top of Sword Tomb Mountain, but he just wouldn't believe it. Now, not only did they fail to reach the summit, they also lost mechanical puppet No. 1. The outside world also expressed their sympathy for Feng Buhui's plight. In particular, what Kang Jai said before has been brought up again. There really is a thunderstorm, and it's so terrifying that even a mechanical puppet at the tribulation transcendence level can't stop it. Yes, but with such a terrifying thunderstorm, where did Kang Jai get the confidence to help Feng Buhui reach the top of the mountain? Not only were the audience puzzled, but Feng Buhui was also somewhat confused at this moment. I composed myself and slowly stood up. Looking at the No. 1 wreckage in Kang Ji's hand, Feng Buhui pursed his lips, his expression somber. Seeing him stand up, Kang jaffed lightly. What do you say now? Faced with Kang Ji's question, Feng Buhui gritted his teeth and remained silent. He wanted to say he didn't need Kang Ji's help. But then he looked at Sword Tomb Mountain, which had calmed down again. After glancing at the No. 1 wreckage in Kang Ji's hand, Feng Buhui finally said, You win. The moment the words "you won" were uttered, the outside world was in an uproar. Kang Ji actually won. At the same time, Tower of Babel made a fair judgment, and Kang Ji's points instantly soared to a staggering 1.2 million, placing him directly in first place. Feng Buhui's points were instantly reset to 0, and his ranking dropped to last place. Just as everyone was marveling at the result, Feng Buhui had already composed himself and looked at Kang Jai. Dao, was what you said before true? Huh? Kang Jai didn't react for a moment. What I'm asking is it true that you can help me reach the summit? Meeting Feng Buhui's calm yet defiant gaze, Kang Yi shrugged. It's possible, but you see, Kang Jai shook the No. 1 wreckage in his hand. Now that there was only this much wreckage left of No. 1, he couldn't let him do a losing business, could he? Seeing the No. 1 wreckage in Kang Ji's hand, Feng Buhui felt another pang of pain in his heart, but he also understood Kang Ji's meaning. Kang Jai had previously proposed the complete mechanical puppet No. 1, but now only such a small piece of wreckage remained. so Kang Jai was naturally not satisfied. Taking a deep breath, Feng Buhui grit his teeth and said, "After the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, I'll give you a complete tribulation transcendence level certificate. How about a mechanical puppet?" However, Kang Jai shook her head. "I can buy it myself after the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. So why do I need yours?" Feng Buhui choked, momentarily speechless. Taking a deep breath, Feng Buhui suppressed his emotions and said in a deep voice, "Then what do you suggest we do?" Kang Ji's eyes darted around. To be honest, he didn't know what Dao should order either. After thinking for a moment, Kang Jai asked, "Besides the corpse of Abyssal Main Queen Bee and these remains, what other good stuff do you have?" Faced with Kang Ji's robbery, Feng Buhui gritted his teeth but dared not actually refuse. Meanwhile, the Feng family outside the city had gone mad, cursing Kang Jai for being a petty person who had gained power and was greedy beyond measure. Regardless of what the outside world was like, Kang Jai kept a close eye on Feng Buhui, hoping that he could bring her something good. After all, Feng Buhui is the Feng family's precious darling, a color-level talent user, so he must have a lot of good stuff on him. Faced with Kang Ji's burning gaze, Feng Buhui really wanted to punch him, but in the end she held back. He rummaged through the various items in his spatial ring, finally settling on one particular item. Upon seeing the item, Feng Buhui secretly raised an eyebrow, sneering inwardly. "You want me to give you a treasure so you can enhance your strength during the assessment? Heh, dream on." With a flick of his wrist, Feng Buhui suddenly held a crystalline object in his hand. Fragments of law. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. Law fragments depend on the situation. Ordinary law fragments are useless to him and cannot be used at all. However, Kang Jai did not refuse outright. He wanted to see what kind of law fragment Feng Buhui had in his hands. Feng Buhui, holding the law fragment in his hand, introduced Dao. "This is the Dao. Law fragments can not only help you comprehend the Dao artifact, law inscriptions, it also contains a heaven-defying weapon. Law divine power, the transformation of points into forms. Once you can comprehend this divine ability, you can make magical artifact. Magic treasure takes human form, thus gaining the ability to autonomously cultivate, making it akin to heaven-defying. Divine ability. Point-based transformation." Jai was utterly shocked. Could there be such heaven-defying divine ability? Even in the prehistoric world, I don't recall ever hearing of any magic treasure that could take on a human form. Even the innate spirit treasure is at most used as a vessel to slay 3 corpses. I've never heard of any divine ability that can directly translate treasure into a living being. Meeting Kang Ji's suspicious gaze, Feng Buhui sneered. "What? You think I'm lying to you? Let me tell you, I originally intended to use this law fragment myself. If you hadn't said the conditions weren't right, would I have given you this fragment of law?" Kang Jai was skeptical of Feng Buhui's statement. "Since this law fragment is so precious, why did you take it out?" Feng Buhui choked, but stubbornly retorted, "If I weren't forced to, do you really think I'd willingly give it to you?" Seeing Feng Buhui's stubbornness, Kang Jai didn't press the matter further. Instead, he chuckled and said, "You're saying that the divine ability in this law fragment of yours is a manifestation of a magical artifact?" Feng Buhui nodded. "That's right. I guarantee with the honor of the Feng family that I never lied to you." Kang Jai remained silent. Since Feng Buhui dared to use the honor of the Feng family as a guarantee, it seemed to be true. What puzzled Kang Jai was how such a heaven-defying divine ability could possibly exist in this world. Or is there something fishy going on here? Seeing that Kang Jai remained silent, Feng Buhui also felt a little uneasy. Although everything he said was true, there was one thing he didn't mention. The divine ability of materialization had never been successfully mastered by anyone. His law fragment is comparable to the Zhu family's soul law fragment. Both are heaven-defying, both useless, and no one can comprehend them. Kang Jai observed Feng Buhui's expression and knew that the other party must have something they hadn't told her. However, as long as it is confirmed that this law fragment contains the Tao of point transformation, divine ability is enough. As for the rest, even if you ask, it won't be of much use. On the contrary, if one discovers the flaws in this law fragment and then tries to take it, it will arouse suspicion from others. If I pretend to be greedy and take it now, people will look down on me. Having made up her mind, Kang Jai confirmed with Dao again. Are you really going to give me this precious law fragment? You won't go back on your word later, will you? Feng Buhui patted his chest and said, Don't worry, we're all being broadcast live right now. I'm a member of the Feng family, and I never go back on my word. Seeing that he said that, Kang Jai also relented and nodded. Okay, I agree. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Buhui hurriedly threw the law fragments, along with the corpse of abyssal domain. Queen Bee, over. Kang Jai didn't stand on ceremony, and put all the spoils into his spatial storage before walking towards Feng Buhui with a grin. Let's go, I'll take you up. With that, he put away a yin and took the lead, heading towards Sword Tomb. Although Feng Buhui was very unhappy with Kang Ji's attitude, he still caught up with her. Wait, why are you going up from here? Seeing that Kang Jai was still taking the same old route, Feng Buhui quickly called out to him. They had just walked this path, and even with Tribulation Transcendence Level 1 protecting him, he still couldn't get up. What makes Kang Jai think he can protect him and get up there? I thought Kang Jai was so confident. He knew there might be a secret path leading directly to the top of the mountain. But now it seems that's not the case. Feng Buhui immediately regretted it, feeling that Kang Jai was too unreliable. However, Kang Jai just shrugged and grabbed him dismissively, walking straight into the range of the thunderstorm. After being dragged into the thunderstorm by Kang Jai, Feng Buhui immediately wanted to curse. However, at that moment, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, startling Feng Buhui into quickly erecting an energy shield. But the next second, a loud thud startled Feng Buhui, who then prepared to quickly evacuate the area of the thunderstorm. But he soon realized something was wrong. He didn't seem to have been attacked by lightning. Feng Buhui cautiously looked up and discovered that, without them noticing, a bronze-colored big bell had appeared above their heads. The big bell spun around, and it was this very big bell that had just taken the brunt of Dao's thunderous attack. To his astonishment, the Dao lightning strike on Big Bell had no effect whatsoever. You should know that even Dao number 1 would suffer physical injuries after being struck by lightning here. But the big bell that Kang Jai released just kept spinning around and around, showing no signs of being damaged at all. On the contrary, it became even more active. Yes, the myriad tribulation heavenly bell gave Feng Buhui a lively feeling, which was simply incredible. Feng Buhui stared intently at the big bell overhead, about to ask something, but Kang Jai had already pulled him upstairs. Don't stand still. The longer it goes on, the stronger the thunderstorm will become. Reminded by Kang Jai, Feng Buhui didn't dare to delay and quickly followed. The thunder in the sky seemed to be enraged, and a more intense and terrifying thunderbolt than the last one crashed down, shaking the entire world with a thump-thump sound. Feng Buhui glanced furtively at the big bell overhead, where the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell was spinning at an incredibly fast speed, giving him an exhilarating feeling. What an amazing big bell! Feng Buhui's eyes lit up, and he suddenly turned to Kang Jai. Are you clock? Kang Jai rolled her eyes, too lazy to pay him any attention. However, Feng Buhui did not give up and shouted again. Millions coins. In his view, 10 million source coins would be enough to shock Kang Jai. After all he knew about Kang Jai, the Kang family was down on its luck, and 10 million source coins would have been a huge fortune for them. If Kang Jai is willing to spend 10 million source coins to buy it, he will definitely be tempted. However, he was met with indifference. Kang Jai completely ignored his trade and pulled him upstairs. Feng Buhui, undeterred, gritted his teeth and shouted, 100 million source coins. I'll use 100 million source coins to buy your big bell. What do you say? Faced with Feng Buhui's repeated price increases, Kang Jai finally stopped, letting the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell absorb the heavenly punching power of the place on its own. Turning to Feng Buhui, Kang Jai chuckled. Feng, if you keep talking nonsense, believe me, throw you out to wake you up. Who do they think they are? Just because you have a little money doesn't mean you can buy anything. My own myriad tribulation, heavenly thunder bell, is a treasure of heavenly Tao. Even if it wasn't a supreme treasure born from a primordial world, it was still a heavenly Tao, supreme treasure born from an unknown world. This kind of magical treasure cannot be measured in money, let alone 100 million source coins, even 1 billion or 10 billion source coins. I would never sell them. Moreover, Feng Buhui's natural sense of superiority, as if everything in the world should revolve around him, also made Kang Jai very unhappy, which is why she spoke up to warn him. However, Feng Buhui was still unwilling to give up. In his opinion, if he had this big bell, he wouldn't have to be coerced by Kang Jai. The reason I feel so frustrated right now is because I lack a big bell who can deal with the thunder. He's going to buy this big bell and then kick that annoying Kang down the mountain. 1 billion. I'll offer 1 billion. If you sell me this big bell, I'll offer 1 billion source coins. Looking at the nearly deranged Feng Jai sneered. Looks like you're quite wealthy? Feng Buhui scoffed. What? You agree? Seeing that Feng Buhui seemed to have her figured out, Kang Jai smirked and pulled him down the mountain. What are you doing? Why are you going down the mountain? Pulled along by Kang Jai, Feng Buhui suddenly panicked. Kang Jai calmly said, I think the price we just discussed was a bit off. I'm going to return everything to you, and then we can renegotiate the price. Upon hearing this, Feng Buhui was greatly surprised, naturally discerning the dissatisfaction in Kang Ji's words and knew Kang Jaya is life QE. But it's not like he doesn't spend money. He's willing to spend 1 billion source coins to buy his big bell. Even if that big bell is somewhat magical, I still offered a price of 1 billion. That's enough. Buying a mechanical panicle pup in 1 seconds. 1 billion source coins is equivalent to 1 trillion dragon country currency, an unimaginably large fortune. Kang Jai wasn't satisfied and even wanted life key for it, which Feng Buhui couldn't understand at all. Although he couldn't understand it, he knew that Dao couldn't go against Kang Jai right now. She quickly grabbed Kang Jai, saying, I won't buy it anymore, I won't buy it anymore, okay? Seeing he was honest, Kang Jai snorted coldly. If you want to climb to the top of this mountain, you'd better keep quiet. If you dare to mess with Big Bell again, faced with Kang Ji's threat, Feng Buhui gritted his teeth and remained silent, truly feeling extremely aggrieved. He cursed inwardly. It's just a broken bell. Once I get out of here, I'll get all sorts of magic treasures. I'll be mad at you. Kang Jai was unaware of Feng Buhui's inner thoughts. Seeing that Feng Buhui had finally shut up, Kang Jai relented and continued leading Feng Buhui toward the mountaintop. The higher you go, the blurrier the view becomes, with a layer of mist shrouding the mountaintop. Besides the mist, endless thunderbolts continued to strike, while a howling wind seemed to threaten to blow them away. After passing through layers of thick fog, the two finally reached the mountaintop. When Kang Jai saw everything clearly from the mountaintop, he was also amazed. Kang Jai's eyes widened as he gazed at the enormous sword-like structure standing atop the mountain. Unexpectedly, a giant sword was stuck in the mist-shrouded mountaintop. Judging from the size of this giant sword, the entire mountain looks like a scabbard encasing the sword. Is this the origin of Sword Tomb Mountain? I thought the mountain was called Sword Tomb Mountain because it was covered with countless broken swords. However, to everyone's surprise, there was such a giant sword on the mountaintop. This is probably the core of Sword Tomb Mountain, the true origin of Sword Tomb. Just as Kang Jai was sighing, the giant sword suddenly trembled violently, as if it had been activated, and was trying to break free of its restraints. At the same time, the lightning in the sky became even more violent, ignoring Kang Jai and the others, and directly concentrating all its power on the giant sword. Master, there's trouble. Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell suddenly transmitted a message to Kang Jai. Trouble? What trouble? Kang Jai asked, slightly surprised. Master, I received a message from the heavenly punishment power I absorbed. We might be doing all the work for someone else? Making a wedding dress for someone else? Kang Jai narrowed her eyes and hurriedly asked Dao, what's going on? The explanation of Dao is, this Sword Tomb Mountain is in conflict with the heavenly Thunderbell. The faction that once ruled our Sword Tomb attempted heaven-defying and clashed with its world, Heavenly Dao. Kang Jai's eyes widened. Was it really that explosive? And then, Kang Jai asked hastily. Later, the force that Sword Tomb belonged to destroyed the world it was in. Heavenly Dao was a tough nut to crack. Not only did it eventually destroy that force, but at the last moment, it transformed its last origin power into a heavenly punishment thunder domain, which suppressed Sword Tomb. But our arrival not only disrupted the balance between them, but more importantly, you also brought Feng Buhui along. Feng Buhui possesses a special sword Dao physique, is a perfect match for this Sword Tomb. Once it breaks free from this Sword Tomb, it will inevitably pledge allegiance to the other party. We're just doing all the work for it. The phrase Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell made Kang Jai fall silent for a moment. In fact, he had anticipated that Feng Buhui would be able to obtain an opportunity. But I never expected that the origin of this Sword Tomb would be so heaven-defying, that it was actually the existence of a world that had collapsed. Kang Jai originally thought that Feng Buhui would at most obtain a certain divine weapon, the sharp weapon. But to my surprise, it turned out to be an entire Sword Tomb. This opportunity is so heaven-defying, even Kang Jai is a little envious. Kang Jai frowned slightly. Didn't you just say that there's a heavenly punishment thunder domain suppressing this Sword Tomb? Can it break free? Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell gave a bitter laugh. Master, originally there was no way to break free. Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell hesitated, then stopped speaking. Kang Jai asked in confusion, what's wrong? Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell. Master, I'm almost fully recovered. Kang Jai exclaimed with delight. This is great news, Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell sighed. However, if you want me to fully recover, I must continue to absorb the heavenly punishment power here. However, if it continues to absorb the heavenly punishment power here, the heavenly punishment thunder domain will no longer be able to suppress this Sword Tomb. And then, Kang Jai instantly understood the meaning of Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell. In other words, for the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell to fully recover, it must continue to absorb the heavenly punishment power here. However, if it continues to absorb the heavenly punishment power here, the heavenly punishment thunder domain here will no longer be able to suppress this sword to mountain. However, if the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell stops absorbing the heavenly punishment power here, the heavenly punishment thunder domain might still be able to barely suppress this sword tomb. But it's unclear when the myriad tribulation heaven thunder bell will fully recover. Now Kang Jai faces a choice. Either fully revive the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, or Feng Buhui may gain the approval of the sword tomb. Either the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell stops absorbing heavenly punishment power, and the heavenly punishment thunder domain here might be able to suppress this sword tomb for a while longer, and Feng Buhui will lose his opportunity. The choice was now before Kang Jai. Kang Jai remained silent, watching the heavenly punishment thunder domain struggling against the giant sword. Suddenly, Kang Ji asked Dao, if sword tomb breaks free from the heavenly punishment thunder domain, what will happen to these heavenly punishment powers? Myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell. Dao. They will dissipate, but they can also be absorbed by me. These heavenly punishment powers contain some heavenly Dao will. If I can completely absorb them, I might be able to create a world of thunder punishment within my body. By then, my abilities will be greatly enhanced. In that case, why don't you absorb this heavenly punishment power and then suppress this sword tomb? No, Master. To suppress this sword tomb again, you must completely fusion this heavenly punishment thunder domain. However, it will take a considerable amount of time to completely fusion with the heavenly punishment thunder domain. By then, the sword tomb will have long since disappeared. Moreover, even if I can completely fusion with the heavenly punishment thunder domain in the future, this sword tomb will gradually regain its strength. Whether we can continue to suppress it by then will depend on whose growth rate is faster. The reply, myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell, silenced Kang Jai. Just as Kang Jai fell silent, the earth suddenly shook violently. Kang Jai stumbled, immediately snapping out of her reverie. Just then, the earth suddenly split open and a huge crack appeared on the mountain top, right beneath their feet. Kang Jai leaped into the air, dodging the suddenly appearing crack. Where's Feng Buhui? Kang Jai had just taken off when he suddenly realized that Feng Buhui was still below, so he quickly reached out to grab her. What made his scalp tingle was that Feng Buhui jumped straight into the crevice before he could even touch it. Danger! Kang Ji exclaimed in surprise. But as soon as he finished speaking, Feng Buhui, who had just jumped down into the crevice, disappeared. Huh? That light just now? Master, it must be that giant sword that's behind this. It's the one that took that kid away. He's probably going to receive its legacy. Feng Buhui went to legacy? Kang Jai was taken aback. She had just been worried about the other person, but she never expected it that they would go to take over opportunity. Just then, the thunder in the sky seemed to be angered by the giant sword's actions, and countless bolts of lightning transformed into the Dao chains wrapped directly around the great sword. The creaking sounds were incessant, as if these lightning chains wanted to completely shatter the giant sword. Master, these are heavenly punishment chains containing heavenly Dao law. Who would have thought that the remnants of heavenly Daos will such a hidden trick up their sleeve? Kang Jai sensed the excitement in myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell's voice, and quickly asked Dao, are these heavenly punishment chains useful to you? Useful, extremely useful. Myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell excited Dao. Master, if I can absorb these heavenly punishment chains, my success rate in creating a world of heavenly punishment will greatly increase. Moreover, with these heavenly punishment chains, I will have an additional means of dealing with the enemy. Most importantly, if I could fusion these heavenly punishment chains and the will of the heavenly Tao, I will have the opportunity to give birth to lightning-type creatures. The chance to create a lightning-type creature? Kang Jai was somewhat surprised. Yes, Master, in addition to heavenly punishment power, the heavenly punishment chains also contain 3,000 heavenly Taos, primarily based on lightning law. Although these laws are incomplete, they still contain 3,000 heavenly Taos. Law possesses the potential to generate life on its own. If just one more condition is met, I can use the heavenly punishment world as a foundation to create my own lightning-type beings. Another condition? What condition? Kang Jai asked Tao with some curiosity. Heavenly Tao space? Heavenly Tao space? Kang Jai asked, somewhat puzzled. Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell nodded. That's right, it's Heavenly Tao space. As long as there is Heavenly Tao space, these laws will have a place to live. With a place to settle, they can slowly grow and recover until the 3,000 and Heavenly Tao law perfection possesses the ability to create lightning-type creatures. How do I set up this Heavenly Tao space? Kang Jai is really looking forward to thunder-type life forms that primarily rely on heavenly punishment power. After all, there are very few creatures in this world that are not afraid of heavenly punishment power. Imagine a group of celestial beings chasing after an enemy. That feels exhilarating. Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell paused for a moment before replying to Tao. It's difficult to create a heavenly Tao space, but I have another method that will allow me to temporarily possess the ability to lightning-type creatures. Oh, what method is it? Kang Jai became interested. Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell chuckled Tao. Master, do you still remember your promise to make Heavenly Tao acknowledge me and help me evolve? Kang Jai nodded. He remembered this. What? Does this have to do with anything? Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell chuckled Tao. Of course there's a connection. I can't create a Heavenly Tao space on my own yet. But if a Heavenly Tao is willing to grant me access to allow these law chains to reside within it and grow with the help of the other party's power, it's possible to create thunder-type creatures. Kang Jai remained noncommittal about the claim that Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbells were suspicious, but he always felt there was something fishy going on. However, time was of the essence, and Kang Jai didn't have time to ask any more questions. He needed to deal with the sword tomb matter first. Suppressing the urge to ask further, Kang Jai asked, "So, regardless of what happens in the future, absorbing this law chain will be beneficial to you?" Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell nodded repeatedly. That's right, there are only benefits and no drawbacks. Will it let you absorb it? Kang Jai asked again. If I am not allowed to absorb it, it will only dissipate. Rather than dissipate into the world, it is better for me to absorb it. At least, the remnant of its will can reside in my body. If Heavenly Tao space can be established in the future, it continue to exist in another form. Kang Jai tapped the back of her hand, and an idea suddenly popped into her mind. Try communicating with the remaining Heavenly Tao well and see if it's willing to let you absorb it. If we wanted, we might be able to trick Sword Tomb. Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell was taken aback, trying to trick Sword Tomb. Kang Jai squinted at Tao. You should communicate with them first. Only if they agree can this plan be implemented. A short while later, the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell contacted Kang Jai again. Master, it's done. it's willing to cooperate with us, as long as we can make it suppress the sword tomb again in the future. Kang Jai nodded, surprised that these remaining heavenly Dao wills were so persistent. However, that makes sense, since its purpose is to suppress the sword tomb, so such a requirement is not unreasonable. Yes, I will definitely make it fulfill my wish if I have the opportunity in the future. Immediately, Kang Jai looked up at Sword Tomb and said, "Senior, do you need any help? I can help you get out of this predicament." Then Sword Tomb did not react at all. Kang Jai wasn't in a hurry and continued communicating with Myriad Tribulation, Heavenly Thunderbell. The next second, the law chains that were originally wrapped around Sword Tomb tightened their grip, seemingly about to crush the entire Sword Tomb mountain into dust. Sword Tomb, who had been silent, finally responded, "How do you want to help me? Senior should know my ability to absorb this heavenly punishment power, especially with Big Bell." "Then, what are your requirements?" Sword Tomb asked directly. Seeing how readily it agreed, Kang Jai didn't waste any words and directly to Dao. "I want my friend. Please, Senior, return my friend. He's a dear friend and loved one. Senior, isn't it too much to arrest him without a word?" Jai looked so righteous and awe-inspiring that anyone who didn't know him would think he had a very good relationship with Feng Buhui. Sword Tomb fell silent for a moment, unsure whether Dao believed Kang Jai or not. Kang Jai didn't care about this. He wasn't really trying to save Feng Buhui. Moreover, he knew that Dao and Feng Buhui had gone to receive legacy treatment, so how could they possibly be released? Sure enough, a moment later, Sword Tomb spoke again. "No, he's accepting my legacy and can't leave." He paused for a moment, then added, "But don't worry, he's not in danger. Once legacy is over, he'll naturally come out to meet you. You should change your terms." Kang Jai frowned. "How can I believe what Senior says? Is Senior's legacy absolutely safe? Unless Senior also gives me a copy of the legacy, so I can see if it's relief." Sword Tomb was stunned for a moment when faced with Kang Jai's shamelessness. After a long pause, Sword Tomb coldly declared, "No, you're not suitable for my legacy. Change your requirements." Kang Jai frowned. This won't work. Senior is really not being sincere at all." Faced with Kang Jai's questioning, Sword Tomb remained calm, saying, "Truth. You should change your request." Sensing Sword Tomb's understated nature, Kang Jai knew Dao was not easily fooled. After thinking for a moment, Kang Jai asked Dao, "What can Senior give me?" In the end, Kang Jai kicked the ball back. Since the thunderstorm will ultimately fail to suppress the Sword Tomb anyway, we might as well take advantage of this last chance to snatch something from them. Faced with Kang Jai's question, Sword Tomb pondered for a moment before speaking. "I have a heavenly tower. Do you want it?" "Heavenly tower? What is that?" Kang Jai was very curious. He had never heard of it before. But Myriad Tribulation, Heavenly Thunderbell, standing nearby, was in a panic. It frantically transmitted its voice to Kang Jai. "Master, take it down. You must take it down. You must take down this heavenly tower. Don't rush. The more anxious you are, the easier it will be for it to see through your disguise." Kang Jai scolded the Myriad Tribulation, Heavenly Thunder, Bell's clamor, afraid that it would reveal its weakness. At this moment, Sword Tomb's voice sounded somewhat impatient as Dao said, "Anyway, it's a good thing. If you don't want it, then forget it." Sword Tomb could also sense that the heavenly punishment power that was suppressing it was now it, and even without Kang Jai's help, it was only a matter of time before it escaped. Of course, it would be willing to get out of trouble sooner, provided it doesn't have to pay too high a price. Kang Jai hesitated. Was a heavenly tower, which she had never heard of before, really worth it? Kang Jai calmly asked Myriad Tribulation, Heavenly Thunderbell. Do you know what this heavenly tower of Tao is? Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell urgently shouted, Master, this is the treasure that allows me to create heavenly Tao space on my own. A treasure that spontaneously generated the heavenly Tao space. Kang Jai was slightly surprised. Yes, Master, there are 4 ways to create heavenly Tao space. One possibility is that the world evolved from the great Tao, blessed by the great Tao, thus giving birth to heavenly Tao space. The second type, the man-made world. When a world's rank reaches immortal rank or higher, it will receive the blessing of the great Tao, thus giving birth to the heavenly Tao space and evolving into the 3,000 laws. The third method involves the heavenly Tao space from other worlds. This involves choosing a world with an immortal rank below 1 and unlimited potential, stealing its heavenly Tao space and replacing it. The fourth method involves acquiring a heavenly tower, using it as the foundation, and then fusion with 3,000 heavenly Tao law, thus giving rise to the prototype of heavenly Tao, gradually grew, and eventually grew into a complete heavenly Tao space. To obtain a heavenly tower, one must, while a heavenly Tao is still alive in a world, sever a piece from the living heavenly Tao. The severed piece of heavenly Tao space has a certain probability of transforming into a heavenly tower. The most difficult part is that the world's rank must reach immortal rank or above. Only a piece of heavenly Tao space cut off from such a world has the potential to become a heavenly tower. Therefore, Master, the piece of heavenly tower in the opponent's hand is very likely a piece that was cut off from heavenly Tao space when the opponent attacked the heavens. With this heavenly tower, I no longer need to reside in other worlds, usurp their power, or plot to seize their heavenly Tao space. I can use this heavenly tower as a foundation, fuse these heavenly punishment chains and the will of the heavenly Tao, and eventually evolve a new prototype of the heavenly Tao space. Therefore, Master, you must acquire this heavenly tower. It is extremely important to me. Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell's words also surprised Kang Jia. She didn't expect the origin of the heavenly tower to be so extraordinary. Just thinking about it, a corner of the heavenly Tao space in the above of immortal rank, one can tell how precious Tao is. Moreover, this thing is also extremely effective for the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell. Once fusion succeeds and opens up the heavenly Tao space, the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell will truly possess the ability to generate thunder-type creatures. At that time, I will gain a great help. Another reason that made Kang Jai determined to acquire the heavenly tower was a sentence that Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell had just inadvertently uttered. This guy actually dared to covet 3 kingdoms world, and even wanted to usurp the authority of 3 kingdoms world's heavenly Tao space. He was simply going against the natural order. With this in mind, Kang Jai finally decided to take over the heavenly tower. Looking at Sword Tomb, Senior asked, "Besides this heavenly tower, does Senior have anything else?" "No?" Sword answered crisply and directly. Kang Jai sighed helplessly. This Sword Tomb was cunning and arrogant, truly worthy of its reputation for defying the heavens. Its temper was indeed terrible. "Well, getting a piece of heavenly tower is pretty good too." Kang Jai consoled Dao. "Okay, I agree, but Senior needs to hand over the items to me first." "Okay, but you have to open a gap for me first." After thinking about it, Kang Jai finally agreed. With a thought, the Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell eagerly took flight, heading towards the heavenly punishment chains wrapped around the Sword Tomb. Kang Jai cursed under his breath for being so impatient. What if Sword Tomb noticed something was amiss? Thinking this to myself, I kept communicating with the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell. With a sizzle, the heavenly punishment chains seemed to be enraged, lashing hard at the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell. The myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell was violently knocked away, but it also created a small opening for the Sword Tomb. Taking advantage of the situation, Sword Tomb struggled violently, attempting to break free from the heavenly punishment chains. Where's my stuff? Holy crap, this bastard isn't trying to steal my things, he? The gap was opened, but Sword Tomb hesitated to throw out the heavenly tower, causing Kang Jai to narrow his eyes. Just then, Sword Tomb's voice came through. Quick, give me another hand. However, Kang Jai remained unmoved. That bastard dared to steal his things. He was simply courting death. Kang Jai not only failed to help, but also caused the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell to release the heavenly punishment power it had just absorbed. Once the heavenly punishment power was released, it immediately flocked to the heavenly punishment chains like birds returning to their nests. Seeing this, Sword Tomb was furious. What are you doing? Kang Jai scoffed. What's wrong with your excellency now? You promised to give me the item after opening the breach. Sword Tomb was furious. How do I know you won't lie to me, Dao? I'll give you the item after I'm free. Kang Jai scoffed. Since senior lacks integrity, then don't blame me for being impolite. Kang Jai snorted coldly, and in the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell released more heavenly punishment power, which made the binding force of the heavenly punishment chains stronger and stronger. You? Sword Tomb roared in fury. If it weren't for the fact that it couldn't do anything about Kang Jai, it would have loved to kill Kang Jai. At this point, Kang Jai dropped the pretense and bluntly told Dao, Your Excellency, I'll help you out of this predicament only when you give me the items. Without saying much, Kang Jai, carrying the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, went directly to Sword Tomb Mountain and began collecting the broken swords stuck there. Although these broken swords look dilapidated, Kang Jai doesn't believe they're completely useless after all these years. Even if it's unusable, we can just melt it down as materials. Sword Tomb never expected Kang Jai to be so shameless. Seeing Kang Jai collect the broken sword from the mountain, Sword Tomb finally couldn't sit still any longer. Those broken swords that had previously shown no reaction suddenly began to tremble violently. One Dao sword Kiai was released from the broken sword, making Kang Jai dare not approach easily. But as broken sword released sword Kui, the giant sword on the mountaintop suddenly stopped moving, becoming even more tightly bound by heavenly punishment chains. Hey, so using sword Kui doesn't come without a price? Kang Jai spotted the slippery spot and attacked the broken swords again. Stop! Stop right now. Sword Tomb was getting impatient. Kang Jai sneered. Your Excellency is unworthy, so don't blame me for being ruthless. It's simple if you want me to stop. Release my friend, and I'll stop collecting these broken swords. Otherwise, faced with Kang Jai's threats and shamelessness, Sword Tomb wished he could stab him. It already knew about their relationship from Feng Buhui, and now Kang Jai was still pretending in front of it, which made it furious. I'll give you the heavenly tower, you help me escape. Sword Tomb said through gritted teeth. Kang Jai pouted. That was the price just now, it's changed now. What else do you want? Sword Tomb asked Dao, suppressing his anger. I don't ask for much. Besides the heavenly tower, either send my friend out, or let me take half of the broken swords on the mountain. Impossible. Sword Tomb refused without even thinking. So there's no room for negotiation? Kang Jai asked unfriendly. Sword Tomb fell silent again. After a long while, his voice turned icy. I'll tell you another piece of news about a treasure. News about the treasure? Kang Jai remained non-committal. Tell me about it first. Sword Tomb took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said in a deep voice, "When I descended and merged into this world, I saw a beam of light reaching the heavens at the center of this world. There must be a treasure of heaven defying there? That's it." Kang Ji's eyes widened. "You don't actually think you can fool me with this one piece of information that isn't even news?" Sword Tomb cried out. "What I said is true. Judging from the intensity of that light, it's definitely a top-tier treasure, much more powerful than mine. You're not just giving me that treasure. You think you can fool me with a vague location." Faced with Kang Ji's aggressive questioning, Sword Tomb was also furious, and his words became increasingly cold. "What do you want? Don't push your luck." Sensing Sword Tomb's anger, Kang Jai remained nonchalant. "It's nothing, just extra money." "More money?" Sword Tomb heavily, clearly taken aback by Kang Ji's words. After a long silence, Sword Tomb coldly declared, "At most, I'll give you one more sword heart. If you don't agree, then we're done." Kenshin, Kang Jai hesitated. He feared that the other party might tamper with the sword's core. The so-called sword heart is the sword enlightenment, danced after the death of a powerful sword cultivator, similar to a Dao fruit. If someone were to fusion with the swordsman's heart, they would possess all the sword insights of this master swordsman, making their sword practice twice as effective. It is an invaluable treasure. If it were a normal Kenshin, Kang Jai would naturally be willing to accept it. After all, it is a treasure. Kang Jai was worried about the Sword Tomb. What if the other party tampered with the sword heart? But this is clearly the other party's bottom line, and there's little chance of further negotiation. But his most important task was to obtain the Heavenly Tower. Thinking of this, Kang Jai nodded and said, "Okay, I agree. But you have to give me the things first, otherwise I won't help you." Faced with Kang Ji's resolute decision, Sword Tomb finally agreed to. Dao. Okay, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire Sword Tomb mountain began to tremble violently. At the same time, the giant sword on the mountaintop began to grow larger and larger, causing the heavenly punishment chains to creak. Then, two beams of light shot out from the gaps in the heavenly punishment chains, heading straight for Kang Jai. Kang Jai didn't hesitate, catching the two items, tossing them directly into the spirit realm space. "Help me now." Sword Tomb's voice was urgent. Kang Jai said slowly, "Okay, coming right now." Although she readily verbally, Kang Ji's actions showed no urgency whatsoever. Sword Tomb was also helpless against Kang Jai. Kang Jai flew to the top of the giant sword, where endless lightning fell and struck Sword Tomb Mountain. Kang Jai sits upright inside the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, soaring straight towards the heavenly thunder. These thunderbolts seem to be enraged, pounding wildly against the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell. However, aside from adding energy to the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, they do not cause it any damage. This demonstrates the incredible strength of the material used in the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell. It truly lives up to its reputation as a product of heavenly Dao. Without the support of heavenly lightning, the giant sword began to grow wildly, attempting to break the heavenly punishment chains. Hoo! With a roar like the cry of a dragon, the heavenly punishment chains seemed to be enraged as well. One end wrapped around the great sword, and the other end wrapped around the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, attempting to crush it. However, the heavenly punishment chains not only couldn't deal with the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, but also allowed it to absorb a large amount of heavenly punishment power. Good, good. Keep it up. Seeing that he was about to escape, Sword Tomb let out a hearty laugh. Kang Jai narrowed her eyes slightly, remaining vigilant. While absorbing heavenly punishment power, it also communicates with the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell. Do you think this guy will turn against us after he gets out of trouble? Kang Jai asked Dao. Very likely, Master, we must be careful. Myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell reminded Dao. How much longer do you need to activate it? Can you absorb the entire thunderstorm instantly? It will be ready soon. As soon as the words were spoken, the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell suddenly rang out, and in an instant it shone brightly as if it had been reborn. The originally bronze-colored bell suddenly took on a purple hue. Then, the purple color increased, eventually transforming into a purple-gold big bell. Master, I'm all better. Kang Jai also sensed the change in the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell. This power was incomparable to the previous myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell. Retreat, Kang Jai said without hesitation. Without further ado, the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell emitted a terrifying suction force, drawing in all the thunderous power in the entire world. The heavenly punishment chain seemed to be struggling, with one end tightly bound to the great sword. The great sword let out a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha, good, 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 excellent. I'll lend you a hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Sword Tomb Mountain exuded a terrifying aura, and the powerful ki energy made the heavenly punishment chains clang loudly. With a bang, Sword Tomb Mountain finally broke free from the shackles of heavenly punishment chains. At the same time, the heavenly punishment chains were instantly absorbed by the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell. After absorbing the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell, the heavenly punishment chains, it instantly retreated, flying rapidly out of the valley. Just then, a resounding voice rang out. Little fellow, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I'm about to give you a proper welcome. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant sword suddenly emerged from Sword Tomb Mountain and slashed fiercely at Kang Jai. Damn it, you're a real piece of work. I just saved you, and this is how you repay me? Kang Jai cursed loudly, but he left very quickly. Having already prepared for the other party to turn against him, Kang Jai naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to stay here. But one person was dumbfounded. Liu Hong, who was waiting for Feng Buhui in the canyon, saw a huge sword light, tens of kilometers long, descend from the sky. He wanted to escape. There was nowhere to run. Just as he closed his eyes and awaited death, a flash of light appeared, and Liu Hong was teleported out of the assessment world. Liu Hong never expected that simply waiting for someone would lead such an unexpected disaster. With a loud thud, the sword light struck the earth, instantly splitting the ground open. A massive ravine, stretching for tens of miles, hundreds of meters wide, and of unknown depth, appeared on the earth. The entire Sword Grave Canyon was cleaved in two by this single sword strike. Moreover, the original only valley entrance was also pierced by a huge ravine, with gushing water bubbling up from the ground, as if it were forming a river. Kang Jai glanced back at the terrifying ravine and gasped in shock. Good heavens, this guy's trying to kill himself. Damn it, this bastard. Don't let me get a chance, or I'll have to suppress sooner or later. Kang Jai will remember this grudge. Master, that move must have used up a lot of its energy. It might be exhausted now. Should we? Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell was eager to try, having just been forced to flee madly, and it remembered this grudge as well. Kang's eyes lit up. Are you confident you can take it down? Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunderbell stammered. Master, if I wait for the fusion of heavenly punishment power, there shouldn't be any problem. As for now, unless that guy is truly exhausted, what you're saying... Kang Jai suddenly felt a toothache. Just as Kang Jai hesitated, the myriad tribulation heavenly thunder bell shouted again, "Master, look, that guy ran away. Master, that guy got away." Kang Jai looked up and saw the entire sword tomb mountain rising abruptly from the ground, heading east, exactly in the opposite direction from where he was. Huh? They really escaped? Kang Ji's mouth dropped open. He hadn't expected that this bastard would actually be exhausted. Kang Jai was somewhat annoyed. In just a moment of hesitation, the other party had already run away. Was truly decisive. But thinking about it, Kang Jai felt relieved. Even if the other party didn't run away, he wouldn't dare to actually catch them. After all, he wasn't entirely sure what the other party's true strength or weakness was. More importantly, the myriad tribulation heavenly thunderbell fusion is not yet complete, and he is not absolutely certain that he can defeat his opponent. Let's go. Back to Wu City first. We'll settle this score with them sooner or later. I've gained a lot this time, and I need to digest it quickly so that I can transform it into my own strength and prepare for the next encounter. Kang Jai doesn't believe that Feng Bui's sword tomb won't be graded when they meet again next time. Flying back, we encountered nothing further until we were almost near Wu City. Suddenly, Wu City was in an uproar, filled with noise and chaos. Dad? Kang Ji asked warily. However, when Kang Jai entered Wu City, she found that this was not the case. What happy occasion has happened? Why is it so lively? Throughout Wu City, there was a lively atmosphere with drums and gongs being played, as if celebrating something. Kang Jai found it strange. Wuren race had just gone, a life or death ordeal, so why were they so cheerful? And since it was a clan-wide celebration, he almost thought he was in the wrong place. Just as Kang Jai was wondering, someone finally noticed him. Our benefactor has returned. Our benefactor has returned. As the crowd cheered, Dian Lai, surrounded a group of people, also came to Kang Jai. Looking at Dian Lai now, Kang Jai was almost speechless. His height of over 3 meters, his steel-like bronze muscles, and his shiny bald truly surprised Kang Jai. Ah, Alai, how did you grow so tall? Looking at the over 3 meter tall Dian Lai, Kang Jai couldn't remain at all. Kang Jai, who is over 1.9 meters tall, looks like a child next to him, not to mention Dian Lai's physical body, which was even more exaggerated than before, was clearly filled with terrifying power. Behind him followed Grand Elder Chi Seong, Grand Elder, along with 9 body integration level wizards and 81 God transformation level wizards. Looking at this scene, it's as if Dian Lai is the leader of the entire Wuren race. Dian Lai scratched his bald head, embarrassed, and said, "I just soaked in the blood pool for a bit, and then this happened. They said I'm awakening Chi Yu. Bloodline insists I become their king. Chi Yu bloodline? Be their king?" Dian Lai's statement also surprised Kang Jai, who couldn't help but look at Wuren race. Grand Elder Chi Seong, Grand Elder. My benefactor, the matter is this. Originally, the Grand Elder of our Wuren race was always Chi Yu. Bloodline, the role was taken by a legacy member. But I didn't expect that my king would not only activate Chi Yu bloodline, in particular, has emerged as the king of the Chi Yu clan. According to the ancient rules of our Wuren race, whoever awakens Chi Yu, the bloodline emperor, is our king. This... Kang Jai was speechless for a moment, never expecting that Wuren race would have such a saying. Meanwhile, his good brother unexpectedly emerged from Chi Yu royal bloodline and became the king of Wuren race. In this way, he could no longer poach Dian Lai's men, and he suppressed his original desire to recruit Wuren race. But it doesn't matter. What belongs to Dian Lai is also his own, and Wuren race following Dian Lai isn't a loss. Thinking of this, Kang Jai nodded, which was considered an agreement. At this moment, Grand Elder asked somewhat nervously. My benefactor, what about our leaving this place? Kang Jae glanced at the somewhat uneasy Wuren race and the nervous Dian Lai and said with a smile, Don't worry, since you've followed a lie, I won't just leave you hanging. When I leave, I will take you all with me. However, in the meantime, you must assist my brother well and strive to help him achieve a good result in this assessment. With the help of hundreds of thousands of Wuren race members, Dian Lai should be able to achieve a good result. After all, Tower of Babel also said that the power gained in the trial world is also considered one's own. Upon hearing Kang Ji's promise, the Wuren race members immediately breathed a sigh of relief, while Dian Lai chuckled sheepishly. At this point, Grand Elder inquired about Sword Grave Canyon. My benefactor, we heard a loud noise in the direction of Sword Grave Canyon earlier. Did something happen? When Sword Grave Canyon was mentioned, Kang Jai also recalled something. After giving a general overview of the situation, I've always asked, do you know where the center of this world is? Ki, do you remember that Sword Tomb once said that when it descended upon Fusion's world, it saw a radiant light soaring into the sky from the center of that world? Although Kang Jai didn't completely believe Sword Tomb's words, he still decided to go to the world center to take a look. After all, the center of the world is the most suitable for him to hunt more otherworldly creatures. Upon hearing the mention of the world center, Chi Seong, the Grand Elder, immediately frowned. My benefactor, you're going to the world center? That's not a safe place, not peaceful? Kang Jai frowned. Chi Seong, Grand Elder, nodded to Dao. We are still in Mystic Region, illusory poison bee, and otherworldly creatures that don't have much intelligence. But I've heard that the closer you get to the world center, the more intelligent the otherworldly creatures become, and the harder they are to deal with. Where did you get this information from? Is it reliable? Kang Jai pressed. Chi Seong, Grounder nodded. The news should be reliable. After all, it came from the 9 major cities. 9 major cities? Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. Yes, benefactor, you are unaware that in our world, besides the central Forbidden City, there are 9 other large cities, each controlled by one of the 9 major powers. Central Forbidden City? 9 factions? Tell me more. Kang Jai became interested. I never expected that this year's practical assessment would have so many variables, making it truly different from previous assessments. Of course, the opportunities here are not comparable to those here. It's as if they're giving opportunities to all test takers. Kang Jai speculated this might be related to the upcoming major changes of the century, and perhaps the Tower of Babel was preparing for the impending disaster. If that's really the case, Kang Jai really should go and take a look at this central Forbidden City and its 9 races. Just as Kang Jai was pondering this, Chi Seong, the Grand Elder, spoke up to explain. We don't know exactly what the central Forbidden City is either. We only know from people who have come from the 9 major cities that there is a true immortal within the Forbidden City. Immortal exists? Kang Jai and Dian Lai were both taken aback. Perhaps on Earth, immortal is nothing special. But this the actual National Higher Education Entrance Examination. A group of students who just started their cult not long ago. And you're using immortal? Isn't that a bit outrageous?